In July, under the blazing sun that hung high in the sky, Linquan village was scorched, its parched saliny-alkali soil rendering the crops wilted, while the hearts of the farmers who had toiled on this land for generations were similarly seared. Zhou You, with a modest bundle slung over his shoulder, donned a faded short-sleeved shirt and a pair of tattered shorts with a gaping hole, traversed the solitary path leading from Linquan village to the outside world. "I do not wish to spend my life with a farmer," Yan Rong's words cut through the sweltering July air like the icy breath of winter. Zhou Yu refrained from further explanation, for he had exhausted every possible justification. Any additional words would be futile. Yet, as she placed her phone into his hand, memories of the joy that had illuminated her face upon receiving it flooded his mind. Unable to suppress his feelings, he gently replied, "You should keep it, at least it serves as a memento." Having returned home a few days prior, Zhou Yu discerned the unspoken discomfort lingering in the hearts of his parents, even though they uttered no words of reproach. He stood silently before their aging faces, and after finishing his afternoon meal, he casually picked up his phone and set off along the village path towards the mountains in the east. At the foot of the mountain lay a tranquil pool fed by a spring, a cooler refuge where Zhou Yu intended to seek solace. As he lowered his gaze to his phone, he ambled forward along the straight path, untroubled by the prospect of losing his way. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying a hint of coolness. Zhou Yu paused, raising his head to behold a crystal-clear pool before him. However, something seemed amiss. There was a figure in the water. He thought perhaps the midday sun had played tricks on his eyes, rubbing them to dispel the illusion. No, there indeed stood a person, and from behind, it appeared to be a woman. A woman, unaware of Zhou Yu's presence, bathed in the pool, her back turned to him. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded into the pristine waters, while she bent forward, most of her body submerged. Her skin, reminiscent of a perfectly boiled egg, shimmered like diamonds under the water's reflection. Beads of water glided swiftly down her smooth shoulders, plummeting into the pool with a gentle splash. Suddenly, the woman tossed her head back, flinging her dark hair from the water, sending it swirling in the air like wisps of silk, which then clung to her luminous, flawless back. In that moment, she turned her head. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu was captivated by this enchanting scene of a maiden emerging from her bath, blissfully unaware that he had unconsciously stepped closer to the edge of the pool. Scoundrel. Turn around at once." The young woman, appearing to be in her early 20s, had a flushed complexion, yet possessed an unparalleled beauty. Her sudden exclamation jolted Zhou Yu awake, prompting him to hurriedly attempt to turn around. However, his foot stumbled, and he found himself plunging into the water below. In that instant, dread enveloped his mind. He had always been a poor swimmer. If only he had anticipated such a fate, he would have learned to swim in his youth, even if it meant swallowing copious amounts of water. Yet, regret is a luxury that offers no remedy. As he floundered in the water, his arms and legs flailed in a desperate bid to reach the shore, unbeknownst to him that he was inadvertently moving closer to the beautiful woman. The lady, convinced that Zhou Yu was deliberately behaving in a lascivious manner, swiftly made her way to the bank. She donned a dress with a swift motion and then retrieved a genuine self-defense stun baton, plunging it into the water. She was evidently not one to hesitate. Without a moment's pause, she activated the device. Zhou Yu felt a moderate electric current surging through his skin, rendering him paralyzed in the water. "Is this to be the end of my fate?" he pondered. It appears that the ancient adage, "Do not gaze upon that which is improper," truly holds profound wisdom. Alas, it seems my life may well be sacrificed for it. Just as Zhou Yu wished to catch one last glimpse of the enchanting beauty before his demise, he felt a sudden warmth enveloping his body moments before his consciousness began to fade. In the next instant, a flash of crimson light illuminated the water, and the entire pool erupted as if it had been struck by an atomic bomb. Zhou Yu was seized by an overwhelming force and hurled onto the shore, landing unceremoniously beside the woman who was in the process of dressing. "Ah!" she exclaimed in shock, her hand trembling with the stun baton she held, pointing it at Zhou Yu as she stammered, You. You must not act recklessly. I am the newly appointed village secretary of Linquan village, and I possess a stun baton. As Zhou Yu regained his composure, he recalled the moment she had zapped him with the baton, nearly costing him his life, and an intense anger welled up within him. What of her beauty? What of her status as village secretary? What? Village secretary? Goodness, I, Zhou Yu, aspire to cultivate the land and embark on an entrepreneurial journey, which will inevitably require interaction with this village secretary. How can I proceed if this is the tone set from the outset? With this thought in mind, he immediately rose and, with a smile, said, "My sincerest apologies, esteemed secretary. My name is Zhou Yu, a recent university graduate. I truly had no knowledge of your presence here." To her, Zhou Yu's smile seemed nothing short of a provocative challenge, especially as she stood clad in a dress that barely covered her, lacking even the modesty of undergarments. As Zhou Yu gazed at her with unwavering intensity, her anger intensified, and she retorted sharply, "Zhou Yu, humph. You call yourself a university student? You bring shame upon your peers. Shameless." With that, she turned on her heel, clutching her clothes, and departed. What sort of person was this? Why could she not bear to listen to an explanation? At that moment, he felt a sudden vibration in his hand instinctively. Zhou Yu raised his hand to discover it was the very phone that Yan Rong had returned to him. He pondered how it had fallen into the water when he had just submerged moments ago, yet here it was in his grasp. Moreover, how could a phone that had been drenched still function? It was vibrating. Curious, he checked the notification. The WeChat app was open, indicating that Zhou Yu had been added to a group called the Way of Nature Red Envelope Group. What on earth is this? The Way of Nature? Do you consider yourself the Grand Supreme Elder Lord? Wait, the Grand Supreme Elder Lord? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a message notification appeared in the group. Grand Supreme Elder Lord, welcome, Zhou Yu, to the Way of Nature Red Envelope Group. You have been gifted a miraculous elixir, which can be exchanged for one life. It has been used. No. Zhou Yu realized that his mind was struggling to comprehend this. Could it be that his phone had automatically enrolled him in this celestial group, and the Grand Supreme Elder Lord had saved his life? He bit his finger, feeling the pain. It seemed genuine. Zhou Yu promptly placed the phone on the ground, knelt before it, and bowed 3 times, exclaiming, "I adore you." Immediately thereafter, the Way of Nature group was inundated with a cacophony of ding-ding-ding message alerts. He sat on the ground, attentively reading each one. Flower Fairy, I'm here with the first wave. System notification. The Flower Fairy sends a red envelope, a sprig of wealth and honor. The Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder snatches the sprig of wealth and honor red envelope. System notification. The Supreme Elder is the King of Luck. The Horse Master. The Supreme Elder is too quick, it's always you. The Dragon King. Elder, your speed is remarkable. You can not only seize, but must also distribute some elixirs. Dukong, the Elder must have some advantage out of 10 attempts. 8 are his victories. System notification. The Celestial Farmer sends a red envelope, heavenly spirit water. Observing that this group seems genuine, some find it amusing whether real or not. One might as well test their fortune. With that thought, Zhou Yu promptly reaches out and taps, and indeed the red envelope opens. Zhou Yu, you have received the Celestial Farmer's red envelope, heavenly spirit water. System notification. Zhou Yu is the popular king. Initially believing this to be the end, Zhou Yu's WeChat wallet subsequently receives a message. You've spent 1 celestial stone to exchange for a bottle of heavenly spirit water from the Natural Law Red Envelope Group. Celestial stone balance, 0. What is this? Others can snatch red envelopes without needing celestial stones for exchange? Why must I exchange celestial stones to seize red envelopes? This is clearly a scam. Just then, an ancient voice suddenly resonates in Zhou Yu's consciousness. Zhou Yu, you are mistaken. Anyone in the group who seizes a red envelope must spend celestial stones for exchange. It is merely that you cannot see their notifications. The celestial stones required for different items vary accordingly. The vial of celestial water you have obtained is a rudimentary spiritual substance, thus it is the most affordable. Zhou You seized the opportunity to inquire, "May I ask who you are? What is the purpose of this celestial water?" "I am the immortal farmer. The celestial water can enhance soil quality to its utmost potential and automatically supply crops with the necessary nutrients, ensuring that both the quality and yield of the crops are optimal," the immortal farmer replied. In astonishment, Zhou Yu pondered the veracity of such claims. The immortal farmer fell silent thereafter. Dismissing the heat, Zhou Yu swiftly stored his phone and hastened to his vegetable plot, which was not far from the pond. He was dismayed to see the yellowing leaves of the vegetables and the cucumbers, which were as slender as his thumb and unsightly in appearance. Didn't the immortal farmer claim that this celestial water was remarkably effective? Zhou Yu resolved to put it to the test. With a flicker of thought, the celestial water materialized in his mind, and he proceeded to utilize it. Instantly, it felt as if a mist of water descended from the ether, and his consciousness indicated that the celestial water had been expended, with a validity of 1 year, meaning he could cultivate throughout all 4 seasons. Crouching beside the plot, Zhou Yu fixed his gaze intently on the soil, observing its gradual transformation. The once grayish-white saliny-alkali land metamorphosed into a deep crimson, and then into the rich black earth reminiscent of the vast northern wilderness. Who says that farming cannot lead to wealth? Who claims that farmers cannot achieve success? I am determined to prove you wrong, and when the time comes, I shall triumphantly demonstrate my success to you. As dusk approaches, the transformation of the cucumbers, eggplants, and peppers in this modest plot of land is nothing short of astonishing. Not only have the fruits become plump, but their vibrant colors also radiate joy, glistening like pearls and agates. This is the golden harvest that my diligent labor has cultivated from the earth. Chapter 2. The Gamble Linquan village lies at the foot of Linquan Mountain. Due to climatic conditions and centuries of erosion, the land here has transformed into saline alkaline soil, rendering it unsuitable for agricultural cultivation. Generations of farmers who have toiled on this land often find that their annual labors yield returns insufficient to cover their expenses. Many have lost hope in the fertility of this terrain, no longer believing it can produce bountiful grains or vegetables. Consequently, their gaze has shifted towards industrialization, aspiring for their village to establish factories akin to those in more prosperous rural areas to stimulate economic growth. On this particular day, a businessman from the south arrived to survey the terrain, with intentions of constructing a gold plating factory. He confidently promised that each household could see an annual income increase of 50 to 100,000 yuan and vowed that the land utilized for the factory would be compensated at the highest rate. Upon hearing this news, the villagers were filled with excitement, grasping the hands of the southern businessman, tears streaming down their faces. However, when the businessman, adorned with a mouthful of gold teeth, arrived at the village committee and began outlining his plans, the young university-educated village leader, Xianxia, promptly raised several critical issues, including waste disposal, wastewater management, toxic substance emissions, and workers' social insurance contributions. Upon hearing these concerns, the businessman's demeanor changed markedly. He responded in broken Mandarin, discussing various topics, but avoiding the pressing issues raised by Xianxia. Ultimately, she asserted, while we welcome your intention to invest and build a factory in our village, I cannot agree to your proposal unless the concerns I have raised are addressed. Such severe pollution. I cannot jeopardize the future of our village. As negotiations reached an impasse, the southern businessman, infuriated, slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "This is absurd. What are you thinking?" With a dismissive flick of his sleeve, he and his entourage departed in haste. The news of the village secretary's refusal to permit the factory spread like wildfire, igniting a fervor among the villagers. From the elderly to the youth, they flocked to the village committee, bombarding Xianxia with questions about why she wished to sever their financial lifeline. Some lamented that agriculture could no longer sustain their families, and now, Just as an investor had appeared, she had driven him away. "What are your intentions?" they questioned, with accusations that her opposition stemmed from a lack of financial incentive. Initially, the young Zhou You patiently elucidated her stance, but as the villagers' rhetoric grew increasingly outrageous, tears welled in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Observing her changing demeanor, a few elderly villagers gestured for silence. Then one spoke to Zhou You. "Yue, while their words are harsh, you must also empathize with their plight. Here, if things continue this way, we truly cannot survive." Zhou You certainly comprehended the gravity of the situation. She stepped into the courtyard of the village committee, gazing at the gathered townsfolk, and proclaimed loudly, "Uncle Wu, dear villagers, the reason I cannot permit the establishment of a factory in our village is that once it commences operations, it will undoubtedly lead to environmental degradation. In such a scenario, not only our land but even our drinking water will be compromised." Yet, dissenting voices arose. "Secretary Sheng, you advocate for the development of green agriculture, but as you can see, the quality of our land is far from ideal. How can agriculture flourish under such conditions?" At this, Zhou You smiled. She replied, "A few days ago, I discovered a parcel of land not far from the pond at Linquan Mountain, where the vegetables are thriving remarkably well, and the soil quality is distinct from that of the surrounding areas." Upon hearing her mention it, old man Wu seemed to recollect something, stroking his beard and saying, "Oh, you must be referring to the 3 acres belonging to Zhou Hao. That is indeed fertile land. In my many years, I have yet to encounter such splendid produce." Zhou You nodded in agreement and continued, "Thus, I wonder if Uncle Zhou has been using any special additives or fertilizers. I intend to consult him for insights, as the potential for widespread promotion could significantly enhance our village's green agricultural endeavors." As a university student serving in the village, she initially approached this role with immense enthusiasm, diligently fulfilling her responsibilities. However, she did not anticipate that this single issue would thrust her into the limelight. Now, while her commitment has been declared, the question remains, how shall she proceed with its implementation? The nearly 1,000 pairs of eyes in the village were all watching. Zhou You wept for a while, allowing her pent-up grievances to surface. Reflecting on the bold declarations she had made to her superiors prior to her arrival, a renewed spirit of defiance surged within her. She washed her face, tidied her hair, and took her notebook as she headed towards the home of Zhou Hao at the eastern end of the village. Zhou Hao's residence was situated at the farthest point east, adjacent to a narrow path, which served as the sole route connecting the village to the outside world. "I am Zhou You." Before long, she heard a young man's voice emanating from the courtyard, coming. Following that, the sound of light, agile footsteps approached the entrance, and the door creaked open. "Uncle Zhou You." Before she could complete her greeting, Zhou You was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson, her eyes igniting with indignation as she coldly inquired, "What are you doing here?" Zhou You, standing at the threshold, was equally surprised by the young woman before him, his eyes widening in disbelief. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's last remark, he couldn't help but chuckle, responding, "Ah, it's Secretary Sheng. My name is Zhou You. Are you here to see me or my father?" Despite Zhou Yu's sincere tone, Zhou You perceived a hint of teasing in his words, particularly accentuated by the subtle smile playing on his lips, which only fueled her irritation. At that moment, she had completely forgotten her original purpose for visiting and pointed an accusing finger at Zhou You, saying, "A grown man lounging at home, doing nothing but living off his parents. How shameless." With that, she turned on her heel and strode away. Having taken only a few steps, a middle-aged man's voice resonated from behind in the courtyard. "Zhou You, who is it?" Following this, he settled down on a stool opposite Zhou You. At that moment, Zhou You was clad in a loose t-shirt with a slightly low neckline. Upon noticing Zhou Yu's position, her immediate instinct was to sit up straight and cover her neckline with her right hand. Zhou Hao, seemingly oblivious, smiled and said, "Secretary Sheng, have some water."
Ah,
Sheng Yue replied, casting Zhou Yu a sidelong glance, and began, "Uncle Zhou, I intend to develop green agriculture in our village. However, the soil quality here is inadequate. Recently, I noticed that the vegetables in the land beneath Linquan Mountain at your home are thriving, and the soil appears quite fertile. I came to seek your guidance." Sheng Yue could not help but steal a glance at Zhou Yu, who was also fixated on her, and she sensed an unsettling undertone in his gaze. In her previous temperament, she would have already kicked Zhou Yu away by now, yet for the sake of the village's future and her own commitments, she was compelled to ask, "Zhou Yu, could you possibly share your methods with me?" Zhou Yu, with a flicker of his eyes, feigned ignorance and responded, "Secretary Sheng, please have some water." Sheng Yue, feeling increasingly irate at Zhou Yu's evasiveness, decided she could no longer remain there. She stood up and addressed Zhou Hao, saying, "Uncle Zhou, if that is the case, I shall consider other alternatives." With that, she made her way toward the entrance. The voice of Zhou Yu resonated from behind. "My methods cannot be learned, yet I possess the ability to transform the quality of the land." To Sheng Yue, this statement bore no hint of jest. She paused in her tracks. Zhou Yu approached, guiding her out of the courtyard and toward the plot of land that belonged to his family. A blissful smile adorned Zhou Yu's face as he gently caressed the vibrant green cucumbers and the resplendent purple eggplants, akin to a mother tenderly cradling her child, exuding an exquisite softness and profound affection. At that moment, Sheng Yue regarded Zhou Yu as though he were a stranger. How could Zhou Yu harbor such fervent love for this land? Had I been misguided in my subjective assumptions about him all along? Perhaps that incident at the pond was merely an unfortunate accident, one that I have clung to for far too long. Zhou Yu, unaware of Sheng Yue's contemplations, stood beside her and remarked, "I have enriched this land with something, but I cannot disclose it to you."
why?
"Do you not trust me?" Sheng Yue's tone had softened considerably. Zhou Yu shook his head, uncertain of how to elucidate. For such an explanation would appear utterly preposterous and might even lead to accusations of madness. It was not madness, but rather an idea so astonishing that it defied belief. "How about this, Director Sheng? I promise you that within a year, I will transform all the barren lands and saline slopes in the village into fertile fields akin to ours. What do you think?"
A year?
Sheng Yue's eyes widened in disbelief, gazing at Zhou Yu as though he were an extraterrestrial. It was simply inconceivable. Ignoring her astonishment, Zhou Yu continued, however, "You cannot partake in this, nor can anyone else be made aware of this endeavor." Sheng Yue, however, harbored no belief that Zhou Yu could transform the soil quality of all the land within a year. She gazed at him and remarked, "As a distinguished graduate of an agricultural university, you ought to comprehend the complexities involved in such soil modification. Even with a secret formula, it is implausible to achieve this within a year. I propose you share the secret with me, and we can rally the entire village to undertake this endeavor together. That would render it feasible." You doubt me? Very well, how about a wager?" Zhou Yu countered, his tone lightening as his eyes occasionally drifted towards her loosely fitted attire. Sheng Yue shot him an exasperated glance and inquired, "What are the stakes?" 1 year. Let us wager that I will successfully improve the entire village's soil quality, ensuring that all the crops flourish identically to those currently in my family's fields," Zhou Yu asserted, his voice imbued with an undeniable conviction. "Agreed. But what are the terms of victory and defeat?" Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled with mischief as he recalled the alluring scene he had witnessed by the pond, a sly grin forming on his lips. "Should I lose? The secret will be revealed immediately. However, if I triumph..." Sheng Yue regarded him, anticipating his next words. She had already resolved that should he utter anything resembling a promise of devotion or a night of tenderness, she would not hesitate to dismantle him piece by piece. "If I win, you shall bathe me for an entire year." Zhou Yu's voice dripped with playful malice. and his gaze lingered once more on the subtle curvature of Zhou Yu's figure. In a fit of rage, Zhou Yu raised her foot to kick Zhou Yu, who deftly evaded her strike and stood at a distance, inquiring, "What is the matter? Are you unwilling? Then so be it." At that moment, Zhou Yu was left momentarily speechless. The mere thought of having to bathe Zhou Yu flushed her cheeks crimson. Yet, inexplicably, her heart felt less burdened with anger. She surveyed the barren land surrounding them, gritted her teeth, and declared to Zhou Yu, "Fine. I accept the wager. It's a promise." Zhou Yu stepped forward, extending his pinky finger to seal their agreement. A flicker of realization crossed Zhou Yu's mind as she mirrored his gesture, intertwining their pinkies. After the bet was established, Zhou Yu departed at Zhou Yu's request, while Zhou Yu promptly opened WeChat, entering the Dao Faz Ran group and activating a private chat with the old farmer. Zhou Yu. "Old farmer, I need your assistance." "Old farmer. You rascal, can't even take a peaceful nap?" "Zhou Yu, my apologies, old man, but could you spare a few bottles of Tianling water?" "Old farmer. Tianling water? I don't have any. Do you think it flows like tap water?" "Zhou Yu, but..." "Old man, I truly have an urgent need. I could exchange for it with immortal stones." "Old farmer, immortal stones? Do you still possess any?" "Zhou Yu. Oh dear. I completely overlooked that. However, I am genuinely in urgent need. Please devise a solution." Subsequently, Zhou Yu sensed the old farmer entering his consciousness. Within that mental space, he recounted the wager he made with Zhou Yu and expressed that even if she hadn't sought him out, he intended to revitalize the land of the entire village. The celestial farmer, elated to encounter a young individual willing to forge a bond with the land, expressed his joy. However, he cautioned that the acquisition of celestial water was no simple feat, and the quantity required to transform so much land exceeded his limitations. He could not supply such an abundance of celestial water. Ultimately, the celestial farmer proposed to provide him with a tome titled The Scripture of Celestial Water, enabling him to produce celestial water independently in due course. Yet, at that moment, Zhou Yu had an epiphany and posed the pivotal question. The celestial farmer responded affirmatively, acknowledging the significance of the inquiry, but added that the scripture demanded 500 celestial stones. While celestial stones could resolve many issues, the crux of the matter was that Zhou Yu currently lacked the requisite stones. "Why don't you simply steal them?" Zhou Yu retorted vehemently. The celestial farmer chuckled and replied, "I must attend the Dragon King's seafood banquet. Return to me once you have amassed enough celestial stones." Chapter 3. Selling vegetables. Zhou Yu's first harvest from the experimental field had finally ripened. Rising before dawn, he ventured out alone to gather the vegetables. With utmost care, he wrapped each one in protective bags, treating them with the tenderness one would reserve for a child. As the sun peaked over the horizon, he completed his task. From a distance, Zhou Yu approached and, upon witnessing Zhou Yu, drenched in sweat and diligently collecting the vegetables, felt a slight sense of solace. It seemed that he was not as ill-natured as he appeared. Upon arriving at the county market, Zhou Yu found himself amidst the bustling peak of purchasing activity. Being a newcomer, he refrained from seeking assistance from the market management, instead opting to park his vehicle along the roadside outside the market. He opened the truck bed and lifted the tarp covering the produce. Like a bride unveiling her face, the vegetables shimmer under the gentle caress of the morning sun, reflecting an enticing radiance. "How many do you desire? It is an everyday necessity." Just then, Zhou Yu paused his actions and lifted his gaze. Before him stood a young woman of average height and slender build, adorned with rimless glasses. She wore a light gray professional suit, her ample bosom straining against the buttons of her jacket, while her long, fair legs were elegantly draped beneath a short skirt, reminiscent of freshly harvested lotus roots. Dewy and succulent, Zhou Yu smiled, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" The woman retrieved a business card from her bag and handed it to him, continuing, "Of course, if you do not object, I would like you as well." As Zhou Yu lowered his gaze to examine the card, her words struck him with such surprise that his jaw nearly dropped. Now, as he raised his hand again, he found himself wiping away saliva instead of sweat.
Donut jest.
These vegetables are my own cultivation, entirely organic. If you are genuinely interested, we can sign a contract, and I shall deliver them to you. Yes, of course, I want them. I mentioned earlier, I want you as well.
What do you say?
Zhou Yu was momentarily taken aback. He was accustomed to teasing other women, yet here he was, unexpectedly teased by a woman in a public setting, leaving him momentarily speechless. If this were to spread through the village, he would surely be the subject of ridicule. Nevertheless, as a man, he was determined not to appear weak in this regard, and promptly asked, "I am merely a vegetable grower. What use could I possibly be to you?" The young woman appeared both casual and intentional as she unbuttoned her blouse, causing her two prominent peaks to protrude forward, prompting a blush to creep across Zhou Yu's face.
Huh.
Your presence would indeed be quite beneficial. How about becoming my personal assistant? The unexpected proposition left Zhou Yu momentarily speechless, while the surrounding customers, waiting to purchase vegetables, erupted into laughter. With no choice but to concede, Zhou Yu replied, "Very well, I shall deliver them directly to your hotel tomorrow." Just as he was about to pack vegetables for the awaiting customers, the woman pressed her porcelain-like hand over his, insisting, "Not tomorrow. Let us go now." Reluctantly, Zhou Yu explained the situation to the customers and followed the alluring woman's car towards a resort located on the eastern outskirts of the county. It turned out that this young lady, Lu Ruoyan, was the general manager of the resort. She had ventured out that day specifically to select vegetable suppliers, and Zhou Yu's produce had captivated her interest immediately. After inspecting a few items purchased by another customer, she made her decision right then and there. Celestial Farmer. A bit stingy, but fine. 100 celestial stones. Zhou Yu, sticking out his tongue with a grin. Celestial Farmer. Angrily system notification. Member of the Tao of Nature Group, Celestial Farmer, has transferred 100 celestial stones to your WeChat wallet. Balance is now 100 celestial stones. According to the Celestial Farmer, these deities had ascended thousands, even tens of thousands of years ago, at a time when modern farming tools did not exist. Even now, celestial farmers still rely on manual labor for their agricultural endeavors. According to the words of the Immortal Farmer, Zhou Yu opened WeChat and scanned the QR codes. Except for the farming tools he had left behind, he scanned each one, and in an instant, all the scanned tools vanished completely. Immortal Farmer. Surprise. Zhou Yu. The Heavenly Spirit Water Classic. Immortal Farmer. 500 Immortal Stones. Zhou Yu. Farming Tools. Immortal Farmer. Very well, you may first pay me 100 Immortal Stones. As for the remaining 400, considering this set of tools, you may owe me for now. Zhou Yu. How contemptible, you old miser. Nevertheless, Zhou Yu felt grateful that the Immortal Farmer was a man of his word. He sensed a flash of light in his mind, and a bamboo scroll imbued with the essence of ancient wilderness materialized in his consciousness. As Zhou Yu focused, the scroll gradually unfurled, and every character inscribed upon it glimmered with golden radiance, exuding an aura of the divine. Due to his wager with Xianxia, Zhou Yu was in urgent need of more heavenly spirit water, thus he perused the text without pause. However, after only a few lines, he could not help but curse. Immortal Farmer, you old rascal, what a scam. Yet the Immortal Farmer had already departed, presumably off to toil in the fields with his tools. It turned out that the Heavenly Spirit Water Classic required the practitioner to possess the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Thus, one must first cultivate this essence. However, in this realm, where could one find such spiritual essence? This was neither a certain continent nor a particular dimension. It was merely earth. Even if such essence did exist, it had likely long been tainted. Suppressing his frustration, Zhou Yu continued reading and discovered that if the spiritual essence were too sparse, one could utilize elixirs to cultivate it within oneself. Elixirs. Chapter 4. A bountiful harvest of herbs. Zhou Yu once again opened the WeChat group, fervently calling upon the Supreme Old Lord. Supreme Old Lord, what do you seek from me? Zhou Yu, adopting the tone of Sun Wukong from Journey to the West, requested, Old Master, I would like 1,000 gathering spirit pills. Indeed, the Grand Supreme Elder Lord recalled this matter. The Grand Supreme Elder Lord, irate, retorted, 8,000 pills? Do you think they're as common as rice? Absolutely not. Realizing the futility of further jesting, Zhou Yu proceeded to articulate his genuine needs. The Grand Supreme Elder Lord replied, the gathering spirit pills cost 10 celestial stones each. Zhou Yu countered, I will write an IOU. The Grand Supreme Elder Lord retorted, I do not extend credit. Zhou Yu replied, how about agricultural tools? The Grand Supreme Elder Lord responded, herbs. Zhou Yu acquiesced, agreed. It turned out that the Grand Supreme Elder Lord required certain herbs found only in the mortal realm for his alchemical endeavors. Yet he was unable to descend to procure them himself. Given the substantial demand, he tasked Zhou Yu with cultivating these herbs to settle his debt. One might expect deities to be compassionate and generous, yet this particular assembly of immortals seemed exceptionally miserly. Zhou Yu mused upon this irony as he exited the courtyard and made his way to the fields. He commenced the cultivation of a medicinal herb garden adjacent to the vegetable plot. However, the ensuing challenges proved to be quite vexing. Both the herb seeds and fertilizers were exorbitantly priced, a sum Zhou Yu could not possibly afford. Upon reopening the WeChat group, he discovered an animated discussion unfolding. The immortal farmer exclaimed, the agricultural tools are exceptionally useful. Thank you. The horse keeper inquired, who wants game meat? The god of food announced. 10 flavor soup recipe, red envelope. The old woman Mengpa declared, you have snatched the god of food's 10 flavor soup recipe, red envelope. A system notification followed. Mengpa is the lucky winner. The Dragon King chimed in, old woman, what use do you have for that?
Mengpa replied,
to alter the flavor of my soup. Hua Tua proclaimed, gathering spirit pill, red envelope. Zhou Yu received a notification. You have snatched Hua Tuo's gathering spirit pill, red envelope. Yet, the system promptly informed him, due to insufficient celestial stone balance, you cannot open the red envelope. Please recharge. Zhou Yu, in a fit of anger, hurled his phone onto the bed. How on earth was he supposed to acquire the herbal seeds? At this moment, his family could not possibly come up with such a substantial sum of money. Borrowing? However, during his years in university, he had already exhausted all avenues for loans from his family. It seemed implausible that they could lend him any more. Just as despair began to settle in, fortune smiled upon him. The director of the procurement department from a resort in the county town personally drove over to have Zhou Yu sign a contract for vegetable supply, along with a generous advance payment of 50,000 yuan for 6 months. Could it be that fate was indeed watching over him? He needed precisely 50,000 yuan for his herbal cultivation, and here it was, delivered to him without a single extra coin. Overall, this was a stroke of good fortune. With the newfound funds, Zhou Yu finally sowed the seeds in his herbal field and applied fertilizer. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and to his astonishment, the revered Laozi appeared before him, displaying an unexpected demeanor of respect. This took Zhou Yu by surprise. But he quickly surmised that the ancient sage must have come with a request, prompting him to adopt a more formal stance. Zhou Yu, my young friend, Laozi began. Old sage, I have just planted the herbs, Zhou Yu replied. I seek lingji, the rare mushroom found in the deep mountains, Laozi continued. 10 spirit stones, Zhou Yu countered. Why not simply seize it? Laozi jested. 10 spirit stones, Zhou Yu reiterated. Agreed. Subsequently, Laozi bestowed upon Zhou Yu a talisman, instructing him that by following its guidance, he could easily locate the lingji in the mountains, ensuring his safety. No sooner had he spoken than Zhou Yu's phone notified him of the transfer of 10 spirit stones from Laozi. Instead of immediately seeking the Lingji, Zhou Yu approached the celestial farmer. After much negotiation, the celestial farmer finally consented to continue the previous debt of 400 spirit stones, while Zhou Yu exchanged 1 spirit stone for a vial of heavenly spirit water, settling the payment on the spot. Zhou Yu applied the mystical water to the medicinal field, observing as the soil transformed and the herbs flourished rapidly. Only after witnessing this remarkable change did he rise to venture into the deep mountains in search of the elusive Ganoderma, as desired by the Supreme Lord Laozi. Although Tianquan Mountain was not particularly vast, its height was impressive. Deeper within, the forest thickened, rendering the sunlight nearly invisible. The air was humid, and shadows loomed, creating an ideal environment for the growth of Ganoderma. However, such locales were also rife with ferocious beasts and venomous snakes. With cliffs towering and the ground treacherously slippery, one misstep could lead to a fatal fall. Upon entering the mountains, Zhou Yu felt a stirring within him. The talisman of Supreme Lord Laozi manifested as a flash in his mind. Suddenly, he felt an exhilarating lightness, his vision sharpened, and his hearing significantly enhanced. It was as if navigation information had been imprinted in his consciousness, guiding him instinctively toward his designated destination. Remarkably, within less than a day, he located the sought-after Ganoderma. Of exceptional quality. Throughout his journey, he encountered several tigers and venomous snakes, yet they seemed oblivious to his presence, continuing on their paths undisturbed. Initially startled to the point of nearly screaming, Zhou Yu soon realized that the talisman wielded a cloaking ability. This function was astonishingly powerful. How he wished for more of such charms. Yet, he was reminded that the talisman had a time constraint. Just as his joy peaked, a blue line materialized in his mind, signaling the countdown until the function would expire. Less than an hour remained. 1 hour. Zhou Yu immediately took to his heels. If he couldn't ascend the mountain within an hour, encountering a tiger or a venomous snake would spell his doom. Fortunately, he had always excelled in long-distance running during his school years, covering half the distance in less than half an hour. Suddenly, he heard a faint gasp, prompting him to halt. Before him stood an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white. The old man fixed his gaze on the reishi mushroom in Zhou Yu's hand, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Young man," he said, "I am an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Would you be willing to sell me that reishi? Name your price." Zhou Yu immediately shook his head. "I apologize, elder, but I have urgent use for this mushroom. It is not for sale." The old man sighed upon hearing this, shaking his head as he prepared to depart. However, the mention of his profession sparked a thought in Zhou Yu's mind about his own medicinal herb field. He called out to the old man, "Elder, my name is Zhou Yu. I have a medicinal herb field down in Tianquan village. If you ever need any herbs, feel free to visit. I assure you they are of the finest quality." With that, Zhou Yu stepped forward and offered his phone number. In the days that followed, thanks to the nurturing waters of Tianling, Zhou Yu's herb field yielded a bountiful harvest. After finishing the harvest, he lazily opened WeChat and entered the Dao Fa group, only to be bombarded by messages. The screen was filled with curses directed at him, with the most vociferous being from the Supreme Lord Laozi. Chapter 5, The Opening of the WeChat Store. Zhou Yu, can even immortals hurl insults? Supreme Lord Laozi, where have you been, you little rascal? Immortal farmer, this is utterly disgraceful. Do you still wish to associate with us? Meng Ke, youngster. If you behave like this again, I shall increase the dosage. Dragon King, there will be no seafood feast for you. Zhou Yu, all right, esteemed elders. I admit my mistake. Taishang Laojun, where are the items? Zhou Yu, herbs and Ganoderma. Taishang Laojun, 1 gathering spirit pill. Zhou Yu, 10 gathering spirit pills. Taishang Laojun, just 1 gathering spirit pill. Zhou You. But the Ganoderma was procured at the risk of my life. Taishang Laojun. My talisman saved your life. Although Zhou Yu had only recently joined the WeChat group, he had gained some understanding of these individuals' temperaments and realized that the price was non-negotiable. He reluctantly agreed to Taishang Laojun's offer and then scanned the QR code, transferring the herbs and Ganoderma to him. Simultaneously, he felt a gathering spirit pill manifest in his consciousness. The gathering spirit pill, which gathers the spiritual energy of the 33 heavens, is refined in the alchemical furnace for 49 days. When consumed by a mortal, it allows the accumulation of the first layer of spiritual energy within the body, enhancing one's constitution and facilitating a metamorphosis. Such remarkable effects! Zhou Yu pondered, and with a mere thought, the gathering spirit pill transformed into a stream of golden light that fused into his being. Instantly, Zhou Yu felt an indescribable energy surging through his limbs, causing his muscles to swell with newfound strength, filling him with exuberance. This enigmatic energy began to circulate through the meridians in his body, eventually settling in his lower abdomen, precisely at the location of the dantian. The sensation was exquisite. Zhou Yu sat cross-legged on the ground as a layer of dark impurities seeped from his skin, remnants of the pollutants he had absorbed from the air over the years. It seems the manual is indeed commendable, achieving an extraordinary transformation. Having acquired the essence of the heavens and the earth, it appears that I can now proceed to concoct the celestial spirit water as delineated in the Celestial Spirit Water Classic. Zhou Yu, neglecting any notion of rest, opened the text and commenced the initial step of the process. However, before he could even complete half of the operation, the spiritual energy within his dantian was utterly depleted. In that moment, Zhou Yu felt akin to a deflated balloon, his earlier elation dissipating entirely. It became evident that the spiritual energy contained within a single gathering spirit pill was insufficient to meet the demands of the Celestial Spirit Water Classic, marking this as an exceedingly costly endeavor. Thankfully, the herbs in the medicinal field were perennials, eliminating the need for further seeds or fertilizers, with the celestial spirit water serving as the finest nourishment. Nevertheless, at this pace, progress remained sluggish. Failing to fulfill the wager could lead to ridicule from Xianxia and disdain from the entire village. Thus, it became clear that reliance on celestial stones was imperative, for in any era, wealth is an undeniable truth. The unfortunate reality was that the funds at his disposal were so minimal they could almost be disregarded. Nonetheless, he persevered, visiting the agricultural market to procure another batch of tools, and exchanging with the celestial farmers for some celestial spirit water, all while deferring the 400 celestial stones owed for the Celestial Spirit Water Classic. Now, Zhou Yu had embarked on the reclamation of wasteland. He could not afford to remain idle, waiting for all conditions to be met before commencing the cultivation, for such an action would guarantee his defeat in the wager. He was determined that each parcel of reclaimed wasteland would be transformed into the finest soil, with every cultivated plot yielding an abundance of vegetables. His vegetables have completely penetrated the market within the city, creating an undeniable demand that far exceeds supply. Although he has continually raised prices for the celestial stones, new clients seeking collaboration still arrive sporadically, compelling him to intensify his cultivation efforts. With an increase in the amount of uncultivated land, the required celestial water has also surged. However, the spiritual energy within him has yet to fully mature, rendering him unable to produce celestial water independently. Thus, he continues to purchase it from the celestial farmers, while occasionally trading herbs with either the Supreme Elder or Hua Tuo for some spirit-gathering pills to aid in his cultivation. During this period, although Zhou Yu has accumulated some funds, it falls significantly short of his needs, as he is still indebted to the Supreme Elder and the celestial farmers for a substantial amount of celestial stones. Despite making a small profit by selling some farming tools, it remains merely a drop in the bucket, insufficient to make a considerable impact. What could he do to quickly generate income? as Zhou You fiddled with his WeChat. The term WeChat store suddenly caught his eye. Indeed, everything he possesses now is a product of WeChat, so WeChat store should likewise bring him good fortune. Without hesitation, he paused his current tasks to focus intently on studying the operations of a WeChat store. However, when selecting products, he had a moment of insight. Since his future is inextricably linked with the group of celestial beings from the Tao and Nature Forum, who themselves require various earthly items, why not tailor a WeChat store specifically for these celestial beings? For if he were to cater to ordinary folk, he would merely receive renminbi, which would then need to be converted into celestial stones, a process fraught with complications and uncertainty regarding whether he would obtain what he truly desires. If a micro-business were to be established for those celestial beings, utilizing celestial stones for transactions would undoubtedly be far more convenient. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yu's Taoist natural group micro-shop officially opened its doors. The offerings included not only farming tools, but also the herbs required by Taishang, Laojun, and Hua, as well as insecticides needed by the peach blossom fairy and various earthly condiments sought by the god of food, alongside the earthly wines desired by Dukong, totaling several dozen varieties. On the inaugural day of the shop, Zhou Yu made an announcement within the group. The micro-shop is grandly inaugurated transactions in celestial stones, with a discount of 20%. Yet, there was no response whatsoever. After sending the message again, still, there was silence. Zhou Yu called out to the celestial farmers, summoned Taishang Laojun, and beckoned the flower fairy, but to no avail. Just as he was about to abandon hope, a voice he recognized well resonated.
It's me.
The great sage. Say, young fellow, do you have what I, the great sage, require? Well, great sage, I was unaware that you were present, so I did not prepare anything. Next time, I will certainly set aside some items exclusively for you, Zhou Yu replied cautiously, fearing the wrath of the temperamental great sage might lead to his demise. The Monkey King responded, I, the great sage, have also sneaked in here. Generally, I remain silent, waiting for an opportunity to pilfer a few peaches to savor. By the way, young fellow, should anyone bully you in the future, just call for me here, and I shall assist you. Thank you, great sage, Zhou Yu exclaimed with delight. He had now secured a formidable ally, which was exhilarating. Chapter 6. Together we strive, however. As days passed, the time until the conclusion of his wager with Xianxia grew ever shorter. He gazed upon the bustling mountains surrounding him, realizing the magnitude of the undertaking at hand. Fortunately, at that moment, he was wagering on the existing farmland. Though he could not transform all the barren hills before the conclusion of the gamble, he believed he could manage to enhance the current fields. Presently, he had achieved a minor mastery of spiritual energy, enabling him to produce a portion of celestial water. However, as the expanse of wasteland increased, his output proved insufficient, necessitating the purchase from the celestial farmers. Confronted with the mountains, Zhou Yu contemplated the idea of cultivating all the land into fields. Such a task would not only be labor-intensive, but might not yield favorable outcomes. With such vast mountains, could it not be beneficial to utilize the existing resources for the cultivation of wild game? To this end, he proactively approached Xianxia, who, upon hearing his proposal, readily expressed her agreement. Since their significant changes, Xianxia's perception of Zhou Yu had transformed entirely, and she often sought his counsel on various matters, leading to an increasingly harmonious collaboration between them. However, just as Zhou Yu was initiating contact with Bai Mawan in their WeChat group to discuss a partnership in raising mountain chickens, a shocking piece of news spread through the village. The village's water source had been contaminated, and the extent of the pollution was severe. This unfortunate event stemmed from a young villager who had fallen ill, and upon examination at the hospital, it was discovered that the water he had consumed was tainted. Xianxia immediately summoned personnel from the Water Resources Bureau for an inspection, which revealed alarming levels of heavy metals. The enforcement officers traced the water source upstream, uncovering that a gilding factory had been established in an upstream village, owned by none other than the southern man whom Zhou You had expelled years prior. Among the physicians stationed in the village, there was an elderly man with hair as white as snow. Zhou You recognized him as the same old man he had encountered in the deep mountains. Without hesitation, Zhou approached the elder and greeted him, offering his stock of medicinal herbs, assuring that if his supply was insufficient, he could always gather more from his medicinal fields. The seasoned doctor was quite pleased and visibly moved by Zhou's generous offer, nodding appreciatively and exclaiming, "Young man, you are commendable." Although the doctors had arrived and the villagers' ailments were being managed, this approach was merely a temporary fix. As long as the pollution remained unaddressed, such issues would persist. Zhou could not help but notice the distress etched on Zhou Yu's face. She appeared to have lost considerable weight in her anxiety. In moments of leisure, he would often boast to his companions in the WeChat group, yet now he realized how he had neglected those old sages. Zhou You, SOS Dragon King, speak your mind. Zhou You, Dragon King, our river is polluted. Please devise a solution. Dragon King, what is it to me? Heavenly River Cleaner, 50 celestial stones. Zhou You handle this? Heavenly River Cleaner, 60 celestial stones. Zhou You, sweating profusely deal. System prompt. Zhou Yu has paid the Heavenly River Cleaner 60 celestial stones. Remaining balance, 1,600 celestial stones. Subsequently, a vial of spiritual liquid manifested in Zhou's consciousness. It appeared viscous and exuded a sweet aroma. Following the cleaner-s instructions, Zhou poured the liquid into the village's river. By the following day, the water was indeed crystal clear, devoid of any unpleasant odor. Zhou Yu listened to Zhou Yu as he spoke about the purification of the water. She filled a bottle and took it to the local Water Conservancy Bureau for testing, only to discover that not only had the water quality improved, but it had also become the finest source available. This exceptional water rivaled only the glacial melt from the Himalayas. Although Zhou Yu remained reticent about the method behind his success, Zhou Yu sincerely expressed her gratitude and invited him to her dormitory, where she personally prepared a meal for him. As Zhou Yu took his first sip of wine, a voice from his consciousness echoed, "The river's cleansing water has a shelf life of 6 months. Should the pollution source remain untreated, the river will become tainted again within that period." Startled, Zhou Yu spat out the wine he had just swallowed. In his mind, he addressed the river's cleansing worker. "Could you not convey your message all at once? Why didn't you mention this when I purchased your product? Would you still have made the sale?" Zhou Yu was at a loss for words, yet the question was glaringly obvious. Nevertheless, he pondered that even if the worker had informed him then, he would still have made the purchase. "Zhou Yu, what is the matter?" Zhou Yu noticed his unusual demeanor and asked with concern. She took a small sip from his glass and, furrowing her brow, remarked, "It hasn't gone bad, so why did you spit it out?"
Releasing his faux pas.
Zhou Yu smiled and replied, "It's been years since I last drank, and I took too large a sip. I couldn't help it." This was the first time Zhou Yu had dined with Zhou Yu, and having never seen him drink before, she accepted his explanation without further suspicion. After a recent meal, a series of anguished cries from a woman pierced the air. Zhou Yu and Zhou Yu hurried outside, only to discover a woman clutching a 7- or 8-year-old girl rushing into the courtyard. The child's lips were tinged with purple, her complexion ashen, symptoms stemming from the contaminated water. "Yue's secretary, please help me with my child. Please, what is wrong with Shuai?" the distraught mother wailed. Zhou Yu urged, "Yue, stay here. I will fetch a doctor." With that, he strode out of Zhou Yu's modest abode and made his way to the village office, where the resident physician was currently stationed. He hurriedly dragged the elderly traditional doctor back with him. Fortunately, the old physician was robust. Otherwise, it was uncertain how much he would have struggled to keep pace. Upon seeing Shuai's condition, the old doctor immediately administered medication but later shook his head in concern. Zhou Yu inquired about the meaning behind this reaction, to which the old doctor replied, "This is perplexing. Typically, a child's constitution is the most fragile. They should exhibit symptoms first.
Yet,
Why is this girl the last in the village to fall ill?" And Sheng Yue probed, prompting the doctor to continue. "And her constitution is unlike that of ordinary humans. Many aspects differ from typical physiology." Zhou Yu couldn't help but ask, could it be a genetic mutation? Recalling images from a film he had seen. The old doctor chuckled softly. "This is not a movie. Genetic mutations are not so easily come by." Just as Zhou Yu was about to voice another thought, a sudden and intense tremor surged through his consciousness, leaving him feeling nauseous. He fought to keep his composure, inwardly cursing, "Which ancient fool wishes for my demise?" Chapter 7a Business. Offer. The following day, Zhou Yu sought out Sheng Yue, only to discover upon arriving at her doorstep that she was not at home. He speculated that the lovely girl might be attending to some work-related matters.
consequently,
He resolved to pursue his own task, the enhancement of the land. After all, he had made a promise, and there was a wager involved. As Zhou Yu wandered aimlessly, a sudden series of beeping sounds resonated in his mind. System notification. You have received a red envelope. A red envelope? Such a direct communication within one's consciousness could only be the work of celestial beings. Thoughts raced through Zhou Yu's mind as he eagerly accessed WeChat to claim the red envelope.
wow.
What a windfall, 100 celestial stones. Who could be so generous? The Dragon King? Why did he suddenly send me a red envelope? I should inquire. He must still be online. When faced with uncertainty, it is prudent to ask. This has been a good habit Zhou Yu cultivated throughout his years in school. Otherwise, he would not be the only academic achiever in his village. For a rural youth aspiring to attain higher education, apart from diligence and a thirst for knowledge, there are no other means. Unlike those affluent individuals who can afford tutoring or simply pay for assistance when necessary. Dragon King? Are you there? What's the matter? Is there something you need? The Dragon King's voice soon echoed in Zhou Yu's mind, confirming that he had indeed not logged off after sending the red envelope. I merely wish to inquire why you just sent me a red envelope containing 100 celestial stones. I checked the records, and you did not make any purchases from my WeChat shop. That was my way of thanking you for saving my child. The Dragon King, feeling somewhat embarrassed, spoke up after a brief pause, inquiring, "What is the matter? Is it insufficient?" One cannot deny that experience brings wisdom. Had Zhou Yu accepted this sum, he would have been compelled to diligently attend to Shui Yi's ailment. Your words imply a lack of respect for me, Zhou Yu. Suddenly, Zhou Yu retorted with indignation. My act of saving her is a duty of humanity, not a quest for your recompense. Should I choose not to intervene, I would not deserve to be called a human. As he spoke, Zhou Yu extended a red envelope towards the Dragon King. Young man, you have altered my perception. If you had asked for more, I would have had no choice but to oblige, though it would have left a less favorable impression. Yet I did not anticipate. A system notification chimed. The other party has accepted your red envelope. The Dragon King felt a tinge of shame, having underestimated Zhou Yu's character. The only course of action now is to earnestly endeavor to cure Shui Yi's affliction. Otherwise, he would be unworthy of the 100 celestial stones bestowed by the Dragon King. Zhou Yu, dismissing such thoughts, began to contemplate his most pressing concerns. There was an overwhelming amount of land in need of transformation. It was an impoverished village that attracted no investors aside from the factories. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Yu arrived home to find a portly gentleman enjoying tea in his abode.
Who are you?
Zhou Yu asked, noting that his parents were absent but feeling assured enough to leave this stranger alone in their home, indicating that he was deemed trustworthy in the eyes of his parents. Conversely, it could also be said that over the years, in support of Zhou Yu's education, the family had depleted their finances. It would not be an exaggeration to describe their home as barren, with little more than an old television, 2 beds, and a few pieces of aged furniture to their name. I am the secretary of this county, surnamed Zheng.
Today,
I have come primarily to discuss a business opportunity with you. Secretary Zheng, greetings. What business would you like to discuss? Zhou You replied nonchalantly, aware that the political world is fraught with complexities, and he preferred not to become entangled in such matters, especially since he harbored little fondness for these officials. I have examined the vegetables you cultivate. They are quite impressive. Furthermore, the testing results from the national authorities are exceedingly favorable, purely organic and free of pollutants. Here are the inspection results and the certificate of honor. As he spoke, Secretary Zheng produced a folder and a small red booklet. Please feel free to express your intentions. I have never believed in the existence of a free lunch. To be straightforward, I wish for your vegetables to be contributed to the state without compensation, including the methods of cultivation. That is out of the question, Zhou You firmly refused. Even if provided to the state, it would serve no purpose and could potentially expose certain individuals. These vegetables are entangled in deeper matters. In fact, when Secretary Zheng first received the testing results of those vegetables, he was somewhat astonished. Not only were they green and healthy, but their nutritional components were maximized. He promptly submitted the findings to a research group, but was unable to replicate them accurately. Some even turned out to be toxic. Thus, he had no choice but to seek Zhou You for a business discussion. If Zhou You were willing to share the formula, that would be ideal. However, Secretary Zheng was aware that this was unlikely. Therefore, he planned to supply these vegetables to the national team, which would also constitute a significant political achievement. That is acceptable. After all, these vegetables are meant for consumption. Let us then wish for a pleasant collaboration. With that, Secretary Zheng graciously extended his hand, and Zhou You reciprocated, affirming their fruitful partnership. Originally, Zhou You had intended to invite Secretary Zheng for lunch, but regrettably, Secretary Zheng's work commitments were too demanding, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, he departed in his vehicle. In truth, Zhou You was rather keen for him to leave sooner. It was not a matter of stinginess, but rather that Zhou Yu's time was exceedingly precious, with numerous tasks awaiting his attention. After having lunch, Zhou You returned to the fields to continue his labor, planning to visit Xianxia later that evening to discuss matters concerning the factory. Is the old Chinese doctor at home? Zhou You called out loudly as he entered, genuinely concerned about Zhou Yu's ailment. His worry stemmed not only from a sense of moral duty, but also from the fact that he had already received the celestial stone from the Dragon King. The old physician ambled out slowly, cradling an ancient tome in his hands, his face adorned with a pair of reading glasses. I have come to inquire about Zhou Yu's condition, Zhou You replied. This ailment is somewhat troublesome, and due to her constitution, many treatments are not applicable. I am currently perusing ancient texts to discover a suitable remedy. For now, all I can do is ensure that her condition does not worsen. Very well. I shall return tomorrow. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I will seek a solution, Zhou You said before turning to leave. After dinner, Zhou You sought out Xianxia, and, upon noticing the lights were on at her residence, he knew she was home. Knock.
knock.
Knock. The door is not locked. Come in. Xianxia's voice, tinged with fatigue, resonated as Zhou You pushed the door open. What brings you here?
She asked.
Why shouldn't I be here? Is there something wrong? Where were you during the day? Why is that any of your concern? As the tension escalated, Zhou You decided against prolonging the banter and hastily shifted to the matter at hand. What are your plans regarding the factory? Xianxia inquired with a hint of challenge. I believe that understanding both ourselves and our adversaries is crucial for success. We must infiltrate the enemy's ranks to resolve this issue. Just as I had anticipated, I went to that factory for an interview during the day, but unfortunately, they did not accept me. Zhou You chuckled heartily. Who would want you? You outright rejected their boss, and besides, in this area, who doesn't know you're an official from our village? This matter falls upon me. Thank you then, Zhou You responded, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Although these events had altered her perception of Zhou You, expressing gratitude to this scoundrel still felt awkward. How do you intend to thank me? Zhou You teased, his hands playfully reaching into the air, almost brushing against Zheng Yue's chest.
Pervert. Get lost.
Zheng Yue promptly shoved Zhou You out the door, her heart racing fiercely against her chest. Zhou You gazed at the star-studded sky, beginning to strategize for the following day. Chapter 8. The interview after a night filled with vivid dreams, particularly one involving countless beautiful women, especially the alluring Zheng Yue. Zhou You awoke early. He donned his long-neglected formal attire, which he had not worn since graduating, as he had been laboring on the farm at home and had little opportunity to wear such clothes. Due to his family's financial struggles, he possessed only this single outfit.
Wow.
Zhou you look quite dapper. Are you going on a blind date? An elderly woman working in the fields called out. Although many in the village harbored unspoken grievances against Zhou You, they felt a sense of pity for him. At the very least, he was managing to maintain a semblance of dignity. Recently, Zhou You had achieved certain successes that others had not, prompting a shift in the villagers' perceptions. They began to acknowledge that a university education indeed set one apart. Notably, Zhou You was the first individual to secure contracts with several major companies in the city, and many affluent business owners would drive to his farm to purchase vegetables, often at prices significantly above market value, yet they remained unfazed. Unbeknownst to them was the connection between Secretary Zheng and Zhou You. The certificates were not displayed, and had they known, it would have surely left them in astonishment.
No.
Aunt Li, I merely wish to explore opportunities for earning, he replied, mindful not to disclose his intention to interview at the factory. If he were to take the lead, it might incite others in the village to follow suit, complicating matters further with Zheng Yue.
Oh.
Another big boss. Aunt Li mused thoughtfully. Indeed. Zhou You was reluctant to fabricate tales. His assertion was not entirely false, as that individual was indeed a prominent figure. With that, Zhou You bid farewell and strode purposefully out of the village. Upon arriving at the neighboring village, he encountered a few acquaintances, though most were merely nodding acquaintances. So he exchanged only brief greetings before moving on. This must be the factory. Zhou You arrived before an enormous iron gate, painted in a hue reminiscent of pig liver. His gaze was ultimately drawn to the towering smokestack of the factory, reaching a height of 20 meters, from which billowed thick clouds of smoke, casting a grayish pall over the sky above. This sight solidified Zhou Yu's resolve to rectify the environmental conditions. Knock, knock, knock. He gently tapped on the door, only to be met by a piercing female voice. Who is it? With a creaking sound, the iron door slowly opened, revealing a woman with slightly darkened skin and large eyes, clad in a suit. Despite her formal attire, the telltale signs of a local laborer were evident, suggesting she had been hastily summoned from the factory to serve as a clerk. She waved her hand and said, I've heard of you. You're the university student from the village below, right? I'm not the one conducting the interview. The boss is in that office. She gestured towards the office, its door tightly shut, exuding an air of significance. Surrounding it, wooden partitions created a barrier, preventing outsiders from discerning the factory's inner workings. Zhou You thanked her and approached the office door, gently knocking. A resonant voice called from within, Come in. Upon entering, he observed a desk equipped with a computer, a coffee table at the center, a sofa, and several ornamental plants. The boss was a rotund man with a greasy complexion. Zhou You pondered. Why do these bosses often appear so portly? Is it merely a consequence of their wealth? Perhaps due to Zhou Yu's inherently refined appearance. He harbored a certain indifference towards those of a more corpulent stature. And you? The fleeting glimmer in the boss's eyes hinted at his complexity. Oh, greetings. I am Zhou You, here for an interview. Zhou You announced, presenting the necessary documents to the employer. The man scrutinized him for a moment before leisurely sipping his tea and inquiring, Nankai University? Zhou Yu continued, I am merely seeking a position as a clerk. While my major may not align perfectly with this role, I am confident that my knowledge qualifies me for the position. He spoke with eloquence. The decision to pursue a clerk position had not been made lightly. Given his academic background, engaging in menial labor might raise suspicions. Conversely, if he aimed too high, potential employers would dismiss him due to his unrelated field of study. Moreover, clerical roles, though seemingly less significant, afforded access to a wealth of information, thereby facilitating the identification of the company's vulnerabilities. Why not start with the trial period? The salary is $4,000 a month, and lunch is provided by the company. What do you think? The boss proposed generously. Although a salary of $4,000 may not be substantial, in a rural setting, such compensation is commendable.
Additionally,
the cost of living here pales in comparison to urban expenses, which often demand rent, utilities, and daily necessities, making this offer quite reasonable. As for Xianxia, she would never stoop to the level of intentionally seeking a free meal. Even she found herself perplexed by the ease with which she felt irritation in Zhou Yu's presence, perhaps a lingering effect from being observed in the village. All right, Zhou Yu, let us keep the conversation brief. I have persuaded Secretary Sheng to join me for a simple meal after much effort. Please refrain from further comments, she cautioned with vigilance. Zhou Yu flicked his tongue over his lips, revealing an expression that was unmistakably suggestive.
Bah.
Scoundrel. At that moment, Xianxua's initial fondness for Zhou Yu evaporated, solidifying her perception of him as a lecher. What is it that you wish for me to assist you with? Xianxua nearly forced the words out through gritted teeth. Tomorrow, could you help me deliver a batch of vegetables to the county government? They have an order with me. Is that all? Xianxua couldn't help but inquire.
What?
Do you wish for something else? I could assist with other matters as well.
He.
Zhou Yu replied with a mischievous grin. Just then, Zhou's mother poked her head out from the kitchen. What are you two whispering about? Chapter 9. The water lily. The afternoon swiftly passed in labor, yielding commendable results. Most of the weeds had been uprooted. Due to time constraints, Zhou Yu could not be overly meticulous, and his aim was to maintain a pollution-free environment, thus eschewing the use of pesticides. After clearing the weeds, he intended to check on the water lilies. Fortunately, Zhou Yu's vegetables required little additional care, as the soil was particularly fertile, rendering fertilization unnecessary. Old man, I'm here. Open the door. Having grown familiar with the elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, Zhou Yu felt at ease. The old doctor often presented a scholarly demeanor, appearing quite serious and earnest. Nonetheless, he was somewhat playful. Zhou Yu had previously teased him about his lack of respect for age, to which the old man retorted, how many of those who are serious and austere in their old age live to a ripe old age? What has transpired? You seem rather somber today. The young girl may be beyond saving, alas. I am powerless, utterly powerless. Perhaps the most tragic fate for a healer is to witness a vibrant life gradually slipping away before their very eyes, while feeling utterly helpless. Healers typically possess resilient hearts, as they can dissect the human form without flinching. Yet it is a profound conviction that sustains them, for they understand that their interventions can restore health and usher in a happier existence. This is the essence of medical ethics. How could this happen? By the way, what of the woman from yesterday? Zhou Yu inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. The young girl's condition took a drastic turn yesterday. I was at a loss. The woman has not rested well these past few days. Upon hearing the dreadful news last night, she wept until she fainted. Thus, I advised her to take some rest. May I see her? Zhou Yu asked softly, as though fearing to disturb the mother and daughter. You may enter. She is inside, replied the old physician. Returning to his ancient texts, Zhou Yu stepped into the inner room, where Xue Yi lay upon a bed, covered with a thin white blanket. Most alarming was the emergence of scales upon her body since the onset of her ailment, occasionally revealing a harsh texture. This phenomenon rendered Zhou You and the others hesitant to take Shui Yi to a hospital, for it could lead to dire consequences, jeopardizing her very safety. An elderly gentleman recounted a tale of a friend who possesses an ancestral remedy reputed for its extraordinary efficacy and claimed to cure all ailments. He sought this friend's assistance, yet he could not vouch for its effectiveness, believing that one must do their utmost while leaving the rest to fate. The sanctity of life is paramount, and thus, one cannot be careless. The wanderer was aware that those individuals were bound by stringent regulations, prohibiting them from meddling in human affairs. The elderly gentleman expressed his understanding of the profound transformations that have occurred over the years, with a plethora of diseases emerging that were unheard of in his youth. The notion that ancestral remedies could cure all maladies stemmed from an era of alchemical mastery. However, many of these traditional cures have proven ineffective against recent afflictions, with no known cure for cancer to date. As he spoke, the seasoned physician did not exude his usual ease. Rather, his demeanor appeared somewhat aged, as if burdened by the weight of his thoughts. The once ebony strands of his hair now glimmered with hints of gray under the illumination, suggesting that the matter concerning Shui Yi had deeply affected him. He was the most esteemed physician in the surrounding villages, and the hopes of many rested upon his shoulders, a testament to the immense pressure he faced. Yet, the greater struggle lay within. He grappled with his conscience. For it was a tender life at stake, a life brimming with potential, which might very well slip away from his grasp. Although the primary cause of the affliction was beyond his control, and he had exerted every effort, he still felt a profound sense of responsibility. As a healer, failing to cure a patient felt akin to neglecting his duty. "There is a matter that requires your attention," the celestial farmer remarked. "It pertains to him alone. You may converse privately." Colorful butterfly fairy, has my young friend come online? Your WeChat shop is quite impressive. Shall we have a chat? Zhou You, colorful butterfly fairy. I'm quite occupied at the moment. Let's converse tomorrow. I urgently need to seek out the Old Lord. I must take my leave. The Supreme Old Lord. What is it that you seek from me, young one? Zhou You, how did you arrive so swiftly? I just called for you in the group. Yet you were absent. The Supreme Old Lord, the immortal farmer, conveyed my summons. Immortals possess a unique way of communication, truly remarkable. However, I ponder why they still resort to using WeChat, a rather trivial medium. Perhaps they are simply too bored. Yet, had they not been so, I fear Zhou You might have already succumbed to a fate as a wandering spirit. Chapter 10. You are such an old lord. Zhou You hurriedly dashed to the old physician, breathless and anxious, disregarding his fatigue. The voice of the old physician drifted lazily. Who is it? You enter without so much as a greeting. How rude. Old man, there's no time for explanations. Kindly be silent, if you please. Zhou You could not afford to engage in idle chatter. If time were to dictate the demise of Shui Yi, he would carry that guilt for eternity. Zhou You, old lord, surely you jest. You are renowned as the progenitor of alchemy, the supreme old lord. Who assured you that the progenitor of alchemy could resolve every ailment? Zhou You. Very well then, old lord, I beseech you. I must prepare for Shui Yi's final rites. It is such a pity for a beautiful young wife, alas. The supreme old lord. Did I ever claim that I could not save her? Zhou You. Damn it, did you not just say you could not save her? Are you toying with me for amusement? The supreme old lord. Nonsense. Do not complain about my reluctance to rescue others, Zhou You remarked. You. Very well, as long as you manage to heal Waterleaf. When one is under a roof, one must bow one's head. We shall settle our matters gradually in the future. There will come a day when you will seek my assistance, old man. Just wait and see. Zhou You inquired. May I purchase on credit? The Supreme Lord Laozi replied, I am sorry, but this is a small business. We do not extend credit. Zhou You thought to himself. Are you impoverished? You are one of the wealthiest deities in the heavenly realm. Just ask how much profit those who craft medicine on earth earn, and you will understand. Moreover, Laozi is no ordinary deity. His elixirs are renowned, and he both produces and sells them himself. To claim he is poor is simply absurd. Zhou You continued, Old Lord, could you possibly offer a discount? I am a little short. The Supreme Lord Laozi responded, How much do you possess? What discount are you suggesting? Seeing an opportunity for negotiation, Zhou You eagerly stated, Old Lord, I have 100 celestial stones. A 50% discount would suffice. The Supreme Lord Laozi smirked. Are you quite certain you are speaking coherently? I have encountered many haggling, but none quite like you. Zhou You implored, Old Lord, could you please be accommodating? The Supreme Lord Laozi remained silent. Zhou You persisted, Grandmaster. From now on, you shall be my esteemed elder. I shall comply with your every word. Is that agreeable? The Supreme Lord Laozi remained non-responsive. Zhou You continued, Esteemed elder, I beseech you. You must understand that in my life, I have seldom asked anyone for favors. The Supreme Lord Laozi remained silent. Zhou You lamented, What a miser. Perhaps I should seek a loan from those usurers instead. The Supreme Lord Laozi interjected, Hey, I have a fiery temper. I can tolerate many things, but I cannot abide being called a miser. Zhou You exclaimed, Whoever dares to label you as such, I, Zhou You, shall be the first to object. You, Old Lord, are exceedingly generous. Upon hearing Laojun's agreement, Zhou You immediately lavished him with compliments. However, one cannot help but wonder how he would react if he were to discover that the Dragon King had just sent a message claiming he would cover all medical expenses for Zhou Yi, and that Laojun had also profited an additional 100 celestial stones from him. Laojun remarked, Take this elixir. It is quite exhausting dealing with everything daily. A soil-colored pill, the size of a thumb, materialized in Zhou Yu's hand. Zhou Yu responded, Of course, Laojun. Please take care. And do not hesitate to speak if you require anything. After bidding farewell to Laojun, Zhou Yu hurried into the room where the old Chinese medicine practitioner was engrossed in his studies. He fetched a cup of water and rushed to Zhou Yi's bedside, administering the water for her to swallow the elixir. The old practitioner stormed over, fuming, You impudent lad. You didn't even consult me before administering it to her. What if it conflicts with her constitution and ailment? She would be left to await her demise. Zhou Yu waved dismissively. Rest assured, it will work, after all. We might as well gamble on a dead horse as a live one. Can you truly achieve anything? He accompanied his words with a disdainful eye roll directed at the old doctor. Just as the practitioner was about to engage in further argument with Zhou Yu, Zhou Yi stirred awake. Although Laojun's medicine was somewhat costly, its efficacy was remarkable. After several days of unconsciousness, sustained only by nutritional injections and 4 drips, Zhou Yi had regained consciousness. The old doctor was taken aback, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. What kind of medicine is this? It is truly miraculous. Is there any more? I wish to study it. Having devoted his entire life to the study of pharmacology and never having married, he gazed at the extraordinary medicine with an insatiable hunger. His eyes gleaming like a wolf's at the sight of prey, fixated intently on Zhou Yu. Do not look any further. It is but a solitary piece, already consumed by her, and thus it is no more. No more? Suddenly, the elderly physician lunged at Zhou Yu, pinning him down. Zhou Yu could hardly fathom how the old man possessed such strength at that moment. Although Zhou Yu was a robust young man, accustomed to labor, he found himself overpowered by the aged practitioner. Hey, old man, what are you doing? I am still a virgin. I may be a bit thirsty, but I am not inclined toward such matters, especially considering your advanced age. Zhou Yu exclaimed urgently. The old physician, undeterred, produced a small knife and grasped Zhou Yu's hand. Old man, what is your intention? Are you engaging in some sort of SM? Brother, no, grandfather, I was mistaken. Please spare me. You rascal! Where is your mind wandering? Replied the old man. I merely thought there might be remnants of medicinal powder on your hand that I could scrape off. Zhou You exhaled deeply and said, Then you should have just told me. Why the commotion? The old physician, feeling somewhat sheepish, scratched his head and muttered, Well, this. He felt a tinge of embarrassment, the situation quite awkward. Nevertheless, he promptly retrieved a yellow piece of paper and delicately scraped the knife a few times, revealing some powder on the paper. The old man, as if having discovered a treasure, tucked the substance into his coat. While Zhou You awaited an explanation, the old physician had already retreated indoors with the powder he had scraped from both of Zhou Yu's hands, unable to discern which hand had held the medicine. He meticulously separated the remnants for further study. Had it not been for Shui Yi awakening and requiring immediate care, Zhou Yu would not have refrained from pursuing accountability from the old Chinese doctor. Instead, he first roused Shui Yi's mother and advised her that Shui Yi needed to rest quietly before attempting to depart. Yet, before he could distance himself, Shui Yi's mother suddenly knelt before him, her arms tightly clutching his leg, tears of gratitude streaming down her face as she exclaimed, Thank you for saving my Shui Yi. I shall repay you with my utmost devotion. Shui Yi, having inherited her mother's beauty, was indeed a striking vision. Naturally, her mother was not lacking in allure either, retaining her charm, particularly with her ample bosom. Zhou Yu, caught in her earnest embrace, found his thoughts wandering. However, recalling that this was Shui Yi's mother, he composed himself and assisted her to her feet. In the shadows, the Dragon King observed this scene, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He was not a commendable man, nor a devoted husband, and certainly not a good father. He could not even muster the courage to step forward and comfort the mother and daughter, or rather, he dared not. Chapter 11. Back to work. Zhou Yu's frustration grew, compelling him to press on with his inquiries. Old man, come out, he shouted, yet there was still no response. Currently, this was the sole means he had to contact Taishang Laojun. In his helplessness, he could only console himself with the thought that he had learned from this misfortune, vowing to be wiser in the future to avoid being deceived again. Moreover, Taishang Laojun had not truly deceived him. It was he who had chosen to utter those words. Everything stemmed from his own decisions. Thus, lost in these reflections, Zhou Yu clenched his teeth and fell into a troubled sleep. Tidying up his room and organizing his emotions, Zhou Yu prepared himself for the day ahead, for he was to infiltrate the enemy's ranks to gather intelligence. He hoped for a favorable beginning, had it not been for the excruciating pain in his gums that morning. His mood would have been splendid. After having breakfast, Zhou Yu made a subtle effort to present himself well, donning his soul suit and tying his necktie before embarking on his journey. Upon arriving in the village, both familiar and somewhat alien, Zhou Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. He had grown up here and frequented this village often, yet its transformation was stark. Many fields lay fallow. The river had turned a murky black, and the relationships between the two villages had soured due to the encroachment of factories. Some villagers even ignored him, failing to offer a greeting. Uncertain of the emotions that accompanied him, he nonetheless found himself standing before the crimson gate of the factory. Hello. We met yesterday. I am the young man who came for the interview, Zhou Yu announced, knocking on the door. The woman who opened it was the same as the day before, and he greeted her warmly, recognizing the importance of establishing good rapport with a potential colleague. As a distinguished graduate of Nankai University, he felt confident about securing the position. Oh, it's you. Please come in. You should know where the boss is by now, she said with an inviting smile. Yes, I shall enter. By the way, may I ask your surname? Zhou Yu inquired. I am Yang. You may call me Lao Yang, she replied graciously. Zhou Yu waved his hand. That would be too informal. Sister, you are still young. You cannot be referred to as old. From now on, I shall call you Yang Jie. I am Zhou Yu. By the way, I must head in first. It would be unfortunate to arrive late. Having exchanged polite greetings, Zhou Yu swiftly approached the door of the office he had visited yesterday and gently rapped on it. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door is unlocked. The boss's voice resonated from within. Zhou Yu pushed the door open and stepped inside. Do you comprehend your job responsibilities? The boss inquired. Yes, primarily organizing materials, planning proposals, and printing documents, Zhou Yu replied. The boss smiled and nodded, evidently pleased with Zhou Yu's response. My surname is Zhu. Shortly, you will familiarize yourself with your colleagues, which will facilitate your work in the future. They will guide you during lunchtime. Before Zhou Yu exited, Boss Zhu added. Understood, boss. Zhou Yu acknowledged as he ascended the stairs, greeting his soon-to-be colleagues and introducing himself. For convenience, it seemed that Boss Zhu's office was situated on the ground floor, while those engaged in similar straightforward clerical tasks as Zhou Yu were located on the second floor. Clearly, Boss Zhu intended to maintain a level of discretion concerning the actual work being conducted, as he had deliberately partitioned it with wooden boards, thereby keeping Zhou Yu from immediate exposure. Xiao Zhou, pour me a glass of water, a middle-aged woman instructed. Certainly, Wang Jie, Zhou Yu responded, promptly heading to the water dispenser to fill a glass for her. As he poured, he turned to inquire whether she preferred it cold or hot, to which she requested a cup of warm water. After pouring the water, Zhou Yu had yet to find a moment's respite when a bespectacled man, slightly older than him, summoned him to retrieve some documents. Once he secured the papers, another individual requested that he make copies, followed by errands such as ordering takeout and brewing coffee. Thus, Zhou Yu found himself entrenched in a myriad of trivial tasks during his month-long tenure at the factory, completely devoid of any engagement with the core activities. Yet, he felt compelled to endure this, for those privy to the essential information were either the niece of Boss Zhu or his cousins. According to your perspective, this isn't entirely implausible, but do you think he might be testing you? Sheng Yue inquired suddenly. Zhou Yu pondered for a moment before responding. It is not out of the realm of possibility. However, I sense that the situation may not be so straightforward. For quite some time, not only has he refrained from allowing me to undertake any meaningful tasks, but I also perceive an unusual atmosphere among the company employees when they interact with me. Very well, I shall endure this for the time being. Yes, do not overexert yourself. If you cannot bear the weight alone, it is wise to set it down. The unexpected comfort took Zhou Yu by surprise. Even Sheng Yue was unaware of why she offered such solace. Perhaps it was due to their shared university background. Or perhaps it stemmed from their mutual desire to improve their environment and their love for the land they inhabited. Perhaps they harbored a small secret between them. Or maybe it was the weight of the villager scorn that they both bore. Love him? Absolutely not. That is entirely out of the question, Sheng Yue fervently reassured herself. With a subtle nudge, Zhou Yu maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor. What is the matter? Afraid of losing? If you are afraid, just let me know. I am not such a petty person. The outcome of this contest remains uncertain. Chapter 12. The Wheel of Fortune Turns. As I walked to work, the sky over that village did not seem as dark as before. The polluted river appeared clearer, and everyone looked so amiable. Even Boss Zhu seemed handsome. However, the work itself remained as monotonous as ever. The waiting felt interminable. I was restless, pacing around the office, yet there was nothing to occupy my mind. Enduring the torment of time, glancing at the clock only to find that merely 5 minutes had passed. As I watched one colleague after another receive their wages, a sense of anticipation mingled with anxiety brewed within me. The longer the wait, the more unbearable it became. Zhou Yu, Boss Zhu wants you downstairs, said a man with hair plastered with gel, holding a yellow envelope, smiling broadly at me. Oh, understood, I'll head down right away. I deliberately lingered a moment longer, feigning calmness as I descended, for the distance from here to the city is considerable and wages are disbursed in cash. Moreover, Platforms like Alipay are not particularly viable here. Although I have earned some money now, this marks my first formal job and salary. Prior part-time and temporary jobs do not count, so I cannot help but feel a tinge of excitement. Zhou You, how can you still have the audacity to speak? Just the thought of you fills me with anger. Upon arriving home, Zhou You felt that if the conversation continued, he might truly be tempted to hurl his phone against the wall. Although such an act would undoubtedly cause him distress, in that moment, he would likely be too preoccupied to care. During his academic years, Zhou Yu had been affectionately dubbed the Iron Calculator, rarely experiencing loss. It was no wonder he felt incensed after being deceived by this individual. As he stepped into his home, the thought of the old sage, Laozi, crossed his mind, instantly shattering his good spirits upon receiving his salary. It seemed that the only solace he could hope for lay in the culinary prowess of his mother, who might prepare a sumptuous dinner to console him. Upon entering, he noticed someone seated at the table, leaving Zhou Yu in a state of confusion, his emotions a tumultuous blend. "Xingyue, what brings you here again?" Zhou Yu exclaimed, abandoning even the formality of addressing her as Secretary Sheng, opting instead for her name, his voice raised in inquiry. "What's the matter? Am I unwelcome? I figured since you received your paycheck today, I'd come over for a meal," Xingyue retorted with unabashed boldness, leaving Zhou Yu momentarily speechless. "Unwelcome? Far from it. It's the complete opposite." Just as he contemplated further protest, his mother emerged from the kitchen, interjecting, "Enough of that. You won't lose out on anything. Secretary Sheng is not as she describes herself. You mentioned wanting to improve our meals today, so I specifically invited her to join us for dinner. While you were at work, Secretary Sheng has been a tremendous help to our family. Since Zhou Yu began his employment, Xingyue had frequently lent a hand in their fields, even sparking village gossip about a potential romance between them. Mom, please take these inside. Tonight, we shall prepare a lavish feast." As Zhou Yu handed the ingredients to his mother, he waited quietly outside. During this wait, the tension in the air grew increasingly palpable. Xingyue and Zhou Yu exchanged glances, with Zhou Yu's eyes narrow and Xingyue's wide, as the atmosphere became more oppressive and somber. Suddenly, with a creak, the old wooden door of the Zhou household swung open, revealing a farmer-clad figure, Zhou Yu's father. He stared blankly at Zhou Yu and Xingyue, sensing that something was amiss between them. Nevertheless, he greeted them, saying, "Girl, you've come. Don't be polite with us. Just join us for a meal. There may not be much, but there's plenty of rice." He then proceeded to the kitchen to assist Zhou's mother, seemingly oblivious to Zhou Yu's presence. In his heart, Zhou Yu cried out, "Father, I am your flesh and blood. The bond is as strong as sinews attached to the bone." Zhou Yu felt utterly despondent. As for the meal, Zhou Yu couldn't quite discern whether he was pleased or displeased. However, he could see that his parents were genuinely happy. Throughout the meal, he was preoccupied with bickering with Xingyue, leaving dishes strewn across the table, while his parents laughed heartily. For farmers, the most precious thing is indeed food. Ding ding ding. Another WeChat notification chimed. Zhou Yu pulled out his phone and, upon seeing the avatar of the Supreme Being, felt a surge of irritation. Reflecting on the Supreme Being, Zhou Yu found that everything around him seemed more agreeable. Even Xingyue appeared charming and delightful, though it must be said that she was indeed a natural beauty. "Are you still hungry? Come on. Today I'm in a good mood. Let us go out to eat," Zhou Yu said to Xingyue. Xingyue widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at Zhou Yu, shaking her head in astonishment, and even poked at her ears, hardly able to accept what she had just heard. The words were not erroneous, yet spoken by Zhou Yu, they felt inexplicably amiss. "What do you intend to do?" Xingyue inquired warily. "Sister, what could I possibly do to you? You are precisely that person. If I were to feel a flicker of affection, even if I were to lose, wouldn't you prefer not to go?" Zhou Yu replied nonchalantly. "If you don't wish to go, so be it. I would rather save a couple of coins. No sooner had Zhou You finished speaking than Xianxia eagerly pulled him along to set off, leaving the Taishang Laojun to languish in solitude, allowing him to experience the essence of being disregarded. Chapter 13. Retribution. That evening, Zhou You and Xianxia hastily filled their stomachs at a modest eatery. It was said that such establishments had not existed in the village prior, but with the factory's arrival, nearby eateries had proliferated, all aimed at profit. One must admit, although the factory polluted the environment, it undeniably stimulated the economy. Yet, Zhou You could not accept such a price. Taishang Laojun, are you there, my lord? Taishang Laojun, could you utter a word, please? From now on, will you be my esteemed elder? In the group chat, Taishang Laojun, fellow immortals, does anyone know Zhou Yu's other contact details? All members, Taishang Laojun, Xianxia, are you aware? Xianxia, I have only conversed with him on WeChat. I possess no other means of contact. Dragon King, Laojun, you must take the initiative. Do not blame others. You lack nothing, yet you still attempt to deceive a mere child. The Butterfly Fairy, knowing full well that we only have Zhou You as an intermediary with the mortal realm, it is inevitable that you will seek his assistance in the future. Why, then, proceed in such a manner? The Supreme Old Lord, am I not permitted to acknowledge my mistakes? These messages were dispatched over a considerable span of time, indicating that the Supreme Old Lord has endured much anguish. Otherwise, he would never address someone like Zhou You, who is at least several millennia his junior, as brother. Upon reading these messages, Zhou You felt a sense of vindication, yet he intended to playfully tease the Supreme Old Lord. Few in the world possess the ability to achieve such heights. The Supreme Old Lord, no, I have erred. Zhou You, pray tell, where do you believe your error lies? The Supreme Old Lord, my mistake was in deceiving you. Zhou You, no, your misstep was in calling me brother and even grandfather. Look at you. You have lived several lifetimes more than I. Zhou You, harboring a desire for retribution, intentionally ridiculed the Supreme Old Lord, who, tragically, remained oblivious to the jest. Grandson? Zhou You was utterly speechless, unable to fathom how someone with such emotional ineptitude could secure the esteemed position of the head among the three pure ones. What Zhou You failed to comprehend was that a person, when somewhat naive, free from distractions, and focused on a singular task, possesses a remarkable potential to reach their utmost limits. Zhou You, enough. From now on, simply call me by my name. Any other form of address feels inappropriate. Zhou You, if you have something to say, do so quickly. I am rather busy. The Supreme Old Lord. Well, it seems the West has developed a machine for refining and extracting substances capable of maximizing the efficacy of medicinal components. Could you assist me in procuring one? Zhou You, is that all? Taishang Laojun. Indeed, it's just a trivial matter. A gaze filled with yearning Zhou You. Oh, I cannot do it. Taishang Laojun, if you cannot, just say so. What is the point of this charade? Zhou You, have I ever claimed that I could? All of this is merely your own delusion. At this juncture, if Taishang Laojun still fails to realize that Zhou You is retaliating against him, he might as well hang himself in despair. Taishang Laojun, what are your demands?
Speak them.
In an instant, Taishang Laojun perceives the essence of the matter. In some respects, he and Zhou You are kindred spirits, both driven by self-interest. Zhou You, apart from the funds for purchasing equipment, I require an additional 10,000 gathering spirit pills. Taishang Laojun, why don't you just rob someone? Zhou You, that is precisely what I am doing. This is akin to looting amidst chaos, do you understand? This essentially reflects back to Taishang Laojun the very words he had initially spoken to Zhou You, and one can imagine that Taishang Laojun is likely seething in a manner unseen by Zhou You. Contemplating this elder, whose hair is as white as snow and who possesses an ethereal demeanor, being driven to a frenzied state, Zhou You feels a certain sense of liberation. If one approaches with sincerity, this matter is not an absolute necessity. Upon receiving the voice message from Taishang Laojun, Zhou You finds it not to be the frail timbre he had envisioned, nor is it particularly otherworldly. Rather, it resonates with a robust, magnetic quality. In the Do Shui Palace, two young disciples are engaged in conversation. "Hey, what did you just do?" I felt the fire beneath the furnace intensify for a moment. "I thought it was you." When it comes to alchemy, the timing is of utmost importance. If the old lord finds out. The flames of the Do Rate Palace are the essence of the Supreme Lord Laozi's original cultivation. Should the Lord's heart waver, it could incite disturbance. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, such an occurrence has not transpired in millennia. The last incident was when that mischievous monkey caused unrest in the furnace. Who would have imagined that today, Zhou You would achieve the same? Another young disciple, seemingly contemplative, remarked, "I now harbor a bold thought." The first disciple, eager to silence him, hurriedly gestured for quiet. "Hush. If you were to voice that, it would indeed be audacious." Presently, the Supreme Lord Laozi's mind was besieged by a torrent of thoughts. Were it not for the ancient sage, well-versed in the I Ching, foretelling that this young man might one day accomplish earth-shattering feats, he would never have considered including him in their ranks. Countless individuals of greater merit exist. Yet certain matters can only be realized by Zhou You. Zhou You inquired, "What sincerity do you require?" "I shall not coerce you." The Supreme Lord replied, 2,000 celestial stones. That is my utmost limit." Zhou You agreed, deal. Observing Zhou Yu's swift acquiescence, the Supreme Lord had little desire to engage further. At times, when one ventures to purchase an item, proposing a price they deem remarkably low, only to have the shopkeeper accept it outright, the resulting frustration, coupled with the feeling of having been outwitted, is an exquisite sensation indeed. Chapter 14. The monkey. On the following day, Zhou You arose early, as was his custom, washing his face and brushing his teeth before partaking in breakfast. Everything unfolded as it had in the past, yet he was tasked with fulfilling the mission assigned to him by the Supreme Elder. He found himself lacking two essential conditions. First, he needed the bank card password from the Elder, for how else could he make any purchases? Secondly, he required permission from his company to take leave. Although he was not in dire need of money, he was reluctant to let his efforts go to waste. The morning passed in a monotonous haze, where he found himself idly daydreaming and running errands for others. It seemed to him, perhaps merely a figment of his imagination, that the lady stationed at the entrance appeared far busier and contributed more to the factory than he did. After lunch, Zhou You made his way to the office of Boss Zhu, inhaling deeply to calm his nerves before gently knocking on the door. He thought to himself that he should be forthright and not overly timid, as if he were a thief. However, Boss Zhu seemed to be in less than amiable spirits that day. Upon Zhou Yu's entrance, he was met with a scolding. Yet, understanding the adage that one must not bite the hand that feeds, Zhou Yu, still an employee of the factory, chose to endure the reprimand for the moment. "Boss Zhu, I have a matter to discuss and would like to request a leave of absence," Zhou Yu stated cautiously. Boss Zhu lit a cigarette, inhaling slowly before exhaling the smoke through his nostrils, and then asked, "How long do you wish to be away?" "A month," Zhou Yu replied. Boss Zhu fell silent, gazing at Zhou Yu with an expression of incredulity. He simply could not fathom why Zhou Yu would entertain such an idea. Having only worked for a month, it was utterly unrealistic for him to request an entire month off. As the silence lingered in the office, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, with beads of sweat beginning to form on Zhou Yu's forehead. After all, he was merely a recent graduate, inexperienced in the darker facets of society, unable to contend with a seasoned figure like Boss Zhu. "A month is too long. Perhaps 20 days?" Zhou Yu proposed, sensing Boss Zhu's reticence and hastily shortening his request. Yet, Boss Zhu remained silent, absorbed in his smoking, seemingly oblivious to Zhou Yu's words. The office gradually filled with swirling smoke, and Zhou You had never anticipated that requesting a leave could be so challenging. If it's absolutely necessary, how about just half a month? Would that be acceptable? Zhou Yu implored, a tone of desperation creeping into his voice. A first for him, this subservient demeanor was foreign, and he was unsure if it would yield any results. At last, Boss Zhu extinguished his cigarette, carefully depositing the smoldering butt into the ashtray and crushing it down until the glowing embers were extinguished. I hope you grasp this. The company pays you to work, not to request leave. If everyone were to behave in such a manner, what would become of this company? Boss Zhu admonished sternly. Then how many days do you deem appropriate? Zhou Yu queried, his voice barely above a whisper, akin to the sound of a mosquito, nearly inaudible unless one listened intently. Fortunately, the office boasted decent soundproofing, and with only the two of them present, Boss Zhu managed to catch Zhou Yu's words amidst the stifling tension. A few days? Humph. Boss Zhu scoffed, not even a single day. The tone was stern, leaving no room for refusal. I had not come here merely to idle away my time. I found myself utterly devoid of tasks. Zhou Yu muttered to himself, yet the atmosphere in the room was stifling, the silence palpable. Boss Zhu, however, caught wind of his grievances. Even if you sit here doing nothing, you must contribute to the company. No leave is permitted. Boss Zhu bellowed. Even a clay figurine has its limits, and it was clear to Zhou Yu that Boss Zhu was intentionally making things difficult for him. Every employer desires their employees to generate profits for the company, yet after hiring him, Boss Zhu had assigned him a lackluster position. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Yu sought clarity.
Why?
He inquired. I am the boss. I am under no obligation to explain myself to you. However, he thought, spending the company's funds daily without yielding tangible benefits was hardly justifiable. Why all this chatter? I pay your salary. Your only duty is to obey. Why must you ponder so much? The company's interests are my concern and that of the board. What right do you have to question this? Now, go to work immediately. At this point, Zhou Yu was genuinely infuriated. Though he was an employee and obliged to heed his employer, he was also a person with dignity. He had come to work, and there was no contract binding him. He need not demean himself in such a manner.
What do you mean by this?
Zhou Yu exclaimed. If you want me to leave, just say so, or you should never have hired me in the first place. Is all this scheming and expense truly worth it? At that moment, Boss Zhu lit another cigarette, aware of why Zhou Yu had been so reluctant to engage in any work all this time. Zhou Yu shook his head, indicating his ignorance. For I had long discerned your intentions, university student. Your purpose here is to gather information, or perhaps evidence, in order to obliterate my factory. Alas, it seems you shall not have that opportunity. How could I possibly refrain from investigating you if I intend to utilize your services? Zhou Yu, consumed by rage, responded with a sardonic smile, questioning why I would still permit him to work here when I could simply refuse, thus sparing myself the obligation of paying him. Boss Zhu exhaled a plume of smoke, continuing, Do you realize that visiting a zoo to observe monkeys incurs a fee? And you, a monkey who can perform, evoke anger? Do you wish for my demise? Regrettably, you are incapable of achieving that. In my eyes, you are no different from a monkey. With an air of triumph, Boss Zhu reveled in the power he wielded over Zhou Yu, particularly relishing the control he had over an astute individual. However, Zhou Yu found an unexpected tranquility, understanding that the more he displayed anger and agitation, the more delighted Boss Zhu would become. Thus, he declared, in that case, I resign effective immediately. At that moment, Zhou Yu's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Xianxia. Is there something you need? She inquired. I have matters to attend to outside, likely for about a month. I entrust you with the responsibility of looking after things at home. Rest assured, I will manage. The conversation concluded with but a few terse words, Zhou Yu refrained from disclosing his dismissal, and Sheng Yue made no inquiries regarding his intentions. Perhaps both were deliberately keeping their understanding of one another at a distance, wary of becoming too entangled, lest they find themselves mired in a quagmire from which escape would be arduous. Yet, fate has a peculiar penchant for teasing, and that which one seeks to evade often becomes inescapable. Chapter 15. Into the city on the journey of life, one cannot attain maturity without enduring trials. The most crucial aspect is to rise and continue onward, avoiding the folly of stumbling in the same place twice. At dawn, Zhou Yu hastened to the station, burdened with an array of packages. Though the path was somewhat congested, the fact that it was the off-peak tourist season rendered his passage tolerable. Had it been during the holiday rush, the ordeal of travel would have been excruciating. What troubled Zhou Yu most was not matters at home, but rather the fact that Taishang Laojun had yet to divulge the password to his bank card. The journey from his hometown to Kyoto was far from short, and expenses would undoubtedly accumulate. Fortunately, Zhou Yu had managed to save a modest sum through selling vegetables, which would sustain him until he reached Kyoto. Had Taishang Laojun provided him with the password, he would be free from worry. If not, he would simply consider this an opportunity to clear his mind, as his spirits had not been particularly buoyant of late. His parents had offered to see him off at the station, but he declined their kindness. It was not as if he were departing for an extended period. If all went well, he would return in a little over 10 days. Moreover, he was not alone on this journey. The unreliable Taishang Laojun would undoubtedly contribute his share. Zhou Yu, thank you. In the vehicle, Zhou Yu, utterly exhausted, unexpectedly dozed off. Upon glancing at the time, he realized that 4 hours had elapsed. Feeling a pang of hunger, he retrieved the food he had prepared earlier from his bag and simultaneously checked his phone for any messages. The Supreme Lord Laozi. The password is 123456. Zhou Yu, surely, it cannot be that simple? The god of wealth. Pray tell, what use do you have for the money of the mortal realm? Zhou Yu received the god of wealth's auspicious red envelope. The system notified him. You have claimed the god of wealth's red envelope, and a payment of 1 celestial stone is required to unlock it. The system then confirmed. You have successfully claimed the god of wealth's red envelope. True to his title, the god of wealth bestowed upon him a substantial red envelope of 100,000 yuan. Zhou Yu began contemplating the prospect of renovating his home, which still bore the characteristics of a stone-walled abode. Many of his neighbors had transitioned to single-story houses, while those with slightly better fortunes had constructed multi-story buildings. Zhou Yu's family was likely the most impoverished in the village. Zhou Yu, thank you, god of wealth. God of wealth, you are most welcome. Time passed swiftly in joyous moments, and before long, they were nearing Kyoto. He was aboard a high-speed train, which enabled him to reach his destination in just 4 to 5 hours. However, upon arrival, he found himself without a place to stay. As soon as he disembarked,
He was approached by touts.
Sir, looking for accommodation? We have air conditioning and Wi-Fi, all at reasonable prices. No, thank you, Zhou Yu politely declined. Drawing from years of experience as a student, he was aware that establishments soliciting customers at the station often had dubious qualities, prompting him to remain vigilant. According to the documentation, he was to head to the 3rd ring of Kyoto for procurement at an instrument company. Given that he had just alighted at the 5th ring, he decided to hail a taxi to his intended destination. Zhou Yu contemplated that, after all, he had just received a windfall of 100,000 yuan, and it would be a disservice to himself not to indulge a little. As he observed a taxi approaching, adorned with the sign indicating it was vacant, he raised his hand to hail it, and the taxi came to a halt. San Juan, the skyscraper instrument sales department. Zhou Yu promptly declared his destination, ready to board. However, he soon realized that the driver had no intention of allowing him to enter. I'm sorry, but I don't pick up at San Juan, the driver stated before driving away. Perhaps it was simply bad luck, as he had encountered a string of taxis that refused him. Zhou Yu found it utterly perplexing. If it were just one taxi, he could attribute it to personal preference or unfamiliarity with a route. Yet, each taxi he attempted to hail responded in the same manner, which was astonishing. "You waiting for a ride, young man?" An elderly man, frail and clutching a birdcage, approached him. "Yes, but those taxis won't stop for me. Perhaps it's because I'm from the countryside." With nothing better to do, Zhou Yu found it quite pleasant to engage in conversation with the old man.
Oh, don't say that.
"I'm not fond of such distinctions between rural and urban folks. Who among us can trace their lineage back 3 generations without finding a farmer? Where are you headed?" the old gentleman inquired.
I'm going to San Juan to buy something.
No wonder they want to pick you up. You might as well take the bus or the subway. Just take your time. In due course, you'll understand. The bus stop is just around the corner, he advised before taking his leave. "Thank you, sir." Zhou Yu called after him. Zhou Yu expressed his gratitude and proceeded to the nearby bus station. Fortunately, he carried only a modest backpack containing a few garments. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, the bus arrived. 1 stop, 2 stops. Throughout the journey, he remained perplexed as to why the taxis were unwilling to pick him up. An hour later, now around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Zhou Yu finally comprehended the reason behind the taxi's reluctance. The bus he boarded had traversed a distance of no more than 20 meters in half an hour. Looking ahead, he could not see the front of the traffic jam, and glancing behind, he could not discern its end. If the taxis were to take him, they would likely be confined to a single fare for the day, or perhaps they wouldn't complete even that. Hence, no one was willing to accept him as a passenger. Had Zhou Yu not been indifferent to the situation and unfamiliar with the traffic, he might have even contemplated walking to the Third Ring Road. Just as he was engulfed in ennui, his phone rang, an incoming call from Xianxia. "Zhou Yu," nearly pleaded. "Come on, just call me sister and I'll tell you." Xianxia replied with a triumphant tone, "Sister, tell me, please." In Zhou Yu's mind at that moment, what was pride? A mere fade, best discarded. What about dignity? Respect? Such concepts were foreign to him. "If you could clear the traffic in Kyoto, I would promptly showcase my dignity and respect to you. Can you accomplish that?" "I think not." "Well, I shall tell you now," he said, focusing intently, only to hear the heart-wrenching reply, "No." "How can you be like this?" Zhou Yu lamented, unaware that he too had been manipulated, yet he did not exhibit the same ire towards Boss Xu or the revered Laozi. Perhaps it was simply because Xianxia was merely jesting with him. Chapter 16. Gambling. The traffic congestion instilled in Zhou Yu a profound sense of despair, a torment he wished never to endure again. The agony was so intense that he resolved to disembark at the next stop. However, that elusive next stop took an interminable half-hour to arrive. If one were to inquire about Zhou Yu's current sentiments, they could be encapsulated in a single poignant phrase: "The greatest distance in the world is not that between life and death, but rather the expanse between me in the third ring and you in the fifth ring." Upon alighting, Zhou Yu gazed upon the vibrant, neon-lit city, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. He once aspired to carve out his own niche in such a place, yet he had always struggled to find his path.
Now,
he sensed that opportunity had finally graced him. He had discovered his route and would cultivate his own azure sky in this fertile ground. With dusk approaching, he contemplated finding a hotel for the night. Although 100,000 yuan was a mere trifle in a city like Kyoto, where some establishments would not even permit a single day's stay, it still represented a substantial sum. At the very least, it would ensure his survival throughout the duration of his task, though indulgence seemed far from feasible. Zhou Yu arrived before an impressive edifice, and sensing that this hotel might suit his needs, he stepped inside. Indeed, the interior was resplendent, featuring a crystal chandelier exceeding 10 meters in diameter, marble flooring, artificial landscapes, fountains, and a floor that gleamed under the light, attended by distinguished staff. As he approached the front desk, before Zhou Yu could utter a word, he was already noticed by the receptionist. "Good day, sir. May I inquire if you have a reservation or an order?"
No.
"Then, do you intend to dine or stay?"
Stay.
The receptionist, undeterred by Zhou Yu's appearance, maintained her politeness and inquired further. "What type of room would you prefer, sir? We have images, sizes, prices, and specifications available." "Very well, I shall take this business room." "Certainly, sir." "Please present your identification." Zhou Yu handed over his ID, casually offering his bank card as well. "I will be staying for just one night." "Understood, sir." "Xiao Zhou, please assist this gentleman with his luggage to his room." She assigned someone to help Zhou Yu with his belongings and then added, "Here is your key. Please keep it safe." Zhou Yu had booked a room priced at 588 per night, a sum that was undeniably steep. However, given that this was Kyoto, where every inch of land is precious, and considering the attentive service provided, Zhou Yu could not help but remark on the commendable quality of the staff here. At the very least, they endeavored to ensure that each guest felt valued and satisfied, unlike some unrefined attendants who judge others by appearances, casting disdain towards those who may appear less affluent or dressed in simpler attire. Upon entering his room, Zhou Yu observed that the corridors were largely uniform. Aside from the varying room numbers, there was little to distinguish one from another. Were it not for the assistance of the individual carrying his luggage, he would have taken quite a while merely to locate his room. Upon entering the room, it was indeed as the individual had described, an exact replica of the images. He was not deceiving. This revelation further enhanced Zhou Yu's fondness for the location.
Ah.
The 0th floor? Is this the main hall? Zhou Yu pondered, noticing that everyone present was pressing the button for the 0th floor, with no one opting for the first. Thus, he deduced that the 0th floor must indeed be the hall he had just entered. Ding, ding, ding. Upon inspection, he discovered 2 unread messages from unfamiliar contacts. Oh no. They were deities. "Damn it. Lost again," exclaimed a man in frustration. "Ah, Lord Li, you've arrived." "This way, please," a well-proportioned woman urged, leading someone aside. "This gentleman seems a bit unfamiliar. A newcomer, perhaps?" A strikingly beautiful woman approached Zhou Yu and inquired. He numbly nodded. If he was still oblivious to the nature of this place, he would rightfully be deemed a fool. "May fortune favor me," he thought. In a discreet corner, Zhou Yu established a temporary discussion group. "Zhou Yu, god of wealth, god of gamblers, could you elucidate the situation a bit more?" "God of wealth, according to the fortune teller, today presents a significant opportunity for you. Seizing it will greatly benefit you. My guarantee is that you will not incur losses." "God of gamblers, isn't that stating the obvious? With me around, can he possibly lose?" "The Supreme Lord Laozi instructed me to convey that this task is also tied to your performance tonight. He mentioned something about it being a test for you." "God of wealth, young man, unleash your potential tonight and conquer all. By the way, utilize the funds from the red envelope I sent you. The money from the god of wealth is never fixed." "Zhou Yu, well, I only have this 100,000. Once I lose it all, I shall take my leave." Zhou Yu approached a bar-like area, which seemed to be the place for exchanging chips. "Good day, sir. What are the rules here?" Zhou Yu inquired. "For winning gamblers, we take a mere 5%, replied a woman dressed as a bunny. "Very well. I would like chips worth 100,000, Zhou Yu said, presenting his bank card. The fact that this casino only takes a 5% cut is indeed commendable. In other establishments, the standard is typically 10%. This could very well be one of the reasons for its popularity. For Zhou Yu, that 100,000 was not hard-earned. Even if he lost, it wouldn't cause him much distress. Besides, if the god of wealth could grant him one opportunity, why not another? With these 2 high rollers present, should he lose, the blame would not rest upon him. "Sir, here are your chips worth 100,000. Please take care. Although we operate 24 hours, for your well-being, it is advisable not to play for too long. the woman reiterated, a phrase she recited to every newcomer. Yet, how many truly heed her words? Those who win seek further victories, while those who lose yearn to recoup their losses. There are countless tales of individuals who have gambled to the brink of despair, with lives shattered in the process. She felt helpless. Her duty was merely to offer a word of caution, for their livelihood depended on this very environment. Understood, Zhou Yu responded, grasping the tray laden with chips, and made his way forward, while the bunny-clad woman shook her head gently. This was Zhou Yu's inaugural visit to such an establishment. Previously, he would not have dared to enter. Had it not been for the god of wealth and the gambler god, he might have turned back at once.
Come on.
Let us test the authenticity. Observe whether their words possess such prowess. Chapter 17. The Unreliable Deity. The entire casino is divided into two distinct areas, the low end and the high end. Zhou Yu thought it prudent to begin his adventure in the low-end section, as it was his inaugural visit. Upon entering, he found the surroundings somewhat familiar, mahjong, doujiju, and poker alongside various slot machines and fruit machines, all common sights. However, the atmosphere was rather boisterous, with a cacophony of sounds intertwining. Well, let us start with the fruit machine, Zhou Yu mused. He had dabbled with it in the past, albeit sparingly, usually ceasing after losing a modest sum. Today, however, he resolved to indulge more extravagantly. This venue-esque fruit machines differed from others. One exchanged chips for cards, which were then swiped to accumulate points. Zhou Yu decided against being overly frugal and casually exchanged 5,000 yuan, swiping the card to accrue points. Here, the stakes of the fruit machines were substantially higher than those he was accustomed to, although the betting ratio remained the same at 1 yuan for 10 points, whereas outside one could wager a mere cent. Here the minimum bet was 100 points, an increase of 100 times. Nonetheless, the odds were comparable to those of external slot machines. Trusting his instincts, Zhou Yu placed bets haphazardly, each at 100 points. The reel spun. Not this time. He did not win on his first attempt. No matter, one gambles not solely for victory. He pressed on, placing a few more bets. Alas, once again, fortune eluded him. Yet, he remained undeterred, encouraging himself. Keep going. You can do this. However, 10 minutes later, Zhou Yu became restless. He had already lost 10,000 of the 50,000 points in his possession, a sum equivalent to 1,000 yuan. He had only managed to endure for a mere 10 minutes. Had he wagered a larger amount, he likely would have lasted even less time. During this brief interval, he had indeed won a few times, but the amounts were pitifully small, devoid of the exhilarating sensation that the god of wealth and the gambling god had so boldly proclaimed. This time, he decided to try the BMW machine, a game with which he was quite familiar. The BMW machine bore no significant difference from the fruit machines. The only distinction lay in its emblem. The odds remained constant. Following his instincts, he believed that if the god of wealth and the gambling god claimed he could triumph, then surely he could. To his delight, he struck gold on his very first attempt. Encouraged, he purchased a few more plays and won again. It appeared they had not deceived him, and he decided to invest a little more, chuckling to himself. 20 minutes later, Zhou Yu began to question his own judgment, realizing he had entirely avoided the winning positions. The 5,000 yuan he had exchanged for 50,000 points had vanished without a trace. It seemed that this endeavor was not suited for him. He resolved to try his hand at doujiju instead. With the proliferation of smart devices, various gambling mini-games had surged in popularity. Yet the timeless classics remained doujiju and mahjong, as both demanded a keen intellect and strategic acumen. If skill could determine victory, Zhou Yu felt moderately confident only in doujiju. He casually selected a spot in the doujiju area and, promptly, a dealer approached him to inquire if he wished to play. Zhou Yu nodded. The casino's efficiency was commendable, as they quickly gathered a few players to form a table with him. The rules mirrored those of the external games, with a 200 yuan base, doubling. And no cap on stakes. Perfectly acceptable. A stocky man with a face full of flesh spoke, "I have no issues." Another man replied, "And you?" He turned to Zhou You and inquired, "What about you?" Zhou You responded, "I have no issues either." "Very well, let us commence." Upon receiving the first hand of cards, Zhou Yu felt an overwhelming urge to confront the god of gambling and the god of wealth. It was one thing to not assist him with enhancements to his attributes, but to taunt him with grandiose promises was utterly intolerable. Were they perhaps bestowing advantages upon his opponents? In his hand, Zhou Yu held a 3, 4, 5, and 6, but no 7. A sister pair was missing a crucial card. The hand was abysmal, devoid of any semblance of victory. It's just the first hand. Surely, it must be a fluke. Even the most meticulously arranged situations can go awry, and this is one such instance. The second round commenced. Yet the sensation was no different. He received a joker, but the disparity with a first hand remained negligible. God of wealth, god of gambling. Are you truly not jesting with me? Zhou Yu could only describe his cards with one phrase: lacking limbs and incomplete. There was nothing substantial here. It was his opponents who were poised to dominate. After 10 rounds, Zhou Yu was on the verge of cursing. He had yet to receive a decent hand, and his frustration simmered.
What?
How could he possibly remember so vividly? He had already lost 10,000, and with each loss, his heart raced uncontrollably. After 20 rounds, Zhou Yu slammed his cards onto the table, exclaiming, "What sort of luck is this? I'm done, I'm done." The other 2 men offered no resistance. If one did not wish to continue, it was futile to compel them otherwise. In a secluded corner, unnoticed by anyone, he took out his phone and began to send a message. "Zhou Yu, are you there? You mentioned I would conquer all, didn't you? Taishang. Indeed. But you have simply misidentified your position. Du Shun. Precisely. You have yet to discern your rightful place. Zhou Yu. Then where is the position from which I can truly conquer? Taishang. The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. Du Shun. What we can reveal, we have already shared. It involves significant karmic implications, and this is our utmost limit." Zhou Yu pondered, who claims that having deities guarantees stability. Damn it. One still needs to exert effort. Truly, the mysteries of heaven are not easily comprehended. One can only grasp a fleeting insight. If managed wisely, one may soar to great heights. Yet if mishandled, destruction and despair could ensue. Humph. If I experiment with everything in this casino, I am certain to uncover that position. Zhou Yu contemplated a method that, while simplistic, was also the most dependable. Zhengfen, here I come. This game offers swift rewards. It must be my place. After 3 rounds, Zhou Yu had not won but instead lost significantly. He abandoned that endeavor. It was not the right approach. Perhaps playing mahjong would yield better fortune. Having already tried Do Diju, it was imperative to give mahjong a chance. He settled down to play. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 consecutive losses. Rising gracefully, he departed with fluid movements. What is wrong with this person? He leaves after just a few rounds? Yet Zhou Yu could not concern himself with such trivialities. This was no time for maintaining appearances. Each additional game meant another sum of money vanishing from his pocket, real currency, his capital for realizing dreams. Uncertain of the reason, Zhou Yu felt as though an immense weight pressed upon him, rendering his body weak and languid. After taking just a few steps, he was drenched in perspiration. While the oppressive atmosphere and his continuous losses contributed to this sensation, the feeling of pressure was undeniably tangible. Half an hour later, having exhausted every gaming option in the lower-tier area without success, the only noticeable change was that his undergarments were completely soaked with sweat, and his chips had dwindled from 100,000 to 18,000, a rather paltry sum. Anxious and desperate, Zhou Yu contemplated confronting the 2 unreliable deities, but to his surprise, They spoke first. The god of wealth remarked, "What a foolish fellow. Can't even hold on to the money that's been handed to him?" The gambling god added, "Zhou You, keep trying. There are still many avenues you have yet to explore." Zhou You retorted, "I'm nearly out of money." The god of wealth responded, "It was given to you by me. If you lose it, simply pretend it was never given. Can't you be a bit more clever?" Reflecting on the god of wealth's words, Zhou Yu found a kernel of truth. The worst outcome would be to regard this as an unclaimed red envelope. With newfound courage, he took a deep breath and stepped towards the high-stakes area. Perhaps due to the lower foot traffic and superior ambience, the high-end zone offered a more refined service. Those who frequented this realm possessed a certain grace and preferred tranquility over cacophony. This time, it is a matter of survival. With 18,000 at stake, not even a ripple can be stirred. In certain areas, a minimum wager of 10,000 is required. Zhou You can no longer afford to experiment with every hand as he did in the lower stakes zone, for here, the lowest bet begins at 1,000 yuan. And for games of chance, the stakes start at a minimum of 10,000. The least one can do is go all in, without at least 1,000,000 in chips. One simply cannot take a seat at the table. Zhou You can only hope that those two deities will prove to be somewhat reliable, sparing him from utter financial ruin. He has no desire for grand victories. He merely wishes to preserve his capital. Chapter 18. Win or lose, the allure of gambling lies in the uncertainty of what may transpire in the next moment. Perhaps this time, fortune will favor him, allowing for a remarkable turnaround, or it could result in a devastating loss. The game of bullfight requires a minimum bet of 1,000. Zhou Yu approached the table, where a considerable crowd had gathered. He chose a spot without sitting down, casually selecting a player to whom he tossed 1,000 in chips. The cards were dealt, revealing the banker with a score of 7, while the individual Zhou wagered upon achieved 8, tripling his stake. Zhou Yu won 3,000. With such a promising start, he could finally relax a little. He had hardly won anything that evening, so it was unexpected to triumph in the high-stakes area right off the bat.
Indeed.
No matter how much one might win in the lower stakes zone, it often pales in comparison to a single substantial victory in the high-stakes arena. Only a wild win in such an environment can truly be deemed a remarkable success. One must ponder, is gambling not enticing? In merely 20 fleeting minutes, Zhou Yu was on the verge of recouping his losses. This was a capricious and alluring affair. Yet, the most cruel aspect lay in the fact that it merely facilitated the transfer of wealth without generating any true profit. For every victor, there must be a vanquished. For every laugh, there must be tears. Zhou Yu engaged in a round of bullfighting, finding it moderately satisfactory, but he yearned to explore other pursuits, such as betting on high or low with 3 dice. After a vigorous shake, the sum of the 3 dice would determine the outcome. A total from 1 to 9 signified low, while 10 to 18 indicated high. A trio of identical numbers constituted a special winning combination, where standard high or low bets offered a 1-to-1 payout, but A would result in a decisive win for the house. As Zhou Yu approached, a game was in progress. Without a moment's hesitation, guided solely by instinct, he placed a bet on low, casting out a chip worth 10,000 yuan. Although the atmosphere was devoid of raucousness, the initial seconds before the dice were cast were imbued with palpable tension, heartbeats quickening, breaths held, as if a pin drop could be heard. The result emerged: 2-3. 3, low. Zhou Yu triumphantly pocketed 10,000 yuan, not only recovering his initial stake, but also securing a modest profit of a few thousand. If one were to ponder the most unpredictable realm, it would undoubtedly be the casino, a place where fortunes shift like the winds. Some toil for a lifetime, only to find it insufficient to indulge in a single evening here, while others amass winnings in one night that would elude them for an entire lifetime, or even several lifetimes. This is a realm capable of transforming a pauper into a millionaire in the blink of an eye, yet it can just as swiftly lead to ruin and despair. Zhou Yu understood well that, Regardless of the circumstances, the true victor would always be the proprietor of the casino. He was an indomitable force, destined never to face defeat. Had it not been for the admonitions of the god of wealth and the gambler god regarding the profound impact this would have on his future, he might have never set foot in such a treacherous place. This was a realm that devoured souls without a trace, leaving nothing but remnants behind. After engaging in a simple game of high-low for over half an hour, Zhou You had amassed chips worth 4 to 500,000 in merely 30 minutes. He had won an amount equivalent to the hard-earned income of an average family over several years. This was the allure of gambling: swift returns, exhilarating thrills, and devoid of labor. Although Zhou Yu's family circumstances were not particularly affluent, his parents had instilled in him from a young age the belief that gambling was the most fearsome of vices, an entity that claimed lives without bloodshed and skirted the law, consuming individuals whole. Thus, he had maintained a disdainful attitude towards this perilous game. He boldly inquired, "Who else dares to stand in my way?" As he took a seat, he resumed his pursuit of wealth. Here, the minimum bet was 1,000. In the first round, he lost 12,000, a setback he could tolerate. In the second round, he was dealt a straight, besting all contenders and winning 78,000. Within the span of an hour, the chips in Zhou Yu's possession had soared to a staggering 1,000,000. A strikingly beautiful woman pointed at Zhou Yu. If he were present, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Sheng Yue. No, rather it was Sheng Yue who mirrored this person. She appeared as a reflection of Sheng Yue a decade hence. It was indeed him. Although his winnings were modest, I have investigated. Upon his arrival, he had exchanged only 100,000 in chips. A gentleman clad in formal attire replied courteously, 100,000? Indeed. One would expect that this situation would unfold as usual, without any considerable stir. Initially, this was indeed the case. In the lower stakes area, he had only lost around 20,000 from 100,000. However, upon entering the high-stakes zone, the circumstances took a dramatic turn. Within a mere few hours, he amassed over 3 million. Are you suggesting he is a card shark? The woman's words were laden with a palpable tension that permeated the room. The last thing a casino operator desires is a cheat. No, I've had someone investigate, and it's not cheating. Someone witnessed him dealing the cards. It must be sheer luck.
Oh, luck.
It has been ages since anyone has compelled us to acknowledge their good fortune. As the night swiftly progressed, Zhou Yu's chips escalated to over 10 million. Those two mysterious figures had indeed not deceived him. He had triumphed spectacularly and amassed a significant fortune. However, while one might argue that this would profoundly influence his future and the task at hand, he remained oblivious to such implications. Although 10 million is certainly no trifling sum, given the current momentum, Zhou Yu perceived earning 10 million as merely a modest target. I hope my boldness in summoning you does not disrupt your enjoyment. Not at all. Please speak plainly. Excellent. Shall we engage in a wager? The individual inquired. Absolutely. Zhou Yu responded, undeterred. All in? Very well. The dealer commenced dealing the cards. The opponent revealed a hand of 10, J and Q, all hearts, while Zhou Yu held 3 nines. The other player pushed 5 million in chips forward. Zhou Yu, undaunted, matched the bet. The dealer continued to deal. The opponent drew a heart K, and Zhou Yu received another 9. The man pushed all his chips forward, and Zhou Yu followed suit, placing all his bets on the table. This was a decisive moment, known in the industry as a shove. The money in Zhou Yu's possession had been won, thus he had little to fear. The dealer continued to deal the cards, and Zhou Yu glanced at his hand, while the man beside him began to examine his own. Without needing further contemplation, Zhou Yu declared, I concede this round, and gracefully stood up, turning to leave. Chapter 19. Zhou Yu triumphed. The man instructed those nearby, investigate his background, and ensure this matter remains confidential. He has conceded? A woman inquired. Indeed, madam. The man replied respectfully. Very well. Keep this matter discreet and handle it appropriately, do you understand? She said with a faint command before exiting the room. The man remained in the chamber for a moment until another entered. What is the outcome? He asked, presenting himself with a demeanor of sophistication and courtesy in front of the woman, yet exhibiting a cold and ruthless disposition towards his subordinates. There is nothing. His background in Kyoto is entirely blank. He appears to lack any significant connections. Here are the details of his life. The man stated as he placed a stack of documents on the table and quietly exited. The instant Zhou You stepped out of the room, he realized his success. The anticipated assistance had arrived. A woman dressed as a server awaited him at his door. She bowed and said, "Sir, our manager requests your presence. Please follow me." Without a second thought, Zhou You followed the woman, proceeding to the corner of the corridor where they entered an elevator that ascended to the highest floor. "Sir, the manager is inside. You may enter alone, as this area is not within our purview," the woman stated before turning to leave. Zhou Yu pondered that he was already at the door, and there was no reason not to proceed. He gently knocked, and a deep, magnetic voice beckoned from within.
Come in.
Upon entering, he was struck by the vastness of the room, sparsely adorned, creating an atmosphere of emptiness and chill, evoking a profound sense of solitude. The entire space was painted in cool tones, and a solitary figure stood by the window. He was not robust. Rather, he appeared somewhat gaunt, clad in a black suit that accentuated an air of depth. The man casually inquired, "Your own business?" It was evident that he had not anticipated Zhou Yu would broach such a topic, as he had not chosen either of the two options presented. "You possess remarkable audacity. Over 20 million, and you casually relinquish it." Over 20 million, although not a staggering sum in Kyoto, constituted a significant amount nonetheless. For Zhou Yu, it was the first encounter with such wealth, coming from a humble farming background. The prospect of so much money being so easily discarded was a testament to a courage not commonly found. The man understood profoundly that individuals like him, given an opportunity coupled with a stroke of luck, could potentially soar to great heights, reaching realms unattainable by ordinary people. Such elevation remained shrouded in mystery, and his future was equally enigmatic. However, certain sums of money cannot simply be given and accepted at will. The man uttered these words coldly, a palpable aura of menace permeating the room. Although Zhou Yu maintained a composed demeanor, the lack of rest throughout the night, coupled with the psychological warfare he had engaged in, left him utterly fatigued. He involuntarily shivered, his senses sharpening slightly. Should this information leak, others might believe we are incapable of bearing our losses at the casino. Nevertheless, such thoughts were not worth dwelling on. This was not the moment to succumb to fate, but rather to resist fervently. Having faced death once, what was there to fear? Zhou Yu remained silent, gazing intently at the man, and for a moment, it felt as if even the air had solidified, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive and quiet. "Enough, Ling Tian. Do not frighten our guest," the elderly gentleman interjected. Suddenly, his tone turned stern. "Ling Tian, your recent actions were rather unrefined. Step outside. I wish to speak with him." The man whispered something in the old man's ear, though Zhou Yu could not discern the words. However, he noted the elder's piercing glare directed at the man, who promptly exited. "Young man, what brings you to Kyoto?" the elder inquired. "I came to purchase some items, but got caught in traffic while heading to the third ring, so I decided to rest here for the night." Zhou Yu succinctly recounted his experience. "Here, this is a check for 25 million. It is roughly equivalent to your winnings from the casino last night. Please accept it. I am a man of principles, and I do not wish to give anyone the impression that we cannot take our losses." The elder produced a check, genuinely hoping Zhou Yu would accept it. "Old sir, if I may be so bold, may I address you as such?" Zhou Yu asked respectfully. "No worries. Call me as you wish," the elder replied, displaying an admirable openness. Zhou You continued, "Old man, that money was never mine, and I have not done anything for you." The elder coughed lightly and replied, "What you have won rightfully belongs to you. It cannot be diminished. However, did I not concede in the final round?" Zhou You countered. "But that round should have been yours. I cannot disregard the rules." The elder was quite stubborn. "Then let this 20 million be a token of our first meeting," Zhou You generously suggested. "Young brother knows how to conduct himself. Today, let's befriend each other, and I shall say no more. In the future, should there be anything I can assist with, I shall not decline. By the way, what is your esteemed surname?" "Merely Zhou, and you, old sir?" "I am surnamed Sheng." The elder Sheng seemed to recall something and continued, "In that case, what do you wish to purchase in Kyoto?" Although the old man was advanced in years, he still possessed a modicum of familiarity with the area. "I shall see if I can lend a hand. Since Elder Sheng has offered, I shall not refuse," Zhou Yu replied, detailing the equipment that the Supreme Lord Laozi had requested, its size, dimensions, and shapes. These are the most advanced instruments available in the country, sold only in the skyscrapers of the third ring. Elder Sheng involuntarily remarked, "Ah." Zhou Yu, feeling a bit awkward, inquired, "Is it difficult to acquire? Or is there another issue?" Elder Sheng laughed heartily. "If it were anyone else, I might not assist, but purchasing is a trivial matter. However, the transportation and procurement processes can be somewhat troublesome. Nonetheless, since this is your first request, I shall see it through. If you trust me, please leave me an address." Old Master Sheng has spoken. What remains to be doubted? After a while, noticing that Master Sheng had yet to mention the price, Zhou Yu could not help but inquire, "Old Master, what is the price?" Master Sheng's expression darkened. "By asking this, you show a lack of respect for me. However, I cannot allow the old master to suffer a loss." Zhou Yu, feeling anxious, replied. Although he recognized the old man's extraordinary status, Zhou Yu had always been clear about debts of gratitude and would not take advantage of others. "The old master is not short of money. Let me be frank with you. For others, it might cost 4 to 5 million and still not secure it. However, I am acquainted with the owner. At most, it can be obtained for 2 million. But enough of this. Why not come to my home for a simple meal?" Master Sheng suggested. "Perhaps not. I have many matters to attend to at home." Master Sheng did not insist further, producing a small piece of paper and writing down several digits. "This is my telephone number. Whenever you have the opportunity to visit Kyoto, be sure to seek me out." "Very well. I shall certainly trouble you then. Farewell." Zhou Yu accepted the paper and exited the room. Just as he reached the doorway, he faintly heard Master Sheng's voice.
"Ah,
"Old Sheng here. That instrument of yours, yes. The one I purchased earlier. Please reserve a set for me."
what?
"Only one set? And still in negotiations with others? What more is there to discuss?" "I want it. And do not say it's impossible. When the time comes, you will send it to." At this point, Zhou Yu could no longer discern Master Sheng's words. Having already closed the door, he mused to himself, what a decisive and efficient individual Master Sheng is. Yet, could it be that Zhou Yu truly incurred a loss? Zhou Yu believed that he had ultimately won, and he had done so splendidly. However, it would be a long time before he truly comprehended the magnitude of his victory. Chapter 20. Inner thoughts upon leaving the hotel. Zhou Yu promptly called his parents. "Mom, it's me. Is something wrong? Is it a matter of insufficient funds? If so, we can help you." The age-old saying, "A mother worries for her child over 1,000 miles," resonated deeply with him. Despite their modest means, his parents had never deprived him. They had always strived to fulfill his desires within their capabilities. During his childhood, the expenses for his education were not exorbitant, but as he grew older, they escalated. Often, during his late-night trips to the restroom, he would overhear his parents conversing in hushed tones. The recurrent theme was their financial concerns and their steadfast resolve that no matter how challenging life became, They would never let their child suffer, nor would they compromise on his education. It's nothing. I just wanted to let you know that I've resigned, Zhou You said, attempting to speak lightly, hoping to avoid causing his parents any distress. Yet, his apprehensions proved unfounded. Oh, you're not upset? It's all right. You are no longer a child. Your father, and I trust that you'll be responsible for yourself and for this family. You have studied more than we have, and your experiences differ from ours. We have faith in your judgment, his mother replied kindly. In that moment, Zhou Yu felt a slight moisture in his eyes. Throughout his life, his parents had always placed their unwavering trust in him, never doubting his needs or decisions. Regardless of his pursuits, they had always been supportive, with his father occasionally reminding him to choose wisely and to be responsible, emphasizing that he alone must bear the consequences of his actions, whether they led to success or failure. When Zhou Yu uttered these words, there lingered an unspoken sentiment within his heart. In no more than a year, dear parents, you shall no longer toil in the fields. I shall provide for you. Given the current circumstances, Zhou Yu possessed the capability to fulfill this promise. Very well, your father and I shall await your return, Zhou's mother replied. All right, I must take my leave now. My ride has arrived, Zhou Yu stated. Do take care on the road. Do not forget anything, she cautioned. I understand, mother. Thank you, he responded. Silly child, what is there to thank? I am your mother. Now, I have other matters to attend to, so I must hang up. No. What is it? Is there something else? Zhou's mother inquired, her voice laced with concern. Mother, I love you. Silly child, why do you speak such foolishness? She replied, her voice trembling. What is the matter? Do you not wish to hear it? I do wish to hear it. Say it for a lifetime, and I shall always listen, she assured him. As Zhou's mother ended the call, it was evident she wished to shield Zhou Yu from hearing her muffled sobs. Many profess their love to countless individuals, pouring out their hearts in brotherly bonds and sisterly affection. Yet they often overlook the one who truly needs their love, the person closest to them, never uttering the words "I love you" throughout their entire lives. His father, pointing to an object, asked, "What is this?" The son replied, "Osmanthus." When the father inquired for the third time, the son remained silent and turned away. At that moment, the father murmured to himself, "Back then, he asked me 11 times, and I answered him 11 times. He smiled. Now, as this memory resounded unexpectedly, Zhou Yu found himself in tears. After tidying up his appearance, Zhou Yu stepped to the roadside and hailed a taxi. Although there were no taxis running from the 5th ring to the 3rd ring, those traversing from the 4th ring to the 5th ring still existed. Meanwhile, at the hotel's top floor, Elder Sheng was delivering a serious admonition. Ling Tian, cultivate relationships with more individuals. Do not let pride cloud your judgment. The more friends you have, the smoother your path will be, Elder Sheng advised earnestly. Understood, grandfather. It turned out that Elder Sheng was the grandfather of this man, which explained why he declined Zhou Yu's money. With a grandson so young, yet already engaged in such significant enterprises, one could hardly expect him to be in need of funds. Above them, amidst 2 layers of thin clouds, 3 figures were leisurely engaged in conversation. How is that young man? One inquired. You might not believe it, but the response was interrupted by a voice rich with charisma, yet delivered by an elderly man with white hair and a beard, creating a rather dissonant image. He's doing well, showing promise. Another interjected. Indeed, he is impressive. It seems fate has brought us together. Very well, let us leave it at that for now. Suddenly, Zhou Yu's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a discussion group involving the god of wealth and the gambling god. God of wealth, do you know why we need to seek you out? Zhou Yu. No, I don't. Gambling god, because there is no money in the bank card given to you by Laozi. Zhou Yu, what? You should have mentioned this earlier. Gambling god. Rolls, eyes, would you still come to Kyoto if I had? God of wealth. With me around, There's no issue. Zhou You. This topic always irritates me. You operate so mysteriously. If it weren't for my cleverness, things would surely go awry. Gambling god, you possess destiny. Otherwise, we wouldn't have chosen you. Zhou You, what destiny? Taishang, the secrets of the heavens cannot be revealed. Zhou You, you are truly taking advantage of others. Taishang, are you looking for a fight? We are always ready. Zhou You, do not provoke me. Dao Faz Ran Hong Ban Kun. Zhou You, Taishang and the gambling god are bullying me, attempting to pick a fight. Zhou You sent a message along with the picture. Mei Ho Wang. What is this? Looking for a brawl? I'll come to you, and by the way, Zhou You, I've got your back. Taishang, we dare not, we are merely joking. Gambling god. Indeed, indeed. Zhou You, yet there are no red envelopes. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou You aims to gain whatever he can. System notification. Taishang has issued a congratulatory red envelope. System notification. Zhou You has received Taishang's red envelope. Zhou You. Thank you, Taishang. With another 100,000 in hand, along with the previous amount, he now possesses 200,000. At the casino's final game, he had tucked the chips into his bag, thus not giving any to the esteemed Mr. Sheng. Upon returning home, he noticed that it was already late, and his parents had prepared a lavish feast to welcome him. However, upon entering, he found that Sheng Yue was absent, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment. Perhaps he wished to share his good fortune with her. Zhou You pondered within himself whether he had developed feelings for her. No, absolutely not. He merely regarded her as a friend, solely as a friend. Chapter 21. Collecting Debts. After dinner, Zhou You intended to wash the dishes, but his parents adamantly refused. With no choice left, he retreated to his bed to rest. Reflecting on his current situation, he realized he now had 200,000 in hand. What should he do next? His online business had begun to generate income, and he need not worry about the matter of the celestial stones for the time being. At present, the most pressing need for the family is to renovate the house. However, a budget of 200,000 yuan is insufficient for a thorough restoration. Additional funds are required. An average refurbishment would pose no issue. But Zhou You possesses a strong sense of perfectionism. Should he choose to undertake the project, it must be executed to the highest standard, or at least to the utmost extent of his capabilities. On the following day, Zhou You arose early. As he stirred from sleep, he was greeted by a cacophony of sounds outside, reminiscent of sparrows chirping. Still in a state of drowsiness, he discerned a woman's voice. Aunt Zhou, it hasn't been easy for our family either. Look, your son Zhou You has nearly graduated for a year now. I heard he was working somewhere with a decent salary. Last year, your family, the woman stammered, clearly referring to the debts incurred by Zhou Yu's parents during his university days. Now that he had graduated for a year and was no longer in school, it was reasonable for others to come seeking repayment. Aunt Jean, could we possibly have a couple of extra days? You know, my son has been unable to secure work in the city since his graduation. He only managed to work for a month at a previous job, Zhou Yu's mother replied, her tone tinged with embarrassment. This was particularly awkward as Aunt Jean's son's girlfriend had demanded that they either purchase a house in the city or build one in the countryside before agreeing to marriage, compelling them to seek repayment from Zhou Yu's family. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced through the crowd. What is going on? Are you refusing to repay or what? A flamboyantly dressed woman, adorned with heavy makeup, remarked, at first glance, she appears to be in her 20s, and her looks are passable, though her features cannot compare to those of Sheng Yue. Alas, her words are disheartening. The young man beside her interjected, presumably the son of Qin Dinyang. Observing the woman's demeanor, it was evident she hailed from the city. In these times, it is no easy feat for rural lads to seek brides, let alone Qin Dinyang's son, who has chosen a city girl. One could hardly fault her arrogance. It was said that the woman often expressed disdain for this, and that during her stay at Qin home, spending her days idly surfing the internet, watching television, and occasionally shopping at the market, contributing nothing to the household. Am I mistaken? When others lend you money, it is out of goodwill. Otherwise, would they do so? Repaying you now is merely a matter of obligation, the woman declared vehemently. Mother, what is happening? Is there a commotion? Zhou You, still groggy, inquired from within the room. Zhou Mu felt a pang of alarm, realizing her son had recently been dismissed from his job and was undoubtedly in a poor mood. It was best to shield him from this matter, so she replied, nothing of concern. If you are still tired, you may rest a little longer. Breakfast will be served shortly. Upon hearing this, the woman scoffed. What? Are you afraid your son might find out? Her voice was loud, prompting Zhou Mu to hastily respond. Lower your voice. He has not been well lately. Give us 2 days, and we shall certainly repay you. Whether he is in a good mood or not is of no concern to me, nor do I wish to meddle in it. However, you must repay the money to me today, the woman insisted, her voice loud and unyielding. Please, refrain from speaking so much, pleaded Qin son, desperately trying to reason with her. When it comes to collecting debts, one must be assertive, otherwise they will not repay. The woman, ever so clever, remarked that he could not possibly comprehend the pure neighborly sentiments of the villagers. Typically, they merely exchange glances without acknowledging one another. It would be inappropriate to pressure them too much. Moreover, if they had the means, they would have repaid the debt by now. Farmers gaze upwards to the heavens and downwards to the earth, striving to live in accordance with their conscience, for to do otherwise would invite ridicule from their fellow villagers. Qin, what brings you here? And ergo Z, just in time. Have you had breakfast? If not, please join us. A simple meal with an extra pair of chopsticks will suffice. Zhou You emerged from within, donning slippers and swaying slightly. Zhou You, you're awake? Once you're up, go brush your teeth and wash your face. Breakfast will be ready shortly, Zhou's mother said kindly, eager to send Zhou You away to spare him any discomfort.
Oh.
Zhou You replied, intending to retreat inside, but at that moment, the woman spoke again. Old lady, what is this? Still trying to keep secrets from your son? I intend to tell him. Mother, what is it? Please don't hide anything from me. Zhou You felt a twinge of anxiety. Enough. I implore you to say less.
Erguzi interjected.
Erguzi, whose real name is Qin, is affectionately referred to by his nickname. He shares a commendable rapport with Zhou You, which is why Zhou uses this endearing name. They grew up together, playing and attending school side by side. However, as time passed, Qin academic performance fell short of Zhou Yu's, leading him to drop out after middle school and seek employment in the city. Recently, it has been rumored that he has been thriving, even rising to the position of a foreman. I cannot help but question, what is the matter? Do you no longer wish to marry? If that is the case, simply utter a word, and I shall take my leave. The woman spoke with an air of superiority, then turned to Zhou's mother, stating, Old woman, judging by your demeanor, it seems you have no intention of repaying today. At your age, if you were to pass away one day without any promissory note, and your son remains unaware, who shall we turn to for this 10,000 yuan? How can you speak like that? Zhou You could no longer tolerate such disrespect towards his parents, who had endured considerable hardship for his sake. He could not bear to see anyone belittle them in his presence. I am stating it plainly. You must return the money today. The woman showed no signs of fear. Is that money truly yours? She retorted. Zhou You countered, let me remind you, you are not even married to Qin yet. What standing do you have in our village? You are incapable of carrying burdens or even lifting a finger. They consider you too frail to manage a household. Zhou You no longer affectionately referred to Qin as Erguzi, but called him by his proper name. What did you say? The woman exclaimed in anger. He said you are no better than a dog, came the voice of Xianxia from the crowd. What brings you here? Zhou You inquired. Someone called me. mentioning that there are some conflicts between your two families and requested my mediation. With so many of you here, how could I, as the village secretary, possibly refrain from intervening? Zhou You cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Yu and continued, So, do you have the funds? If so, repay them. If not, I can lend you some. We shall not endure this humiliation. Given your words, it seems I have not dined at our table in vain. Rest assured, I know how to handle this. Zhou Yu whispered to Xianxia, I will observe your handling of the situation. Speak up if any issues arise. That woman does not sit well with me. Xianxia replied. The woman's words were indeed rather harsh, and the villagers felt somewhat uncomfortable upon hearing them. However, since she was someone else's spouse, they found it difficult to speak out, fearing the potential repercussions if she were to storm off. Chapter 22. Repayment. Please be mindful of your words. Let's not be overly harsh, Qin Yong said helplessly. His girlfriend's relationship with the neighbors had grown somewhat strained due to her critical and somewhat capricious nature. Just last time, Aunt Lee's grandson accidentally stepped on her foot and was scolded to tears. If my words are too harsh for her, and she curses them to death, what do you expect? Do you want her to smile and say, You are absolutely right? Is that what you think should happen? Xianxia had no fear. When the entire village was speaking ill of her, she stood firm against the pressure and did not allow that boss to establish a factory in the village. Secretary Sheng, do you understand the sequence of events? Aunt Qin inquired. I have long since arrived, and I have been listening to what you just said for quite some time. I have grasped the general situation. For courteous individuals, Xianxia remains exceptionally polite. Zhou Yu owes you money, and your pursuit of it is entirely understandable. However, a more amicable demeanor could yield far better outcomes in many instances. Humph. This old woman simply refuses to repay. Silence. The one speaking now is not Zhou Yu, nor Xianxia, but rather Aunt Qin. At this moment, everyone is somewhat taken aback, pondering how Aunt Qin could possibly side with outsiders. Look at your mother. See how she speaks. The woman said to Qin Yong. Mother. Qin Yong uttered a plea. You too, hold your tongue. Aunt Qin was genuinely furious now, even admonishing her own son, and at this juncture, Qin Yong dared not retort. Consider this. I brought you into this world and nurtured you to adulthood. You choose a wife who is unfilial to her in-laws, demanding this and that, while expecting us, the elderly, to serve her daily. Is this reasonable? Aunt Qin exclaimed with righteous indignation. Have you forgotten? When you had smallpox as a child, it was Aunt Zhou who took you to the hospital. When you fell into the river, it was Uncle Li who saved you. And now, we come to collect a debt and offend Aunt Zhou. Last time, your wife made Aunt Li's grandson cry, along with Aunt Wang. As Aunt Qin spoke, she fixed her gaze on Qin Yong. Mother, please stop. I love her, and I can endure all of this. I can accept it. As for the people she has offended, I will make amends one by one in due course. Qin Yong declared. You can endure? You can accept? I cannot. The woman spoke with a tone of indignation. Is this truly the attitude your family holds towards me? Old man, clarify this for me. I have endured considerable humiliation upon visiting your home, and I bear the weight of significant pressure while being with Qin Yong. Even before I have officially entered your family, I am treated this way. What might I expect once I am fully integrated into your household? I shudder to think how I would be mistreated then. Zhou Yu sensed that this matter must ultimately be resolved. Otherwise, it would linger uncomfortably, causing his parents distress. He acknowledged his share of responsibility for the situation, realizing he had neglected to inquire about the family's financial affairs, which his mother had evidently wished to keep from him. 10,000 yuan, Qin Yong stated. You all have Alipay, correct? Zhou Yu inquired, focusing on Qin Yong and the woman. Yes, they replied. Then please provide me with your account number, and I shall transfer the funds directly, Zhou Yu generously offered. In truth, he had over 200,000 yuan in his account. His mother had not disclosed the debts owed to various individuals nor their circumstances. Had she done so, Zhou You would have repaid those debts long ago. After all, he had earned a considerable sum from selling vegetables, which made the current predicament all the more perplexing. Aunt Jean interjected, casting a glance at Zhou's mother. I apologize for today's events. If you don't mind, you must come over for lunch today. Zhou's mother responded. What a thing to say. We shall certainly come. All right, everyone disperse, urged Xianxia. Though she was a young woman, her position as the village committee secretary lent her words a certain weight. Once the crowd had thinned, Zhou Yu turned to Xianxia and asked, Have you had breakfast? If not, please come in. There's no need for formality. Xianxia chuckled softly. I truly haven't eaten. As she spoke, she walked into the room.
Oh.
So you're really not being polite, are you? I was merely being courteous, and you took it to heart. Are you speaking in riddles? Mother Zhou shot a glance at Zhou Yu, then pulled Xianxia into the house. Sheng, please don't be upset. My son simply has this mischievous nature. Not at all. I was just teasing him. How could I possibly be angry? At the dining table, the meal was simple and lacked any meat. Yet both Xianxia and Zhou Yu enjoyed it immensely. Xianxia, I can't help but wonder if your swift arrival was simply an excuse to dine at our home.
Zhou Yu jested.
Indeed. How did you figure that out so quickly? You rascal, always joking around. With such a modest meal, it's a compliment that Sheng would come. One can only imagine the exquisite delicacies she has encountered. Auntie, you flatter me. I am but an ordinary citizen, hardly acquainted with lavish feasts. Xianxia replied with a bright smile, for it was perhaps in Zhou Yu's home that she smiled the most in the village. By the way, Mom, I've recently earned some money, and I was thinking of renovating our house. What do you think? Zhou Yu inquired. Renovating the house is a splendid idea. Auntie, I support this wholeheartedly, provided this lad is willing to contribute financially. Xianxia stood firm in her stance, asserting that if they were to renovate, Zhou Yu's parents should also lend a hand. However, Mother Zhou did not respond to Xianxia's remark. Instead, she asked, Where did you acquire such a substantial sum of money? I must inform you that although our family is somewhat impoverished, we would never engage in morally reprehensible activities. The money Zhou Yu acquired cannot be attributed to gambling, as he has essentially refrained from claiming any winnings. He cannot assert that it was bestowed upon him by the god of wealth. Thus, he must declare, This is what I earned from selling vegetables. If you doubt it, you may inquire with Xianxia. Zhou's mother uttered a remark and departed with a lunchbox in hand. Zhou Yu understood that she had long harbored the desire to improve their circumstances, having scrimped and saved over the years for the sake of their home. During the festive season, while his parents would occasionally purchase clothes for him, his mother seldom indulged in such expenses, and when she did, it was always the most economical options. Xianxia, you will wash the dishes later. You can't keep coming over for meals without contributing, he teased. Are you still half asleep? Xianxia chuckled, continuing, Well, you have work. Just make sure you're not late. Washing dishes is no trouble. I've been dismissed. Zhou Yu said disheartenedly. Oh, then it's your turn to wash the dishes, Xianxia replied nonchalantly before leaving, not inquiring further. She believed that if Zhou Yu wished to share the reason, he would do so in his own time. Besides, their relationship had not yet developed to the point where everything needed to be voiced. They were merely bound by a wager. A twinge of disappointment flickered in Xianxia's heart. Chapter 23. The mischievous child at noon, since Aunt Jean was hosting a grand banquet. It was only natural for everyone in the village to attend, including Zhou Yu and Xianxia. As Zhou Yu made his way to the dining area, his phone chimed. Beep, beep. Zhou Yu opened his phone and found a message from the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. He thought to himself how ungrateful this old fellow was, as his account was devoid of funds. I must confront him about this, lest he attempts to deceive me again in the future. Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. Zhou Yu. Are you there? Zhou Yu. I am not. The other party requested to add you as a friend. It was a request from the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. After contemplating for a moment, Zhou You accepted it. Firstly, because the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord had saved his life, and secondly, he dared not refuse. Despite Zhou Yu's usual arrogance towards these deities, he did not wish to offend any of them, particularly the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. After all, if the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord were to directly execute Zhou Yu, a mere elixir would seem trivial, but Zhou Yu is someone who had already tasted death once. They might eliminate him for the sake of cosmic order, which would leave him at an immense loss. Thus, Zhou Yu found himself in a rather precarious position, compelled to undertake the tasks assigned by these deities. Although those tasks were often intricate or challenging, Zhou Yu was still willing to engage in them, for the rewards were quite substantial. Nevertheless, he harbored a vague plan in his heart, a strategy to extricate himself from such predicaments. Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, why has the situation changed? Zhou Yu. One is voluntary, while the other is coerced. The psychological experience differs greatly. Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. Never mind. I did not come to argue. I merely wish to inquire about the status of my matter. Zhou Yu, I have failed you. I sincerely apologize. However, had your account not been empty, I would have undoubtedly succeeded. Zhou Yu sensed that Taishang Laojun remained oblivious to the outcome of the situation.
Additionally,
having been outwitted by Taishang Laojun, Zhou Yu resolved to deceive him as a means of venting his frustration. Unfortunately, he was unaware that those two deities could never deceive Taishang Laojun. The truth of the matter was that Taishang Laojun had already foreseen the conclusion. To him, Zhou Yu's antics appeared to be nothing more than the antics of a mere buffoon. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The other party requested a voice call. Zhou Yu was taken aback by Taishang Laojun's audacity, which risked exposing their existence to the mortal realm, especially given the current capability of IP address tracking. Hello. How can you even initiate a voice call? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Zhou Yu inquired. Well, don't you find my voice quite pleasant? If only I were more handsome, I would have considered a video call. Taishang Laojun replied with such nonsensical remarks that they left Zhou Yu infuriated. You initiated a voice call simply because you think your voice is charming? Zhou Yu could hardly believe that this was indeed Taishang Laojun. You needn't worry about being exposed. I am currently online from a villa in the mortal realm, a private property of mine. Taishang Laojun casually remarked. Zhou Yu was nearly at a loss for words. He could never have imagined that a deity not only held a status in the mortal realm but also possessed personal property. Upon reflection, it was quite reasonable. The mortal world was so vibrant that it was only natural for a deity, occasionally weary of their celestial abode, to indulge in some earthly diversions. However, they cannot excessively involve themselves in earthly affairs. A being of such stature as Taishang Laojun possesses but a single villa in the mortal realm. Those of celestial farmer status, like the god of gambling, find no foothold among mortals. Moreover, all expenses associated with the villa are accounted to a mortal who venerates him, and the villa itself was a gift from that individual. The Jade Emperor, though aware of Taishang Laojun's penchant for such ambiguous dealings, refrains from reproach, for Taishang Laojun's rank remains notably elevated. Fortunately, Taishang Laojun is cognizant of boundaries, seldom engaging in worldly matters. Even the recent acquisition of instruments necessitated the assistance of Zhou Yu. Thus, the Jade Emperor has no choice but to turn a blind eye. Now, let us address the matter at hand. Young man, how did you fare with the previous task? Not well, it seems.
Oh.
Young lad, please commence your performance.
What do you mean by that?
Taishang Laojun's cryptic remarks left Zhou Yu somewhat bewildered. In truth, I had already anticipated the matter would be resolved. Why then do you inquire? What a pointless question. Zhou Yu was genuinely vexed, taken aback by Taishang Laojun's jest. This is merely a mode of communication, a way to engage with the topic, do you understand? I did not realize you possessed such modern sensibilities. Zhou Yu remarked sarcastically, clearly displeased. Alas, I had not anticipated my unpopularity. Initially, I believed you had executed the task commendably and intended to bestow upon you your due rewards today. However, it seems you are less than welcoming. Do you desire it, or do you not? He is engaged in numerous underhanded dealings while in the celestial realm. Do not, my dear uncle. What stature do you possess to quibble with a mere insignificant being such as myself? Indeed, for the sake of gain, Zhou Yu is quite relentless, demonstrating a complete lack of scruples. Very well, considering your perceptiveness, I shall transfer the celestial stone to you shortly.
Today?
Laojun had no intention of toying with Zhou Yu. It was merely Zhou Yu's demeanor that prompted a bit of mischief, for at times, Laojun can be rather jovial. All right, soon. Before Zhou Yu could complete his thought, he felt a gentle tug at his leg. Looking down, he beheld a young boy, perhaps 5 years of age, with a rather charming appearance and dressed quite well, indicative of a prosperous background where he is undoubtedly cherished. Brother, may I borrow your phone to play? The child's tender voice resonated pleasantly. However, Zhou Yu, a person of higher education, would never harm the youth.
Yet,
he was no stranger to the internet and was well aware of the daunting term little brats, based on his knowledge and the prevalent definitions online. Zhou Yu could ascertain that a child who approaches requesting a phone has an 80% likelihood of being a little brat, and if they wish to play with a phone, the probability escalates to 99%. The remaining mischief makers are merely outliers, thus making it nearly certain that this child was indeed a little brat. Little one, do you wish to play with this phone? Zhou Yu inquired kindly. The little boy gazed at Zhou Yu with eyes full of hope, nodding adorably. At times, Zhou Yu found it peculiar how these mischievous children could be so endearingly innocent. They possessed an innate charm that could melt one's heart, provided they didn't act too unruly. However, their antics often bordered on the outrageous, committing acts that were simply intolerable. Oh, no. Zhou Yu firmly declined. He was almost certain that if he handed his phone to the boy, he would end up chasing after him all day. It wasn't that Zhou Yu was being harsh. After all, he was entangled in matters of threats and extortion. Having endured grievances and exerted effort to earn his hard-won 2,000 celestial stones, a substantial sum, indeed. At the same time, Zhou Yu silently resolved that if the boy turned to leave, it would confirm he was but 1 in 100. Once he had settled his affairs, he might still lend the phone to him for a bit of play. Yet, reality has a way of shattering overly optimistic thoughts. Upon hearing this, the little boy stepped aside, and Zhou Yu believed he had succeeded in his assumption that the boy was indeed 1 in 100. However, once again, reality dealt a cruel blow. The boy picked up a stone, dashed over, and struck Zhou Yu's knee with it, causing him pain and prompting him to bend down. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the boy seized Zhou Yu's phone and fled, proving himself to be nothing more than a quintessential little rascal. Chapter 24. He is still just a child at this point. Zhou Yu found himself at a loss for words. With a rather poor mood today, he decided to engage with the little rascal. Typically, mischievous children possess a distinct characteristic. They manage to offend a multitude of people while being controlled by only a select few. If one can instill a sense of fear in them, they may think twice before causing trouble. However, should one show even the slightest concession, they must brace themselves for the ensuing torment from the mischievous child. Although that lad was troublesome and had ambushed Zhou Yu, he was, after all, still a child and could not possibly outrun Zhou Yu. Once Zhou Yu regained his composure, he effortlessly pursued the little troublemaker. Zhou Yu had a habit of keeping his phone unlocked, as he believed there was nothing shameful on it that warranted a passcode. The more he pondered this, the more incensed he became, prompting him to rush forward to snatch the phone. However, he failed to notice that they were now perilously close to a particular location, the courtyard of Aunt Qin. Today, Aunt Qin was hosting a grand banquet, which meant a significant number of guests were present. This crowd effectively provided a protective shield for the mischievous child, who relished causing mischief amidst a throng of people. In such situations, many would hesitate to confront him due to social decorum, while some others, fearing the loss of face, would refrain from pursuing the matter. Nevertheless, what many bystanders did not realize was that a considerable number of onlookers secretly wished for the little rascal to receive a thorough reprimanding. Although they might voice their criticisms during the process, these remarks were often mere formalities, lacking genuine intent to condemn. "Come on," the mischievous child provocatively declared, displaying an audacious demeanor. However, he grossly misjudged Zhou Yu's current fury. 2,000 celestial stones. What did that signify? It represented a transformation from poverty to a modest prosperity. Should this brat ruin that opportunity, Zhou Yu would feel compelled to teach him a lesson, or else he would not consider himself a man. "You little rascal, you've landed yourself in quite a predicament," Zhou Yu remarked before lunging forward to retrieve his phone. Yet, the boy, undoubtedly a habitual offender, effortlessly dodged him, standing there with a scornful glint in his eye. Zhou Yu, a person not prone to surrender, would not be so easily vanquished by this impudent child. Thus, the chase ensued, one pursuing while the other fled. Zhou Yu swiftly caught up to the mischievous boy, but this time, he refrained from charging ahead recklessly. "Run, keep running. Let's see how far you can go," Zhou Yu growled menacingly. Yet, the child exhibited no fear, instead offering a derisive smile in response. Zhou Yu inched closer, gradually cornering him. Suddenly, the boy burst into tears. Wah wah wah. Zhou Yu was momentarily baffled, but soon realized this was a ruse. A common tactic employed by mischievous children, as someone emerged from Aunt Chin's courtyard. "Lele, what happened? Why are you crying?" A flamboyantly dressed woman, adorned with heavy makeup, approached, appearing to be in her 30s. Zhou Yu deduced that she must be the child's mother, and through her words, he learned that the mischievous boy was named Lele. The mischievous child was quite cunning. He remained silent, only crying incessantly. With no one else around, it was easy to assume that Zhou Yu had done something to the boy. In truth, however, the child had snatched Zhou Yu's phone and had even sustained an injury to his knee, yet Zhou Yu had not laid a finger on him. Who would believe such a tale if spoken aloud? "Lele, speak up. What is the matter?" The mother was nearly beside herself with worry. It was now clear that the woman was indeed the child's mother. Amidst his tears, the little one stammered, He bullied me, wah." Upon hearing this, the woman immediately turned her gaze towards Zhou Yu. He looked back at her with a resigned expression, shrugging his shoulders to convey his innocence. Yet, behind every unruly child lies one or more excessively indulgent guardians. Indeed, it is not mere affection, but rather overindulgence. But would the woman be receptive to this notion? She swiftly addressed Zhou Yu, saying, "You appear so refined, yet here you are, bullying such a small child?" Her words were hardly pleasant, and from her tone, Zhou Yu could ascertain that the boy's unruliness was likely linked to this very woman. Nevertheless, Zhou Yu had no desire to engage further. He pointed to the child's hand, indicating that his phone was still in the boy's possession. The woman then said to the child, "Lele, let us return the phone to this uncle, shall we?" However, if the child were so obedient, he would not be the mischievous child he was. He promptly shook his head in refusal. How can one not speak of indulgence? While typical parents would persist in their persuasion, that woman instead addressed Zhou Yu, saying, "Could you allow him to play with your phone for a moment? How could you be so unreasonable? The child merely wishes to play with the phone." The woman promptly began to castigate Zhou Yu. This provoked Zhou Yu, who retorted, "What have I done wrong? He may play with a phone, but it is my phone he is using. The ownership of the device lies with me. And he has even struck my knee with a stone before seizing it. Let me be clear. This can be seen as mere mischief at best, or at worst. It amounts to robbery, and given his age, he could face imprisonment." Zhou Yu spoke with righteous indignation. Their altercation drew the attention of others in the courtyard, prompting a group to emerge to witness the unfolding drama, predominantly comprised of women. The mischievous child, sensing his position was secure, remained oblivious. Had he fathomed Zhou Yu's thoughts, he would have realized that Zhou Yu was deserving of his status as a university student. Zhou Yu believed he had been sufficiently accommodating, and regarding the unruly child, there was no urgency to address the matter directly. A subtle approach would yield a more gratifying outcome. Lele, return the phone to him. I will play with mine later, the woman stated. In truth, the misbehaving child did not genuinely desire the phone. Rather, he found pleasure in witnessing others' discomfort, reveling in the thrill of tormenting others. One cannot fathom how such a pathological mindset is cultivated. Chapter 25. Conflict. Zhou Yu merely delivered 2 light smacks to the child's backside, yet to his surprise, this incited the woman to become relentless, shouting loudly and approaching Zhou Yu to shove him, her tongue lashing out with incessant vitriol. How can one stoop so low? As an adult, is it truly appropriate to bicker with a child? It is utterly preposterous. This woman is completely irrational. She only perceives her own grievances, forever blind to the misfortunes of others. What have I done? Have you witnessed the actions of your son? Zhou Yu finds it incomprehensible that an individual with both average intelligence and emotional awareness could engage in such absurd behavior. Although I have heard tales of parents of unruly children being somewhat unreasonable, experiencing it firsthand reveals that the rumors were not exaggerated, but rather understated. He is merely a child. How can you, an adult, squabble with one so young? That woman is truly being unreasonable, solely intent on defending her offspring. A child? Must a child be allowed to act without restraint and indulge in whatever they please? Neighbors, I implore you to weigh in. While it is inevitable for children to be mischievous, an adult of this age should at least practice some leniency rather than being so pedantic, especially when it was witnessed that he struck another. Even if the child was at fault, a reprimand would suffice. Violence is never justified. The woman fervently rallied those around her, seeking to morally coerce Zhou Yu. But her words evidently held sway. The atmosphere grew quiet for a moment, only to erupt into further cacophony. For there exists a characteristic among the people of Xianxia. Onlookers are never deterred by the prospect of escalating situations. Rather, they revel in the drama, believing the grander the spectacle, the more entertaining it becomes. And thus, a self-proclaimed esteemed youth began to speak. Indeed, this child is indeed a blossom of our nation. How could one resort to violence against them? What if the petals of this national flower were to be damaged? Indeed, what if this leaves a psychological scar on the child? Another individual stepped forward to condemn Zhou Yu, while others chimed in loudly, leaving aside the psychological trauma. What if something serious were to occur? Who would bear that responsibility? Exactly. If this child were to develop psychological issues and grow to harbor animosity towards society, seeking revenge, what then? Zhou Yu gazed at these people, and if he were not aware that they had merely convened temporarily, he might have suspected that someone had paid them to perform. Nonetheless, while there were many who echoed these sentiments, a greater number chose silence. Many in society are led astray by public opinion, resulting in countless tragedies, yet many persist in their ways, learning nothing from past lessons. Much like the film Killing, starring Huang Bo, which vividly illustrates the terrifying power of societal discourse. Zhou Yu looked around at the crowd, sneering coldly, and remarked, "You say he listens to you. So speaking is sufficient. However, if he does not heed your words, I must defend my rights in my own manner. But hitting a child is against the law. Do you not understand? I could sue you," the woman threatened. This was a blend of coercion and persuasion, expecting Zhou Yu to relent. Others might have capitulated, yet she was dealing with Zhou Yu, a person emboldened enough to confront even the divine. He was impervious to both threats and persuasion. Moreover, he had committed no wrongdoing. You speak of the law? Ha! Perhaps you have yet to awaken fully. Zhou Yu looked at the woman with disdain. First, he struck my knee with a stone, committing the offense of intentional injury. Then, he seized my mobile phone, infringing upon my rights, thereby committing robbery. Subsequently, he resorted to deceit, which constitutes the crime of spreading falsehoods. He accused me of various transgressions, amounting to defamation. Later, he spat, which is an act of insult. Even if I were to retaliate, it would merely be a response to his attempt to bite me. After all, he failed to do so, and my actions would be deemed a legitimate act of self-defense. If we were to pursue this matter rigorously, it is likely that your son would find himself in a juvenile detention center for several years. Engaging in a debate with a university student, one must recognize that at Zhou You school, every graduating class participates in a debate competition, a contest of eloquence. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend your words. He is but a child, devoid of basic self-awareness and common sense. How could he possibly commit a crime? The woman retorted. To hold Zhou You accountable, one could initiate legal repercussions, but when it comes to her son, the situation becomes incomprehensible. This matter is not so easily resolved. Zhou You, wishing to avoid further entanglement, sought a swift resolution, as he had resided in this village for an extended period. Prolonging this dispute would tarnish his reputation and adversely affect his parents' standing. Thus, he spoke up. What is it that you desire today? His concession misled the woman into believing that Zhou You was intimidated, prompting her to press further. Let us settle this. If you have your child apologize to me, we can consider the matter resolved. The woman feigned an air of generosity. Yet upon hearing those words, Zhou You could only chuckle internally. It was clear that she had no intention of letting the matter rest. Since she had been offered a way out but refused to take it, there was little he could do. If she wished to play this game, Zhou You was determined to show her that he could handle it. With a wry smile, he remarked, "What a coincidence. We are bound by fate. Our thoughts align quite closely." His amiable demeanor further misled the woman. To be frank, Zhou You found it perplexing how someone with such low emotional intelligence had managed to reach this point in life and even find a spouse. However,
He would soon come to understand.
just as the woman was about to speak again, Zhou You interjected, "I too am inclined to let this go, provided he offers me an apology. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, the woman's countenance darkened, her spirits plummeting. Initially, she had believed Zhou You was intimidated and on the verge of conceding, but the stark contrast in her expectations brought about a considerable emotional blow. "Who dares demand an apology for my child?" A male voice boomed. A large figure appeared, his physique resembling that of a heavily pregnant woman, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation.
Who is that?
Someone nearby inquired. "Oh, that's the child's father. A bit of a troublemaker from a young age. He's not someone to be trifled with." Indeed, before he settled down, he was known for his brawling. Although he has mellowed somewhat in recent years, he remains formidable. Zhou You, who appeared so refined, now found himself in quite a predicament. What transpired? The man did not direct his inquiry towards Zhou You, for his gaze was fixed upon the woman, suggesting that his question was aimed at her. This also indicated the man's stance, as he appeared intent on favoring personal connections over reason. The woman, unambiguous in her intentions, presented a skewed version of events to the man, distorting the truth. Although the incident remained the same, certain details were concealed while others were exaggerated. For instance, Zhou Yu's act of striking the young man was embellished by the woman, who recounted it with great flourish. "Young man, I am not one to dismiss reason entirely. How about this? You offer an apology, and we shall consider the matter settled. I shall not hold it against you." Her words were delivered with an air of confidence, as if she had ensnared Zhou You in her narrative, presenting it as irrefutable fact. "Are you certain this is how it transpired?" Zhou You retorted. "Is it not so? Friend, do not invite trouble upon yourself." The man's tone was laced with a palpable threat. At that moment, as the situation unfolded and the lunch hour approached, more people began to gather. Even Zhou Yu's parents and Sheng Yue arrived, though it remained unclear whether someone had informed Sheng Yue or if she had been present for some time. Having already grasped the general outline of events without stepping forward, the situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 26. The confrontation. Just as the tensions of the situation were on the verge of eruption, a charming visage emerged from the crowd. With delicate features and bright, radiant eyes, the youthful presence exuded an enchanting allure. It was Sheng Yue. "Uncle, what has transpired here?" Sheng Yue inquired of a middle-aged man who appeared to possess an earnest demeanor. Clearly, her judgment of character was astute, as this gentleman candidly relayed the true course of events to her. Zhou Yu's perceptive gaze quickly spotted Sheng Yue's arrival. However, he remained uncertain of her stance, whether it aligned with his own, as it had that morning. One must understand that a woman's change of heart can be swifter than the turning of a page, and as the old adage goes, a woman's mind is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. It is prudent to refrain from speculating on a woman's thoughts, for if one could truly decipher her mind, many a tumultuous situation might be avoided. "Oh, I see," Sheng Yue exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon her. "Indeed, Secretary Sheng. I hope you can manage this matter well and prevent it from escalating," the middle-aged man urged. Although many in the village were unfamiliar with Sheng Yue, her actions, stature, and appearance had made her a recognizable figure to most. It was evident that this gentleman genuinely wished for the situation to be diffused. Otherwise, he would not have expressed such sentiments. Sheng Yue felt a profound sense of duty in her role and promptly spoke up, assuring, "Rest assured, since I occupy this position, I shall diligently fulfill my responsibilities to the best of my abilities." Turning to the man, she continued, "Sir, as the secretary of this village, may I have a moment to speak?" Upon hearing her, Zhou Yu sensed that Sheng Yue intended to advocate for him, as their relationship was considerably closer than his connection with the unfamiliar man. "Dear elders and fellow villagers, please remain calm," Sheng Yue implored, embodying the demeanor of a competent village leader. She raised her hand high, then gently lowered it, repeating the motion several times until she successfully regained control of the situation before addressing the matter at hand. "Could you please tell me exactly what transpired?" she inquired of the man, eager to learn his perspective. He recounted the woman's account of events, which bore some resemblance to what Sheng Yue had previously heard. Yet there were notable discrepancies. "Zhou Yu, please share your version of the story," she urged. Relying solely on one-sided accounts to reach a conclusion would be an irresponsible approach, and Sheng Yue was clearly above such a fundamental error. She sought to gather diverse viewpoints. Zhou Yu, truthful and forthright, narrated the events as they had unfolded. As she listened, Sheng Yue's grip tightened involuntarily, and by the end of Zhou Yu's account, her expression had grown exceedingly grave. "Madam, whom do you believe is telling the truth?" Sheng Yue suddenly turned to the woman, posing the question. The unexpected inquiry left the woman momentarily bewildered, and she stammered, "Well, aren't they discussing the same matter? Do you truly think their accounts are identical?" Sheng Yue pressed on. They should be somewhat similar," the woman replied hesitantly. "Somewhat similar? That is a vast discrepancy." Sheng Yue's tone turned sharp. "You apologize." Suddenly, she directed her gaze at Zhou Yu, demanding him to apologize to the two individuals. At that moment, Zhou Yu regarded Sheng Yue with a mixture of disbelief and disdain, utterly astonished by her inability to discern right from wrong. "Indeed, you must apologize," the woman asserted, her tone filled with unwarranted confidence. The man furrowed his brow, sensing the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. "Child, relent and apologize." Zhou's mother approached Zhou Yu gently, advising him. "Mother," Zhou Yu implored, almost in desperation. "Please apologize," his mother urged, her voice filled with earnest concern. Observing the pleading look in his mother's eyes, Zhou Yu let out a resigned sigh and said, "I'm sorry, I should not have struck your child." After uttering those words, he felt utterly drained, as if every ounce of strength had been expended, leaving him on the brink of collapse. The man chuckled heartily while the woman cast Zhou You a contemptuous glance. Well then, Zhou You has provided you with an explanation. Now, are you not obliged to offer Zhou You an explanation in return? Before the couple could bask in their moment of joy, Xianxia suddenly spoke up. In that instant, a brilliant light ignited in Zhou Yu's eyes, filling him with renewed vigor and rekindling the fiery essence of life within him.
Child.
We rural folk are honest, and while we adhere to principles, it does not mean we can be trampled upon. If you have erred, an apology is due. If others have wronged you, they cannot simply walk away unscathed. Zhou's mother spoke gently, her tone soft yet imbued with the unwavering strength that befits a mother. Zhou Yu's father, typically a man of few words, bore the weight of the family's burdens alone, striving to fulfill every responsibility with quiet diligence. He expressed his unspoken love through action, standing silently behind Zhou Yu and placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Humph, what kind of explanation do you seek? Do not invite trouble upon yourselves, the man interjected as several men gathered around him, their stance resolute. We demand the accountability you owe us. Zhou Yu was taken aback by Xianxia's unexpected firmness, for had he known her lineage, his astonishment would have been quelled. Humph, this is utterly humiliating. The man remarked nonchalantly, though the underlying threat was palpable. Some matters, once they transpire, necessitate someone to bear the consequences. Zhou Yu declared with unwavering resolve. The man chuckled and said, I have stated that this matter can be put to rest as long as you offer an apology. It is now behind us. He attempted to create an exit for himself and turned to leave. However, Zhou Yu, a young man brimming with youthful fervor, could not suppress his anger at the situation. Given the immense frustration he had endured, he was unwilling to let the man depart unchallenged and instinctively pulled at him, igniting a spark of confrontation. The man swiftly pivoted, retaliating with a punch aimed at Zhou Yu's chest. Zhou Yu, accustomed to laboring in the fields and having recently consumed a vitality-enhancing elixir, was in prime physical condition. His combat prowess was commendable, and he was no stranger to altercations, having faced skirmishes during his school days fueled by youthful bravado. After taking a punch, Zhou Yu immediately countered, landing a blow on the man's face. The man, taken aback by Zhou Yu's audacity to fight back, swiftly engaged in a struggle with him. However, what defines a ruffian? They often resort to overwhelming numbers to gain the upper hand. Observing the unfolding situation, the man's companions joined the fray against Zhou Yu. Recognizing that their friend was at a disadvantage, Zhou Yu found himself outnumbered, his fists struggling against the four assailants. Witnessing their child being bullied, Zhou Yu's parents rushed to intervene, but the assailants, already aware of the familial connection, mistook their intentions and began to strike Zhou Yu's parents as well. As Zhou Yu surveyed the scene, a tempest of anger and anxiety surged within him, urging him to strike with greater speed and ferocity. The consequences and responsibilities of the situation were no longer within his contemplation. His singular focus was to incapacitate the brutes before him, ensuring the safety of his parents. As the altercation escalated in intensity, the surrounding crowd began to panic, hastily attempting to intervene. Yet, separating the combatants proved a formidable challenge, transforming what began as a trivial matter into a tumultuous upheaval. Chapter 27. Resolution. Throughout this tumultuous ordeal, injuries were inevitable given the ferocity of the brawl. Not everyone possessed an indomitable spirit. In fact, many were gripped by fear. The nature of such conflicts often favors the bold, for those who succumb to trepidation tend to suffer more grievously. Paradoxically, those unafraid of death find themselves in a better position to protect themselves. In this chaotic fray, Zhou Yu shone as the most formidable figure. Excluding Xianxia, as a university graduate, he likely held the highest academic credentials among the throng. However, It was not his education that set him apart, but rather his ruthless determination. Witnessing his parents being ensnared in this turmoil, even Zhou You, who had come to his aid, was drawn into the fray, further igniting Zhou Yu's fury. The more enraged he became, the more vicious his strikes. With 2 or 3 adversaries targeting him, he felt a blend of indignation and helplessness, despite his relentless efforts, delivering blows that landed with palpable impact. The situation remained unchanged. He found himself unable to assist others, and though the injuries he sustained were not severe, they were far from negligible. Call the police. What purpose does merely pulling people serve? A woman exclaimed. Where are you shouting from? If you don't separate them soon, someone might get seriously hurt. A man, who was in the midst of separating individuals, turned to her and replied. While his words might have seemed somewhat alarmist, the truth remained that despite the conflict, those who frequently engage in fights tend not to genuinely lose their temper to the point of causing fatality. This particularly applies to the parents of unruly children and their summoned allies. Zhou You was presently exerting himself with utmost vigor. If he could muster 10 parts of strength, he certainly would not settle for 8. This was partially due to his inexperience in brawling, which left him unaware of the appropriate levels of force to apply, and partly because he was witnessing those he cherished being dragged into this turmoil. His parents were a different story, for he was their child, and they would naturally defend him. Yet, even Zhou You, who could have remained an outsider in this chaos, was now embroiled, pushing Zhou You to the brink of his patience. Though he shared the same concern for his parents and Zhou You, he found himself uncertain whether his anxiety stemmed more from his feelings for Zhou You or his parents, or perhaps equally from both. Unbeknownst to him, the weight of Zhou Yu's presence in his heart had been steadily increasing. When the police arrived, they were met with a scene of utter disarray. The chaos was palpable. With an assortment of participants, elderly individuals over 50, 5-year-old children, youths in their 20s, urban residents, and beautiful university students. Fellow villagers, let us all calm down and listen to me. A familiar phrase echoed through the tumult, reminiscent of the words spoken by Zhou You when she first stepped forward. However, the parents of the unruly children, caught in their habitual response, paid no heed, and the pandemonium persisted. Allow me, Xiao Lu. You are still too young and inexperienced to handle such situations. Let this seasoned veteran take charge, proclaimed an elderly officer, his hair peppered with strands of silver. With his baton in hand, he strode into the throng, exuding an undeniable authority as he effortlessly parted the crowd and commanded them to kneel. Approaching the father of a troublesome child, the man raised his hand, seemingly intent on striking the officer. The seasoned officer glared back. What is this? Do you wish to strike me as well? Go ahead, dare to lay a finger on me. You frequent the police station often enough. We are well acquainted. The officer then turned to Zhou You. Kneel down. You appear quite cultured and polite, yet you choose to engage in brawls instead of pursuing knowledge. One by one, the onlookers capitulated under the imposing presence of the veteran officer. In truth, the newcomers at the police station likely lacked the understanding that when faced with a brawl, mere shouts are futile. One must assert dominance. This wisdom is reserved for those with years of law enforcement experience, who have dealt with countless cases and comprehend the fear that civilians harbor towards their uniform. However, do the ruffians, like the parents of the troublesome child, not fear them? On the contrary, they are even more afraid, for they frequently encounter the police and are acutely aware of their formidable nature. Should one comply with orders, they might fare better, but to resist would be to assault an officer, and then they would learn the true meaning of cruelty and the inviolability of the law. Thus, while the officer's methods may not strictly adhere to protocol and may pose significant risks, they are undoubtedly the most effective. It was evident that he had successfully subdued the crowd. Day by day, as neighbors in close proximity, what matters cannot be discussed. Must conflicts be resolved through violence? Such actions only serve to exacerbate tensions. The seasoned officer began to lecture, fully aware that mere admonitions could not remedy the situation. He and his colleagues were merely the vanguard, awaiting additional transport from the precinct to accommodate the multitude. It was for this reason that the veteran officer chose to address the gathering. At that moment, the father of the unruly child stood up with a glimmer in his eye, a smile gracing his lips, clearly accustomed to such scenarios. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, the veteran officer barked, "Get down on the ground, hands on your head. Do not presume I am oblivious to your cunning ways. This is not like your previous scuffles with your ilk. I have repeatedly warned you at the precinct that your brawls are mere trifles, often met with leniency. But to assault innocent civilians? Are you looking for trouble?" One officer inquired. The father of the unruly child and his companions stepped forward, exhibiting a level of familiarity with the procedural nuances that was nearly on par with that of the officers. "I wonder what the village leaders are doing, oblivious to such a significant occurrence and failing to intervene, not even showing up," one officer lamented.
Iemihir.
Zhou You timidly interjected, rising to her feet. In that moment, she was no longer the stunning beauty she once was. Her face bore bruises of green and purple, and her hair was in disarray.
Who are you?
The officer inquired. "I am the village committee secretary, and 2 months ago, a female university student arrived," Zhou You explained. At this point, the attitude of the police shifted, as there had been prior communication from above. Zhou You had just graduated and lacked extensive work experience, prompting a hope for greater consideration and robust assistance from the local authorities. The seasoned officers were well aware that this leniency was likely due to connections, for it was not the first occasion for a fresh graduate to commence work. Yet, such hints and requests had not been afforded to me. For instance, Xiao Lu from their police station was also a recent graduate, yet he received no such prompts. Although part of this could be attributed to Xiao Lu facing less resistance than Zhou You, the intricacies of the situation were not easily articulated. "Then tell me,
Who assaulted you?"
the police inquired of Zhou You. She pointed to one of the delinquents, indicating that he was the one who had struck her. The officers summoned everyone involved, asking them to discuss how to resolve the matter. The police primarily approach such issues through negotiation. "I believe we should prioritize medical attention, otherwise we risk infection in the wounds," Zhou You asserted, leading the conversation. The officers nodded in agreement and instructed Zhou You to accompany all the villagers and the troublesome youth to the hospital, while the delinquents had some matters to clarify with them. Chapter 28. At the hospital, once Zhou You and the villagers departed, one of the officers remarked, "You all are quite bold. Keep stirring up trouble. Why don't you?" A delinquent retorted with a cheeky grin. "Who would dare?" The officer challenged. "What is it that you fear?" The police officer, exasperated, remarked, "You dare to assault even national officials and village committee heads. Pray tell, what else are you afraid of?" It was at this moment that the ruffians realized their gravest misstep was not merely the act of violence, but their audacity to strike Zhou You, a public servant and village committee chairperson who had come to resolve issues. Their brazen attack was a flagrant challenge to the rule of law and the authority of the state. If the safety of an official tasked with mediation could not be assured, who would be willing to undertake the responsibilities of conflict resolution? It could be said that the police station had been quite busy these past few days, and this was likely the source of the veteran officer's ire. Typically, these troublemakers adhered to their so-called code of the underworld, preferring to avoid entanglements with law enforcement. They would often murmur a reluctant apology and settle matters privately, thus sparing the police a great deal of hassle. However, this situation was markedly different. The conflict now involved the very civilians they were sworn to protect, hardworking farmers, akin to the fathers of many among them, and notably, a village committee chairperson. This complication escalated the matter significantly. Meanwhile, in the hospital, although Zhou You had played a pivotal role during the fray, his side was evidently at a disadvantage in terms of combat effectiveness. Fortunately, his robust physique mitigated the severity of his injuries. The unluckiest of all was a young boy, who found himself at the epicenter of the skirmish. Unable to evade the chaos, he was caught in the turmoil, resulting in his current state of unconsciousness. Zhou Yu's parents and Zhou You, due to Zhou Yu's protection, sustained minimal injuries, allowing for a simple treatment of anti-inflammatory medication and disinfection. As for the villagers, they remained uninvolved in the conflict. Many were merely spectators. And those who later attempted to mediate were unharmed due to their sheer numbers and lack of intent to engage in violence.
Consequently,
The only individuals who truly suffered were the unfortunate young troublemaker and his mother, who incurred Zhou Yu's wrath and received a punch from him, albeit not severely. The one who truly bore the brunt of the ordeal was the troublemaker's father, as he was the first to strike and a primary target for Zhou Yu's focus, resulting in them being the two most injured individuals. In fact, due to their combat capabilities, the troublemaker's father might have even suffered more than Zhou Yu. Although they were delinquents accustomed to brawling, allowing them to maintain a certain level of composure during the altercation, Zhou Yu fought with complete ferocity, leading to greater injuries for the troublemaker's father. The young troublemaker, having not experienced such violence before, lost consciousness, making him the third most injured. Children are inherently precious. Even if he was the instigator of this incident, that fact did not change. Hence, Zhou Yu and his companions merely procured some medicine and checked for any serious injuries like fractures. In contrast, due to his unconscious state and the necessity for a thorough examination, the troublemaker was admitted to the hospital. Although Zhou Yu's parents were not young, they remained somewhat detached during the altercation. Both Zhou Yu's father and mother possessed considerable strength and were only mildly injured. In contrast, Zhou You, being a woman, was not intentionally targeted. Her injuries were merely the result of unfortunate circumstances. Zhou Yu felt justified in his actions, yet out of a sense of humanitarian spirit, he purchased some fruits near the hospital to visit the mischievous child. To be candid, this was the utmost he could do, demonstrating his benevolence. However, the child's mother was clearly ungrateful. When Zhou Yu brought in the fruits, she did not even glance at him. As he placed the fruits down and intended to leave, she aggressively confronted him, striking and scratching him, pulling his hair while incessantly demanding compensation of 100,000 yuan, threatening to take legal action otherwise. Zhou Yu was already simmering with frustration. He bore no responsibility for the situation. If blame were to be assigned, it should be to the child's family for their brazen behavior, which seemed to have become a habitual trait. Zhou Yu had heard of the family's reputation. The three brothers were involved in home repairs, with the child's father being the youngest and a known troublemaker, while the elder brothers were relatively upright. They had initially planned to build 4 rooms, with the eldest brother managing 2, and the child's father insisting on taking an additional room's foundation after the groundwork had been laid. Due to his brazen declaration that if he were not accommodated, no repairs would be made, he obstinately seized the foundation of a room. His domineering nature is evident even towards his own kin. Zhou Yu, already in a foul mood, found his spirits further dampened by the commotion caused by the unruly child's mother. In a moment of exasperation, he pushed her aside, yet she, lacking reason, charged at him once more. Frustrated, Zhou Yu delivered a swift kick, sending her sprawling. Meanwhile, the unruly child's father arrived at the hospital, not immediately seeking medical attention but opting to first check on his child. Thus, he fortuitously witnessed the altercation, making it difficult for Zhou Yu to escape, as the father barreled towards him. However, Zhou Yu remained unfazed, aware that the father posed no threat, a realization solidified during their earlier scuffle. As they grappled, the unruly child's mother regained her composure and rushed to assist her husband. Zhou Yu's intentions were clear. He aimed to eliminate the weaker opponent first. Ignoring the child's father, he focused his efforts on the mother, rationalizing that her vile behavior warranted such treatment, despite societal norms against striking women. Yet, the situation was far from simple, as it involved negotiations concerning compensation and liability. If an agreement could not be reached, the resolution of the matter would remain elusive, particularly given that Zhou You, as a victim and an official, held a crucial position in the proceedings. However, they remain oblivious to the happenings within the hospital. Had they been aware, they would comprehend that this matter cannot be resolved so simply. "Why haven't you come for the past month?" the young man inquired, a hint of urgency evident in his tone. "It has been a month since I last saw you." As the woman emerged, she playfully caressed Zhou Yu's chin, teasing him. Were it not for Zhou Yu's understanding that this was merely her facade, he might have found himself ensnared in her charms. There were some matters to attend to. "But I shall be the one delivering from now on," Zhou Yu replied. "Oh, shall we dine at my place tonight? I heard you are bringing the vegetables, and I have prepared a sumptuous feast for you." The woman provocatively licked her lips, exuding an air of seduction. "I fear you might devour me," Zhou Yu replied with an expressionless face, focusing intently on pushing the vegetables into the pot. "What a thing to say. Even if we were to indulge, I wouldn't dare consume you. I could never bring myself to feast upon such a striking individual." The woman responded coyly. Zhou Yu cleared his throat softly. "I have sustained an injury. Alcohol is not advisable." The woman's apparent ignorance of his injury revealed that her intentions were solely playful, devoid of deeper motives. Upon learning of Zhou Yu's injury, she glanced at him and remarked, "Who could be so cruel as to harm my young man? Surely, it was not you who sought pleasure elsewhere and was then caught by a rival? Enough of this frivolity. I won't engage further. I have matters to attend to tomorrow and the day after, so I shall bring over more vegetables today," Zhou Yu said, steering the conversation back to seriousness, prompting the woman to abandon her teasing demeanor. "Oh, is there anything I can assist you with? If so, do not hesitate to speak up." The woman, in the presence of Zhou Yu, momentarily subdued her charm. "It's nothing. These matters are nearly resolved. If you truly wish to help, perhaps you could assist me in eliminating someone." Zhou Yu jested nonchalantly. "You certainly possess a knack for humor, but isn't that a bit of a challenge for me?" The woman reverted to her true self. In reality, she was slightly older than Zhou Yu. However, she often referred to him as little brother in jest. Were her rivals to discover this, they would likely be taken aback. While Zhou Yu was in the restroom, 2 or 3 individuals entered, one of whom was the father of the mischievous child. Zhou Yu sensed that the situation would not be easily resolved, and he was surprised by the speed of the retaliation. Nevertheless, he felt unperturbed. "You little brat, weren't you quite arrogant? Let's see how you handle this now," the father of the troublesome child boasted triumphantly. "Brother, this is merely a misunderstanding. Could you possibly—" Zhou Yu began, but was promptly interrupted. "It's too late for apologies." With a curse, Zhou Yu took the initiative, disregarding the others, and focused solely on the child's father. Fortunately, they were unarmed, relying solely on their fists, perhaps believing that 3 of them would suffice to subdue Zhou Yu. Initially, Zhou Yu feigned weakness, as he had anticipated. However, the unfolding events and their outcome diverged significantly from his expectations. 2 individuals relentlessly assaulted Zhou Yu, who had entirely abandoned his defenses. They seized the father of the troublesome child, pummeling his abdomen with fierce blows, and forcefully slammed his head against the wall, employing every brutal tactic imaginable. In a particularly savage moment, they even attempted to submerge the father's head into a cesspit. At this juncture, Zhou Yu's visage was smeared with blood. Yet the 3 assailants fared little better, especially the father of the troublesome child, whose face and clothes were drenched in blood, exuding a foul odor. The 4 combatants eventually paused, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Their initial intent was merely to teach Zhou Yu a lesson. But they had not anticipated his fierce resistance, which nearly spiraled into a fatal encounter. "Come on, bring it on. I fear not death at this moment. If I perish, so be it. Taking 1 down with me is no loss, and taking 2 is a gain. Come on, continue," Zhou Yu bellowed, his eyes ablaze and his countenance along with the blood on the ground, rendering him a terrifying sight. The two accomplices summoned by the troublesome child's father had assumed this was merely a typical brawl, relying on their numbers to intimidate. They were astonished to discover Zhou Yu's fearless defiance, realizing that if this continued, it could result in a tragic loss of life. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, they chose to withdraw. Upon returning home, Zhou Yu's parents, witnessing his condition, were heartbroken. His mother wept openly, while his father remained silent for a time before seizing a knife and preparing to step out. Had Zhou Yu not intervened in time, it is likely that the night would have ended in tragedy. Then Zhou Yu went to seek medicine from the old Chinese physician, who provided him with some quality remedies. Given their familiar relationship, however, the physician did not charge him, stating that in the future, Zhou Yu would not incur any costs, as the medicine Zhou Yu had given him was the finest offering, and he was not in need of money. Despite the physician's good intentions, Zhou Yu felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. He jokingly retorted, "I shall never return. I hope I am never obliged to come back." The old physician chuckled in response. All right, if you don't wish to come, then so be it." As Zhou Yu was about to leave, the physician merely said, "If you need anything, just give me a call. At my age, I can no longer engage in physical confrontations, yet I fear nothing." Chapter 30. The False Monkey King? Sun Wukong's speed was astonishing. Within but a minute, he arrived at Zhou Yu's residence without so much as a knock, directly entering. "Are you Zhou Yu?" Though they had conversed online, this was their first meeting in person. The Monkey King appeared somewhat taller than an ordinary monkey, with a more splendid coat and a sprightlier gait. "Monkey King, at last, I see you. Do you know you are my idol? The havoc you wreaked in heaven, confronting countless deities, is simply extraordinary." Zhou Yu began with a flurry of compliments. Yet his praise was genuine. After all, every individual has once admired Sun Wukong. He had been a childhood hero, though that admiration waned with maturity, as many came to perceive him as a mere myth. However, now that the real deal stood before him, Zhou Yu felt a renewed sense of reverence. "When I arrived, I noticed a throng of people outside your home. Were they your companions?" "I went to help you out," Sun Wukong declared with exuberance, for he relished the thrill of combat and was eager to charge outside. "Brother Monkey, do transform a bit. If you rush out like this, how will others perceive you? It would not bode well if you were to expose yourself." Zhou Yu cautioned Sun Wukong. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong complied, transforming into a hip-hop youth. Though he might be thousands of years old, for an immortal being like him, he still felt quite youthful. With his staff, which had morphed from his magical abilities, he dashed out. Zhou Yu, not one to lag behind, seized a metal rod and followed suit. There was no imminent danger, and it provided an opportunity to display a bit of bravado. Why not seize the moment? Most importantly, he was intimidated by the fearsome reputation of Brother Monkey and felt compelled to accompany him, ensuring that no harm would befall anyone, while also keeping an eye out for those in need of special attention. While Sun Wukong's staff appeared wooden, its true material remained unchanged, retaining its formidable essence and weight. This resulted in a curious phenomenon. As Zhou Yu dragged his iron rod along the ground, it showed no signs of wear, whereas Sun Wukong's wooden staff sparked with every scrape. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and there were not many witnesses to discern the details, so Zhou Yu felt relatively unconcerned. Not everyone shared Zhou Yu's fortune. Having sustained grave injuries, he had sought remedies from an esteemed physician and consumed several spirit-reviving pills, leaving him in good health. However, the father of the mischievous child was not as fortunate, still lying in a hospital bed. Thus there was no one in need of care. "Take this, you old monkey." At this moment, the Monkey King had made his move, and Zhou Yu felt a pang of anxiety, not out of fear of defeat, but rather concerned that Sun Wukong might inadvertently cause serious harm. That would indeed pose a dilemma. However, it was evident that his apprehensions were unfounded. At Sun Wukong's level of mastery, he handled the situation with effortless grace, inflicting no serious injuries, merely rendering his opponents incapable of further combat. The sight of such formidable prowess sent them fleeing in terror. Inside the room, Zhou You and Sun Wukong were engaged in a tug-of-war. Monkey King, don't rush off just yet. My matters are far from resolved. I have affairs in Huagua Mountain as well. I offer you a 10% stake in my profits and a share of my micro-business income thereafter. I'm indifferent. Huagua Mountain truly has pressing matters, and besides, your place is hardly as entertaining as mine. What is it that requires your attention? Rest assured, I shall take you on a delightful outing later. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's promise of a fun excursion, Sun Wukong's demeanor softened, and he chose to remain. The following day, Zhou Yu took Sun Wukong to the amusement park, engaging in activities such as roller coasters, a water park, and a spinning fire wheel. Yet, Sun Wukong found little joy in these diversions. Only the water park held some appeal. Zhou Yu even took him bungee jumping, but for someone like Sun Wukong, who often soared through the skies, these experiences offered little thrill. Sun Wukong was incessantly clamoring to leave, but Zhou Yu managed to keep him there with great difficulty. Unwilling to let go so easily, the two engaged in a playful tug-of-war, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Over the years, Sun Wukong had cultivated his temperament, no longer exhibiting the same impulsive rage of his past. Even if he were not to be struck down by a single blow, he would still face severe consequences and mischief. Eventually, they arrived at an arcade, where the jubilant laughter and animated discussions of those exiting piqued Sun Wukong's interest. He resolved to venture inside. At this moment, Zhou Yu had a sudden realization. Although the Monkey King was familiar with mobile devices, his understanding was limited, believing them merely to facilitate conversation. Zhou Yu now comprehended that this was no ordinary individual, while common folk found amusement in such diversions. Sun Wukong did not share their sentiments. To keep him engaged, Zhou Yu must introduce him to experiences he had yet to encounter. Without further ado, Zhou Yu led Sun Wukong inside, and indeed, once the latter stepped in, he was reluctant to leave, captivated by the activities of those around him.
Boss,
I would like to purchase $50 worth of game tokens, he declared. Soon enough, Zhou Yu and Sun Wukong were immersed in gaming. Initially, Sun Wukong's skills were rather rudimentary, but within just an hour, he had caught up to Zhou Yu. With his remarkable intuition and reflexes, not to mention his mastery of skills like the 72 transformations, it was no surprise that he excelled at gaming. The following day, shortly after finishing breakfast, Zhou Yu received a call from the police station, instructing him to report to the hospital to address a matter. Zhou Yu understood that this was an obligation he could not evade. Upon arriving at the hospital, I was taken aback to see Zhou Yu still lively and vibrant, his wounds remarkably faded, while I lay helplessly in bed. My frustration reached a boiling point. Not only was I incapacitated, but his entire family was also confined to their hospital beds, all of them unable to stand. They had suffered a significant loss this time. Yet, I pondered the notion of seeking justice. Zhou Yu, being the victim, would undoubtedly benefit from such a decision. And it was not beyond the realm of possibility that this could ultimately lead to the imprisonment of those responsible. That little rascal, are you intentionally provoking me? Even in my bedridden state, my temper flared. However, Zhou Yu remained unfazed. Offending him once was already a mistake, and offending him multiple times held no additional weight. What was there to fear? Furthermore, given the circumstances, any chance for reconciliation had vanished. Zhou Yu merely cast a glance in my direction, opting for silence. The lack of agreement between us was certainly troublesome. The officer rubbed his temples, sensing the complexity of the situation. A peaceful resolution would have been ideal, sparing them much hassle. You little brat, are you seeking your demise? Dare to lay a finger on him and see what happens. A cool, authoritative female voice interjected, clearly there to support Zhou Yu. Who dares meddle in my affairs? Step forward. A strikingly attractive woman entered the room. Without hesitation, she approached the bed and delivered 2 sharp slaps to the person lying there. What is your name, you scoundrel? I assure you, I will deal with you severely. Wu Qin, the woman replied nonchalantly. Instantly, the father of the troublesome youth turned pale, recognizing her as the formidable Iron King Wu Qin. Officer, we choose to settle this privately, Wu Qin asserted, seizing the opportunity to speak on Zhou Yu's behalf. The officer did not solicit any opinions. He simply acquiesced. The individual before him was someone who commanded respect in both the underworld and the legitimate realm. The officer intended to save face and become familiar with this figure, while the person confined to the hospital bed appeared pallid. Chapter 31. The authority of the Iron King. How do you propose we resolve this matter? Wu Qin bit her finger, observing the bedridden individual with a playful expression. This person, who had always acted with impunity, now found himself gripped by fear. The Iron King was indeed a formidable presence in the city. He had presumed that someone of her stature would never grace such a remote village, yet here she was, and he realized she had come specifically to confront him. I shall grant you 2 minutes to deliberate. Should you fail to make a choice, I shall choose for you. Wu Qin smiled sweetly, but the individual on the bed felt an icy dread seep into his very core, causing him to tremble. Young man, if you are acquainted with such influential figures, do share their identities with me. Otherwise, I would not dare to offend you. The father of the mischievous child was on the verge of tears. Truly, this person possessed such powerful connections, yet chose to remain silent, only revealing the existence of such a formidable ally after he had already incurred their wrath. This was a path devoid of escape. He even harbored a more terrifying thought. Could it be that some powerful individual disapproved of him and intended to find an excuse to ruin him? Perhaps if my elder brother intervened, the situation might improve. Zhou Yu had not anticipated that the person purchasing vegetables from his family would wield such intimidating influence. He gestured dismissively, his expression resolute. So, you mean to imply that I am to blame? The father of the mischievous child was on the verge of tears, as Zhou Yu continued to cast aspersions upon him, seemingly intent on driving him to despair. How could he dare to blame you? It is the fault of the scoundrels, who failed to recognize greatness. As he spoke, he struck his own face several times with his bandaged hand, his expression one of sycophancy. Meanwhile, the other 2 individuals in the hospital room dared not utter a word, hoping desperately to remain unnoticed. You have 1 minute left. The father of the mischievous child hastily retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, big brother. Monkey, what's the matter? Came a robust voice from the other end. Due to the father's surname, Ho, he had been nicknamed Monkey by those in the underworld. Big brother, I'm at the hospital, and I need your help. His tone was notably humble. You've been beaten? Yes, big brother. Which hospital? Renha Hospital. Wait there, I will gather some people and come over with them immediately. Damn it. Who dares to bully my brother? Big brother, it's not. Hello. The call was abruptly terminated. Monkey thought to himself that Renha Hospital was merely a small establishment. What significant figures could possibly be found there? Surely, it was just a bunch of clowns making a ruckus, while he, the Tyrannosaurus, was not someone to be trifled with in these parts. Time us up, share your thoughts. Wu Qin smiled. Yet in Monkey's eyes, it was unmistakably a mocking expression, as if he truly regarded him as a mere monkey. My big brother will be here shortly. What, are you still calling for help? I dare not presume, for I perceive my own status as too humble to engage in negotiations with you all. Moreover, I am not well versed in the customs of your esteemed circle. I shall adhere strictly to the established protocols, and when the time comes, I shall face any trials with unwavering resolve. Presently, my greatest apprehension lies in the unpredictability of Wu Qin's actions. Otherwise, I might indeed find myself in dire straits. I await the moment, for in my presence, the fear of others summoning aid is but a trifling concern. To ascend to the position of company manager, Wu Qin undeniably possesses commendable capability, strength, background, and cunning. Then, Wu Qin and Zhou You departed together. I have come to see you. Is she your sister? Zhou Yu could hardly believe his ears. When I delivered vegetables, I found an instant rapport with Sister Wu, who welcomed me as her sister. Before Wu Qin could respond, Sheng Yue interjected, seemingly concealing something, prompting a significant glance from Wu Qin. Indeed, today I am not here for you. I have come to see my sister. After a brief moment, Wu Qin appeared to notice something amiss. Are you injured? Sheng Yue gently waved her hand, dismissing it. It's nothing, just a minor injury, a result of my own carelessness. Wu Qin, however, was astute enough to discern that the injury was not merely incidental, and the uncertainty of its origin weighed heavily upon her.
Who are they?
I shall ensure they regret their actions. This highlights the disparity between Zhou Yu and Sheng Yue. Though Zhou Yu bore a more severe injury, he kept silent, while Wu Qin remained oblivious. In contrast, it was Wu Qin who first detected Sheng Yue's minor wound, her excitement tinged with a palpable aura of menace. A mere scratch, it is of no consequence. Wu Qin shook her head helplessly. There's nothing I can do about what you just said. If there's something on your mind, speak up. I am rather curious to know who has the audacity to bully me in this place. Just then, the sound of an engine roared from downstairs as a group of individuals disembarked from a vehicle. Wu Qin sensed hostility in their demeanor. Though she was not intimidated, she understood that desperate individuals might resort to extreme measures. For the sake of caution, she decided to make a phone call. Brother Feng, there's a situation here. Could you come over? Wu Jia, where are you? I'll be there immediately. Renha Hospital. Concerned that he might not find it easily, Wu Qin sent him the address to ensure there would be no missteps. Meanwhile, in the hospital room of the troublesome child's father, he asked Monkey, where are those bastards? I'll deal with them for you. It was evident that he was merely boasting, yet he was genuinely intent on avenging his little brother. He believed that in such a small locality, he could act with impunity. Big brother, please calm down. It would be bad if others overheard. I fear no one. Whoever stands in my way today shall face dire consequences. The man exuded a menacing aura. Is your big brother here? Wu Qin entered the room slowly, having overheard someone proclaiming a desire to kill. Are you his big brother? Wu Qin spoke coldly. In less than half an hour, she had transformed, now embodying the formidable presence of an iron-fisted ruler. You foul woman, did you harm my brother? Do you wish to die? Brother, enough of the chatter. He is Wu Qin. The monkey exerted all his efforts to dissuade him. I care not for his name. Today, I shall deal with her. He could never have anticipated that the individual before him was the Iron King of Hell. In his conventional mindset, such a prominent figure as the Iron King could not possibly appear in this location. Thus, he felt the name of the person before him, though somewhat familiar, was of no consequence. Oh my, this place is indeed lively. A man entered, appearing to be around 24 or 25 years of age, with short hair and clad in a striking black leather jacket, exuding an air of coolness. BTINH, are you once again engaging in your extortion here? The man was evidently acquainted with the monkey, immediately confronting him. Wu Qin initially considered the matter trivial, but now she sensed that if the other party failed to produce someone with authority and did not offer sufficient compensation, she would ensure they faced dire consequences. Madman, what brings you here? Ah Feng, known for his ruthlessness and erratic behavior, was commonly referred to as Madman in the underworld. His most notorious feat involved single-handedly confronting enemies in a tavern, emerging bloodied but alive. It is said he willingly walked into that confrontation, which is how his infamous title became widely recognized. Ordinary people dared not provoke him. BTINH, your presence here begs the question, Why should I not be here? Brother Feng, he claims he will kill someone, and it frightens the poor souls so much that their heart races. What should we do? They are so terrified. Wu Qin once again assumed the guise of a delicate woman, yet the madman was well aware of her true nature and chose not to dwell on it. He thought to himself, as long as you don't bring someone to their demise, it would be a blessing. Who would dare to provoke you? Ba Tian Hu. It might have been acceptable for you to bully others, but now that you've crossed paths with my sister Qin, escaping this predicament may prove quite arduous. What do you call her? Suddenly, Ba Tian, who seemed to recall something, there were few individuals deserving such reverence from this lunatic. And only one person had the privilege of calling her sister Qin, Iron King Wu Qin. Sister Qin. Ba Tian, who incredulously pointed at Wu Qin, you are the Iron King? What Iron King? Such an unpleasant title. You might as well call me Director Wu. All right, Director Wu, could you perhaps let me off the hook? Ba Tian, who pleaded, chagrined by his previous words, wishing he could slap himself for his own foolishness. How could his tongue be so reckless? Instead of facing her wrath, he considered himself fortunate if she merely chose to spare him. Well, your initial remarks were rather ungracious.
I confess.
Director Wu, you are magnanimous. Please release me. Ba Tian, who, a man who could take it or leave it, now sought forgiveness, repeatedly slapping his own face in a desperate attempt to appease Wu Qin. Enough of this. It won't resolve anything. Shall I summon old Master Han, or would you prefer I pay him a visit myself? Wu Qin gazed at Ba Tian, who with a profound expression. The Decepticons, akin to lunatics, find themselves under the command of Wu Qin, much like how the Decepticon exists under the influence of the Han family. Having offended Wu Qin and lacking sufficient standing, the Decepticon has no recourse but to call upon the Elder for assistance. You should contact the Elder. Given the situation here, he must step forward and utter a few words, lest I lose face and you remain trapped. Upon realizing that there might be room for negotiation, the Decepticon hurriedly dialed the Elder Han, imploring him to intervene, in hopes that Wu Qin might extend a lifeline. Their actions were swift. Shortly thereafter, a Mercedes-Benz came to a halt outside. An elderly gentleman emerged, supported by a young woman, exuding an air of opulence and authority, far removed from the demeanor of a mere Decepticon. Mr. Wu, it has been a while. Elder Han, you appear as robust as ever. The two exchanged pleasantries, shaking hands in greeting. I am unaware of when I may have offended you, so I offer my sincerest apologies. I shall host a banquet of contrition soon, and I hope Mr. Wu will grace us with his presence. Elder Han, may I have a word in private? Wu Qin led the Elder Han away. Do you know what transpired? Wu Qin inquired, shrouded in mystery, deliberately teasing the matter. I have heard whispers. It is merely a group of youngsters embroiled in some trivial conflict. If that is the case, it is of no great consequence, and there is no need to involve you. However, after my arrival today, I have come to realize that your subordinates possess an extraordinary audacity, daring even to provoke the young princess of the Sheng family. What do you mean by the little princess of the Sheng family? Although a vague suspicion lingered in his mind, he still felt reluctant to believe it without hearing it directly. No one dared to provoke Wu Qin here, which was not only due to her own formidable prowess, but primarily because of her intricate ties to the prestigious Sheng family of Kyoto. Which Sheng family, you ask? The one from Kyoto, of course. Wu Qin shot him a disdainful glance. Such an important figure arrives, yet you fail to spread the word? This is utterly outrageous. The elderly Han couldn't help but curse under his breath. Wu Qin regarded him as if he were a fool. If these words reached the ears of the esteemed elder of the Sheng family, by this time next year, I could very well be visiting your grave. Please, Ms. Wu, do enlighten me on what to do. Although I am advancing in years, I assure you I am not one to shy away from my duties. The elderly Han hastily attempted to smooth things over. While I can overlook the incident involving my people, the little princess of the Sheng family is quite delicate. If your people have harmed her." The elder Han wiped the sweat from his brow. The weather was becoming increasingly oppressive. "Ms. Wu, please speak your mind. Regarding that young man's matter, I have already stated that it was your people who acted unreasonably. 100,000 should suffice. As for the little princess, let us settle on 200,000. Consider it a bargain." Wu Qin nonchalantly set the price, relishing the feeling of extorting while simultaneously eliciting gratitude. "Isn't that a bit excessive?" Elder Han inquired cautiously, as they had merely sustained minor injuries, particularly Zhou You, who was hardly harmed at all. Yet the demand for 200,000 was clearly a case of extortion. The people of Kyoto remain oblivious to this matter, and the regard for the little princess is self-evident. Should that man become aware, even a sum with an additional zero would scarcely suffice. Merely mentioning that man renders old Master Han speechless. He can only nod helplessly. Though the amount may be modest, it weighs heavily on his heart. Under the eaves of another, one must bow their head. Chapter 33. The curtain falls. Old Master Han entered without uttering a word. Upon seeing him, Wu Qin cleared her throat, remarking, "Old Master, there are certain matters I find difficult to address as an outsider. These are your family affairs. It is best you discuss them amongst yourselves." Having intervened to this extent, what is there left to hesitate about? Is there truly a sense of propriety in refraining from involvement? The course of action rests with you. The compensation terms are dictated by you, and dissent is not permitted. If this is deemed inappropriate, then pray tell, what constitutes an appropriate dialogue? Yet, old Master Han remained silent, merely summoning the tyrant to the monkey's bedside, imparting instructions gradually. The more he spoke, the more the monkey's expression soured, while the tyrant maintained his composure. "Old Master, while it is essential to convey what must be said, be cautious with what is spoken in excess, for it may lead to unforeseen consequences." This is not to suggest that Wu Qin is significantly more formidable than old Master Han, nor that he fears her. Rather, it is the influence of the Sheng family that prevails, and indeed, this is a directive from the Sheng family, leaving old Master Han with little room to express himself further. Upon hearing the conversation behind him, the monkey's expression turned ashen. In this society, earning money is no simple feat. Although they are all engaged in the underworld, it is only when one reaches a certain level that money becomes relatively easier to acquire. For the esteemed Master Sheng, currency has become merely a number. As for Wu Qin, money is not particularly difficult for her to obtain. However, for the monkey and others like the Ba Tian who, wealth remains elusive. So, have you reached an agreement? If so, please expedite the process. Time is of the essence. Although they claim to be negotiating, it is evident that everything has already been predetermined. Only those who are oblivious to the circumstances would genuinely believe they are engaging in discussions, like Zhou You. Doesn't Wu Jia think they should consult us during their negotiations? Are they really taking the initiative from us without our input? Wu Qin shot Zhou Yu a glance, thinking him adorably naive. Rest assured. What kind of relationship do we share? Would I allow you to suffer? Stay by my side, and I promise to keep you well-fed and healthy. It is not entirely surprising that Zhou Yu is so innocent. His family consists of simple, honest farmers, lacking the connections that Zheng Yue possesses. Recently graduated from university, he has had little exposure to the complexities of the world. Wu Jia, please don't just, Zhou Yu interjected hastily. Zheng Yue chimed in. With your current demeanor, even if you plead with Wu Jia, she wouldn't take you under her wing. Would you, Wu Jia? Oh dear, my fragile heart. Why would you say such a thing? This young man does possess a certain charm. Fragile heart? Surely, you can't be implying. The words left Wu Qin and Zheng Yue with expressions of dismay, their faces darkening in an instant. We have reached an agreement here, Mr. Wu. When the time comes, please send over the account details. We will certainly handle everything with utmost clarity. It seems we must trouble Elder Han to make a trip. But there are still a few unresolved matters. Do you think the person in the hospital bed and the one beside you should offer an apology? Mr. Wu, I believe that might be unnecessary. Before your arrival, some individuals uttered many unflattering remarks, and to speak frankly, it is merely out of respect for you. Otherwise, the matter would not be so simple as an apology. Is what Mr. Wu said true? Elder Han glanced at his subordinate, the formidable Ba Tianhu. Clearly aware of his men's tendencies and understanding that Wu Qin's words held considerable weight. I am not oblivious. Just tell me, is there an issue or not? Yes. Then why are you not hastening to apologize to Mr. Wu? Mr. Wu, I am sorry. It was my loose tongue. Very well, let us consider this matter settled. Does the individual in the hospital have anything to say? Mr. Wu, Before he could finish, Wu Qin interrupted him. The apology is not owed to me, but rather to this young gentleman, my dear sister. Wu Qin grabbed her bag, preparing to leave. Sister Wu, why not stay for a meal? Zhou You was the first to persuade her. Indeed, Sister Wu, you come all this way, and to leave without dining? What will others say? Xianxia joined in the invitation. Stay for a meal? Little girl, I am not belittling you, but can you actually cook? Zhou You chimed in, teasingly. Why am I at a loss? This is a fundamental survival skill. Wu Qin cast her gaze at her and remarked, You may be capable, but I shall not remain behind. As you all heard, I am treating a madman to dinner tonight. Little girl, do you join me and your brother then? Grant me this favor. She then turned her attention to Zhou You, saying, Your vegetables are quite impressive. Do bring some over this evening. With Wu Qin's words laid bare, Zhou You could hardly be oblivious to her intentions of paving the way for him. This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity for him. However, Wu Qin had mentioned that Xianxia would be the one to accompany him, indicating that everything hinged on her willingness. Since Sister Wu had spoken, it was fortuitous that he had yet to find a dining venue. Very well, let us proceed thus. I shall see you at Wanbao Tower this evening.
With that,
Wu Qin took her leave. Zhou You and Xianxia had no intention of lingering, yet they did not inquire about the outcome of Wu Qin's endeavors, clearly placing their trust in her. Xianxia, do you think if we ask Sister Wu to speak to the factory owner, he might grant her a favor and relocate the factory? Zhou You quietly inquired as they walked. I cannot say for certain. As you've observed, that owner is from out of town, while Sister Wu is well connected here. However, whether he'll extend her this courtesy remains to be seen tonight. Subsequently, Xianxia parted ways with Zhou You. Chapter 34. City dwellers. As Xianxia strolled along the road, her phone suddenly buzzed. She opened her device and answered the call. Little princess, are you alone at this moment? Wu Qin's voice resonated through the receiver. What little princess? Sister Wu, please do not say such things. I am merely an ordinary university student.
Oh.
Is the little princess still playing it low-key? Sister Wu, if you continue to speak like this, I shall become quite vexed. All right. If my words are unpalatable, then let it be. Later this evening, I shall indulge in another drink. By the way, should we inform the old master about this matter? I believe that is unnecessary. I merely sustained a minor abrasion, hardly something of great consequence. Furthermore, there is another matter I need your assistance with. Whatever it is, do not hesitate to speak. There is no need to feel burdened by it. This issue cannot be succinctly conveyed in a few words. Let us discuss it later tonight. Speaking of that matter, you possess 200,000. Let me remind you not to mention it to your little paramour, as he only has 10,000. What little paramour? Our relationship is merely professional, and there is even a hint of enmity. Very well. You may say whatever you wish, but why do I have so much? His injuries are far more severe than mine. Oh, my dear aunt, are you truly oblivious or merely pretending? Can your two standings truly be compared? Do not resent the amount. 200,000 is a small price for one's life, and it is hardly a loss. Should this matter reach the old master's ears, without a proper resolution, none of us shall escape unscathed. Moreover, if the sum is reduced, where will the old master's dignity reside? All right then, Sister Wu. Thank you. Let us leave it at that and discuss it tonight. Indeed. Farewell, Sister Wu. Zhou Yu swiftly received a message from Wu Qin, requesting him to send over his account details. Approximately half an hour later, he received a text notification from the bank, informing him of a transfer of 100,000 yuan into his account. Zhou Yu had anticipated a compensation of merely several thousand, never expecting such a substantial amount. With this new influx, his account now boasted around 200,000 yuan, leading him to contemplate the commencement of renovations on his home. However, he still felt it insufficient. His aspiration was to market his vegetables worldwide, necessitating a respectable abode that matched his aspirations. Zhou Yu was a proponent of efficiency, preferring to resolve matters in a single endeavor. Admittedly, he was somewhat indolent, otherwise he would not be inclined to seek one-off solutions for every issue. At 3 in the afternoon, Zhou Yu, accompanied by Xianxia and laden with vegetables, made their way to Wanbao Building as arranged by Wu Qin. Zhou Yu's injuries had nearly healed, a testament to the skill of his physician, for his recovery was remarkably swift, unlike others who remained bedridden. Xianxia, do you think Sister Wu will assist us with that matter? Rest assured, Sister Wu is a warm-hearted individual. She will certainly lend a helping hand, though its effectiveness remains uncertain. The term warm-hearted hardly suited Wu Qin. In her world, deceit and betrayal were commonplace, and genuine kindness was as rare as the growth of grass upon a grave. Come in quickly. Allow me to introduce you to Boss Jean. Wu Qin pointed at a corpulent man behind her and introduced, Boss Jean, this is Zhou Yu, the one I mentioned. His vegetables are quite delectable, albeit a tad pricey. But you shall not regret it. Greetings, Boss Jean, Zhou Yu interjected smoothly. As for Xianxia, her identity was far too sensitive, and she had little inclination for such dialogues. Moreover, this was intended to pave the way for Zhou Yu, a notion endorsed by the elder of Kyoto, who had advised her to assist him. Otherwise, given Tai Yinwang's nature, such a situation would be improbable. Excuse me, waiter, please deliver these vegetables to the kitchen, Wu Qin instructed. At that moment, Zhou Yu realized why Wu Qin had summoned him so early. It was to secure a favorable opportunity for his produce. This isn't appropriate. Wu Zong, the price for these vegetables should remain as it is. What does Boss Jean take me for? Well, since Wu Zong has spoken, I am not one to be overly fastidious. Indeed, this is the Boss Jean I know. Soon, Fengzi and the others will arrive. So, let us ensure these dishes are presented beautifully, brother. Wu Zong, we share a profound bond. Whatever you require, I shall ensure it is executed flawlessly.
Now.
I must attend to my duties. Wu Qin nodded gently. Yet, Zhou Yu could not restrain himself any longer. Wu Zong, who exactly is attending tonight? Who is attending? All sorts of people, but one thing you must remember. None of them are virtuous. Every individual present this evening is shrewd, and it is entirely possible to be left with nothing but bones if one is not careful. Exercise caution and be wise. Wu Qin contemplated that she had already assisted him to such an extent. If he still faltered, she could hardly be held accountable. Even if the old man were to scrutinize the matter, she would have her own justifications. Please feel free to browse and order whatever you desire. I have some matters to attend to, she succinctly instructed before departing. Although the company had officially advised her to take a break, she could hardly neglect her responsibilities, as numerous tasks awaited her decisive attention. Waiter, 2 drinks, please. Zhou Yu, undeterred, settled into a spot with Xianxia, as they had no pressing engagements at the moment. Perhaps Zhou Yu had indeed been experiencing a streak of misfortune lately. Just as one issue concluded, another arose. Chapter 35. The consequences of underestimating others. Do you truly believe I would deceive you? What position do you think I hold to resort to such trickery? The woman promptly retrieved 400 yuan from her bag and placed it on the table. Judging by her attire, it was evident that she hailed from a well-off background. Yet her ensemble bore the hallmarks of a nouveau riche, lacking cohesion. This spot was claimed by us first. Why should we yield it to you? Precisely. Why should we concede to someone so lacking in decorum? Zhou You chimed in. You two country bumpkins so rustic and unrefined should understand that some individuals are not to be trifled with. In the city, it is prudent not to offend others. Otherwise, exiting the city may prove difficult. We earn our living through hard work, our heads held high, and our feet firmly on the ground. We have committed no heinous acts. So, why should we heed your demands? Honey, I want to sit here. The woman turned to the man approaching from behind and remarked that it could be inferred he was a nouveau riche, adorned with a gold necklace the thickness of a finger and draped in ostentatious luxuries, as if he were desperate for others to recognize his wealth. Young man, be wise and step aside. Take this woman with you, or I shall ensure you face the consequences, he threatened. Sir, may I inquire what is transpiring? A waiter approached, aware that the establishment had high prices but prided itself on good service. Upon witnessing the altercation, he promptly intervened. This individual insists that we vacate our seats. What manner of people are they? Complained Zhou You. The waiter noted that Zhou You and Zhou You were dressed modestly, with dirt on their shoes, while the two ostentatious men appeared far more resplendent. Moreover, Zhou You and his companion had occupied their seats for quite some time, ordering merely 2 beverages. Dear sirs, it would be prudent to yield. Your presence is disrupting our business, the waiter insisted, igniting anger in Zhou You and Zhou You. It was evident that their poverty was being judged, an affront to their dignity. Oh, so they are considered customers while we are not. Zhou Yu's frustration reached a boiling point. This was the first time she had been treated in such a manner. Zhou You, hailing from humble beginnings, remained more composed, understanding the harsh realities of a society that favors wealth. Well, it seems you two have been seated here for quite a while. It is time for you to leave. Is it not? Is there a regulation governing the duration of a customer's stay? Zhou You could no longer restrain himself. This treatment was utterly intolerable. I believe it would be best for you to acquiesce and not hinder their business. Upon witnessing the server's ungracious behavior, the woman immediately came to the attendant's defense. Your arrogance is truly unbecoming, she exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. Despite having endured her fair share of trials, this marked her inaugural experience of publicly confronting someone in such a manner. How can you speak so harshly? She questioned, her voice laced with disbelief. The server, oblivious to the inappropriateness of his own words, was taken aback by her retort. What do you mean my words are harsh? If I am indeed so unpleasant, what can you do about it? Miss Zhou You, known for her politeness towards those who treat her kindly, found her patience waning against such unreasonable individuals. Even if Wu Qin were to intervene, she would merely offer a smile, refraining from further comment. What is happening here? I step away for a moment, and chaos ensues? Wu Qin sauntered over, her demeanor unhurried. These two have been occupying their seats for ages. Are they merely wasting space? Wu Qin frequented this hotel and was well aware of its inner workings, having even been rumored to possess shares in the establishment. Consequently, the staff recognized her. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air, landing squarely on the server's cheek, a swift reprimand intended to remind him to temper his words. As the server attempted to respond, another slap followed, this one serving as a stark reminder of his place. He was to perform his duties without overstepping boundaries, lest he find himself in a precarious situation. The third slap serves as a reminder for you to be more perceptive and discerning in recognizing people.
Oh.
Mr. Wu, why are you so incensed? Do take care not to harm your health. Observing the commotion, Mr. Jin felt compelled to investigate. After all, one could never predict what might transpire. Upon seeing her employer's arrival, the waitress immediately began to lament, and Zhou You recounted the events that had unfolded. Mr. Jean, I place my trust in you by bringing this individual here. What is the meaning of this?
Do you look down on me, or what?
Mr. Wu,
You speak in jest.
who among us would not express gratitude for your guidance? This reprimand is indeed warranted, so you might as well forfeit your bonus this month. Thank you, Mr. Wu, the waitress managed to utter through gritted teeth. All right, you may go for now. Mr. Jean, let this be an exception. In the future, be more vigilant. Mr. Wu, allow me to cover today as expenses as a gesture of apology. Would that be acceptable to you? Mr. Jean adopted a notably humble demeanor. Mr. Jean, the money must still be settled. Otherwise, others might underestimate my standing. Given our long-standing relationship, I am not one to be miserly. Let bygones be bygones. Wu Qin could not afford to hold a grudge against Mr. Jean, as he had fulfilled his obligations impeccably. Moreover, their rapport was genuinely amicable. However, since the matter involved the little princess, Wu Qin felt compelled to assist her. Wait, what do you mean by letting it go? The four principal parties have yet to voice their opinions. You there, do not leave just yet. Until we clarify this matter, no one is permitted to step out of this door. Was in a fit of temper, and Wu Qin recognized that this time was genuinely upset. After all, she had always been cherished at home, treated with utmost care, and never endured such indignities.
Who do you think you are to say that?
A woman retorted, Xianxia's assertive demeanor. You are someone not to be trifled with. Before this matter is resolved, if anyone dares to leave this room, I, the Iron King, shall disgrace myself utterly. Wu Qin seized the moment to speak, as Boss Jean had grown increasingly resentful of the waiter, who had foolishly created such an awkward situation for him. There was little left to say. Perhaps we should let it go, Zhou You suggested too. Nonsense. You are my guests, and it would be unseemly for you to suffer indignities in my domain, she replied. The two individuals present, having heard the term Iron King, were familiar with the name, but they now wished to expedite the situation, realizing too late their misjudgment. Chapter 36. Social Engagement. Mr. Wu. We cannot expect ivory from a dog's mouth. Will you not let us go? They pleaded.
No.
There is no sincerity whatsoever. You do not care for us at all. I have never endured such humiliation. Boss Jean continued to mediate, understanding that if his patrons were disrespected, it would adversely affect both his business and reputation. It would be wise for you to refrain from getting involved in this matter. My sister possesses a rather stubborn temperament, and should you find yourself entangled, do not say I did not offer you a warning. Xianxia, perhaps it would be best to let this go. There is no merit in engaging with a group of uncultured individuals. Zhou You also spoke in defense, and Boss Jean cast him a grateful glance, clearly aiming to pave the way for Zhou You today. No one desires such an unfortunate occurrence. Madman, please keep an eye at the entrance and prevent any indiscreet individuals from entering. Ah Feng nodded and stepped outside. Indeed, it was better for him to remain in a quieter space, as the atmosphere here was quite unpleasant. Mr. Wu, as you see, these two are my clients, and we have maintained a cordial relationship for several years. Boss Jean, I comprehend your sentiment. Whether they choose to depart or stay is a decision that rests solely with them. Mr. Wu, I apologize for my lack of discernment and for having inadvertently offended a few. Today, I wish to extend my apologies with this bottle of wine as a token of respect. The man appeared somewhat oblivious to social nuances, yet he understood the necessity of certain actions. Otherwise, navigating the city could prove exceedingly difficult. He opened a bottle of white liquor on the table and began to drink voraciously, despite some spilling. Remarkably, he managed to down the entire bottle without succumbing to inebriation. Xianxia found herself experiencing such a situation for the first time, lacking in experience and feeling a twinge of worry for the man, as it was her involvement that had compelled him to consume an entire bottle of white liquor. Brother, With great spirit, General Wu, let us consider this matter settled. Boss Jean has even changed his address, and he did not anticipate that the man before him possessed such temperament, leading him to regard him with newfound respect, referring to him as brother. However, for a businessman of his caliber, the significance of such a term warrants further deliberation. Wu Qin, having dealt with Boss Jean before, was not oblivious to his temperament and nature. Thus, she turned to Zhou You, sister. What is your perspective on this? At this moment, Boss Jean realized the magnitude of his blunder. He had assumed that the man accompanying General Wu deserved attention, perhaps due to General Wu's regard for him. But Wu Qin's demeanor clearly indicated her considerable emphasis on this woman. Otherwise, she would not have altered her decision to release him based solely on her words.
Now,
having reached this juncture, one would typically conclude matters according to protocol, yet Wu Qin was still seeking Zhou Yu's opinion. Evidently, for her sake, Wu Qin was even willing to breach convention. Sister Wu, you decide, he conceded. Very well, Wu Qin replied, gazing at the man. You still possess some semblance of a man. Now, remember this. Keep your eyes open in the future. Consider this a lesson well learned. Do not underestimate anyone, for within that realm could lie someone beyond your capacity to confront. Otherwise, you may find yourself unaware of your own demise. After Wu Qin finished speaking, she ascended the stairs to her reserved private room above. Having completed her tasks, she intended to take a moment to rest. After all, the group of individuals she would encounter later, though perhaps not of a higher status than herself, were still quite formidable in their own right. Most importantly, their numbers were considerable, and they were known to be ruthless, making dealings with them exceedingly exhausting. If it weren't necessary, she truly wished to avoid any interaction, as such mental sparring was simply too draining. Zhou You, let us ascend as well, one of them suggested. Indeed, both of you should join us upstairs. I shall bring some fruit platters and snacks shortly. It must be that everyone is rather famished after such a long wait. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you. However, I shall shamelessly return during dinner to request a drink, Wu Qin replied. Since the boss has other engagements, please feel free to attend to them. Yu Wei and I can manage the ascent on our own, Zhou Yu said. In the room now, only Zhou Yu, Wu Qin, and Zhou Yu remained. Zhou Yu appeared somewhat discontented. What troubles you, my dear? Still feeling down? Wu Qin gently coaxed. Come, have this corn cake. It is a specialty of the establishment.
Hey,
I would expect a university student to be a bit more generous. Why such stinginess? Zhou Yu teased, munching on the snacks. Since their acquaintance, Zhou Yu had always exhibited a strong demeanor around Zhou Yu, making it a rare sight to witness her in such a vulnerable state. Naturally, Zhou Yu seized the opportunity to poke fun at her. Wu Qin rolled her eyes inwardly at Zhou Yu, aware that he was jesting. Yet, she couldn't help but think of how challenging it was to cheer this little diva up. Still here to vex my esteemed aunt. He is unaware of Zhou Yu's true identity. If anyone were to know her status, how many would dare to ridicule her so? Sister Wu, look at him. He dares to mock me. What's the matter? Can't bear to see it? Then I shall have him thrown out immediately. You get out. Wu Qin jestingly remarked to Zhou Yu, relishing in a life devoid of scheming, a sensation she had not experienced in a long while. Oh no, young lady. Allow this watermelon to serve as my apology. Please enjoy it at your leisure. Little Zhou. Yes. Attend to my meal.
yes.
Zhou Yu finally broke into laughter. And time flew by in such a relaxed atmosphere, swiftly leading to the evening.
Oh,
Boss Lu, you've arrived. Wonderful. I shall come down to greet you shortly. Wu Qin hung up the phone and said to Zhou Yu and the others, you all should gauge the situation when they arrive. I will go to meet them. Wu Qin hurriedly instructed before descending the stairs. Downstairs, Boss Lu. President Wu. President Wu. It seems we are invisible to you. A man in sportswear feigned a sour expression. Brother Zhao, what are you saying? Who could possibly be overlooked? The moment I received your call, I rushed over. But you answered President Lu's call. Brother Zhao truly has a knack for humor. What are we all doing standing here? Let us head upstairs. Wu Qin led the way, urging, be sure to drink a couple more glasses. Certainly, certainly. Wu Qin guided them upstairs, and then, madman, please go fetch Principal Sun and the others while I entertain these esteemed guests. Even if one is reluctant in their heart, one must still engage. Such is the nature of social interaction. Chapter 37. Drinking Mr. Wu, has everyone arrived? Inquired Boss Jean as he approached. Madman, I believe most have gathered, came the reply. Then let us serve the dishes, Boss Jean. You must join us for a few drinks later. It has been ages since we last shared a drink together. Certainly, certainly. Old Jean, do ensure you bring me a couple of bowls of that exquisite drunken immortal brew. Last time, you only provided 1 cup, which was quite stingy of you. Teased the portly Boss Lu. Old Lu, you are putting old Jean in a predicament. Last time, we each had a cup, and he seemed quite pained by it.
Ha ha ha.
Are you all keeping old Jean here to avoid dining? Let him go and make the arrangements. Ignore this bunch of ingrates. Wu Qin intervened diplomatically. Old Wu, that is not fair. You shall face a penalty drink later. Indeed, a penalty drink is in order. Very well, I concede. I shall accept a penalty drink later. Mr. Wu proclaimed with grandiosity. Madman cheered in approval. Now, allow me to introduce you to my partner Zhou You, and this is Xianxia, my sister, though not by blood. She is closer than kin. You must not bully her. Wu Qin then turned to Zhou You and Xianxia. Don't just sit there. Greet the esteemed bosses. Zhou Yu and Xianxia dutifully exchanged pleasantries with each of the bosses. The flavors at Old Jin's establishment are indeed commendable, yet the efficiency leaves much to be desired. A penalty drink shall be in order, Zhao remarked. Brother Zhao, that is quite unjust. Remember, good work takes time, came the retort. Everyone take a look. Principal Sun is indeed an educator, and his way of speaking is quite engaging. Joking aside, time seems to pass swiftly, and Mr. Jin's efficiency is commendable. Thus, Zhou Yu and the others exchanged only a few words before the dishes began to arrive. Everyone was waiting impatiently. Wu Qin urged, come on, start eating. If you don't, I won't be able to hold back. Despite her words, she was the first to dig in. Look at this foodie, she remarked. The meal was officially underway. Everyone has started eating without waiting for me? Mr. Jean feigned complaint. You arrived late. You owe a drink. Wu Qin paid him no heed and insisted he drink first.
Well,
I may have missed out on the meat, but I certainly haven't missed out on the drinks. Mr. Jean joked. Come now, who doesn't he know your fondness for alcohol? He added, pretending to look forlorn. Laughter filled the air, and after a few rounds of drinks, everyone was acutely aware that today's meal was indeed special. Yet, no one dared to speak up, as those gathered here had ample patience. They shared a silent understanding. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say, Old Jean is genuinely treating us today. The dishes are, without a doubt, more substantial than usual. However, without the legendary wine, it still feels somewhat lacking. Old Jean, you've not been entirely generous. Old Lu, you needn't dwell on his little indulgences. That is his essence. By the way, Old Jean, I must say, your dishes have improved remarkably. It seems you were merely toying with us before. Without General Wu, you wouldn't have presented your true culinary talents. A toast is in order, Principal Sun declared, pouring a glass of wine for Boss Jean. I shall not partake in this. Boss Jean protested. Old Jean, that is rather inconsiderate of you. Indeed, Old Jean, your behavior is quite lacking in generosity. The table erupted in a chorus of playful uproar. Please, everyone, my refusal is not out of disdain, but because I am utterly wronged. It is only by chance that you are being treated to such fine dishes today.
what do you mean by that?
Old Jean, enlighten us. I must mention General Wu's business partner, Boss Jean replied, rising to his feet and pointing at Zhou You. The ingredients for this dish were supplied by our young brother Zhou. All the vegetables are entirely organic, untainted, and have passed national quality inspections. If I may interject, Wu Qin also stood. My young brother here is just embarking on his career, while you all are esteemed figures in this gathering. I implore you to extend your support. I, Wu Qin, am grateful to each of you. Wu Qin raised a glass from the table and downed it in one gulp. This is indeed my establishment. Allow me to lead by example. From now on, all the dishes in my restaurant will utilize ingredients from our young brother. Given that Boss Jean and Wu Qin shared a close bond, he naturally took the opportunity to support her. Especially since Zhou You had spoken in his favor earlier that afternoon. This was indeed a matter of reciprocation. Since old Jean has taken the lead, I cannot disregard your esteemed presence, Mr. Wu. As for this dish, I must procure some for my school's cafeteria. We shall discuss the particulars later. President Sun's daughter is employed at Wu Qin's company, so naturally, I must extend this courtesy. However, at this moment, only the two of them have made a commitment, while the others remain steadfastly silent. The atmosphere continues to flow with drinks, as if this were merely a trivial interlude, utterly inconsequential. Amongst them, Mr. Liu is the most enthusiastic, continuously urging everyone to drink, while the others cast sorrowful glances at Zheng Yue. Having been astute for many years, Wu Qin easily perceives Mr. Liu's intentions. Yet, prior to the unfolding of events, she finds herself unable to voice any concerns. After all, one cannot dictate another's thoughts. Come, Xiao Zhou, a paragon of youth and talent. Let us share a toast. Mr. Liu clinks glasses with Zhou You, who, having just entered society, finds his tolerance for alcohol lacking. Nevertheless, he steels himself and drinks. Well, I shall boldly refer to you as sister in deference to Mr. Wu. On their first encounter, Mr. Liu extends his glass toward Zheng Yue, seizing the opportunity to lightly brush her hand. Mr. Liu, my sister here is rather delicate when it comes to alcohol. Shall I drink this on her behalf? Wu Qin smiles as she lifts her own glass, for Zheng Yue was summoned by her, and she must take responsibility. Mr. Wu, if you drink on her behalf at this first toast, how will we communicate henceforth? That hardly seems fair. Mr. Liu, holding his glass, speaks in a half-drunken state, blending jest with sincerity. Mr. Liu, one must not speak so lightly. After several rounds of drinks, if one truly becomes inebriated, it would not bode well for me, as I would ultimately be the one to attend to her and suffer the consequences. Therefore, I shall assist in consuming the wine. Wu Qin smiled charmingly, making every effort to extricate Zheng Yue from the predicament. Zhou You and Zheng Yue remained oblivious, however. They had agreed earlier in the afternoon to defer to Wu Qin's judgment, thus refraining from interjecting. No worries, we can also help take care of her. Mr. Liu chuckled, his words strikingly candid.
Mr. Liu, what do you mean by that?
Wu Qin narrowed her eyes, casting a frosty glare at Mr. Liu, while Zhou Yu felt a chill creep up his spine, only to dissipate moments later. Well, let us hasten our meal. Mr. Wu, Mr. Liu, do not linger solely on the drinks. We must eventually head to the KTV for some singing, my treat. Mr. Jean interjected, attempting to ease the tension. The stingy one is finally spending. We must indeed go. I shall ensure he spends extravagantly. Principal Sun also stepped in to lighten the mood, asserting that whether to drink or not is indeed a profound matter. At this moment, Wu Qin remained standing, should Mr. Liu insist on making Zheng Yue drink. She was certainly capable of holding her liquor. However, having already consumed a fair amount, the stakes were high. As she had invited Zheng Yue, any misfortune while sober might not be attributed to her, but should she become inebriated under her watch, it would be prudent to prepare for the worst. If Mr. Liu insisted on forcing Zheng Yue to drink, given her current state of slight intoxication, the likelihood of an unhappy conclusion loomed large. Zhou Yu sensed the palpable tension in the air. Mr. Liu, it is merely a cup of wine. Let us sit down and converse. After all, who among us has not partaken in a drink? Allow me to assist her in drinking this. It is our first meeting. Mr. Liu, I shall drink one on her behalf, but since this does not adhere to our customs, I shall impose a penalty upon myself with another cup. What do you think? This young man possesses a commendable spirit. He is a person of discernment and appreciation. Let's take a seat and talk. Principal's son cast an approving glance at Zhou Yu, noting that his performance today had been quite commendable, whether in persuading Xianxia in the afternoon to avoid escalating matters or now shielding her from alcohol. These actions easily garnered goodwill. Humph. Mr. Liu scoffed lightly and raised his glass to drink. Although the assembled company may have been aware of his ulterior motives, understanding did not permit them to expose him. Furthermore, given Wu Qin's regard for Xianxia, prolonging the matter could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus Mr. Liu refrained from pressing the issue. The meal passed swiftly, during which several business owners expressed interest in ordering Zhou Yu's vegetables. Though they were known to be fickle and ruthless, they still exhibited a degree of integrity, as they honored their word, a fundamental quality of any businessman. Yet, despite several verbal commitments, none signed a contract with Zhou Yu. When the stakes are sufficiently high, betrayal is common. This is precisely why Wu Qin had advised Zhou Yu to guard his heart. It would be a stroke of luck if one could trust even half of their words. Mr. Jin, please charge it to my account. We shall settle it at the end of the month. Wu Qin and Boss Jin share a close acquaintance. And given Wu Qin's frequent social engagements, dining here has become a customary affair. Preferring to avoid complications, Wu Qin enjoys the trust of Boss Jin, who is confident in her reliability. Thus, they typically dine first and settle the accounts at the end of the month. All right, everyone has finished eating. Let us head to Crown KTV. You all go ahead. I will join you shortly. Sure, General Wu. We shall proceed. It is evident that Wu Qin holds a significant position, and being the host, everyone awaits her guidance. Let us go. However, General Wu, Xianxia and I will refrain from joining, as we are nearly intoxicated. It would be rather embarrassing if we were to make fools of ourselves. That cannot be allowed. Liu, filled with urgency, interjected. Should they leave immediately? Even with Liu's influence here, the prospect of abduction remains too daunting. The cost would be excessively high, especially if they were to rest at Wu Qin's residence. Such a situation would be utterly impossible, leaving Liu's schemes in vain. Yue, do you wish to go? Let us not. I've consumed quite enough alcohol and feel quite dazed. Xianxia declined outright. That is unacceptable. You must attend. You are the protagonists of this evening. Liu implored, nearly resorting to desperate measures, while Principal's son and others could only observe in silence. This is the key to my home. You truly will not go? That would be rather inconsiderate. Liu lamented, as though something precious had slipped away. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that as long as business thrived, there would be ample opportunities in the future. One must not act in haste, but rather take time, for opportunities would eventually arise. How is it, Mr. Liu? Are we not treating you well? Wu Qin said alluringly. However, those familiar with her knew that beneath her seemingly frivolous exterior lay a strong sense of self-preservation. Over the years, no one had ever taken advantage of her. Then, you must keep me company tonight. Certainly, certainly. Wu Qin then turned to the madman, Ah Feng. Take them away. And hurry back. All right, let us depart. Ah Feng led Xianxia and the others away, and Wu Qin felt a sense of relief in her heart. If Mr. Liu were to persist in his advances, it would indeed be quite troublesome for her. Mr. Liu, we shall join you as well. Thus the group parted ways, temporarily helping Zhou Yu establish a foundation. The future would be up to Zhou Yu himself. Brother Feng, how long have you been with Sister Wu?
Me?
I have not been with her. Yet she trusts you greatly.
Perhaps.
From the moment I laid eyes on her, I felt a connection. Her affairs are my own. Despite her strong and independent demeanor, she cannot let go of anything. She worries, she fears, and she is utterly exhausted. Chapter 39. A mistaken night. Zhou You and Xianxia followed off foam inside, and indeed, the decor was strikingly modern, an aesthetic blend of beauty and elegance. Upon entering, there was a shoe cabinet for changing footwear, and in the foyer stood a row of wine cabinets, stocked with a variety of spirits, including red and white wines, Xianxia, and Matai, all quite familiar. Sister Wu said, "Treat this place as your own. Feel free to eat or drink whatever you like. I won't linger. Sister Wu is calling me over." In general social interactions, Wu Qin always brings a phone along. Perhaps it is his presence that allows her to feel at ease. As a foam approached the door, it opened automatically, and upon his departure, it closed just as effortlessly, a testament to the marvels of modern technology. "Xianxia, please take a seat for a moment. I need to make a call home," Zhou You said as he moved toward the window. He estimated that the area of this floor was undoubtedly over 200 square meters, a clear indication of Wu Qin's substantial wealth, especially in the heart of the city. Beep, beep, beep.
Hello.
Mom. All you do is talk about your mother. Have you forgotten you have a father as well? Look at you, little rascal. All grown up and staying out at night.
Dad, what are you saying?
Old man, it's the child calling, right? Why are you being so fierce? The child is busy out there. It's not easy for them. Zhou's mother exclaimed on the other end of the line. "Give me the phone. I'll talk."
Mom.
"Have you eaten?" "We have. Your father had a little to drink and is somewhat tipsy. While everyone else has been renovating their homes these past few years. You need to work hard. Xianxia, come over and chat. Sitting here silently is rather dull." Xianxia remained unmoved. "What troubles you? Speak up also. Where is your family? We've known each other for so long, yet I've never heard you mention them. Indeed, I should call them to let them know I'm safe." Xianxia murmured to herself. Today, emboldened by the effects of alcohol, she had dared to make this decision. Yet, unbeknownst to her, even if she chose not to contact her family, they were fully aware of her every move. Beep, beep, beep. "Hello." A frail, elderly voice echoed through the phone. "Grandma. It is Yue. How have you been faring in your recent endeavors? Is everything going smoothly?" "Yes, grandmother, I understand. Please remember to stay in touch with the family. Regardless of their actions, I still recognize you, and you must remember that you have a grandmother."
All right.
Xianxia barely uttered a few words. Only simple affirmations like okay and yes, yet on the other end of the line, there was an incessant stream of concern and warmth.
Oh.
If you don't reach out to your family, once you do, it turns into a nearly half-hour phone call. What is it to you? I relish it. Suddenly, Xianxia noticed the wine glass in Zhou Yu's hand. How can you casually handle someone else's belongings? It's merely a bottle of wine. Besides, did Sister Wu not say to treat this place as one's own home? What's wrong with me enjoying a bottle in my own abode? Zhou Yu retorted indignantly. Well, you are truly taking it seriously. Consider it as if I had said nothing. Sister Wu merely spoke out of politeness, and you took it to heart. Haven't you had enough to drink yet? This is all for you. Come, let us share a drink. It turned out there were 2 glasses before Zhou Yu, and it was evident that one was for Xianxia, for there were no others present apart from Zhou Yu and her. For me? Clarify your intentions. Your indulgence is your own doing, and yet you seek such excuses. This first glass, I must toast to you, as it commemorates the day we first met. Before Zhou Yu could finish, Xianxia interjected, "Please be silent, do not continue." "Very well. Regardless of anything, I shall drink to honor you." Zhou Yu raised his glass, gulping down the wine in one swift motion, then turned to Xianxia, who remained still and unresponsive. After a considerable pause, Xianxia finally lifted the wine from the table. "All right, let us drink this cup, and from this moment on, we shall transform our conflicts into harmony. Everything shall be settled in one stroke." With that, They downed their first glass. This second cup is dedicated to our revolutionary camaraderie. We share the same aspirations and hope to improve our village's environment. The two once again indulged in another drink. Now for this third cup, I must toast you, expressing my gratitude for all the assistance you've provided. Zhou You raised her glass and took a sip. As for this fourth cup, I cannot quite fathom why, but let us drink anyway.
Cheers.
They finished the fourth glass. For this fifth cup, let's not linger on words, down it goes. Zhou You, don't you think that merely drinking is rather dull? Allow me to prepare a few dishes. In her inebriated state, Zhou You had begun to treat this place as her own home. Before long, she had prepared several home-cooked meals. Oh, I didn't realize you could actually cook. Yet you often come to my house for meals. It's a rarity, but do you think I refrain from eating when I'm not here? Come, let's drink. As the spirits lifted, the atmosphere became lively, and they continued to drink freely. The two engaged in a delightful exchange, their glasses clinking, and soon enough, one bottle was nearly emptied. The red wine went down smoothly at first, but its effects soon began to take hold. Zhou You, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I think I shall retire.
All right.
Zhou You, feeling somewhat disoriented, wandered into a room and collapsed onto the bed. This bed is spacious and soft. Lying there, Zhou You quickly drifted into a peaceful slumber. At a little past 1 in the morning, the door of the villa slowly creaked open, revealing a woman reeking of alcohol. However, her gait was steady, indicating she was far from inebriated. This woman was none other than Wu Qin. This fellow has quite the discerning taste. Having immediately claimed my bedroom, Wu Qin shook her head in resignation upon noticing the bottle of red wine on the table. She realized that Zhou You had taken refuge in her bed. Evidently, that bed was not only spacious and soft but also pleasantly fragrant. Wu Qin hurriedly took a shower and then sought another room to rest. The villa was vast, with numerous vacant rooms, allowing the three of them to each have their own, without any difficulty. Chapter 40. Assistance. The following day, when Zhou You awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. A shadow was visible by the window, engaged in grooming, while on the bedside table of the other bed lay a woman's discarded clothing. Drawing from his hazy memories, Zhou You surmised that these belonged to Wu Qin. "Are you awake?" came Wu Qin's voice. "Wu Jia, what are you doing here?" Zhou You inquired, a hint of frustration in his tone. As he glanced down at his attire, only a pair of underpants remained. "What am I doing here? This is my room. What do you think I'm doing here?" Wu Qin replied, a mix of amusement and exasperation evident in her voice. It seemed this fellow had indulged quite a bit the previous night. Zhou You glanced up and saw a large portrait of Wu Qin hanging behind him. Next to the bed stood a vanity, and the wardrobe was ajar, filled entirely with Wu Qin's garments. I must have blacked out last night. We surely didn't he? Didn't he what? You'd better clarify. Wu Qin gazed at Zhou You with a cheerful smile, causing him to feel a twinge of unease. Zhou You attempted to decipher her demeanor, yet he was far too youthful in comparison to Wu Qin to glean any insight. After dressing, he stepped out of his room and was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. "Over there are new toothbrushes and towels. Feel free to take what you need." Wu Qin's voice echoed from the kitchen. After freshening up, Zhou You awaited the meal at the table, and soon Wu Qin emerged with a platter of dishes. "Has Zhou You risen yet? Surely she hasn't slept in," he exclaimed. "How can she be so lazy?"
How can you speak so?
"I rise much earlier than you," she retorted. Indeed, while both had indulged the previous night, one was up at dawn while the other lingered in slumber until well past noon. Zhou You, feeling somewhat abashed, took a bowl to serve himself and ate quietly. "Wu Jia, your culinary skills are quite impressive," he remarked. I cannot take credit for this. "These dishes were all prepared by Yue," she replied. "That little girl is quite remarkable."
What has she been whispering about me?
"Nothing of consequence. Merely praising you for your intelligence, capability, and virtuous character, Wu Qin chimed in, supporting Zhou Yu's compliment. You certainly have a knack for silencing us during meals, he added. Yue, your dishes rival those of Boss Jin's restaurant. Perhaps you should come cook for me. I would gladly pay you a salary and provide meals and lodging. Wu Qin jested. Please, Wu Jia, spare me the flattery. I am well aware of my modest skills. Yue responded humbly. Indeed, Wu Jia, let me tell you. Sheng Yue may lack in many areas, but she possesses remarkable self-awareness. Do you not wish to eat? If you do not want to, then do not. Sheng Yue remarked as she reached for Zhou Yu's bowl. Wait, I won't say anything more. I will eat. The group engaged in playful banter as they enjoyed their breakfast. It had been a considerable time since Wu Qin had experienced such a relaxed atmosphere. Ever since she assumed her current position, she believed that such moments were a thing of the past. The arrival of Sheng Yue and her companions proved to her that there was still a chance to embrace this kind of life. By the way, Sister Wu, I must admit with some embarrassment that this matter should not have troubled you, but aside from you, I cannot think of anyone else who could assist me. Zhou Yu seized the opportunity to speak. Upon hearing this, Sheng Yue immediately understood Zhou Yu's intention and chimed in, Sister Wu, you must lend us your assistance. We will treat you to a meal, anything you desire. Feel free to share your concerns. I shall certainly assist in any way I can, and I will not decline any meal offered. Zhou Yu succinctly recounted the situation regarding the factory and Boss Zhu. The chemical plant had polluted the water source, resulting in strange illnesses among many villagers. Both Zhou Yu and Sheng Yue nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Yu, you mentioned that Boss Zhu is an outsider who specifically came here to establish a factory? If we are to assist, I must first clarify the details, Wu Qin stated. As she was known for her cautious nature, the Iron King generally refrains from engaging in uncertain ventures. Indeed, his accent suggests he is not a local. This complicates matters. Although I possess some influence in this region, it is uncertain whether an outsider would grant us the same consideration. Moreover, persuading him to cease operations here would effectively sever his means of livelihood, and I fear he may not easily acquiesce. No worries, we shall see for ourselves. Regardless of the outcome, I extend my gratitude to you in advance. What is the point of saying this? However, let me express a candid sentiment. Regardless of success or failure, the meal must be on me. With Wu Qin's identity and stature, what is there that she cannot procure? That said, I am merely jesting. To partake in your hospitality is an acknowledgement of your worth. Many aspire to treat Wu Qin to a meal but find themselves without the opportunity. Certainly, Sheng Yue insisted. This matter cannot be rushed. I have already exhausted my leave this week. Let us plan for next Wednesday instead. Arrange a dinner in my name, and I shall attend. However, I advise you to prepare for the possibility of failure, as I estimate the chances of success to be less than 30%. Very well. I express my gratitude to Sister Wu in advance. Zhou Yu had long been prepared. He initially believed Wu Qin would not acquiesce so readily. Yet he was surprised by her forthright agreement. Sheng Yue, however, understood that once she made the request, Wu Qin would undoubtedly comply. Regardless of the underlying reasons, this kindness must be acknowledged, for Wu Qin has indeed treated her well. It is nothing, merely a trifling matter. Let me clarify, though, you shall cover the meal expenses. Wu Qin feigned a petty demeanor, jesting with them. Naturally, it would be quite inappropriate to have you assist, and then expect you to pay. The group enjoyed a leisurely breakfast, and as Zhou Yu and the others prepared to take their leave, Wu Qin suddenly interjected. What? After transforming my home into this state, do you think you can simply depart? Sister Wu, please do not jest. We genuinely have matters to attend to, and we shall play another time. Sheng Yue is unafraid of the Iron King. Throughout the vast expanse of Huaxia, there are but a handful who dare to challenge her. Very well. It seems I must take on this burden once more. What can I say? It is simply my fate to toil. Zhou You, shall we assist in tidying up before we depart? Oh, do not fret. I am merely feigning an appearance of diligence. In due course, a hired maid will suffice to resolve everything. If Ah Feng were to hear such words, he would surely be infuriated, for he is always the one to engage a maid. After they departed, Wu Qin retrieved her phone. Ah Feng, could you come over for a moment? Upon receiving the call, Ah Feng lamented vocally, yet his heart brimmed with sweetness, for it signified a trust that few others were afforded. No man, nor even any woman, could claim such confidence from Wu Qin. Ah Feng was nearly her sole confidant. Sister Wu, surely these matters could be entrusted to a housekeeper? He muttered, only to be met with a reprimand. What? You are unwilling? If so, be gone. No, I am willing. How could I possibly refuse? Zhou You, do you believe we will succeed? It should be feasible. A formidable dragon does not suppress a local serpent. Sister Wu's words should carry weight, should they not? Let us hope so. In silence, both harbored their own concerns, hesitant to voice them. Zhou You recalled her home and the pressing matter therein, while Zhou You pondered even deeper worries. Upon returning, as was customary, he first checked the group for any messages or tasks and glanced at his balance. To his delight, it had increased to over 2,100 celestial stones, indicating that the products in his micro-business were quite popular. However, he recalled that he still owed 400 celestial stones to the celestial farmer and promptly transferred the amount, for Zhou Yu was not the type to neglect his debts. While reviewing the messages, he noticed a celestial being named Giant Spirit had requested credit. Since his micro-business catered to all deities, many of whom were beyond his reach, Zhou Yu had devised a credit system similar to Alipay's Ant Check Later, utilizing the deity's credibility to determine the credit limits. Therefore, Zhou Yu felt no urgency.
Time was on his side.
Next, he engaged in laboring in the fields, a routine endeavor. He discreetly employed spiritual water to alter the soil quality. Yet given the limited land at his disposal, he could not afford to be too conspicuous. At this moment, a bold idea struck him. Time passed swiftly, and soon the day he had arranged with Wu Qin approached. Zhou You, are you there? Zhou Yu inquired as he made his way to the village office. Yes.
Come in, she replied.
The time has come. You should summon Boss Zhu. What time has arrived? He asked. The time agreed upon with Sister Wu. She mentioned arranging a banquet. She reminded him. My dear, surely you haven't forgotten, and there has been no arrangement, has there? Hello. Yue, is there something you need? Wu Qin chimed in. I just wanted to check if you were free to come today, Zhou Yu replied. Oh, you mean the dinner? I will definitely come. Is it in the evening or at noon? Come whenever it's convenient for you, she suggested. Then I shall come in the evening, he decided. Due to the demands of their professions, Wu Qin and her companions typically held dinner and social gatherings in the evening. This time, Wu Qin deemed the evening more convenient as well. Very well, then let us proceed with the evening arrangement. I shall make the necessary preparations. When you arrive at the village entrance, please give me a call, and I will come to fetch you, she instructed. The two exchanged a few brief words to finalize the plan. Zhou Yu, smiling, inquired of Zhou You, so, what did Sister Wu say? Sister Wu mentioned that the dinner is set for the evening, and I will handle the arrangements. You are to invite Boss Zhu. I shall not involve myself. You must go. Will you attend? I will not. Are you truly refusing to go? I am indeed. Very well. Then I shall inform Sister Wu that the dinner is cancelled, she retorted playfully, hoping Zhou Yu might reconsider his decision to invite Boss Zhu. However, Zhou Yu was equally obstinate, impervious to persuasion. You go ahead. After all, I am not the village committee leader. You are infuriating. Do you think I lack the courage to make the call? Humph. I shall call. With a huff, Zhou Yu dialed Wu Qin's number. Hello, Yue. Is there something urgent? We shall see each other this evening. Sister Wu, I wish to apologize. Oh, dear. Are we not close enough to forego such formalities? What has transpired? It's just. Sheng Yue hesitated for a moment before continuing. The dinner this evening should be cancelled.
What? Why?
Is it that the boss refuses to come? No. We have yet to extend the invitation. Then why the cancellation? Wu Qin could not fathom their sudden change of heart, especially since it had been less than 10 minutes since their agreement. The situation seemed rather peculiar. It was precisely due to the inability to find suitable individuals to extend invitations that the event was cancelled. Sheng Yue was still somewhat miffed about it. Why not just go and invite them? What could possibly be the issue? Wu Jia, you have no idea. Sheng Yue recounted the events involving herself, Zhou You, and boss Zhu to Wu Qin, who chuckled heartily on the other end of the line. From Wu Qin's perspective, Sheng Yue and Zhou You were strikingly reminiscent of her own early days in the industry. They were unable to lower their pride over the slightest awkwardness. Yet, in truth, many situations are not as awkward as they seem, but rather are products of one's own psychological disposition. Moreover, from Wu Qin's viewpoint, Boss Zhu's quick-wittedness and broad vision clearly indicated that he was a seasoned businessman, one whose priorities were evidently profit-driven. You've cancelled the event just like that. If one cannot set aside their pride, how will anything ever be accomplished in the future? Wu Jia, it's simply that there isn't a suitable person. She sighed. Fine. Let it be that I owe you from my past life. I shall extend the invitations myself. Is that acceptable? Wu Qin's decision was also rooted in her own reasoning. Sheng Yue and Zhou Yu were individuals whose actions could potentially harm Boss Zhu's interests. A man like Boss Zhu, who was driven by profit, might not attend otherwise. If she were to extend the invitation herself, he would likely grant her some consideration, for otherwise, many matters would not transpire smoothly. Thank you, Wu Jia. You are exceedingly kind. Let us proceed as such, and I shall see you tonight. Should an opportunity arise, do visit us in Kyoto. Upon hearing this, Wu Qin felt her intentions were not in vain. After Sheng Yue hung up, she turned to Zhou Yu and said, I have resolved the invitation matter. Be sure to arrange the meals and such. We must not embarrass ourselves. Sheng Yue was clearly intent on treating Zhou Yu to a lavish meal, and Zhou Yu found himself in a position where he could not resist. The two were tasked with resolving the same matter, and it was unreasonable for only one of them to bear the burden. Besides, Zhou Yu still had some financial means at his disposal. He could afford this meal. After a brief discussion, they parted ways to attend to their respective tasks. Chapter 42. Discussion after hanging up the phone. Wu Qin called Ah Feng. Hello, madman. Upon answering, Ah Feng sensed that she must have something urgent to discuss, for Wu Qin rarely called him without reason. Sister Wu, what is it? He inquired, as was his custom. Is it not permissible for me to call you without a pressing matter? She retorted playfully. Ah Feng exchanged a few light-hearted remarks with Wu Qin. If you have no urgent business, how about we meet for tea this evening? My treat. I have some matters to attend to, so I must cut our conversation short. Well, since you mention it, I do have something I need your assistance with, Wu Qin replied. I knew it. You would never call me without a reason. Speak then. Ah Feng said, a hint of playful lament in his tone. Why do I sense a hint of grievance in your voice? Wu Qin teased. I promise to call you more often, perhaps even daily. Though Ah Feng felt a flicker of joy at her words, he recognized the unlikelihood of such a promise. Wu Qin was a driven and ambitious woman. Whenever he expressed his complaints, she would offer this same reassurance, yet it seldom materialized. All right, let us focus on the matter at hand. If we continue jesting, you may forget the issue, and I would rather not have you lamenting later. Very well. I shall refrain from being melodramatic. Wu Qin proceeded to share all the information she had with Ah Feng. I only know an address and the surname Zhu. That's all. Is that it? My dear sister, do you think I am too idle? How about it? Tell me, is it possible to accomplish this task? Whatever you have entrusted to me, I must see it through. You want me to invite him to dinner, right? No problem. I shall make the arrangements. In an instant, Wu Qin smiled. Over the years, there had not been a single task that Ah Feng had failed to accomplish or manage well. She understood his feelings for her all too well, yet she was afraid of gaining only to lose, afraid to love again. After all these years, she had seen through everything. Ah Feng was aware of the wall in Wu Qin's heart. He was not anxious. He would persevere and wait, even if it took a lifetime, as long as he could frequently see her, knowing that she was well, and that in times of difficulty, she would think of him. That alone would suffice for him. All right, Ah Feng, thank you. Wu Jia, it feels too formal to say thank you between us. Shouldn't you show some tangible gratitude? That evening. Hello, Yue, I've arrived. Will you come to pick me up? Okay, Wu Jia, I'll be right there, just wait a few minutes. Xing Yue quickly pulled Zhou You towards the village entrance. Is Wu Jia here?
She is.
Upon reaching the village entrance, a striking red Ferrari stood out. Though Zhou Yu and Xing Yue were not well versed in cars and could only identify it as a Ferrari, unaware of its specific model. Wu Jia, you've worked hard. Indeed, Wu Jia, you've been such a bother. If you truly find it troublesome, then don't call me. Wu Qin teased,
Pretending to walk away.
Don't go, Wu Jia. I was just joking, just hear me out, don't take it to heart. Zhou Yu, ever the bold one. Jested lightly, I know you're just joking. Suddenly, the powerful roar of an engine pierced the air as a sleek black Porsche approached. I had overlooked their choice of vehicles in previous encounters. After all, it would be peculiar for individuals of their stature not to drive luxuriously. From the car emerged a striking gentleman, Ah Feng. At these gatherings, he consistently accompanied Wu Qin, always wary of her potential misfortunes. Yet, more often than not, it was Wu Qin who outmaneuvered others, though Ah Feng remained ever cautious, just in case. Brother Feng has arrived. Xing Yue greeted with a beaming smile. Brother Feng? That feels rather distant. Please, just call me Ah Feng. As the conversation flowed, they made their way to the restaurant, though it was the finest establishment in their vicinity. It paled in comparison to Wanbao Tower in terms of decor, scale, and service. Fortunately, the cuisine was commendable. Don't mock us for not matching Wanbao Tower. One of them remarked. What of it? Food is food, is it not? As dusk approached, the quartet engaged in light conversation. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Surely, he isn't bailing on us? Zhou Yu's impatience began to surface. Ah Feng, did he confirm his attendance?
He did.
If he fails to show, it would reflect poorly on his integrity. We shall hold him accountable for it. After a brief pause, a portly figure ambled in, a cigarette dangling from his lips.
Ah.
This distinguished gentleman must be Boss Zhu. Ah Feng greeted, as it was only fitting for him to extend the welcome since he had summoned the man. After all, for individuals of their caliber, obtaining a photograph for investigation purposes would be a trivial task. Are you the esteemed General Manager Feng? Hey, call me Ah Feng. This is Sister Wu, this is Zhou Yu, and this is Secretary Sheng. Zhou Yu raised his glass and took a sip, perhaps applying what he had recently observed when that man from Wanbao Building had deftly diffused a tense situation. For Wu Qin's sake, Boss Zhu had to oblige, particularly since Zhou Yu had adopted such a humble demeanor. In reality, throughout their exchanges, Boss Zhu had consistently held the upper hand, leaving him with little to say. As the drinks circulated and the dishes were savored, the group maintained their composure. Ah Feng, however, was oblivious to the significance of this meal. Xing Yue and Zhou Yu found it difficult to articulate their thoughts. Everything hinged on Wu Qin's lead. Boss Zhu sensed that this gathering was not as straightforward as it appeared, yet he remained silent. If they chose not to speak, the meal would be rendered meaningless. A mere exercise in futility, and though Zhou Yu felt a sense of urgency, he had no choice but to wait. Boss Zhu, how's the food? It's acceptable. Throughout the proceedings, regardless of the subtle hints from Xing Yue, Zhou Yu, and Wu Qin, Boss Zhu evaded their attempts with humor, slipping away like an eel. Boss Zhu, the reason I called you here today is to discuss a matter. Here it was the main point. To prevent Boss Zhu from dodging once more, Wu Qin decided to be forthright, making it clear that there was no longer any room for evasion. They had to confront the issue directly. In the private room, smoke swirled around, rendering each person's face indistinct. Boss Zhu, I am not particularly fond of smoking, especially secondhand smoke. Ah Feng addressed Boss Zhu, remarking on the peculiar nature of his character. Despite being willing to engage in any task, whether it be fighting, running red lights, or even more nefarious deeds, he refrained from smoking. Perhaps a reason for Wu Qin's unique regard for him.
Oh.
But I enjoy it. Boss Zhu dismissed Ah Feng's grievances, continuing to indulge in his habit. After finishing one cigarette, he lit another, prompting Ah Feng to hold his tongue. There was no need to repeat himself when others were unwilling to listen. As long as things did not escalate too far, there was no necessity for confrontation. 3 cigarettes later, Boss Zhu finally spoke, his thick lips parting. Once a factory is established, such nutritious meals will no longer be available?
Indeed, so.
Before Wu Qin could complete her thought, Boss Zhu interrupted with a wave of his hand. But without the factory, I would be unable to afford meals, and neither would my employees. He was not opposed to the idea of establishing a factory. It was merely a matter of location. Do you understand the immense losses that relocating a factory would incur? Do you comprehend the effort I would need to invest? Boss Zhu rasped. I do not know, but... But what? You wish for me to concede despite your ignorance? You expect me to bear such significant losses on your word alone? Do you think that is feasible? Ah Feng furrowed his brow. If you choose not to relocate, the costs and losses will be equally substantial.
What do you mean by that?
In 10 years, anything is possible, yet I remain perplexed as to why they refer to me as the Iron King of Hell. Wu Qin spoke with a hint of melancholy, remarking that this was an attempt to leverage her reputation against her. At this revelation, Boss Zhu was taken aback. He had initially perceived the invitation as the whim of a madman. Although this madman could be considered a local power, he paled in comparison to the formidable Iron King, a veritable titan in this territory. Thus, Zhu felt the need to deliberate carefully. Despite his inner turmoil, he maintained an impassive facade, concealing his astonishment.
Ah?
The King of Hell is ruthless, but he cannot claim lives.
Now.
Let us return to the matter at hand. Can Boss Zhu truly not afford to take a step back? The purpose of today's meeting was to discuss this issue. And the outcome we face is one we are reluctant to accept. Discuss or dictate. A discussion should allow for some flexibility, yet you have afforded me none. We merely hope you can concede a little, perhaps relocate to a different venue, say, at the end of a river. The end? That would necessitate construction, require manpower, complicate transportation, and entail forging connections. You must understand this better than I do. To take a step back for me would mean standing at the edge of an abyss. How am I to retreat? Boss Zhu, do not be angered. Is this not a discussion? A discussion? There is no room for negotiation here. If the Iron King truly wishes to engage in a test of strength with me, I, Zhu, am not one to shy away from confrontation. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Thank you all for your hospitality. With that, Boss Zhu strode out, leaving a silence in the room. After a moment, Ah Feng suddenly spoke. Sister Wu, this need not be elaborated upon. I have long been prepared for this. Then Wu Qin addressed Zhou You, saying, as you can see, there is no room for negotiation regarding this matter. Perhaps. At this moment, Wu Qin cast her gaze towards Shen Yue, who also felt Wu Qin's attention on her. Sister Wu, if you are unable to assist, then let us take our time. This matter requires careful deliberation. Haste will not serve us well. It is reassuring that you understand, as I genuinely fear that any impulsive actions may lead to complications and disappoint your expectations. I must take my leave now. Sister Wu, please do not speak this way. We are grateful for any assistance you can offer. After all, you have already done your utmost. Zhou Yu recognized that Wu Qin's willingness to help was an act of kindness, while opting not to assist would be her rightful decision. They had already burdened her with considerable trouble this time. Well then, we shall take our leave. Sister Wu, travel safely, and do visit us often. Even though our place may not be particularly entertaining. At this moment, you still possess the spirit for jest. Your composure is commendable. Ah Feng, let us depart. Zhou Yu and Xianxia escorted Wu Qin to the village entrance, and then they drove away, unlike Zhou Yu and his companions, who were without a vehicle. Xianxia, we have failed. It is of no consequence. We shall take our time. It is getting late, so you should rest early. Chapter 44. Troubles arise on the road to the county town. Two vehicles drove side by side, Wu Qin and Ah Feng. Strictly speaking, they were driving under the influence, yet neither was intoxicated. While such behavior might be considered severe for others, it was commonplace for them, much like the last time they dined with Zhou Yu, which also involved drinking and driving. Nonetheless, they remained steady. At the very least, they had never been involved in an accident. Individuals of their ilk possessed a certain confidence in their abilities. Do you not find it somewhat perilous to be in such close proximity? Ah Feng is aware. Yet he yearns to draw nearer to Wu Qin. Sister Wu, would you like me to intervene? There is no need for that. Such assistance has already reached its limit. As for truly confronting Boss Zhu, the potential losses are far too great and not worth the trouble. Zhou has not cultivated such a profound rapport yet. Oh, I understand. Ah Feng nodded. However, he has shown me no respect today, which has left me rather displeased. Are you suggesting that we should create obstacles for him, wherever possible? If the opportunity does not arise, then so be it. As long as you comprehend the situation. The disparity between the two is immense. Should they truly come to blows, one would undoubtedly have to fall. It requires ingenuity and relentless effort to fabricate opportunities, and as Wu Qin remarked, it is only when Boss Zhu seeks them out that they would act. Such chances are exceedingly rare, almost non-existent. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Zhou Yu's phone vibrated. A system notification read, "Today is the day to remind the giant spirit to repay his debts." No way has it come around so soon. These deities truly are remiss in their obligations. Zhou Yu's perception of the divine has been significantly lowered. The Supreme Lord Laozi is avaricious and duplicitous. The god of gamblers and the god of wealth are unreliable. The Monkey King is obsessed with gaming, and the celestial farmer is a shrewd businessman, unwilling to suffer losses. Now, he finds himself entangled with the giant spirit, who refuses to repay his debts. At that moment, Zhou Yu realized the magnitude of his mistake. The audacity of Boss Ma to create such things stems from the fact that the real world is governed by well-defined laws, with police to assist in matters, rendering one unafraid of unpaid debts. However, Zhou Yu's attempt to apply this experience is flawed. He lacks such robust assurances. Thus, to whom should one seek this celestial stone? The giant spirit god? Firstly, he is nearly impossible to locate, and secondly, even if one were aware of his whereabouts, accessing those realms is beyond the reach of mere mortals. Even if one could venture there, compelling the giant spirit god to repay his debts is utterly impractical. He is simply not formidable enough to confront him. At this point, the only recourse is to engage in conversation with the giant spirit god, hoping that his character, no, his divine disposition, is not as lamentable as it appears. System notification. Zhou Yu initiates a temporary conversation with the giant spirit god through the Taoist Natural Red Packet Group. Zhou Yu. Giant spirit god, are you there? Giant spirit god. Who are you? I do not recall any deity by the name of Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu. I am the proprietor of the micro-business from which you made your purchases. According to the rules, it is time for you to repay your debts. Giant spirit god. Zhou Yu. What is the matter? Please articulate any concerns you may have. Giant spirit god. What if I choose not to repay? At this juncture, Zhou Yu found himself at a loss. Indeed, What could he possibly do if the giant spirit god refused to pay? He was incapable of overpowering him, and resorting to insults would serve no purpose. The most significant dilemma, akin to the plight of Ant Financial, had finally come to light. He simply could not identify a suitable candidate to pursue the debt. Zhou You. In that case, I shall inform the members of the group that you are refusing to settle your debts. Daoist Natural Red Packet Group. Zhou You. By the way, does anyone here have a close acquaintance with the giant spirit god? Xianxia. What prompted this sudden inquiry? Kai Dai Xianzi. Do you know that brash fellow? Zhou You. You are all aware that I established this micro-business for your convenience, and I even provided a lending system for you. The giant spirit god borrowed from it and has failed to repay on time.
Taishang Laojun.
Oh. Xianxia. Oh. Zhou You. Do none of you find this surprising? Taishang Laojun. What is there to be surprised about? This is the norm. If you were to tell me he is repaid, that would indeed be astonishing, considering he still owes me 2,000 celestial stones. Shen, the last time we played cards, he also lost 300 celestial stones to me. The amount is not substantial, yet he refuses to pay me back. Every time he visits, the howling celestial hound nips at him. Zhou You. Why is that? Dragon King. He cannot afford to offend the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, nor can he contend with the Monkey King, who truly gives him a thorough beating. I recall the last time. The giant spirit god owed the Monkey King 200 celestial stones and was thoroughly dealt with. For those 2 months, I did not see him dressed properly once. Zhou You. Thank you all, I now know what to do. Monkey King? Chapter 45. Pressing the giant spirit god for debt. I must say, the Monkey King's cloud of somersault is indeed swift. In less than a minute, he arrived at Zhou Yu's residence. And that was with Sun Wukong seeking an unpopulated spot to take off. Otherwise, it would have been even faster. Zhou, speak your plan. Sun Wukong scratched his head, appearing more anxious than Zhou Yu himself. I wish to open an arcade, but I lack funds. Then what is the point of your rambling, wasting my time? The Monkey King turned to leave. But with you, it's different. Don't look at me. I have no money. Sun Wukong shrugged, speaking bluntly. I know you have no money, but your presence can attract wealth. Speak plainly. Zhou Yu recounted the matter of the giant spirit god's unpaid debts to the Monkey King. This old rascal, so ungrateful. After being so thoroughly beaten last time, he hasn't learned his lesson. Leave this matter to me. I guarantee it will be resolved. The Monkey King patted his chest in assurance, putting Zhou Yu at ease. After a while, Sun Wukong suddenly inquired, what he owes you are celestial stones. What does that have to do with opening an arcade? Brother Monkey, think about it. With the celestial stones, I can seek out the god of wealth to exchange them for money, can I? How could I have forgotten that rascal? Why go through him when I can simply demand it directly? However, Brother Monkey, what about the giant spirit god? Rest assured, that old fellow won't escape. I will assist you, but there is one condition. What is it, Brother Monkey? You must entrust the management of your arcade to me. Is that all? Just that? Are you unwilling? It's not a big deal. I truly lack the time to manage it. If you are willing to help, I would be most grateful. However, Brother Monkey, do not rush. I must make an example of this to deter others from doing the same. What nonsense are you spouting, you brat? Just a slip of the tongue. Zhou Yu replied, pulling out his phone. Giant spirit god, are you really planning to default on your debt? Brother Monkey, I implore you to pay him a visit. You should be able to locate him, right? It's a trivial matter. Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively, saying, even if I cannot find him, there is still the howling celestial hound. A quick visit to Shen will suffice. Will he assist you? I will help him collect the debt. Why wouldn't he lend a hand? Given the nature of that rascal giant spirit god, I suspect every deity is after him for repayment. The phrase as swift as the wind is truly fitting to describe Sun Wukong. Akwan Jinku. The temple of Shen awaited. Come forth, You three-eyed deity, and speak. Dead monkey seeking a fight? Although their encounters were always charged with tension, their rapport was surprisingly amicable, for in close combat, they were the only two capable of being true rivals. No one else could contend. Let's get to the point. I recently visited the abode of the giant spirit, only to find him absent. Shen, with his 3 blinking eyes, remarked, "What a surprise. If he were home, that would indeed be odd." I suspect that Laojun and the others would have dismantled his entire dwelling by now, if they weren't all deities. And if they had any respect for him, he would have surely been overwhelmed by their antics long ago. I, on the other hand, hold no such regard.
Today,
I intend to collect a debt, so lend me the celestial hound, and I shall assist you in this endeavor.
really?
Would you be so benevolent?
Am I deceiving you?
My intentions are not entirely altruistic. However, it is merely a matter of borrowing the celestial hound, a fair exchange indeed.
Deal.
Celestial hound, locate the giant spirit. Master, the giant spirit is in a house over 100 miles from his cave. Did you hear that? This fellow is quite astute, understanding that the most perilous places are often the safest. Giant spirit, come forth. A monkey? What brings him here, especially in such a concealed location? How could he possibly know my whereabouts? The only one capable of knowing would be the celestial hound. While Shen's arrival would be understandable, I often carry several hundred celestial stones on my person, anticipating that Shen might find me. In his presence, I would have no chance to hide. Yet here stands Sun Wukong. As far as I recall, I have not borrowed anything from him that remains unpaid. Ever since that last encounter with Sun Wukong, the giant spirit has refrained from provoking this monkey. What brings you here today, great sage? To enjoy some fruit? The giant spirit offered a plate of peaches within reach to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, unceremonious as ever, seized a peach and began to devour it. With time pressing upon me, I decided to speak candidly. I had come to collect a debt. I do not recall owing the great sage anything. You must be aware of Zhou You, right? Owing him is tantamount to owing me. The giant spirit was now in a state of panic, discreetly messaging Zhou You. Zhou, my boy, why didn't you mention your acquaintance with the great sage sooner? Had I known, I would have settled it long ago. It was evident that Sun Wukong had left a significant impression on him during their last encounter. Even a slight reminder was enough to prompt repayment. The giant spirit merely hoped that once the debt was cleared, Sun Wukong would depart swiftly, sparing him any further repercussions. I trust you wouldn't dare deceive me.
Additionally,
there's the matter of the 300 celestial stones belonging to the three-eyed god. The Erlang god had requested Sun Wukong's assistance in retrieving the funds, and he was surely obliged to disclose the amount. The giant spirit now understood that it was likely the celestial hound who had divulged Sun Wukong's location. As for retaliating against the celestial hound, so long as he retained his sanity, such an act would be beyond his consideration. The Erlang god did not seek him out for the 300 celestial stones, but rather because he was unable to humble himself. Should he harm the celestial hound, it was likely he would face dire consequences the very next day. The giant spirit promptly presented Sun Wukong with a pouch of coins. I say, if you possess wealth, why not repay your debts? By the way, Zhou mentioned that you should set an example, discouraging others from repeating such mistakes. Just spare the burden for a while. Upon finishing his words, Sun Wukong waved his hand, capturing the giant spirit within. Despite being a deity, the giant spirit found himself utterly powerless, forced to passively accept his fate. What Sun Wukong intended to do next was known only to the heavens. Chapter 46. Dragging Erlang God into the fray. Sun Wukong, having secured the giant spirit, pressed onward without pause. Three-eyed God, come forth and speak. Dead monkey, can't you show me a modicum of respect? Aren't you the one calling me a dead monkey? I bear no grudge. It is merely a designation, is it not? Sun Wukong casually tossed a bag to Shen. Here are your 300 celestial stones. I have brought what you are owed. Monkey, feeling a bit restless lately, care for a spar? Spare me. I have no time. Sun Wukong turned to leave, preoccupied with his video games. Yet, Erling Shen was not so easily deterred. Having finally found a worthy opponent, he could not let him slip away. Erling Shen brandished 2 three-edged blades, launching an attack at Sun Wukong. With no choice, Sun Wukong drew his weapon, and the two engaged in combat for a good 10 minutes. At their level of mastery, they could exchange thousands of moves in mere moments, leaving them disheveled and dirty. However, in an instant, they transformed back into their pristine selves. Dead monkey, what is this new technique? I have never seen you employ it before. This is a skill I learned from playing King of Fighters. Naturally, you have not witnessed it. King of Fighters? What is that? Is it of the same caliber as the 5 Directions revelation? You will understand once you experience it. By the way, I mentioned taking you to a good place. Let us go. You wouldn't be toying with me, would you? Erling Shen knew Sun Wukong's nature all too well, and was wary of being pranked. Given our friendship, do I strike you as the sort of being who would engage in such antics? You indeed do not, yet you are a monkey who revels in such mischief. Disregarding the matter of friendship would suffice, yet when it comes to camaraderie, Erling Shen finds himself even more apprehensive, for their bond is forged through battles. Such playful antics are second nature to Sun Wukong, and Erling Shen has not been spared from the monkey's mischief, though fortunately, it has not resulted in dire consequences. In midair, Erling Shen inquired of Sun Wukong, "Why are you dressed so peculiarly?" Indeed, Sun Wukong still donned his whimsical attire. However, Erling Shen and his companions possessed the keen insight to see through the fade. You remind me, since we are in the mortal realm, it would be wise for you to conceal your 3 eyes and don attire befitting this world. In his recollection, the only celestial being with 3 eyes was Erling Shen himself, the singular entity capable of matching Sun Wukong in close combat without a clear victor. Mother, my friends have arrived. I shall go greet them. Very well. Be swift. As they stepped outside, Sun Wukong and his companions encountered one another, and without uttering a word, they proceeded inside. Soon, the meal commenced, consisting of simple home-cooked dishes. Erling Shen and Sun Wukong hastily consumed a couple of bowls of rice before retreating to wait for Zhou You in his room. Both Sun Wukong and Erling Shen adeptly feigned the appetite of an ordinary person, while in reality, their capacity for sustenance could rival the rivers and seas. They could easily forego food without concern. Zhou You also hastily finished his meal. Mother, I need to discuss a matter with them. You may take your time. Understood. Mother Zhou nodded, recognizing that her child had grown, and it was unnecessary to oversee everything. Monkey King, the one beside you is the war god Erling, correct? Indeed. The 3-eyed one. Monkeys, do you wish to engage in a brawl? Kindly cease your antics. However, should these two heed the words of Zhou You, a mere mortal, it would indeed be peculiar. Both are notoriously unruly individuals. Consequently, Zhou You had no choice but to resort to his ultimate tactic. Do you not wish to indulge in video games? He pondered within the confines of his room, realizing that the tasks ahead were pressing, such as renovating the house. If Sun Wukong and the others were to reside here, the current accommodations would undoubtedly be insufficient. Moreover, his merchandise in the micro-business was inadequate and required replenishing. Most importantly, he needed to resolve the matter of emulating Ant Financial. Failure to do so could result in unforeseen complications. As for consistently asking Sun Wukong to collect payments, that was merely a fantasy. Sun Wukong was a being governed by his moods. If he felt amiable, he would assist, but if his mood soured, one would be left waiting. Nonetheless, matters must be addressed one at a time. Haste would not serve. Chapter 47. Flag insertion on an unnamed mountain peak. 2 unwelcome guests arrived, Erling Shen and Sun Wukong. As for how they discovered the whereabouts of the god of wealth, within the 3 realms, there are few whom the celestial hound cannot locate, which is precisely why Sun Wukong felt compelled to bring Shen along. Old man of wealth, do show yourself swiftly. You insolent monkey, you possess no manners, remarked the three-eyed deity. Do you wish to fight? Urgent matters are at hand. God of wealth, emerge at once. If you delay further, I shall demolish your lair. Sun Wukong cast a disdainful glance at Shen, thinking, is this not rich coming from you? You are hardly any better. Two divine beings. What business do you have here? The god of wealth inquired. Apart from seeking riches, what other matters could you possibly require? Engaging in combat is not your forte, nor is alchemy or culinary arts. Indeed, as the two divine beings have stated, however, I do not recall owing you any celestial stones. Who mentioned demanding celestial stones from you? Merely provide us with a sum of earthly currency. The Erlang god interjected. This, well, proves to be quite troublesome. Feeling a bit itchy, are we? What troubles can there possibly be? Is it not but a trifling matter for you? The authorities above prohibit such actions. Disrupting order could lead to transgressions against heavenly laws.
Oh,
Are you not afraid that we might reduce you to ashes at this very moment? The Erlang god menaced with ferocity. Observe, scholars are distinct. Their threats possess a certain finesse. God of wealth, surely your defeat cannot be deemed unworthy. Both the Erlang god and the god of wealth suddenly found clarity in their thoughts. Whoever claimed that a lack of scholarly pursuit equates to a lack of intelligence. Here lies the currency you seek. Moreover, we currently exist as black market denizens. You must grant us proper identities. Is that acceptable? Entertainment venues serve as the most adaptable environments in society. Sun Wukong, having merely indulged in a few days of gaming, has acquired such knowledge of identities and the black market. A trivial matter indeed. Should you manage the arcade, I am certain to assist you in acquiring the necessary documentation. By the way, how shall we deal with that unfortunate giant spirit? Sun Wukong suddenly recalled this unfortunate soul. Where is he now? Residing in my storage pouch. What shall be done?
heh.
Let us handle it discreetly. Although the giant spirit god was captured by Sun Wukong, he could still hear the conversations from the outside world, provided Sun Wukong did not shield him from them. Naturally, he remained oblivious to their quest for wealth from the god of wealth, as their communication was conducted through divine thoughts, allowing for swift and clear expression. Upon hearing Zhou You suggest a discreet approach, the giant spirit god felt a slight sense of relief, as this spared him from further embarrassment. Even though his divine rank had diminished, he preferred to avoid humiliation when possible. I do not take lives, nor do I slay deities. What are you implying? I have a plan. By the way, could you promote my WeChat shop, claiming that you and Shen are backing it? Is that agreeable?
Zhou.
Why are you so burdened with matters? Monkey, it's not an arduous task. What is the harm? I've consented. Seeing Shen acquiesce, Sun Wukong felt he could not refuse any longer and reluctantly agreed. You still haven't disclosed how this old fellow is to be dealt with. Should I give him a thrashing? I have stated we will handle this discreetly, and it must be done so. In our line of work, the utmost importance lies in maintaining one's word. Now, bind him and seal him within a banner, placing it at the entrance of my WeChat shop for all to see for a duration of 1 year. Does that pose any issues? The giant spirit god, confined within the storage pouch, was on the verge of expiring from indignation. Brother, this is hardly a discreet handling. This is outrageously ostentatious. The mighty deity was filled with regret, wishing he had known of the young man's formidable background. Had he been aware, he would never have dared to oppose him. Moreover, the amount he borrowed was not substantial, and this incident truly exemplified the folly of attempting to outsmart another, resulting in a loss rather than a gain.
Now,
He could only hope that the whispers surrounding Zhou Yu's microbusiness would be somewhat muted, thus limiting the number of celestial beings who became aware of the situation. However, Such a hope was evidently futile, for news like this spreads rapidly. One person tells 10, and 10 tell 100. No worries, just a trivial matter. I shall attend to your request, and then indulge in some gaming. If you have anything else, do reach out to me. By the way, I should take a moment to purchase a phone for the three-eyed one. It's rather embarrassing. Although many celestial beings, such as the Supreme Lord Laozi and his companions, have begun to engage with the mortal realm, deities like Shen, who rarely venture out and maintain minimal contact with the outside world, remain aloof from such interactions. You insolent monkey, let us settle this one-on-one. Very well, let us go, King of Fighters. Humph, do you think I fear you? The two quarreled as they departed. In the arcade, their skills and reflexes were unparalleled. No rivals could be found to match them. Do not forget the task I assigned you, Zhou You called out loudly, uncertain if they heard him. However, Zhou Yu's parents certainly did. Have your friends left? Zhou Yu's heart raced, fearing his parents might detect something amiss. He steeled himself and replied, yes, they have departed. I didn't he notice them leaving, his mother remarked.
Perhaps you were preoccupied, he suggested. Oh.
Zhou's mother responded with a sound of acknowledgement and resumed watching television. After half an hour, Zhou Yu speculated that his last remark must have reached Sun Wukong and the others, as a flag was now waving proudly at the entrance of his microbusiness. Shen and Sun Wukong stood on either side, with the giant spirit god bound and kneeling in the center. Although Zhou Yu could not discern it, the deities immediately recognized the true form of the giant spirit god. Observing Sun Wukong's formidable presence, Zhou Yu thought it imperative not to squander his goodwill. Thus hastening to rectify the situation, he unfurled a massive banner that proclaimed, "Welcome Sun Wukong and Shen to our store." This proclamation stirred a considerable commotion, as it was likely that no one would dare to owe debts as the giant spirit god had done. The news of Zhou Yu's acquaintance with Sun Wukong and Shen spread like wildfire. Have you heard? The giant spirit god has been dealt with, one might say. I heard it long ago. They say it was merely a mortal who confronted the giant spirit god over unpaid debts, and unexpectedly, that mortal was acquainted with the monkey. Leading to a severe reckoning, various rumors circulated, yet one thing was certain. Zhou Yu's microbusiness had secured two formidable allies, and aside from a select few, no one would dare to challenge them. As for those few, it was likely they would never cross paths with Zhou Yu again. Chapter 48. Rumors cease with the wise. Have you heard? The giant spirit god was subdued by Sun Wukong, all due to a mortal named Zhou Yu. This was the initial rumor, which seemed quite plausible. Did you know? A mortal named Zhou Yu allied with Sun Wukong and Shen to thoroughly confront the giant spirit god. Zhou Yu could tolerate such tales, as they bore a semblance of truth. Recently, a mortal named Zhou Yu decisively defeated the giant spirit god and even formed a brotherly bond with Sun Wukong and Shen. Have you heard about it? There are various versions circulating, yet they diverge significantly from the truth. It must be said, rumors can be formidable. At this moment, in the Dao Faz ran red envelope group, Taishang Laojun, is anyone present in the group? Kaidai Fairy, Old Lord, is there something you need? Taishang Laojun, I merely wish to inquire if you are aware of Zhou Yu and the monkey's affairs. Xianxia, you can't possibly mean that this Zhou Yu is the petty fellow from our group, can you? Kaishan, it's highly probable. It should be that lad. Gambling god. Kaishan, how do you know? Kaishan, just take a look at his WeChat store. There are banners featuring the three of them, and within those banners is sealed the true form of the giant spirit god. Xianxia, is this fellow truly that formidable? He is the one who tamed the monkey and Shen? I thought there was merely a namesake. Zhou Yu, are you all, like Taishang Laojun, curious about my purported conquest of Sun Wukong and Shen? Allow me to clarify. It is untrue, mere fabrications. Dao Faz ran red envelope group. Zhou Yu. Taishang Laojun, could you assist me in summoning all members? Taishang Laojun. Oh, let all members come forth. Zhou You. They say that rumors cease with the wise. Yet, having lived so long, why do you still cling to such tales? Taishang Laojun, you cannot fathom what it is like to live for such an extended period. Kaidai Fairy. Indeed, the life of an unpursued immortal is utterly devoid of meaning. Dragon King, if I were to tell you that I have nothing better to do than go fishing, would you believe me? Gambling God. Every day, I find myself sweeping the floor for the star of misfortune. Wealth God, I, too, am quite bored. I wish to sweep the floor, yet I am afforded no opportunity. The entire group was filled with lamentations, and Zhou You was beginning to comprehend just how tedious the lives of these deities truly were. Is this what it means to be a celestial being? It is no wonder that they frequently long for the mortal realm, even if it entails the peril of being flayed alive. Indeed, it seems rather dreary. However, after a brief moment, Zhou You realized that the conversation had veered off course. Originally, they were meant to discuss the matter of rumors, yet now the group was merely complaining about the tedium of divine existence. Zhou You, esteemed friends, has the topic strayed? I did not summon you all to hear your lamentations about the ennui of being a deity.
Yet.
Zhou Yu's message fell into the void like a stone cast into the ocean, failing to stir even a ripple as it was utterly disregarded. Alas, within this group, he undoubtedly occupied the lowest tier. Chapter 49. Movement. The group fell silent for a few minutes, only to erupt into even more fervent exchanges. Supreme Elder, I never anticipated such gossip from you all, even resorting to private messages with Zhou You. Dragon King, Supreme Elder, spare us the pretense. You are no different. Zhou You personally informed me that you inquired about this matter in private. What right do you have to criticize others? The Dragon King then attached a screenshot, revealing the very message Zhou You had sent him, even highlighting the words Supreme Elder to ensure they grasped the significance. Taishang Laojun. You all chat. I must go and become a sage, to put an end to the rumors. Unlike Taishang Laojun, who can still practice alchemy and find tasks to engage in when bored, the other deities seem to be left with little else but gossip. The departure of Taishang Laojun did not affect the atmosphere in the group, which remained as lively as ever. Kai Dai Xianxia. Are you all privately messaging Zhou You? Gambling God. Sister Gossip. Don't tell me you aren't. Xian Nong, if she isn't, I would be the first to doubt it. Dragon King, to act with courage and take responsibility is the mark of a true hero. Kai Dai Xianxia. I apologize, but I am merely a weak woman, not a hero. Kaishin. So, does this imply your tacit admission of having privately messaged Zhou You? Kai Dai Xianxia. Gambling God. However, it is somewhat peculiar. Why have those two restless individuals, the core figures of this matter, not made an appearance? Kaishin. Now that you mention it, it truly does seem strange. Xian Nong. I simply cannot comprehend why you all have so many questions. Zhou You is currently preoccupied with his affairs and has been exceedingly busy lately. He cannot afford to forget about Taishang Laojun's matters either. He still needs to call old Master Sheng regarding the instruments. Nonetheless, the identities of Sun Wukong and his companions take precedence, for if these two stir up trouble, it could lead to chaos.
Hey.
Sheng Yue, what do you want? Speak quickly. I need to open an account and obtain 2 ID cards. My goodness. Can you still find black market residents, or are they your illegitimate children? What are you thinking? They are already in their 20s. Zhou Yu was left utterly speechless by Sheng Yue. Had he not been in need of her assistance, he would have hung up the phone immediately.
Oh.
I cannot do this. Although I serve as the village committee secretary and manage numerous affairs, this particular matter is beyond my capability. Perhaps you should consult Sister Wu. She might possess a solution. All right then, I apologize for the intrusion. Zhou Yu ended the call and dialed Wu Qin's number again. Hello, Zhou Yu. What can I do for you? Sister Wu, I have a favor to ask. Just speak your mind. If there is something troubling you, don't hesitate. Zhou Yu felt a surge of gratitude. Since his graduation, aside from his parents, Wu Qin had been his most significant supporter, never shying away from offering assistance. He silently resolved that should an opportunity arise to aid Wu Qin in the future, he would not shy away, regardless of the cost. Wu Qin, too, understood that some individuals may never express their gratitude verbally, yet they harbor their own sentiments and resolve. When the chance to reciprocate arises, they would brave any adversity to do so. I have 2 friends who need to register their household. Do you have a way? I'll give it a try. It should be feasible. Please send me their photographs. Hold on a moment. Sun Wukong and the others are about to leave. Zhou Yu called out in timely fashion. Monkey King, are you not going to say a few words regarding the matter of the giant spirit god? What is there to say? Zhou Yu briefly recounted the recent events. Sun Wukong merely moved his lips slightly before responding. I have already conveyed the message to them. All right, the matter is resolved. Let us depart. Sun Wukong is genuinely concerned that Zhou Yu may be further delayed by other matters, as his passion for video games runs deep. And he is exceedingly anxious about wasting time. Zhou Yu can only shake his head in resignation. Sun Wukong is indeed far more fortunate than he. Zhou Yu's infatuation with video games stems from 2 main reasons: his family's financial struggles and the limited time available for studies, leading him to never indulge excessively in gaming. During lunch, Zhou Yu addressed his parents. Dad, Mom, I wish to discuss something with you. Go ahead, responded his father, whose authority in serious matters is generally paramount in the household. I would like to renovate our home. Do we have enough money for that? Zhou Yu's mother expressed concern. We haven't saved recently, and have just settled our debts. Well, since you are now grown, I shall not say much. I trust in your judgment, his father concluded. After briefly outlining his intentions, Zhou Yu returned to his work in the fields, as he needed to find a contractor the next day to commence the renovations, along with scouting for a venue for the arcade. That evening, Zhou Yu took out his phone. Chapter 50, The Contractor. The following morning, Zhou Yu awoke early, while Sun Wukong and Erling Shin, as usual, had spent the night away, a routine Zhou Yu had grown accustomed to. He picked up his phone and messaged Taishang Laojun. Zhou Yu, old lord, are you there? Taishang Laojun. Zhou, my boy, how is the matter I inquired about? Zhou Yu, with your poor attitude, I truly do not wish to inform you. Taishang Laojun, come on, big brother, I was wrong, isn't that enough? Zhou Yu had long been aware that the venerable Laozi was a deity devoid of moral constraints, which emboldened him to jest so freely. Had the subject been the formidable Sun Wukong, Zhou Yu likely would not have survived the night. Zhou Yu, however, I am quite responsible. Allow me to inform you that your items may arrive tomorrow or the day after. Please tell me how you wish to receive them. Laozi, rest assured, I shall come to you when the time is right. I will collect them myself. Zhou Yu, oh, very well. After sending the message, Zhou Yu descended to enjoy breakfast. Today, he still had to busy himself delivering vegetables to the townsfolk and, incidentally, consult a contractor regarding pricing. On his way to the city, he encountered an absurd piece of news. Sun Wukong had proclaimed that anyone who continued to spread rumors about the giant spirit would be subjected to his formidable prowess. As for Erling Shin, his presence was equally imposing. Atop Mount Hua, only deities could behold his visage, accompanied by a canine companion, standing there with an air of authority. The duration of this manifestation remained uncertain, yet his overwhelming strength was palpable. Even without uttering a word, his mere presence instilled fear. Discussions surrounding them had dwindled significantly. Upon arriving in the city, Zhou Yu completed his deliveries and then sought out the contractor. At the construction center, a demure woman at the front desk greeted customers. Excuse me, whom should I consult about renovations? Sir, may I inquire how many stories you wish to construct? 3 stories. I apologize, sir, but we only undertake projects of 6 stories or more. Your request is beyond our capabilities. Zhou Yu nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, for such a large company, It seemed improbable that they would take on minor home repair tasks. However, there is a saying, with perseverance, one may find what is sought without effort. While searching for a restaurant, Zhou Yu happened upon a recently completed building that appeared quite commendable. Lacking expertise in construction, he inquired among the local residents, who all offered resounding praise. "May I ask where I might find your foreman?" Zhou Yu politely asked a laborer. He held a profound admiration and respect for these workers, perhaps due to his similar attire and local accent, which naturally endear him to them. "The boss is looking for you," a worker called out. "What is it, young man?" A man covered in dust approached. He was the contractor. "I wish to renovate my home and am curious if you accept such projects," Zhou Yu inquired. "Of course. Why wouldn't we?" The man replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. "However, we must discuss the pricing and scope in detail. As you can see, we are nearing completion here. I shall visit your home tomorrow so we can negotiate properly." "Very well," Zhou Yu said, exchanging phone numbers with the man. He also shared his home address, assuring him, "You need only inquire in the village, and you shall find us." "Understood," the man replied before returning to his work. Observing this, Zhou Yu felt increasingly reassured. Such diligent and responsible laborers would surely fulfill the task competently. This is still due to the existence of deities. Had Zhou Yu not been acquainted with them, the desire of old Master Sheng for him to vanish in Kyoto would likely have been as inconsequential as taking a sip of water. Sometimes, events unfold with remarkable coincidence. The following morning, after breakfast, Zhou Yu awaited the contractor, while his parents, concerned that he might be deceived, unusually chose not to work but instead remained at home to wait for the contractor's arrival. Zhou Yu pointed to a burly man approaching and remarked, "Mother, why does he seem somewhat familiar?" "Now that you mention it, he does seem a bit familiar," she replied. "You don't think you know him, do you?" Zhou Yu boldly speculated, pondering the unlikeliness of such a coincidence. "Erguzi?" Before Zhou Yu could utter another word, the contractor spoke first. "Xiao Hu?" Zhou Yu's father exclaimed in surprise. It appeared they indeed recognized one another. Zhou Yu thought to himself how small the world truly is. Initially, there weren't so many people around. Both the contractor and his father were locals, with similar backgrounds and ages, making their acquaintance entirely reasonable. "Since he is your child, I shall say nothing further. I will simply do my utmost. Can you see that? They had a good relationship. Back in the day, they worked together and met me at the construction site, and I ended up with your father. In a way, he served as our matchmaker." Zhou Yu's mother blushed, resembling a ripe apple. "Oh," Zhou Yu nodded, carrying the dishes outside. "Father, let us refrain from discussing these matters with this uncle for the moment. Shall we first deliberate on more pressing issues? Indeed, the matter at hand is of utmost importance." Little Tiger hurriedly interjected, though perhaps it is more appropriate to refer to him as Old Tiger now. "Do you think I would doubt you? After all, I have some experience working on construction sites myself. If you were to deceive me, I would certainly be able to discern it. Let us be clear. Friendship is one thing, but business is another. I cannot forego your payment simply because of our good relationship. Even if you refuse, I still intend to compensate you. By the way, do you have the house design?" "Yes," Zhou Yu interjected. "I will print it out for you tomorrow." In Chapter 51, Is Supreme Old Lord a Korean oppa? Little Tiger picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and remarked, I haven't seen the design, and I cannot comment on the materials costs, but I assure you that I am undoubtedly the most reliable in this industry. Enough of that. Let us settle this matter between us." Their meal effectively secured the contractor's agreement, and Zhou Yu's father appeared quite pleased, even looking a tad younger. After dining, Little Tiger departed, as he had other matters to attend to. Zhou Yu's parents also went to work in the fields, leaving Zhou Yu to continue his tasks. However, shortly thereafter, he received a text message notifying him of a parcel awaiting collection. At last, it had arrived. Zhou Yu quickly retrieved his phone. "Supreme Old Lord, are you there?" Yes, my package has arrived. Not yet. Then why did you send me a message? Is this your attitude? You have truly disappointed me. Perceiving the shift in Zhou Yu's demeanor, Supreme Old Lord promptly changed his approach, executing a complete turnaround. Taishang Laojun, brother, I hope I haven't uttered anything amiss just now. If I have, please do not take it to heart. If you feel the urge to scold me, do so freely. Do not suppress your feelings for the sake of my dignity. Zhou You, perhaps I have misjudged you. By the way, your instrument has arrived. When shall you come? Taishang Laojun, no wonder I heard the magpies chirping as soon as I awoke today. It seems there is indeed good news. Zhou You, are there magpies in the divine realm as well? Taishang Laojun, that is precisely my point. Send me your coordinates, and I shall arrive post-haste. Zhou Yu sent the coordinates. Shortly after, a remarkably youthful figure approached. Short hair, a handsome visage, breathtakingly beautiful, surpassing even Sheng Yue and Wu Qin. Are you Zhou Yu? The magnetic voice resonated in Zhou Yu's ears. Although Taishang Laojun had previously sent him a voice message, there was a slight difference in tone, yet it was negligible. Zhou Yu was certain that this striking individual, reminiscent of a Korean star, was indeed Taishang Laojun. In Zhou Yu's mind, he had envisioned Taishang Laojun as a figure with white hair and beard, stern and unsmiling, exuding an air of seriousness and ethereal elegance. Oh, where are my belongings? How did you know I am Zhou Yu? Has my fame spread so far? Fame? Just look around. Are there any others here besides you?
Besides,
Don't you have your picture in your space? Oh, I seem to have forgotten that. After a while, Zhou Yu suddenly realized that something was amiss. This is not right. The photos in my storage are locked. How did you manage to unlock them? Is this something you cannot accomplish? If I wished, I could easily hack into your account. Zhou Yu had not anticipated that Taishang Laojun was quite adept at navigating the digital realm. He hurriedly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, acknowledging his inability to confront him. Well, I shall rent a vehicle and proceed from there. Zhou Yu and Taishang Laojun hurried to the parcel collection point, where an entire set of equipment filled 8 large boxes, each measuring 1 meter in width, 2 meters in length, and 2 meters in height. Zhou Yu swiftly rented a large truck. Possessing a driver's license is an essential skill for any university student, and Zhou Yu is no exception. Fortunately, Taishang Laojun operated from Zhou Yu's side, thus concealing his actions from view. It was only when Taishang Laojun lifted a corner of the load that Zhou Yu sensed something was amiss. Understanding Taishang Laojun's true identity, Zhou Yu recognized that exerting such strength would pose no challenge for him. However, in this atheistic age, such actions could lead to severe repercussions, attracting unwanted attention and causing various troubles. Well, my dear fool, do you truly believe you can lift such a heavy burden? Do you think you possess the power of Taishang Laojun, capable of moving mountains and filling seas? This remark was rather astute, awakening Taishang Laojun to the reality of his current identity and the responsibilities that accompanied it. It was merely the excitement of receiving a package today that led him to such a lapse. Otherwise, with his cultivation and temperament, he would never have committed such an error. I thought I would give it a try, never expecting it to be so heavy. Brothers, could you come over and lend a hand? I promise to treat everyone to some food later. At the invitation of the Grand Supreme Elder, the others came to assist, and with the combined effort of many, the equipment was swiftly moved. Zhou Yu also went to purchase some refreshments, including beers to entertain everyone. After some initial refusals, they could not resist Zhou Yu's enthusiasm and accepted the offerings. Zhou Yu tidied up the items, securely closed the car door, called the Grand Supreme Elder into the vehicle,
and departed.
By the way, what is the secret to your youthful appearance? What do you mean by looking so young? I am young. Zhou Yu did not hesitate to roll his eyes at him. What kind of expression is that? In this fantastical world filled with juvenile fantasies, do you not know of the existence of the youth-preserving pill? Is such a miraculous thing truly real? Indeed, the world is vast and full of wonders. You are simply too naive. Chapter 52. The Youth-Preserving Pill. Do you still have that? May I see it? Upon hearing of this item, Zhou You felt a surge of excitement. The cosmetics of this era are exorbitantly priced, and ultimately, their purpose is to enhance one's appearance. Zhou You firmly believed that the Grand Supreme Elder must have been quite aged when he ascended to immortality. Well, if I am stingy, then so be it. After all, you have accused me of being so on numerous occasions. To be honest, there are times when I consider myself quite frugal, yet one's nature is difficult to change. You stingy fellow. You stingy fellow. The tactic of provoking me will not work. Curse be it. Zhou You has now truly comprehended the situation. The Supreme Old Lord merely feigned that demeanor to scheme against him. Otherwise, in the end, he would not only fail to acquire Zhou Yu's 100 celestial stones, but he would also be compelled to relinquish the elixir. After all, he had promised the Dragon King. At that point, it would be a case of losing the hen while attempting to steal the eggs. The Supreme Old Lord, observing Zhou Yu's movements, nonchalantly declared, "Do not gaze any longer. Do not think to threaten me with those trinkets. I have long since secured them within my storage pouch." The Supreme Old Lord was indeed quite unyielding. As for the time when he may need to seek Zhou Yu's assistance, he could feign humility then. After all, there is no rush at present. The wheel of fortune turns, Supreme Old Lord. You shall yet find yourself in need of my aid. The lifespan of a mortal is exceedingly brief. Perhaps I shall slumber. And, upon waking, you may no longer exist. Zhou Yu was not unfamiliar with dealings with the Supreme Old Lord. He had discerned the old fellow's temperament, one of reckless abandon, stinginess, and cunning deceit. Zhou Yu's initial impression of him was precisely this. He now felt a sense of admiration for his own ability to perceive character. No, to perceive divinity. The old fellow's demeanor matched perfectly with what he had observed. You truly are a scoundrel, he thought, utterly at odds with the venerable image I had of you. No matter how you articulate it, your provocations are utterly ineffectual against me. At times, I even wish their taunts would bear some fruit, yet each time, my heart remains undisturbed, even bordering on amusement. Zhou Yu was on the verge of an explosion of frustration. This old fellow was impervious to both coaxing and coercion. It is not due to his lack of strength in battle, but rather because of his exceptional alchemical skills. Even if we were to consider a hypothetical scenario where the esteemed Taishang Laojun were to possess diminished combat abilities as a divine being, it would be trivial for him to dispatch a mere mortal in an instant. You are familiar with Erlingshen, I presume? Our relationship has been quite amicable of late. I refrain from mentioning Sun Wukong, as it appears that Erlingshen shares a closer rapport with Taishang Laojun. According to the rumors I have heard, there seems to be animosity between Sun Wukong and Taishang Laojun. What does that have to do with me? Alas, I find myself with no alternative but to leverage the might of others to intimidate this old man. And what of my monkey brother? Zhou Yu discerned that Taishang Laojun exhibited a momentary flicker of alarm, though he quickly regained his composure. Nevertheless, Zhou Yu remained vigilant, keenly observing Taishang Laojun's demeanor. Monkey? Since when has he become part of your family? Mind your own business. Let me tell you, my bond with the great sage Sun is as solid as it gets. You are aware of his assistance to me. If you refuse to show me, I shall simply ask him to procure one for me, and then I can gaze upon it as I please. Taishang Laojun contemplated the deeds Sun Wukong had performed for Zhou Yu and mused that the young man was likely speaking the truth. Should the great sage indeed arrive, he would be at a loss for how to respond, so he exhaled a sigh of relief and conceded only a glance then. At that moment, a pink elixir, no larger than a thumb, materialized in Taishang Laojun's hand, which he reverently presented to Zhou Yu. Goodness, I do not desire your offering. Is it really necessary? It is merely a matter of looking. Hand it over swiftly, lest I summon my brother the monkey to seek you out. The Supreme Lord Laojun resolutely made a decision, as if he were severing flesh from his own body, presenting it to Zhou You. His bright, vigilant eyes were fixed upon Zhou You, genuinely concerned about any unforeseen events. Upon mentioning Sun Wukong, Laojun's reaction intensified, leading Zhou You to sense that there was a tale entwined between these two figures, yet inquiring further seemed inappropriate. Ah, indeed. You are all too timid to descend to the mortal realm. You require my assistance even for the simplest purchases, shunning any involvement. How can the great sage and Erling Shin frolic among mortals, unbound by constraints? Chapter 53. Dining. The ambience of Zhou Yu's microstore remained mediocre. Following the recent rumors that had circulated, the shop gradually returned to a state of normalcy. Patrons still came to make their purchases. For instance, the Immortal farmer had become a regular customer, prompting Zhou You to create a bespoke VIP package for him. All items were offered at a 20% discount, and for bulk purchases exceeding 500 Immortal stones, a 30% discount applied. For those surpassing 1,000 Immortal stones, a 40% discount was available. Of course, any further purchases would still retain the 40% discount. Zhou You dialed the number of the old, traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Hello. Hi there, you old rascal. How have you been recently? Not bad, just average. Speak up. What brings you here? My time is quite precious. Am I not allowed to reach out to you unless I have business? Our bond is indeed profound.
Bah.
Gently pushing the door open, Zhou You felt as though the entire room had fallen into desolation, as if no one had ever resided there. A thick layer of dust lay upon the floor, which certainly could not be attributed to his poverty. It would be hard to believe that a seasoned physician could be destitute. Moreover, the furnishings and the scale of the old Chinese medicine practitioner's home indicated considerable wealth. It was said that long ago, when his parents were still alive, their household was affluent. Otherwise, he would not have had the means to study medicine. Yet, it was precisely his deep immersion in the art of healing that had led him to a solitary existence. The house had been renovated during those earlier years, and although there had been some new additions since, it had remained untouched for the past several years, even decades. Old man, are you at home? Zhou lad, could you not address me so rudely? I am, after all, an elder. Even if I have no disciples under my tutelage, you should not refer to me in such a manner. All right, I concede my mistake. I have brought you something of great value. Zhou You, unusually refraining from a retort, continued, by the way, your home is in such disarray and filth. Do you not intend to tidy up? The precious item Zhou You had brought was none other than the rejuvenation elixir from the Grand Supreme Elder Lord. His prolonged efforts and relentless pursuit to obtain it stemmed from his awareness of the old physician's interest in such a concoction and the potential for replication or the development of a similar remedy. If successful, it would lead to great prosperity. Oh, I've been quite busy with that. By the way, I asked you to bring some food. Did you manage to do so? Never mind, I shall treat you to a meal out. You may choose whatever pleases your palate. The seasoned traditional Chinese doctor, well aware that Zhou You was the type to seek indulgence without cause, felt justified in relishing the meal ahead. Very well. Wait for me a moment while I tidy myself up, he said. Today, you shall certainly spend lavishly. However, Zhou You remained unfazed, considering the doctor's affluence. What could he possibly lack? Perhaps it was merely a reluctance on his part. Before long, the doctor emerged, looking remarkably disheveled, resembling a beggar. Weren't you going to freshen up? You seem unchanged, Zhou You remarked, as they exchanged light-hearted banter while strolling into the street. Suddenly, Zhou Yu's expression shifted. Oh no! I've forgotten my wallet. I'll go fetch some cash. You proceed ahead. Despite the prevalence of mobile payment options like Alipay at Fu Yuan Restaurant, such conveniences primarily catered to university students in urban areas, leaving places like theirs still reliant on cash. Are you planning to spend extravagantly today? Hurry up. You mentioned treating me, yet I have no money. Zhou You nodded, hastening towards the ATM. Fu Yuan restaurant was regarded as one of the more upscale dining establishments in their vicinity, with a meal costing several hundred yuan. Thus, Zhou needed to withdraw a substantial sum, especially considering his family as ongoing home renovations and various expenses for groceries and materials. As the doctor stepped into the restaurant, he had barely taken a few strides when a waiter approached, offering him several steamed buns. "Take these to eat. We don't accept credit here. Please leave." The image of the old traditional Chinese doctor resembled that of a beggar, which led others to mistakenly assume he was one, resulting in them offering him food and urging him to leave. "I have come to dine," he asserted. However, the waitstaff had encountered similar scenarios before. Many beggars claimed they were there to eat, feasting without paying. Initially, the owner fell for this ruse several times, but as the occurrences became more frequent, he learned from his experiences and barred such individuals from entering. After all, the owner found himself in a difficult position. These people were untouchable, and he had suffered losses because of them. So now he remained wary. "Who is this beggar? Throw him out," a plump, middle-aged woman exclaimed, pointing at the old doctor. "I truly am here to eat," he insisted. "Here to eat? You wish for a free meal? Not a chance. If you claim you're here to dine, show me your money, and I shall believe you. Otherwise, get out." The old doctor indeed had no money on him. With no other option, he reluctantly turned to leave. Having experienced far more humiliating situations, he felt a twinge of indignity at this moment, yet it was of little consequence. Had it been someone like Zhou You, he would likely have confronted the owner. In theory, many should recognize the old doctor, but he had not practiced medicine for years, and only those in his vicinity and some elders were aware of him. Furthermore, his disheveled appearance hindered recognition. "You old fool, I said get out. Are you deaf? Get out." "Owner, please let it go. Do not let him rattle you. It is not worth jeopardizing your health over this," she advised. The waiter, observing from the side, felt a pang of compassion in his heart. Coming from a humble background himself, he understood the temperament of the proprietress. To spare the elderly physician from embarrassment, he promptly brought out some food. Chapter 54. Zhou You entered. With good intentions, the waiter thought if the old doctor were truly a beggar, it would be one thing. However, the reality was that he was not a beggar. He had come to dine, and thus he remained. "Hey, you little rascal, get to work. You don't want to, do you? If you have no desire to work, then leave at once, and stop being a hindrance here." The waiter merely spoke a word in defense of the old physician, only to be met with a barrage of insults. "Elder, please leave. Do not seek trouble here. If you were to dine and dash, you might find yourself in dire straits." The waiter was also a pitiable child, an orphan taken in by a beggar. Or, more accurately, he was a child of scavengers, which is quite distinct from being a beggar. A beggar exploits the sympathy of others to survive, while a scavenger earns a living through their own labors, with a clear conscience. Yet, the one who had taken him in had passed away 2 years prior, leaving him to navigate the world at the tender age of 17 or 18. "Hey, you little brat, have your ears gone deaf? I told you to get to work. Did you not hear me? Why are you shouting at a child? Can't we speak civilly? You filthy beggar, I manage my own affairs. Your concerns are of no consequence to me. If you do not leave, I swear I will give you a beating. Elder, please just go." With his attire, the waiter was reminded of the person who had cared for him for over a decade. They were not related by blood, yet that individual had given him the very best he could offer. At this moment, the proprietress was confronted by a frail old man, devoid of any means to defend himself. Had it been a robust, middle-aged man begging, the waiter would have looked down upon him, believing that he could earn a living with his own hands, yet chose to beg out of sheer laziness. As the proprietress prepared to confront the old man, the waiter stepped forward to obstruct her path. "Enough! He is merely a beggar. There is no need for violence. Are you contemplating rebellion? Step aside. Madam, please." Do not let your anger harm your health. Although the waiter felt that each word supported the proprietress, in truth, he was advocating for the elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. I said, "Step aside." "Madam, step aside. Do you wish to lose your position? Do you dare to challenge me? Quit if you must. I have long been weary of you, you foul woman, prancing about like a fairy, believing yourself to be so beautiful."
With that,
The waiter hurled his hat to the ground in frustration. You have driven me to distraction. Come, old sir, let us leave." Ignoring the proprietress's reaction, the waiter helped the elderly doctor towards the exit. Upon reaching the doorway, the waiter sighed. "Take care of yourself, old man. I am at a loss here. Keep this money and buy yourself something nice to eat." "I do not need the money. I have enough. I do not wish to burden you." The waiter felt an uncanny resemblance between the individual before him and the elder who had raised him. Both possessed a remarkable dignity and shunned the notion of charity. "By the way, what will you do now that you've quit? What about the future? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. With strength in my body, I need not fear hunger." At that moment, Zhou You approached leisurely.
"Hey,
"You old rascal, what are you doing out here? Did I not ask you to wait inside for me? Alas, do not bring it up. The old man is destitute, turned away by others. Don't jest with me. You're still poor? By that measure, I must be a beggar myself. Come, let us go inside for a meal. I was truly cast out." The old Chinese doctor recounted his recent ordeal in detail. "Let us change establishments. Forgive me, old man. I had no idea you faced such indignity. And who might this be?" "He is the very waiter, though he no longer holds that position." "Oh, then we shall dine here. I cannot abide those who look down upon others." "You may enter in half an hour," Zhou You declared as he strode inside, leaving the old doctor and his companions unable to restrain him. "Where has everyone gone?" Zhou You bellowed upon entering the restaurant. "Sir, may I take your order?" A waiter approached immediately. Zhou You, not one to hold a grudge against the waiter, merely disapproved of the proprietress. "Do you have private rooms?" "Yes, we do." "Then please prepare the finest private room for me, along with several signature dishes and a bottle of Maotai," Zhou You announced deliberately in a loud voice. "Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment. By the way, how many of you are there?" "I have 2 friends who will be joining us shortly." Zhou You approached, having placed an order for an array of exquisite dishes. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and the esteemed traditional Chinese medicine doctor, along with the waiter, deemed it an appropriate time to ascend the staircase. "Oh, what is this? Have you finally come to your senses and brought this old fool to apologize to me? Let me make it clear, there's no chance unless you kneel before me right now. Only then might I consider your plea." The traditional doctor and the waiter paid her no heed and proceeded to ascend the stairs. "Planning to go up? Let me warn you, there is a significant figure upstairs. You'd best keep your distance and avoid drawing their attention." The proprietress had already been informed by the waiter about the distinguished guest in the private room above, who had ordered the finest dishes and wines, leading her to surmise the individual's importance. "We are here merely to dine. He has already gone upstairs." The waiter replied earnestly. "Oh, what a tale! You wouldn't dare suggest that your friend is clad in a black coat, around 20 years old, with somewhat dark skin, would you?" Upon hearing this, the traditional doctor realized the description perfectly matched Zhou You, and he nodded in acknowledgement. "How did you know?" "You truly know how to climb the ladder, old fool. Whatever I say, you simply accept it, don't you? You wouldn't be insinuating that I am referring to your friend, would you?" The traditional doctor pondered for a moment, recognizing the accuracy of the description. "If all your stated characteristics align, it is likely that it is indeed my friend." "Ah, old fool, you do play your part quite convincingly. Do continue your embellishments." The seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner was beginning to feel a sense of urgency. After all, Zhou Yu was still waiting for him upstairs. And this was not the moment to simply walk away. "Truly, I am not misleading you." Hearing the commotion from below, Zhou Yu surmised that it must be the old doctor and his companions arriving, prompting him to descend the stairs. Is this the manner in which the Fuyuan restaurant treats its guests? Chapter 55. Brazenly dining without payment. As Zhou Yu's words echoed in the air, the proprietress felt her mind racing, utterly taken aback to discover that the person before her was indeed the friend of the esteemed guest upstairs. "Allow me to explain," she stammered, her anxiety palpable. Offending an ordinary individual and denying someone a meal were matters of little consequence. Even the prospect of unsold goods seemed trivial, merely a matter of reduced earnings. However, the presence of such a distinguished patron, who had chosen to dine here only to leave dissatisfied with their service, could severely tarnish the reputation and business of Fuyuan Restaurant. The repercussions could be unfathomable. "What is your take on this, old sir?" Zhou Yu refrained from addressing him as the old man as he typically would, as this situation was about preserving face. "What can be said? If they do not welcome me, we must take our leave," came the response. Although it was not mealtime, as a renowned establishment in the region, Fuyuan Restaurant still had its fair share of patrons. Initially, the proprietress's treatment of a beggar clad in rags was somewhat understandable, as he was merely a beggar, and one could argue that her demeanor was somewhat lacking in compassion. However, the presence of a wealthy individual brought forth a different level of scrutiny and discussion. Witness the lack of discernment exhibited by the proprietress. "In such a place, I cannot help but feel that the quality of the offerings is likely subpar. Indeed, I find this establishment rather unsatisfactory. With such a multitude of patrons being treated in this manner, the attitude of service is disheartening." Upon overhearing the discussions among those around him, Zhou Yu could not suppress a cold smile. Those who seldom navigate the vast expanse of the internet are likely unaware of the formidable power of public opinion, a truth that Zhou Yu's vocalization of the dishes and wines served serves to illustrate. My dear sir, it appears I have failed to recognize your esteemed status. Please continue your ascent," the proprietress gritted through clenched teeth. The server, having never witnessed the proprietress in such a state during his tenure, reflected on her habitual disdainful treatment towards him, which had long denied him respect. Witnessing this confrontation provided him with a sense of vindication. Is this the conclusion? Shouldn't the proprietress offer some form of acknowledgement? In her mind, she mused, if you possess wealth, do not masquerade as a pauper. Why present yourself so disheveled? Surely, if you were to attire yourself more suitably, these unfortunate incidents could have been avoided. What form of acknowledgement could be rendered? Alas, the situation has escalated to this point, leaving only the option to mitigate the impact of public sentiment. I dare say, for this meal, it seems you ought not to request payment. Upon hearing this, the three individuals experienced a moment of clarity. The server and the venerable physician realized that Zhou Yu's choice of this venue was specifically to exact a measure of retribution on their behalf, particularly in light of the proprietress's repeated insinuations about their intention to dine without compensation. Thus, Zhou Yu led them to partake in a lavish meal, brazenly without the burden of payment. The proprietress pondered, considering the multitude of matters awaiting her. Could it be that they were laying a trap? Perhaps they were merely feigning wealth, intending to dine and dash. In her estimation, such a possibility seemed quite substantial. Under ordinary circumstances, it might have been tolerable, but the establishments frequented by Zhou Yu were nothing short of exquisite and extravagant. A single meal here could easily amount to 1,000 or two, a considerable sum, especially when one noted that the servers earned merely 2,000 a month. Do you possess wealth merely to indulge in a meal? Surely, you are not intending to create a ruckus, set a trap for me, and then abscond without payment. This assertion significantly altered the perception of the proprietress. Initially, Zhou Yu had depicted her as domineering, unreasonable, and oppressive, with a disdainful attitude towards others. Now, however, she portrayed herself as astute and capable, not easily deceived. Could they genuinely be swindlers, arriving solely to evade payment? I have encountered similar schemes before, and I never anticipated that the old man would embody such a character. I have fallen victim to deception. Con artists are truly despicable. Gradually, some began to align their thoughts with those of the proprietress. You claim I lack funds? Look at this. Zhou Yu declared, producing 10,000 yuan from his bag. What do you say now about my financial status? He revealed another 10,000. At this point, the proprietress found herself at a loss for words. Quietly, she took out her phone and messaged the individuals affiliated with her establishment. Master Ho, there are troublemakers here. Please come swiftly. In the realm of business, there is often a protective figure behind every entrepreneur. Even in such establishments, this holds true. The only recourse available to the proprietress now was to buy time. After a brief interval, a man's voice echoed, "Who the hell is causing trouble on my turf?" Zhou Yu found the voice somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as the monkey from their previous altercation.
Well,
It seems that fate has a peculiar way of bringing us together again. Zhou Yu grinned at the monkey, sensing an opportunity for fortune. How is it that this fellow appears everywhere? Ever since our encounter, nothing has gone smoothly for me, the monkey muttered. What brings you here? The proprietress pondered. Realizing their acquaintance might simplify matters, she thought that having a familiar face could prevent any awkwardness. Sometimes, extending a gesture of goodwill is all it takes. I'm here, of course, for a meal. Then no charge for you. Please enjoy your meal upstairs, the monkey declared, leaving the proprietress momentarily stunned. After Zhou Yu ascended the stairs, the monkey turned to the proprietress and explained, he is the brother of Iron Yanwang. Iron Yanwang values him greatly, and if you provoke him, consider it your misfortune over just a meal. The monkey, too, bore unspoken grievances. During their last encounter, he had suffered a loss of 300,000. Iron Yanwang? The one in the city? She inquired. Who else would it be? Let me tell you, even if brother who were here, the outcome would be the same. The monkey replied before departing. The proprietress realized she had entangled herself with someone formidable. In truth, she was somewhat fortunate. After all, a bill of 1 or 2,000 was merely a nominal price, as the actual cost was merely around 8 or 900. Zhou Yu and the old Chinese medicine practitioner leisurely enjoyed their sumptuous meal. As they prepared to leave, Zhou Yu took a moment to offer some parting advice. In the future, be more discerning when dealing with others. Otherwise, you may find yourself ensnared, oblivious to who ensnared you and why. With that, Zhou Yu, accompanied by the old physician and the waiter, strolled out of the hotel, meandering through the streets. Zhou Yu mused to himself, realizing that indulging in a free meal was rather delightful. Chapter 56. The good things I bring you once outside. Zhou Yu inquired of the nearby waiter, "What are your plans for the future?" The waiter replied, "I am uncertain. I suppose I shall take it one step at a time. After all, I have no family. I am but an orphan." The old physician, in his own way, implied that Zhou Yu should extend a helping hand, as he perceived Zhou Yu to be a businessman. Indeed, selling vegetables is a form of commerce. "Old fool," Zhou Yu retorted, "what do you mean by saying I should handle it? Did you not create this mess? Should you not resolve it yourself? If it were not for you, would there have been so many complications?" Their banter had become a familiar routine. However, both Zhou Yu and the old physician, leveraging their networks and influence, could easily secure employment for the waiter. The old physician had a broad circle of friends, many of whom owed him favors, while Zhou Yu could be considered a millionaire in his own right. For instance, he could arrange for the waiter to assist in managing an arcade. Despite the presence of Erling Shin and Sun Wukong, who were merely there for amusement and had no desire for management, Zhou Yu understood that if he were to assign them tasks like handling the cash register, his home would likely be dismantled the following day.
well,
"I believe I can support myself," the waiter asserted. Zhou Yu and the old traditional Chinese doctor were momentarily taken aback. They had grown accustomed to their banter. Yet they failed to notice that the subject of their conversation was present, oblivious to the potential embarrassment they might cause, disregarding his thoughts and feelings. My young brother, I apologize. We are simply used to our playful arguments. Please don't take it to heart. I assure you, I will arrange for your future livelihood. As it is primarily my fault that you lost your job today, I bear some responsibility. If you don't mind, I am planning to open an arcade soon, and I would like you to help manage it. Goodness, you rascal. Are you looking for trouble? Wasn't it you who said you would hand it over to me? Now you wish to retract that? Is that acceptable? No. This matter must still be mine to handle. The waiter shook his head in resignation, recognizing that the two were likely very familiar with one another and that their quarrels had become a routine occurrence. It was evident to him that they were genuinely trying to navigate their way through this situation. However, he believed he could manage on his own. I appreciate your offer for lunch, but I think I can handle this myself. Thank you, and I will take my leave now.
Wait.
Is that not a slap in my face? The old doctor insisted on retaining the waiter, feeling a sense of responsibility. What do you mean a slap in your face? This is a slap in mine. What does it have to do with you? While Zhou You and the old doctor continued their animated exchange, the waiter gradually distanced himself. Yet, fate has a curious way of unfolding. When they next crossed paths, both seemingly inconspicuous individuals had transformed into prominent figures in their respective realms. By the way, you mentioned this morning that you had brought me something wonderful.
What is it? Let me see.
It's nothing much. Merely a small amount of powder from a medicinal pill, just a trifle. Zhou Yu feigned an air of indifference, though the acquisition of this item had indeed been effortless for him. Oh, what type is it, and what purpose does it serve? They say it is a beauty-enhancing elixir, though I have yet to test it myself. Although Zhou Yu harbored a near-absolute confidence in the authenticity of this potion, he remained wary of the possibility that the esteemed Laozi might be toying with him, hence his cautious demeanor. What? Where did you procure this? Zhou Yu anticipated that the old Chinese doctor might react somewhat enthusiastically, yet he was unprepared for the fervor that ensued. As the doctor clutched Zhou Yu's neck and began to shake him vigorously. Could you please maintain your composure? Zhou Yu gasped, if you strangle me to death, you won't be able to obtain that elixir. His eyes rolled back as a wave of suffocation enveloped him. At last, the old doctor was roused from his frenzy by Zhou Yu's words, releasing his grip and allowing Zhou Yu to breathe again. A mark of red had formed around Zhou Yu's neck, gradually darkening to a deep purple. You old scoundrel! Are you not trying to extort me? Such force! If you were to kill me, you would never see the item I brought. What an unexpected turn of events. However, I care not. If you do not remove this mark from my neck, I fear you shall never witness the powder of the beauty elixir. If his mother were to see this, she would undoubtedly think that Zhou Yu is causing trouble outside, especially given that it concerns his neck. Had the old physician applied his treatment with a bit more pressure or for a longer duration, Zhou Yu might have succumbed to shock, facing a life-threatening situation. Had it not been for the steadfast bond of revolutionary friendship between the two, a falling out would have likely ensued on the spot. It was merely a trivial matter, just a mark on the skin after all. With a flick of his hand, the old physician would resolve it in no time. He retrieved a vial from his cabinet, and, upon opening it, a foul stench wafted forth. Zhou Yu pinched his nose and exclaimed, "Don't mess with me. What on earth is this? If it weren't for my guilty conscience, I wouldn't even consider using this. Come here, and I will make that mark vanish instantly." The old physician scooped out a bit of the black, mud-like substance, clearly something extraordinary. Zhou Yu, seeing the physician's confidence, allowed him to apply it, though he remained skeptical of the man's claims, suspecting that the true motive lay in the elixir's effects. The ointment felt pleasantly cool to the touch, and within a minute, Zhou Yu sensed that the pain in his neck had dissipated, the odor from the concoction fading away shortly thereafter. He pulled out his phone, activated the selfie mode, and was relieved to find that the mark on his neck had vanished. Where is it? Hurry, show me. The old physician, rubbing his hands in anticipation, awaited eagerly.
Take it.
Zhou Yu handed over the powder he had acquired from the supreme Laojun, and the old physician's eyes gleamed with excitement as he accepted it. By the way, how do you analyze this substance? Surely, it cannot be as the legends suggest, distinguishing it merely by the nose and mouth, can it? The elderly physician beckoned him, indicating for him to enter. Chapter 57. The Elderly Physician's Secret Base. Upon noticing the elderly physician's gesture, Zhou Yu approached. To be honest, this was his first venture into such places. Previously, his realm of activity had been confined to the hall, the lounge, and the apothecary. Other areas were off-limits unless permission was granted by the elderly physician. Zhou Yu recalled the physician's reasoning. Those of their profession inevitably dealt with venomous creatures such as snakes and scorpions. If one were to wander recklessly and fall victim to their poison, he might find himself powerless to assist. Being young, Zhou Yu was naturally cautious and would not tempt fate, although he harbored doubts about the physician's claims. Yet, he dared not take the risk. For life is singular and precious. I must tell you, you should refrain from indulging in those fanciful novels and dramas. Any individual who employs your aforementioned method to analyze pharmacology is likely to meet an early demise. Utilizing the nose may be feasible, but tasting it could result in a terrifyingly high probability of death. Oh, and by the way, you old scoundrel, why didn't you offer me this last time? I sense that this substance is quite remarkable. Could you spare me a vial? Are you dreaming? Do you have any notion of its rarity? You dare to ask? This is the culmination of my life's work, and I possess but this single vial. The materials for its creation are exceedingly rare. Should you desire it, you might have to wait until I have departed this world. Forget I said anything, but you old rascal, I feel a strong desire for your demise at this moment. Pa. What nonsensical remarks is this impudent child uttering? The innocence of youth is unrestrained, swept away by the winds. Well, what method are you employing for detection? You shall soon discover, for this is my hidden sanctuary. In my lifetime, fewer than 100 have entered, and even fewer have survived. You, impudent child, are fortunate to be among them. Zhou Yu cast a sidelong glance at the old physician, suspecting that the latter spoke no falsehood, as there was no need for deceit. Yet, Zhou Yu did not feel particularly honored. Were it not for the innate curiosity of humanity, he would not have been inclined to explore. For he must safeguard secrets and reaped no tangible benefits. Upon entering, he turned a corner and opened a door, feeling somewhat dazed, almost unable to believe his eyes. Before him lay the very apparatus he had procured for the supreme Laojun, merely a fragment of the vast complex. Zhou Yu had long heard tales of the old physician's wealth, yet he never anticipated such opulence. This array of equipment was worth at least several million. And this was but a portion of it. If one were to consider the other items present, Zhou Yu estimated that the contents of this small chamber were valued at tens of millions, if not more. However, what Zhou Yu remained unaware of was that if the old physician were willing to auction off some of his cherished vials and medicines, the figure would likely far exceed his speculative estimation. For within this place, one could find not only modern contrivances but also relics from antiquity, some of which could be regarded as genuine antiques. However, the elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner is indifferent to the distinction between antiques. His passion lies in the realm of herbal remedies, for he believes his concoctions to be the most valuable, rendering all else insignificant. I must inform you that modern science is advancing at an unprecedented pace, and the medical field is continually evolving. If one remains stagnant, it will only lead to obsolescence and eventual exclusion. By the way, old man, what findings have you made regarding the elixir powder I provided you last time? The research is still ongoing. The components are numerous and intricate, and many elements require consultation of ancient texts for proper identification, some of which I have never encountered before. Do you hold any hope of developing it? There are no absolutes in life, However, I estimate that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is likely unattainable.
Oh,
Can a similar alternative with comparable effects be produced? That is feasible, yet further research is necessary. Speaking of which, please pay close attention to the elixir powder. This is of utmost importance, and you must delve into it thoroughly. Have the identity documents of your friend been processed? When will you come to collect them? Tomorrow. I will come with them. Very well. Wu Qin ended the call, and Zhou You phoned son, Wukong once more. Zhou, what is it? Could you not be a bit more courteous? I am quite busy. If you have something to say, please be swift. Chapter 58. An Uncommon Celestial Realm.
ha.
You are familiar with these matters? By the way, did you not claim to be a follower of Buddhism? Sun Wukong, with a cheerful demeanor, picked up a piece of food and placed it in his mouth, while transmitting a message to Zhou You. This is precisely what I wish to convey to you. I am a disciple of the Buddhist path, albeit a mere monkey, which renders me inconsequential in the realm of immortals. How, then, can the laws of the heavenly court govern me? And what of Shen? To my knowledge, he is a bona fide inhabitant of the celestial realm. You are mistaken. Your channels of information and sources are limited, and much of what you believe is erroneous. Your adolescent fantasies and those mythological dramas, although partially based on reality, are often mere legends. Through that previous rumor incident, you should have recognized how significant distortions can arise from oral traditions. Moreover, when books are penned, they invariably reflect the author's imagination. As Sun Wukong continued to transmit his thoughts, he leisurely savored his meal. So, which tales hold truth, and which are fabrications? Do not be hasty. From my understanding of your human world, the most popular narratives currently are Journey to the West, Investiture of the Gods, and perhaps that Lotus Lantern tale. Brother Monkey, you certainly possess ample knowledge. By the way, Zhou You, are you familiar with League of Legends? This particular query was not conveyed through his telepathy. Brother Monkey, why do you ask that? Zhou You inquired. While I was engaging in video games, I often heard them mention it, yet I could not find it in the arcade. That is an online game requiring a computer to access. Perhaps you should educate yourself about computers? Zhou You seemed intent on nurturing a hacker. Given Sun Wukong's exceptional intellect, mastering even the most complex divine abilities would make becoming a hacker a trifling endeavor, akin to a light drizzle, effortless and easy. Declining the invitation, one might ponder the allure of computer studies. The ever-evolving realm of the internet holds a captivating charm, one that remains undiscovered unless one embarks on the journey to comprehend its vastness. After your meal, remember to wash the dishes. Your father and I shall head to the fields, remarked Mother Zhou, setting down her chopsticks. By the way, Mother, perhaps you and Father should refrain from working in the fields for the next few days, as there is construction work here to attend to. Let us postpone the agricultural tasks for now. We'll discuss it later. I must take my leave. With that, Mother Zhou departed, hoe in hand.
Now.
There is no need for telepathy. By the way, Shen, that scene of you rescuing your mother on Mount Hua was truly moving. That was merely a commendable performance by the actors. I had no part in it, he replied. How can you claim no involvement? There is undoubtedly a significant connection. Without your heroic deeds, there would be no source material. Sun Wukong chuckled heartily. Can I reveal to you that the tale of the Mount Hua rescue is fabricated? Shen's mother ended up with a minor deity. Though the Jade Emperor was not entirely pleased, he acquiesced. Otherwise, how do you suppose the gifted three-eyed celestial could possess such formidable prowess? Shen remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Goodness, surely this is too far-fetched. The tale of the Lotus Lantern is even more absurd, you know? Shen never had a sister, aside from the strict celestial decrees that might loosely correlate. Much of it is simply the author's invention. Oh, and you haven't yet mentioned that Taishang, Laojun, and the others dare not interfere with mortal affairs. Firstly, let us not dwell on the issues within the system. From the celestial perspective, I hold no official position. I am merely a monkey demon, destined to remain in the mortal realm. As for my playful escapades among mortals, my acquaintances among the deities are quite familiar. As long as my actions do not stray too far from propriety or disrupt the cosmic order, I remain unscathed. Most crucially, they find themselves at a loss when it comes to dealing with me. Those capable of besting me are few and far between, and the cost of attempting to capture or kill me would be substantial. Now, what of Shen? Although he bears the title of a deity with his 3 eyes, in truth, he possesses no divine rank and is but a mortal, albeit one who has lived considerably longer and possesses extraordinary strength. He does not dwell among mortals, and the heavens cannot accommodate him either. Moreover, like myself, he is well-connected, maintaining a significant relationship with the celestial realm and with his formidable prowess. He is permitted to reside in the mortal world. Shen placed a piece of food into Sun Wukong's bowl, saying, "Eat your vegetables. You do talk too much."
Goodness.
The story of the Lotus Lantern is but a fabrication, yet the journey to the west must hold some truth. Indeed, much of it is authentic. Although the tale of Tianping seducing Chang'e is a misconception, he descended directly to the mortal realm and is, in fact, quite handsome. As for the investiture of the gods, that conflict resulted in many attaining divine status. However, one must recognize that Shen by nature is of a different lineage, and the celestial beings are determined by the heavens. Thus, the veracity of the investiture of the gods is evident. Nonsense. You intend to enter the city and then trick me and the monkey into washing dishes. How did you know?
Oh.
I forgot to mention, Shen possesses the ability to read minds, and it was he who urged me to intervene and prevent you from deceiving us. Sun Wukong remarked nonchalantly. Isn't this a violation of the rules? You, monkey brother, teleport to obstruct me, while Shen employs mind-reading to delve into my thoughts. This doesn't apply to you. Here is the evidence. Wukong, concerned that Zhou You might doubt him, produced a blank piece of paper. Yet, Zhou You comprehended its significance, for it was undoubtedly a celestial artifact. What infuriated Zhou You the most was the signature, Taishang Laojun. Truly, that old fellow seems to be everywhere. Well, this is awkward. It's merely washing a few dishes. How could you possibly insist on doing it yourselves? I shall attend to it right away. Zhou You stepped inside to begin collecting the dishes, while Sun Wukong and Shen observed from the side. Can't you lend a hand? The sooner we finish, the sooner I can take you to retrieve the documents, survey the premises, and complete the necessary procedures to open the arcade. 3-eyed. Go lend a hand. Why should it be me? Stupid monkey. Why don't you do it yourself? I'll go if I must. It's no big deal. Zhou, step aside. This task is mine. Zhou You retreated, and with a light wave of his hand, Sun Wukong effortlessly made all the dishes pristine and neatly arranged. Monkey brother, that's impressive. Enough chatter. By the way, 3-eyed, you need to contribute more in the future. Don't always take advantage without putting in any effort.
Oh, Zhou.
It's time to depart. Chapter 59. Retrieve the documents, complete the procedures, inspect the venue without seeking Zhou Yu's consent. Sun Wukong and Shen each grasped one of Zhou Yu's arms and soared into the sky. Wow, this is quite high. What's the matter? Are you, a grown man, afraid? Both my companion and I are seasoned veterans, undoubtedly immune to mishaps. I fear not. I relish this exhilarating sensation. Yet, perhaps the heavens disapprove of those who flaunt their bravado, for misfortune befell Zhou You. Soaring through the skies, Shen and Sun Wukong, while gripping Zhou Yu's attire, inadvertently found themselves holding only his garments. Just moments ago, Zhou Yu proclaimed his lack of fear. Now, his cries resonate louder than the most harrowing of slaughter, echoing far and wide. 3-eyed one, why do you not retrieve young Zhou? Should anything befall him, It would be a disgrace upon you. Why must I go alone? He was lost through our collective folly. I have never claimed to be infallible, nor to be immune to calamity. Such exchanges are but a transmission of consciousness, fleeting yet profound, accomplished in the blink of an eye. Shen dove down, swiftly rescuing Zhou You. Young Zhou, cease your lamentations. With us by your side, how could any harm befall you? By the way, what possessed your parents to bestow upon you such a name?
What?
What is peculiar about my name? Is it strange? Do you not find young Zhou to be somewhat odd? Zhou Yu was nearly rendered speechless, realizing that it was merely Sun Wukong's whimsical appellation. I am Zhou Yu. Young Zhou is but a moniker from Sun Wukong. My parents named me Zhou Yu. In a mere minute, this straightforward exchange concluded, and they soon arrived at the city. Do you see that towering structure? We shall descend there. With a swift motion, Zhou Yu and Shen landed directly at the premises of Wuqin Company. Please wait for me for a moment. Do not wander off. I will go inside and take a look. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. However, Zhou Yu was well aware that the two of them were not the type to patiently wait. They were beings capable of defying the heavens and the earth. Therefore, Zhou Yu merely spoke out of courtesy, harboring no real expectations. He took out his phone and called Wu Qin. Sister Wu, I have arrived downstairs at your company.
Oh.
You little rascal are quite swift. Since you're already in the city, shall I come directly to your office? Yes, please come up. It's not your first time here. They want to stop you. All right. Zhou Yu hung up and proceeded upstairs. He had barely stepped inside when, without a moment's delay, certainly not exceeding a minute, Monkey's temperament began to stir. How boring it is to wait here with 3 eyes. Let us leave a manifestation behind and go play some video games. But Zhou Yu said we should wait for him and not run off. Having learned Zhou Yu's true name, Shen no longer referred to him as Zhou the youngster, but instead addressed him as Zhou Yu. Come on, 3 eyes. Surely you possess some spirit. Besides, Zhou Yu want to notice we left a manifestation here. Are you truly willing to be managed by a mere mortal? Not at all. Let us go. Thus, while the physical forms of Sun Wukong and Shen remained in place, their spirits had already departed. Meanwhile, in Wu Qin's office upstairs, she greeted, Sister Wu, have you arrived? Please take a seat. I will brew you a cup of tea. Sister Wu, there is no need for trouble. I have obtained the necessary documents, but I still have some matters to attend to. I intend to establish an arcade, though I have yet to finalize the location, and there are a few procedures to navigate. I can assist with the documentation and the selection of the venue, but there is something I wish for you to be aware of. Sister Wu, please go ahead. As a university student, you ought to be aware that arcades are currently on the decline, while internet cafes are experiencing a resurgence. If you plan to venture into the entertainment industry, why not consider opening an internet cafe instead? Sister Wu, I understand, but the investment for an internet cafe is substantial. I prefer to proceed gradually. Short on funds? I can lend you some. No, that is not the issue. This is my intention, and I have not spent much. The money is primarily from 2 friends of mine who are not motivated by profit but by their passion.
Oh.
These are the documents of your 2 friends. Let us go together and expedite the process for you. Very well. Thank you, Sister Wu. Between us, there is no need for thanks. They descended the stairs, with the manifestations of Sun Wukong and Shen remaining behind. What are you dawdling for? Get in the car. Let us complete the procedures. The incarnations of Shen and Sun Wukong nodded silently and entered Wu Qin's vehicle, remaining quiet throughout the journey. Zhou Yu understood that these 2 had likely departed, yet their willingness to leave behind their manifestations was a profound sign of respect towards him. With Wu Qin's assistance, Zhou Yu swiftly completed the necessary procedures, obtaining the business license and other requisite documentation with ease. Zhou Yu, it seems you have yet to select an appropriate location, haven't you? Indeed. I have a space available here, which is usually unoccupied, so feel free to use it. Although the location is not ideal being on the second floor, it does encompass around 300 square meters, situated on the pedestrian street, albeit underground. Initially, I intended to transform it into a supermarket or a shop, but since you find it useful, you may take it. Well, I will check back later. Let's say 200,000 for the year. That seems excessive. 100,000 will suffice. No, Wu Jie, I cannot allow you to exert effort and incur losses. There is no loss involved. It is underground and not very prominent. 100,000 per year is reasonable. All right then. Thank you, Wu Jie. Regardless of what I eventually establish, you shall receive a 10% equity stake. Wu Qin smiled, pleasantly surprised that this young man possessed a level of maturity and understanding of social niceties. Although Wu Qin initially declined, Zhou You insisted, and thus she agreed, assisting him in navigating the necessary procedures, securing the location, and providing him with the required documentation before departing. Zhou You observed the motionless figures beside him and shook his head in exasperation. Brothers, after such an extended period of leisure, it is time to take action.
Hey.
Zhou Yu approached and shook the two of them, instantly igniting a spark of excitement in their eyes. Zhou Xiaozi, is everything prepared? Chapter 60. Acquiring Machines? Opening the arcade, yes, it is nearly complete. The location is secured, and now we only require the machines and some renovations. The renovation will be managed by me and Sanji Yen. You just need to bring in the machines, and we can commence operations. Is this scale of installation feasible? Zhou Yu presented an image to Sun Wukong and Erling Shen, along with a document detailing the scale of the renovations, including images and explanations. As they traveled, Zhou Yu inquired of Erling Shen, "Might you teach me that mind-reading technique of yours?" Erling Shen replied, "It is innate. You cannot learn it. In all of the celestial realm, I may be the sole possessor of such a trivial skill." Zhou Yu retorted, "Trivial, you say? Then enlighten me on what is not trivial." Erling Shen continued, "The limitations of this mind-reading technique are considerable. Even a slightly stronger individual, like that little deity known as the Sweeping Star, cannot be perceived through it." While Zhou Yu awaited transportation, Erling Shen and Sun Wukong appeared out of thin air. "What brings you two here? Is the renovation complete?" Zhou Yu asked. Erling Shen reassured him, "Fear not. Everything is in order. With my myriad incarnations, resolving the renovation was a breeze." Sun Wukong added, "Rest assured, young Zhou, this task is well within my capabilities. As for my purpose here, I have come to assist you. Your progress is too slow alone. Though my third eye and I may not comprehend your intricacies, we can certainly carry you aloft." With that, Sun Wukong and his companions whisked Zhou Yu up into the sky. "By the way, do not wander off. I shall procure a truck to transport the materials." Zhou Yu replied, "Is that truly necessary? I could simply transform one for you." Without hesitation, Sun Wukong plucked a hair from his body, blew softly, and conjured a large truck before them. "As we approach the city, kindly set me down first. We shall take the vehicle from there." Having a truck materialize out of nowhere could lead to complications. "Ah, understood," they responded. Sun Wukong and his companions came to a halt directly beside the truck, with Zhou Yu at the wheel, setting off on their journey. Goodness, how slow can we go? Even if you were flying in the sky, it wouldn't be much faster. If it were just me and the three-eyed one, we could circle the globe 2 or 3 times in a minute. Indeed, due to Zhou Yu's influence, their flying speed was considerably sluggish. Soon, Zhou Yu arrived at the location for wholesale arcade machines. As internet cafes proliferated, had it not been for the owner's nostalgia, this solitary establishment selling arcade machines might have long since vanished. Upon entering, Zhou Yu could not help but commend Sun Wukong and his companions, giving them a thumbs up for their impressive renovations. Both the style and layout were executed remarkably well, closely aligning with Zhou Yu's vision. Sun Wukong and Shen were no ordinary individuals. They swiftly organized everything. Tomorrow marks the grand opening here. You two should enjoy yourselves for now. I expect to see you both here by 7 in the morning. I'm not doing this just for you to open early, so let us go. In a flurry of firecrackers, Feng, Wu Qin, Shen Yue, Zhou Yu's parents, and many others awaited this exhilarating moment. Although Zhou Yu appeared calm on the surface, he felt a twinge of nervousness, for this was his inaugural venture into business. Perhaps the most composed in the crowd were Sun Wukong and Shen, whose extraordinary abilities allowed them to remain unperturbed even in the face of adversity. Zhou Yu, congratulations. Sister Wu, please have a look inside. Lunch will be at Wanbao Building. And it's on me. Your decor is quite impressive. My friends are responsible for the design. Zhou Yu accompanied them for a brief moment before turning to his parents and saying, You both should head to Wanbao Building first to arrange for lunch. I'll stay here with them. Zhou Yu's parents nodded and departed. The entire arcade, having just opened, was offering complimentary access today, allowing patrons to play games without the need for tokens. Shen Yue, Feng, Shen, and Wu Qin were all engrossed in arcade games, each one a formidable presence, shaking the ground with their enthusiasm. However, new establishments must endure scrutiny, particularly from their peers. A group of individuals approached, wielding iron rods and wrenches. Who is the owner here? Zhou Yu and Sun Wukong had previously conspired, with Zhou Yu acting as the shadowy proprietor while Sun Wukong took the forefront. He stepped forward, declaring, I am the owner here. What brings you? One of the intruders stated, Our brother Guang said we should stake our claim here without prior notice. This arcade cannot operate. Brothers, let us smash it. Sun Wukong could not allow such insolence. He swiftly subdued them with ease. You're quite bold. Care to reveal your name? They all call me Monkey. The leader, upon hearing this, limped away with his followers, and Sun Wukong returned to his gaming. Chapter 61. Provocation. Zhou Yu had initially thought that, given the circumstances, he, as the mastermind behind the scenes, ought to make an appearance. However, he was taken aback by how effortlessly Sun Wukong resolved the situation. Yet, this was characteristic of him. A former sovereign of his realm would never retreat. Though he would not disrupt the order of the mortal world, he would not tolerate any affronts. In an underground parking garage, a few individuals were engaged in conversation. Brother Guang, there's a fellow over there who seems rather formidable. A bruised and battered man was reporting the situation. He was the instigator who had faced Sun Wukong's wrath. Oh, what kind of background does that individual possess? Inquired a man clad in a black suit. None, I presume. If he had any, he would have announced it by now. It's unlikely he would have resorted to violence. Moreover, the proprietor of that establishment is quite capable, likely attempting to stake a claim in our territory. Humph, the suited man scoffed. Times have changed. In the past, he might have carved out a space for himself, but now it is different. We live in a society governed by law. Brute strength alone cannot resolve issues. Indeed, Brother Guang is correct.
Correct?
Correct about what? The suited man smacked the head of the person beside him. If your capability matched your sycophantic tendencies even halfway, I would be eternally grateful. Yes, Brother Guang has a point. Very well. Send someone to investigate further. Determine whether he truly lacks a background. If he seeks to assert himself here, without support, it shall not be so simple. Even if he has connections, should they prove insufficient, he must provide an explanation for today's events. Understood, Brother Guang. I shall attend to it immediately. In the arcade, dear friends and family, today marks the grand opening with enticing promotions. The entire arcade is open for free play. As the black speakers at the entrance continue to blare tirelessly, the majority of attendees are still students. After all, the impoverished deem such places a waste of time, while the proprietors consider them lacking sophistication. Only a handful of adults frequent such venues. Monkey, come over for a one-on-one challenge. Shen. I'm engrossed in my game and have no intention of joining you. By the way, would you care to try this game? It's quite entertaining. What's the appeal? Not interested. Brother Monkey, I leave the affairs here in your capable hands. Is that agreeable? Indeed, but remember to ensure adequate staffing for tomorrow. I can help you manage the venue. Handling conflicts is no trouble. As for the management, you are well aware of my disposition. Rest assured, Brother Monkey. I will arrange everything properly. During our recruitment phase, I received inquiries, so it's all under control. All right, then proceed. Give me a call when it's time for dinner, and I shall join you. Very well. Shortly after Zhou You departed, a man approached accompanied by several young individuals. Is this the place?
Yes.
Let's go inside and take a look. Upon entering, one found everyone engrossed in games, naturally the latest offerings, accompanied by several imported 3D gaming machines. Allowing them to experience these games would surely entice them to return. Although the cost of these machines was somewhat steep, their gaming tokens were distinct from others. Some machines required 2 to 5 tokens for play, while others operated at 1 token for 2 plays or 1 token per play, indicating a noticeable disparity. Conversely, the imported machines operated at a rate of 1 token per play. The decline in many arcade businesses can largely be attributed to their inclination towards gambling. When it comes to gambling, casinos undoubtedly provide a more comfortable experience. Additionally, many machines have aged, resulting in repetitive gameplay that has led patrons to tire of them. Yet, unwilling to invest in new machines, they persist with the old ones, further contributing to the downturn in business. These factors represent 2 principal reasons for the current bleak prospects of the arcade industry. As for the owner, where was he? Naturally, the inquiries did not escape the keen ears of Sun Wukong and Shen. 3 eyes, it was my turn last time. This time, it is yours. Shen did not decline, as both had previously agreed to take turns. I am the owner. What is your request? I require your credentials for a routine inspection.
Certainly.
The individual presented a stack of documents, but Shen merely glanced at them and remarked, "This one is counterfeit. Do not attempt to deceive me." The individuals were taken aback, not anticipating that the seemingly ordinary person before them could discern their true nature at a glance. This was, in fact, quite normal. For Shen possessed the innate ability to see through the essence of things. They simply remained unaware of his true identity. As patrons, might we not inquire about your business license? How can we partake in leisure here without assurance? Are you here to cause a ruckus?
No.
With 3 eyes. Why waste words on them? Just send them away promptly. Then please excuse yourselves for the time being. Our license has yet to be properly affixed and is currently en route to the establishment. This distinction sets Shen apart from Sun Wukong, for had it been the latter, a confrontation would likely have ensued immediately. You two aren't the principal owners, are you? Indeed, there is another named Zhou You. At this revelation, the group felt a sense of relief. Initially, they had assumed that someone bold enough to assert themselves must possess a formidable backing. Yet, having navigated this city for so long, they had never heard of such a name, nor had they encountered any mention of this individual elsewhere, thus dismissing it from their minds. Brothers, let us not act rashly. Proceed with caution before taking action. This time, they learned from their past mistakes, opting to probe the situation before resorting to force. With 3 eyes, I instructed you to expel them directly, yet you engaged in unnecessary dialogue. What if they truly are patrons? Wouldn't that adversely affect our business? Very well, do as you wish. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong continued to immerse himself in his gaming realm. Upon observing the formidable figure's reluctance to engage, the individuals present felt a mix of irritation and relief. They were vexed by his disdain yet relieved to be spared the confrontation with such a terrifying entity. Had they encountered an ordinary person, there might have been tangible repercussions. However, The individual before them was a renowned deity from the celestial realm, a warrior of legendary stature who effortlessly subdued them before dismissing them one by one. They would do well to heed this lesson in the future. Meanwhile, the Erling Shun resumed his gaming. Chapter 62. The Dilemma of the Old Chinese Medicine Practitioner Zhou You. My associates have informed me that there has been a minor issue at your arcade. Wu Qin ended the call on her phone.
Oh.
What is the situation? Not much to worry about. Your personnel handled it well, and the troublemakers were swiftly dealt with. Zhou You contemplated how fortunate it was that these two individuals did not create disturbances elsewhere. It was perplexing that anyone would dare to incite trouble in their domain. Strictly speaking, this establishment belonged to them, as Zhou You had entrusted its management entirely to them, content to await the profits. Of course, this was also due to their indifference towards such trivial earnings. Otherwise, who would consent to such arrangements? They were the ones financing the operation. And Zhou You had even embezzled around 800,000, expecting them to manage it while he claimed almost all the profits. By the way, Sister Wu, I believe we have gathered enough people. However, where is Brother Phone? Zhou Yu picked up the phone to call Sun Wukong and the others, inviting them for a meal. Monkey, come over for dinner. I'm on my way, but what about the arcade? Zhou Yu discerned that this was a clear indication of reluctance to attend. Given their stature, it was likely that not dining for an extended period was merely a trifling matter. Today's meal could prove beneficial for managing the arcade in the future. If they chose not to come, what could possibly deter me? Those of true capability harbor no fears, much like Sun Wukong, Old Master Sheng, and even Wu Qin within her domain, where there exists little to dread. This could alleviate numerous troubles, allowing you more time to indulge in gaming. So why not invite the three-eyed one? Both must attend. Remember, come promptly. Zhou Yu lingered on the phone for quite a while before he reluctantly agreed to the meal. During their dining, Zhou Yu gleaned the essence of camaraderie and the significance of one's connections, with the true protagonist of the event being the venerable old doctor.
Oh.
Isn't this old Dr. Wang? A man approached, raising his glass in salute to the old physician.
Who are you?
The old doctor evidently did not recognize the man before him. Look at me. It's truly remarkable how you Haven Tea changed a bit over the years. While we have aged considerably. You must be nearing 80, right?
Just 2 years shy.
But who are you? I've grown old, and my memory has faded. Zhou Yu was taken aback. The old physician was indeed quite advanced in age. He appeared no more than in his 60s, suggesting that he had mastered the art of longevity. Years ago, you saved my parents in that village. Have you forgotten? That winter, they were bitten by a venomous snake. And it was fortuitous that you passed by and rescued them. Oh, now that you mention it, I do recall. Son, your mother is aging. Please go over and offer a toast to the esteemed elder physician. A woman instructed her son to pay his respects with a drink. That is the very physician you often speak of, the one who saved your life. Indeed, it had been many years since he had heard from him. He never anticipated that the old doctor was still alive. He must be a decade older than I am. While he remains in such good health, here I am, nearing the end of my days.
Mother, do not speak like that.
I shall go over and toast him now. The man approached with a cup of wine. Master Wang, you may not remember me, but my mother is the one you saved. If you ever require assistance, just call upon me. As soon as I receive word, I will certainly help. Now, let us drink to your honor. The toasts continued, one after another, with 4 or 5 groups of people coming forth. The old physician had long since ceased drinking alcohol, opting instead for tea in its place. Who is this person? He must be extraordinary. There is an old physician from our region. These individuals are likely those he has saved. It was no wonder that Wu Qin had inquired so, as the matter had not been taken seriously. Thus, Zhou Yu had merely chosen a random time and a restaurant for this gathering. Had it been the day his house was completed, a propitious date would surely have been selected. Yet in this seemingly casual setting, The old physician encountered so many whom he had once saved. "Zhou, tell me, what will become of my treasured possessions if I were to pass away?" The old physician suddenly asked with a look of melancholy. "Hey, old man, what are you saying? You are in such good health. Why are you thinking of such things?" He expressed his deep concern, stating that if these items were to fall into the hands of others, he would be unable to rest in peace, even in death. Zhou Yu was aware of the existence of divine beings in this world and did not wish for the old doctor to pass away with unfulfilled desires. He promptly inquired about the situation. From the old doctor, Zhou Yu learned that someone had been coveting his medical expertise, seeking him out under the guise of learning, but their true intention was to exploit his knowledge for monetary gain. The old doctor, possessing a proud spirit, had always been discerning in selecting disciples, which explained his lack of successors over the years. Hence, he held little regard for such petty individuals and would never consent to their demands. However, this intruder had discovered numerous invaluable texts and the old doctor's own meticulous notes, many of which were unique and could fetch a handsome price. The intruder stubbornly insisted on lingering in the old doctor's abode, driven by ulterior motives. The old doctor naturally refused to comply, ultimately forcing the intruder to leave after threatening to involve the authorities. Yet, this individual had certain connections. His brother held a position of power. The old doctor, without an heir, feared that upon his demise, these precious items would be required to be donated to the state. However, he was apprehensive that they might not reach the state at all, but instead be misappropriated by unscrupulous individuals. Thus, he lamented his predicament. Zhou Yu reassured him, stating that these matters were trivial and that he would take care of them. Frankly speaking, with the old man's physical constitution, he could easily live for another decade or more. Alas, the inevitable day would eventually come. "Old man, if you trust me, when that shameless bunch comes again, just leave it to me." Chapter 63, The New Female Employee. "All right, you said it. Just don't complain when trouble arises." What kind of talk is that, old man? Do I seem like someone who fears trouble? You don't appear to be, but in truth you are. Well, I suppose it's my misfortune to have you as a companion. Just give me a call when the time comes. To ease the old Chinese medicine practitioner's mood and to make him feel that this is merely a trivial matter, Zhou Yu began to joke with him once again. However, for Zhou Yu, this is indeed a minor issue at the moment. If those people do not relent, he can always enlist the help of Xingyue and Wu Qin to transfer the old practitioner's household registration to their village. Yet, if he were to rely on Wu Qin and the others for everything, it would inevitably leave them with an impression of ineptitude, which Zhou Yu wishes to avoid. After an afternoon of laboring in the fields, he still felt it was insufficient. However, since the micro-business opened, Zhou Yu has become somewhat of a small fortune in the realm of immortals, as few possess a stable income from spirit stones like he does. Thus, he intends to seek out the immortal farmer directly for purchases. Presently, he truly feels that the old farmer has taken advantage of him, as the Heavenly Spirit Water Classic has hardly been of any use. Nevertheless, after cultivating, Zhou Yu has noticed a significant improvement in his health. Many of the aches and pains that once plagued him have vanished. If its price were slightly lower, it would indeed be quite commendable as a means of enhancing physical well-being. However, for now, that is merely a thought. Otherwise, Zhou Yu fears he might worry himself into illness. The most pressing concern is the almost complete absence of spiritual energy on Earth. To absorb any, one would likely have to venture into space, a feat beyond Zhou Yu's current capabilities. As for gathering energy pills, those are also rather costly. Moreover, Zhou Yu lacks the time required for cultivation. Initially, he had envisioned a gradual and steady approach, yet he never anticipated that the outcome would be thus. The following morning, Zhou Yu was awakened by a phone call from Sun Wukong. "Hello, Monkey King, what brings you to call so early? I just wanted to inquire when your people might arrive. It should be soon, right? By the way, I almost forgot. I'll swing by shortly." Zhou Yu ended the call, opting not to ask Sun Wukong and the others to pick him up, as he worried about the day they eventually departed. What would he do once he had grown accustomed to their absence? He recognized that they could not possibly remain in this place indefinitely. In a hurried rush to the arcade, Zhou You even purchased breakfast from a roadside vendor, panting as he arrived. Zhou You, why are you running so hastily? And why didn't you call me to pick you up? That would have been much quicker, said Erling Shin, noticing Zhou Yu's breathless state. I didn't wish to trouble you. By the way, have the others arrived? Yes, they got here a little earlier than you. Oh, and that girl is quite stunning. Where did you find her? What do you mean? Where did I find her? I, too, have never encountered such a situation. You must tread carefully and not bring trouble to the young lady. After all, you hold a significant position. By the way, aren't you skilled in mind reading? How about it? It should pose no issue, right? Indeed, I have my own discretion, and I have utilized my mind-reading abilities. My impression is that her character is rather commendable. Well then, you may continue with your activities. I shall go and check on her. Oh, by the way, Zhou You, what is the name of our arcade? Zhou Yu glanced at the fervently engaged Sun Wukong at the gaming machine and, noticing his enjoyment, casually remarked, "Let us call it the Joyful Arcade." He then approached the front desk, where a graceful young woman stood, in the bloom of her youth, approximately 18 years of age. With a lovely complexion, rosy cheeks, and a captivating figure, she was indeed a striking beauty. To be candid, Zhou Yu was reluctant for such an alluring woman to assist with the shop. As this world is rife with lecherous individuals and most patrons of the arcade are far from virtuous, given her appearance, it was likely to attract considerable trouble. Nevertheless, there was little choice. She was the only one available for the interview, and with Sun Wukong and Erling Shin present, the situation should remain manageable. "Are you here for the interview?" he inquired. "Yes," the young woman responded shyly, her fingers nervously fidgeting in circles. "Well, do you have any expectations regarding compensation? Or perhaps you would like to propose a figure? It's all right, go ahead and state your requirements. As long as they are reasonable, I will do my utmost to accommodate you." "Oh, then I hope for full board and a monthly salary of 2,500. "Certainly. You remember that I will provide meals and accommodation, and in return, I shall offer you a monthly stipend of 4,000. Your primary responsibility will be handling the cash register, with working hours extending from 9 in the morning until midnight. Although the hours are rather long and there are no days off, can you accept this arrangement? The Erling God possesses the ability to read minds, capable of discerning whether a person is genuine or deceitful, which is hardly a challenging task. Rest assured, I shall not falter in my duties. Currently, I have yet to secure a residence. For the time being, you will stay at the arcade. In a few days, once I have found suitable accommodation, you may relocate. The conditions may not be ideal, yet if you apply yourself earnestly, you shall not be overlooked. Trust me, I will ensure your well-being. By the way, I have yet to learn your name. Please refrain from calling me boss. My name is Zhou Yu. I am Wang Lu. Then I shall address you as Lulu. Lulu. Shortly, please go and introduce yourself to those two bosses, as you will be collaborating with them in the future. Chapter 64. The Pitiful Giant Spirit. Moreover, both Erling God and Sun Wukong have expressed a certain satisfaction with this young lady. In some respects, her demeanor holds little significance. As it is unlikely he will frequent this place often, the opinions of the two deities are paramount. As long as they are content, Zhou Yu's dissent holds no weight. Should they disagree, Zhou Yu's approval would be of no consequence. Ah, Erling, you are swift indeed. You have hung the signs so quickly.
Well,
it was bound to be done sooner or later. The sooner, the better. Besides, if I do not take action, can I rely on the monkey? This fellow truly excels only in combat and gaming, while his skills in other areas are rather lacking. Three-eyed one. How did you acquire the habit of gossiping behind people's backs? Sun Wukong provocatively approached. Gossiping behind one's back. I speak the same before you. You are nothing but a lazy bug, an exceptionally lazy bug. What? Do you wish to challenge me? A duel it shall be. Who fears whom?
Oh, come.
Since their introduction to video games, their methods of confrontation have undergone a significant transformation. The opportunities for a true bare-knuckle brawl have become exceedingly rare. Their primary mode of combat has shifted to video games, transitioning from the cataclysmic realities to the life-and-death struggles within the digital realm. With the backing of these two, their circumstances remain precarious. One never knows when the support might vanish, leaving them to repay their debts. As the giant spirit, enacting revenge would be a straightforward endeavor. The giant spirit sensed the presence of Zhou You. Young man, it would be prudent to release me, otherwise. I will do my utmost. Zhou You retrieved his phone and called Sun Wukong. Monkey King, have you forgotten about that flag? What flag?
What?
You genuinely forgot? The matter concerning the giant spirit. Do you intend to keep him sealed indefinitely? This is quite absurd. To be honest, every time I deal with him, it has never taken less than a year. Zhou Yu silently mourned for the giant spirit for 3 seconds, then spoke up. He mentioned that I should release him, otherwise. Otherwise what? What did he mean? He left that part unsaid. This fellow dares to threaten you. It seems he has not yet been adequately dealt with. Convey to him that venturing out is utterly impossible at this juncture. Should any misfortune arise, I shall bear the responsibility. Many in the celestial realm find themselves exasperated by this audacious character who fears neither heaven nor earth. Engaging him in combat may not guarantee victory, and his connections are formidable. Thus, evasion is the wisest course, leaving no room for provocation. Oh, Zhou Yu faithfully relayed Sun Wukong's words to the giant spirit god, which immediately provoked his complaints and discontent. He cannot contend with Sun Wukong and can only resort to threatening Zhou Yu. Three-eyed one, I concede this round. The giant spirit god still harbors hopes of turning the tide. I shall confront him now. With that, Sun Wukong's form lost its luster, indicating that his primordial spirit had departed. As for the potential issues with his body, he harbored no concerns. Few dared to provoke him across the 3 realms. Furthermore, a formidable ally stands nearby, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it would surely tarnish Erlangshen's reputation as well. Young man, should you prevent my departure, prepare for the consequences once I am free. Well, I feel quite wronged and believe it necessary to clarify. It is not Monkey Brother's desire to keep you here. I shall not shoulder this blame. Moreover, even if I wish to release you, I am powerless to do so. Oh, is that so? It appears you are merely biding your time. Indeed, I was once aware of this and held the same belief. However, today, you exhibit remarkable fortitude. You have revealed a different side of yourself, young man. Prepare to receive my gift. Upon the conclusion of Sun Wukong's words, his presence dissipated, leaving Zhou Yu to surmise that the legendary monkey had indeed departed. After a moment, a chorus of lamentations and vehement curses erupted from the flag, assaulting Zhou Yu's mind. Damn monkey, you wretched being! May you find no peace in death. Your actions shall surely invite retribution, and one day, the heavens will open their eyes to claim you. Yet, he seemed to overlook a crucial point. With a being like Sun Wukong, it was unlikely that even the heavens would take notice. Zhou Yu shook his head in resignation. He felt compelled to respect Sun Wukong's wishes of non-interference, fearing that any deviation would be a slight against the monkey's honor. However, it was the giant spirit god who would ultimately rue this decision, for Zhou Yu's support stemmed from that very monkey. The giant spirit god would never owe him a debt of celestial stones, resulting in a situation that proved to be more burdensome than beneficial. Chapter 65. The matter of Afeng. Zhou Yu swiftly exited the microbusiness store, replenishing the necessary supplies. He even heeded the advice of the fairy of colorful butterflies. enhancing the store's offerings with numerous items tailored for women, such as cosmetics and skincare products. Zhou You mused that while cosmetics might hold some merit in enhancing beauty, the efficacy of skincare products was debatable, especially considering the existence of the longevity elixir from the Supreme Lord Laozi, which far surpassed any mere skincare item. What concern is that of mine? He pondered. As for the events of yesteryear, I shall refrain from speaking on them out of respect for my grandmother. However, I wish for you to remember that I have wronged you not. It was you who first transgressed against me. Let us refrain from discussing past events to avoid any awkwardness between us. However, in light of family wishes, I hope you can make a concession. A person who reveals their vulnerability is easily subjected to threats, particularly from a powerful family, such as his. Wu Qin represents his Achilles heel. His sole recourse is to delay matters for as long as possible, cherishing every moment spent with Wu Qin, the fatal weakness of his existence.
Yet,
he has never harbored regrets. In fact, he believes that encountering Wu Qin is the greatest joy and pride of his life. Shortly after Ah Feng departed, the middle-aged man left the room, seeking another space. Have you arrived? What did that young man say? An elderly gentleman. His countenance, both imposing and dignified despite his advanced years, sat there. His gaze, devoid of anger, exuded authority. Though aged, he retained the might and presence of a ruler. His eyes sharp and clear, radiating an aura that warded off intruders, an essence cultivated by years of holding power. He ultimately did not refuse, his acquiescence was implicit. His earlier absoluteness was merely a tactic to gain more time. Well, what shall we do now? Do you understand why I am reluctant to entrust the family to you and instead to your son? I do not know. It is because you have become accustomed to heeding my counsel, losing your own perspective. Compared to your son, you lack a certain sharpness and assertiveness. Most importantly, in him, I perceive the tenacity and fervor of a wolf, reminiscent of my younger self and that of old Master Sheng. Such fervor.
Zhou You.
Just now, the foreman called to inform me that he would be coming tomorrow to lay the foundation. All right, I understand, Mom. After a while, please wash the dishes. I have matters to attend to and need to inspect the soil in the fields. Sure, my busy little bee. After dinner, while the sky still held onto daylight, Zhou Yu seized the opportunity to slip outside. He took out the heavenly water he had just purchased and discreetly applied it to the land to enhance its quality. However, he soon discovered that the further he moved away from the polluted river, the more effective the results became. It seemed that the river posed a significant threat to this parcel of land. Silently engaging in these activities, Zhou Yu sought nothing in return. He merely began to daydream about the blissful days when Sheng Yue would give him a back rub. Yet, he would later come to realize that those were far from blissful days. They were, in fact, a nightmare. Chapter 66. Bold thoughts. Constantly engaging in such secretive endeavors was hardly a sustainable approach. It wasn't that Zhou Yu could not endure hardship, but rather that this method was dreadfully inefficient. His time was precious. After all, he had wagered a year against Sheng Yue, and now, 2 or 3 months had elapsed, leaving him with only the improvement of his own land. Everyone harbored aspirations of victory, although the stakes between him and Sheng Yue were modest. Zhou Yu was determined not to lose, especially given his advantageous conditions, elevated starting point, and the friendships he had cultivated with numerous celestial beings. It would be utterly unacceptable to falter now. If he were to secretly enhance their land, he would require a plausible justification. As he walked, Zhou Yu pondered what course of action to take, for otherwise, he risked attracting the attention of his superiors, making his endeavors increasingly cumbersome. One must devise a comprehensive strategy. Beneath the luminous moonlight, Zhou Yu strolled leisurely, and upon noticing a small shop still aglow with light, he approached it. Perhaps it was jealousy, after all. Zhou Yu was the sole university student in the village. Yet, ironically, he currently revealed himself to be the least financially successful among the youth. a fact concealed by his undisclosed venture into the arcade business. The village was primarily inhabited by the elderly, infirm, and disabled. What was to be done? Those lands remained in their possession, yet they yielded no gold. Zhou You lit a cigarette, an infrequent habit of his, indulging only when troubled or deep in thought. What if I were to lease all the land in the village and manage it collectively? This notion was undeniably audacious. To lease an entire village's land would surely require hundreds of thousands annually. Since Zhou You would not settle for merely a year, questions arose. Would the capital suffice? And what would the future hold? This idea was indeed bold. Nonetheless, it lingered in his mind, tantalizing despite its evident risks. Typically averse to smoking, today Zhou You smoked 3 cigarettes on his way home from the small shop, a testament to the turmoil and struggle churning within him. Upon returning home, he found the lights still on. Entering with a cigarette in hand, his mother inquired, "Have you been smoking?" "How did you know, mother?" he replied. "What are you thinking? You've lost your senses." "How could I possibly know?" she retorted. "Isn't it evident in your hands?" Zhou You slapped the back of his head in realization.
Oh,
What a muddle my mind is. After all these years, have you not given up smoking? What has prompted you to smoke today? Unlike other farmers' households, there is no one in Zhou Yu's family who smokes. In other homes, many succumb to the vice of smoking due to familial and economic hardships. Yet in Zhou Yu's home, they likely deem smoking a frivolous expenditure, hence no one partakes in it. If you have something troubling your mind, speak up. Your mother is here to listen. Perhaps it would be better left unsaid. Zhou Yu turns towards his bedroom. You must share, if neither your mother nor I can know. Then who do you intend to confide in? Zhou Yu's father, rarely inclined to speak, finally interjects. Shall I truly reveal it? Please do. Your father and I will certainly strive to assist you in forming a judgment. Although our education may not rival yours, you are still at the starting line of life, just stepping into society, while your father and I have braved many storms. I wish to lease land.
oh,
How many acres? And how much do you possess? The entirety of the village's land.
what?
Would you kindly repeat that? You did not mishear. I am indeed speaking of the entire village. Nonsense. Zhou Yu's father, rarely incensed, retorts, do you comprehend the extent of land in the village? Are you aware of the annual costs? How much do you have? Unless you intend to rob a bank, I shall refrain from further comment. You insist on hearing it, yet this is not mere idle chatter. Our village is populated primarily by the elderly, many lacking sufficient labor, with numerous plots lying fallow. This presents an opportunity. And what would you accomplish with that? Do you really believe that farming can yield significant profits nowadays? Even Zhou Yu's father harbors some discontent regarding his son's prolonged idleness at home. However, being his own child, he refrains from expressing too much concern. After all, what parent does not hope for their child to achieve greatness?
Fortunately,
Zhou Yu's prior venture in opening an arcade and his subsequent financial contribution towards home renovations have positively shifted his father's perception of him. Nevertheless, Zhou Yu's current aspirations may seem somewhat ambitious in his father's eyes. His parents, along with every villager who learned of the Zhou family's renovation plans, assumed that they merely intended to undertake minor repairs or perhaps construct a modest bungalow. Little did they know that Zhou Yu envisioned building a villa-level residence. While your father's tone may have been somewhat harsh, it is not without merit. If farming were indeed lucrative, my partner and I would not have endured such hardship over the years. Nonetheless, your aspirations are commendable and deserve encouragement. Perhaps you should consider a more gradual approach, such as leasing a modest 10 acres of arable land. Take your time. Chapter 67 I understand. Zhou Yu gazed at the strands of silver in his parents' hair under the dim light, realizing that, whether for his own future or the wager with Xianxia, this matter must be resolved promptly, ideally within 6 months. Watching his mother despondently retreat into the bedroom, Zhou Yu silently apologized to her. A few days from now marks a significant occasion, doesn't it? In just a couple of days, it will be his father's 50th birthday. They nurtured me, and how could I possibly forget such an important day? Mother, this temporary disappointment is merely a prelude to the surprise I intend to give you. Rest assured, I have matured. I shall undertake what is necessary, remember what is important, and I will not shy away from my responsibilities. After a day's rest, I rose this morning to discover that there are still a few celestial beings seeking to return items. However, due to the formidable presence of Sun Wukong and the cautionary tale of the giant spirit, these few truly misunderstood the purpose of the items. Zhou You is not one to exploit his customers, especially considering the modest size of a shop. These patrons are not ones he can easily intimidate. Zhou You engaged with them earnestly, agreeing to refund all those who complied with the stipulated conditions. The only unexpected positive review came from the Red Boy, who initially was unaware of Zhou Yu's microbusiness. Yet, Sun Wukong's swift elevation of his fame effectively served as a small advertisement for the microstore. The Red Boy purchased an array of snacks from Zhou Yu's microbusiness, and Zhou Yu initially thought he might seek to return items or request refunds in celestial stones. Given that the earlier patrons who purchased food had, to varying degrees, sought compensation, Zhou Yu, understanding the principle of gradual gains, acquiesced to their requests. Upon reviewing his microstore and briefly checking the Taoist Natural Wealth Group, he found nothing particularly alarming, so he hastily had breakfast and set out, as he had many tasks awaiting him in the coming days. On the way, Zhou Yu directly dialed Sheng Yue's number. Hello, Zhou Yu, what can I do for you? Secretary Sheng, I need your assistance with something.
Oh.
Now you recognize me as the secretary? Isn't it all in service of the people? My playful banter with you only attests to your approachable nature. Stop right there, Zhou Yu. I'm not old. If you have something to say, hurry up, I'm busy. I'm busy too, but this matter is not suitable for discussion over the phone. I'll come over to find you. All right, then come over. I'll be waiting for you at the village committee office. A few minutes later, Zhou Yu arrived at the village committee office. Before entering, he heard Sheng Yue's voice. Why are you so slow? Come on, I walked here, not flew, he replied. Oh, what's the matter? Speak quickly. What do you think about the current situation of our village? The situation is quite good. It's just that our GDP is lacking. Our village has been classified as a key poverty-stricken village by Secretary Zheng from the county. Our neighboring village, which was once in a similar predicament as ours, has seen a surge in GDP due to Boss Zhu's factory. I've faced quite a bit of gossip because of this. Then can we not try to stimulate our village's GDP? Stimulate? Zhou Yu, did you take something strange today?
What are you talking about?
Nothing. I just feel that you seem a bit off today. You should understand our village's situation better than I do. It's filled with the elderly, the sick, and the disabled. Do you really think we can boost the GDP? Is that even possible?
What's impossible about it?
Besides, I've never said that boosting our village's GDP needs to rely on them. Young man, you certainly have ideas. Go ahead, put on your performance. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Yu proclaimed, I plan to lease all the land in the village and then industrialize it. What do you think? Sheng Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea how much that would cost? Even though this young lady is youthful and beautiful, and you find yourself ensnared by her allure, there is no need for such extravagance. Why are you so astonished? Your eyes nearly seem ready to fall to the floor. How have I never noticed the enormity of your gaze before? Moreover, take a moment to glance in the mirror. With your current state, devoid of curves and lacking in substance, how have you managed to be so shameless? Zhou Yu, do you intend to leave this office alive? Sheng Yue, suddenly producing a small knife to groom her nails, unmistakably posed a threat to Zhou Yu. My lady, have I not aired enough? Please, remain calm. Confronting reality, Zhou Yu quickly lowered his proud head. Very well, let us discuss serious matters. I intend to proceed with this plan and merely seek your government stance. Do you support it? Stimulating the economic development of the village is indeed a noble endeavor. Support, of course, but we shall not bear the financial burden. Zhou You, your words have reminded me. Look, I am acting in the interest of the village, contributing to the nation. Do you think the village could offer some assistance? Oh, certainly. An interest-free loan of 200,000 to be repaid in 3 years. Does that suffice? So miserly? You don't want it? If you don't desire it, then so be it. No. Yue, what relationship do we share that I cannot offer a bit more? That is impossible. This village is impoverished. Certainly. The purpose of my visit today is to seek your assistance in addressing a matter. I would appreciate it if you could communicate with the villagers, as the government's credibility would facilitate the undertaking of this initiative. I will do my utmost. Zhou You is aware that, at this juncture, Zhang Yue has consented, particularly after she declined the factory proposal from boss Zhu. Consequently, the villagers have expressed their discontent towards her as the newly appointed secretary, rendering this situation quite challenging. Indeed. Please resolve this within 6 months. By the way, we will be having dinner at our home the day after tomorrow. Chapter 68. Zhou Yu's father's birthday. 2 days swiftly passed, during which Zhou Yu's parents intended to continue their routine work, with the sole distinction being the addition of 2 eggs in Zhou Yu's father's bowl. Zhou Yu, once you finish your meal, please wash your bowl. Your father and I will head to the fields. Zhou Yu's childhood nickname was Dog Egg, as it was believed that such humble names would foster resilience. However, this notion has proven to be misguided. Zhou Yu's early years were fraught with adversity. Between the ages of 4 and 5, he faced numerous mishaps, such as falling from trees while searching for bird nests, resulting in 2 fractured ribs, and frequently tumbling into the river. Over time, his parents grew indifferent to his escapades, particularly after one incident when they discovered he had learned to swim while attempting to rescue him. This experience parallels the adage that prolonged exposure to adversity can breed expertise. From a young age, he was often embroiled in fights, conflicts, and acts of destruction, causing his parents immense worry. As he entered high school, he found his childhood nickname unappealing and inconsequential, even believing it might have a counterproductive effect. Thus, he requested his parents to cease using it. Curiously, since abandoning this nickname, Zhou Yu's life has become considerably smoother. Perhaps it was due to his maturation and the tempering of his temperament, leading to fewer disturbances. Subsequently, his academic performance improved remarkably, allowing him to gain admission to Nanjing University, much to his parents' pride. Mom, Dad, there are matters to attend to at home later, so don't bother with work today. I have an appointment with Uncle Hu, the contractor, to discuss some issues. I would appreciate your counsel. What issues? What can we possibly assist you with? Regarding the house renovations, structure, size, and materials, all of it requires collective input. Hey, can't you just decide for yourself? Why do you need to consult us? This house is meant for all of us. Naturally, everyone's opinion should be considered. If, in the end, you do not like it, the house will lose its intended value. Fine, we shall wait then. You're not concocting this to avoid washing dishes, are you? How could I? Am I that kind of person? In that case, I will wash the dishes. Forget it, I have nothing pressing at home. I will handle it. Please. If it turns out you really did contrive this to avoid washing dishes, I will wash them. It must be me. All right, I believe you now. Let us put an end to this debate. I will wash. I have arrived. I shall refrain from further discourse. Today is indeed a well-deserved respite for you all. After dining, Zhou Yu collected the dishes and washed them, just now stepping out of the kitchen. Why has no one yet arrived? Zhou Yu murmured to himself. What do you mean no one has come? Oh, mother, it's nothing. What I meant was, why hasn't Uncle Hu arrived yet? Oh, he lives quite a distance from here. Naturally, it takes time for him to arrive. Exercise a little patience. Yes, I understand, mother. I shall sweep the floor. Zhou Yu, please be honest with me. Have you gotten into some sort of trouble? Your behavior today is rather unusual. Ever since you were a child, I have taught you not to engage in dishonest activities. Yet you never listened. And now look at the consequences. Mother, am I truly your biological son? Indeed. Is your son truly your own? Why such a question? Zhou gazed at the father and son with confusion. Are you wishing for your son to get into some sort of trouble? I am merely assisting with household chores. Precisely. Are you hoping your son might encounter some misfortune? He is merely helping with the household tasks after all. You two are harmonizing quite well. What is this about? I simply find his behavior to be out of character for him. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often herald something amiss. Very well. I shall not speak further on this. I will go watch some television. Yes. Go ahead. As Zhou entered, Zhou Yu's father turned to him and said, Son, now that your mother has gone inside and cannot hear us, I can bear this burden. If you are in any trouble, do confide in your father. Zhou Yu nodded in agreement. After a while, the sound of a motor vehicle echoed, and a luxurious Ferrari came to a halt at the doorstep of Zhou Yu's residence. A woman of captivating allure emerged from the car, exuding an innate charm that seemed to enchant all around her. It was Wu Qin. Ms. Wu, what brings you here so early? Zhou Yu inquired. Hey, what's the matter? Are you displeased? Wu Qin replied as she began to stride away.
Wait.
Ms. Wu, are you really leaving? It's just a handful of sunflower seeds. I have prepared an entire sack for you. You can eat some and take a few with you. Zhou Yu hastily intercepted her. Very well, then I shall indulge in some sunflower seeds inside. Gradually, more guests arrived, and Zhou Yu accompanied them, engaging in light-hearted banter. These individuals were genuine relatives and friends, those who had stood by the Zhou family during their times of hardship. As such, Zhou Yu warmly welcomed them, entirely disregarding those who had previously offered them disdain. Zhou Yu, is this merely a discussion about house repairs? Why is there such a crowd? Zhou mother emerged to inquire. Mother, please don't feign ignorance. You know better than I do. Today is my father's birthday. Zhou Yu exclaimed. Then let me ask you, how could you forget? This is all to surprise you. Zhou mother said with a beaming smile. My son has truly matured and become considerate. What are you saying? I have always been considerate. Please go inside and attend to our guests. I must check if the chef has arrived. All right, I will ensure they are well taken care of. By the way, has my father inquired about this matter? Is your father less astute than I? He has already guessed. Right now, he is entertaining the guests with tea. Indeed. I have stepped out to attend to some matters. Well, the day of my father's birthday has finally arrived. I, Zhou Yu, have organized a grand birthday banquet for my father, and in doing so, I have managed to settle some outstanding debts at home, which may alleviate my parents' psychological burdens and ease their fatigue. Chapter 69. Settling debts. The guests have all gathered. Zhou Yu pulled Wu Qin aside, asking Sister Wu, Is Foam coming? Of course. He just arrived in Yun City yesterday, and here you are hosting a banquet today. Did you coordinate with him? Or are you simply fortunate with your timing? What timing? Today marks my father's birthday. He turns 49, stepping into 50. They say one should celebrate the 9th year, not the 10th, so I arranged it all for today. By the way, why hasn't my sister Yue shown up? Surely you invited her? How could I possibly forget to invite her? Just consider, if I didn't, my father would likely struggle to enjoy the meal. Is it truly that serious? Indeed it is. Sister Wu, I share this without fear of your amusement. Zhou Yu shrugged, feeling a sense of resignation. My parents are quite close to Sheng Yue. Their bond is rather profound. I suspect that if she were willing, I might gain an additional sister. My parents have mentioned more than once how much they wish I could be exchanged for her. Is it truly that remarkable? It is. As they conversed, a deep rumble of a car engine echoed nearby. Ah, speak of the devil. Here comes Foam. The vehicle came to a halt, and a handsome gentleman clad in a suit alighted. Shortly thereafter, the rear door opened, revealing Zhou You and the esteemed Dr. Wang. I exclaimed, "Ah Feng, you have arrived rather late. Prepare to be penalized with 3 cups of wine." "I lost my way," he replied. "Oh, Brother Feng, I never realized you were directionally challenged." Ah Feng sheepishly scratched the back of his head. "Isn't this the place we were supposed to meet?" "Brother Feng, that cannot be right. I recall this is not your first visit. Please spare me the mockery. The last time I came, it was quite late, and with Sister Wu guiding me. I didn't pay close attention to the route. Who would have thought she would abandon me this time?" "Brother Feng, your words carry a hint of a palace lament,"
Zhou You teased.
"Now tell me, will you drink or not?" Of course, it was arranged by Sister Wu. How could I refuse? "I shall first pour myself 3 cups. Zhou Yu then turned to Zhou You and Dr. Wang, inquiring, "How did you find yourselves in someone else's vehicle? Did you pay for the ride?" "What would we pay for? Even if I offered, it would be refused. Indeed, it is not our place to insist. Whether they wish to accept fare is their prerogative. Your willingness to contribute is a matter of personal choice. Moreover, if they decline payment, should you not at least offer a little something for fuel?" Zhou You approached and remarked, "Zhou Yu, we are but guests. Is it not customary to invite us in for a seat while we enjoy the breeze and sunshine?" How could I dare to do such a thing? "Secretary Sheng, please come in. However, I must add that they are guests, and you are not. You'll have to assist with the work later."
"Why should that be?"
"Why am I not considered a guest?" Zhou You inquired while walking inside. "Yue, do not heed his words. You are my sister, and if he dares to make you work, I shall have Ah Feng deal with him." "Oh, Wu Jia, you cannot do that." "Brother Feng would never agree, would he?" "Zhou Yu, you are mistaken. How could I disregard Wu Jia's words? If she commanded me to inflict harm upon myself, I would comply without hesitation." "All right, no more jesting. Old Master Wang must be hungry. Let us continue inside."
"Oh,
"You rascal, you have never shown me such respect before. I must inform you that I skipped dinner last night just for this meal. The chef has arrived, and the dishes will be ready shortly." Zhou Mu poured a cup of tea for Zhou You. At that moment, Zhou Yu's voice resonated. "Dear guests and friends, today marks my father's birthday. I am grateful for your presence at our humble abode. The food and drink may not be exquisite, and my hospitality may be lacking. I ask for your understanding and forgiveness." "Oh, Wu Jia, there's this too? Old Master Wang, when will he take the microphone?"
Ah Feng inquired.
"Did you truly not see him?" "No, if I had seen him, would I still be asking you? You genuinely did not see him?" "Indeed, I did not."
"Oh,
"That is good. I did not see him either. Well, let me tell you something interesting. Yue, you should spend more time with this lad. Do you think he can sing?" "I'm not certain, as I have yet to hear him." Zhou You smirked mischievously and said, "Why speak so much? Just take the microphone and sing for us." "Indeed, sing a song," Zhou You echoed. The old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner and Ah Feng also rallied. "Sing one. Sing one. Sing one." Zhou Yu raised his hand to quiet them, addressing his dear friends and family. "Today marks my father's birthday, and I am truly delighted to gather with all of you on such a special occasion. I will certainly do my utmost to fulfill your request. However, I have a few matters to attend to first. Once I have completed those, I shall treat you to a song, all right?" With a wave of his hand, Zhou Yu gestured for his mother, who approached carrying a leather bag. He took the bag and continued, "To all those present, my family has, in one way or another, benefited from your kindness, having borrowed from you. I wish to express my gratitude in advance. I, Zhou Yu, shall not forget this. In the future, should you require my assistance with anything, provided it is not unlawful, I shall not decline. However, for now, let us settle our accounts. Today, as we are all gathered, and I find myself somewhat lazy, I shall clear these debts shortly." Chapter 70. Zhou Yu's song. After his speech, Zhou Yu began to serve the dishes one after another. and he descended with the bag in hand. Wow, this lad has finally started serving. I was starving. Yue exclaimed. You've changed, Yue. You weren't like this before. I am indeed quite famished. Ah, Feng, is it too much to ask for a few words when Yue is hungry? Xiao Wu. I am merely addressing you somewhat casually, calling you Xiao Wu. Wang Lao, please do not say that. I am not like that rude fellow Zhou You. You are an elder, and I shall address you however you wish. There is no need for pretense. Xiao Wu. Perhaps you are unaware that when we first met, this young lady was already indulging in snacks, and once we boarded the vehicle, her mouth has hardly ceased its activity. Indeed, Wu Jia, you cannot imagine. All my snacks have been devoured by this young lady.
What?
Yue, you are such an insatiable eater? I had no inkling. Wu Qin suddenly turned to Ah Feng. What did you say? All consumed by her? Indeed, every last morsel has been devoured. Not a crumb remains. What nonsense! Brother Feng, do not exaggerate. There is still half a bag of sunflower seeds left, is there not? Ah Feng nodded, saying, not only the fish jerky, but even caviar has fallen prey to this young lady. I told her it was your favorite, yet she showed no mercy, behaving like a bandit, consuming everything in sight, truly embodying the initiative for a clean plate. Yue, this is excessive. Sheng Yue pouted. Wu Jia, I simply have a fondness for food. Is that such a crime? Did you not notice? They have united in a conspiracy to bully us, the weaker sex. Wu Qin shook her head in resignation, saying, you little glutton, I am at a loss with you. However, Ah Feng, what is your stance? Are you joining them in bullying my dear Yue? Wu Qin's allegiance was unmistakably with Sheng Yue. Sister Wu, how could I dare? At this moment, Zhou You, with a bag in hand, compared his father's ledger, meticulously repaying each debt owed to them. Uncle Zhao, I am truly grateful for your assistance over the years. Zhou Yu approached a man clad in a Zhongshan suit. I have not been of much help, merely trifles, really. Uncle Zhao, this is the 13,000 yuan my father owes you.
Please accept it.
Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to speak. Now, allow me to toast to you. Zhou Yu raised his glass and downed the entire drink in one go. Aunt Wang, this is the 5,000 yuan my mother borrowed from you. No need for further words. All is conveyed within this drink. I shall honor you with this toast. Zhou Yu offered a toast to each individual who had lent money to his family, returning their dues, and indeed consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. Fortunately, he had previously consulted the old traditional Chinese doctor regarding this matter and had procured a remedy for hangovers. This experience allowed Zhou Yu to fully appreciate the extensive knowledge and resources of the old doctor, regardless of the aspect related to the human body. He could always provide the appropriate remedy. It also revealed the depth of the old doctor's wealth and profound understanding, not to mention the multitude of treasures he possessed. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, friends and relatives had other commitments. Zhou Yu specifically borrowed Ah Feng's vehicle to escort those relatives he could to their homes, while for those who lived farther away, he could only take them to the station to catch their rides. The bustling activities consumed an entire afternoon, and by the time Zhou Yu found himself truly at leisure, night had already descended. Within his home, there gathered Zhou Yu, his parents, Sheng Yue, the esteemed old physician, Ah Feng, and Wu Qin, making a total of 7. Even the likes of Sun Wukong and Erling Shen had departed shortly after partaking in the meal. You must taste my culinary skills, Zhou Yu's father chuckled, observing his son diligently at work.
What?
This dish is prepared by Zhou Yu? Sheng Yue cast a disdainful glance, uncertain if it was even properly cooked. If you have the ability, don't eat, she retorted. Why should I not eat? Ah Feng interjected, shaking his head at their bickering. Truly a pair of adversaries. However, Zhou Yu, it seems a bit amiss that you haven't prepared a meal for your family. Setting aside the matter of the meal, Wu Qin inquired, Zhou Yu, do you have a moment to spare? Certainly, Sister Wu. What is it? Feel free to speak. There are no outsiders here. only family. It's nothing of great significance. It's just that you mentioned at noon that once you had some free time, you would sing. Zhou You let out a long sigh. Sister, have you truly not forgotten about this? Not at all. My memory is quite sharp. Xianxia chimed in, indeed. My sister Wu has an excellent memory. If you think you can evade this, you are mistaken. You little rascal, adults are speaking. Why are you joining in? Zhou You replied. A true man must honor his word. Yue, you don't. Ah Feng had just begun to speak when Wu Qin abruptly coughed, causing Ah Feng's tone to shift immediately. Your words are indeed correct, Zhou You. A man of honor must not only speak, but also fulfill his promises. As for the old Chinese medicine practitioner, he relished Zhou Yu's discomfort. Their friendship was forged through a continuous cycle of playful banter. Yet, the old practitioner maintained a facade of dignity and respect in front of others, often donning an air of venerable wisdom. Brother Feng, you are merely following their lead to tease me. However, I, Zhou You, will deliver on my word. Today, taking advantage of this moment, I shall perform father for everyone. Please give a warm applause. Zhou You cleared his throat, recalling the days of his youth when he would sit upon his father's shoulders. As he began to sing, the atmosphere transformed and appreciative murmurs filled the room, save for Xianxia, who quietly commented, "Which family has lost a pig?" Her voice was so faint that even Wu Qin, seated beside her, did not catch it. A father is the ladder to success. A father is the steadfast ox that pulls the cart. The poignant lyrics resonated deeply. And when he sang of the age-old adage that one raises children to guard against loneliness in old age, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Tears glistened in Zhou Yu's eyes. Upon concluding his performance, thunderous applause erupted, with Xianxia clapping the most vigorously. What a joyful occasion! Why speak of such matters? Everyone, enjoy your meal, Zhou's mother said, her voice choked with emotion. Indeed, let us eat. Chapter 71. Support Zhou You, though you often lack semblance to a decent person. Your singing is truly delightful. Xianxia picked up a piece of food and remarked, Xianxia, can you explain what it means to be rather unremarkable on a daily basis? Just look in the mirror, and you'll know without needing my explanation. Mother Zhou chuckled as she observed their playful banter, well aware that they were accustomed to such jesting and would not take offense. Well then, since we've exchanged our jests, let us dine and converse, she suggested. Xianxia exclaimed while serving herself. Zhou You, I didn't realize you were so adept at concealing your talents. This is quite delectable. Zhou You grinned and replied, You're no different. Had I not seen you cook at Sister Wu's, I would have been oblivious to your culinary skills. Indeed, Wu Qin chimed in eagerly. Both of you exhibit remarkable cooking prowess. Sister Wu, stop praising us so much. If you can't cook, who would believe it? Wu Qin, still munching on her food, continued, True, I really cannot cook. Sister Wu, although I haven't known you for long enough to sample your cooking, Feng Ge has been your old friend for years. Aren't you worried he might expose you? Zhou You interjected. Ah Feng took a sip of his drink and replied, I must confess, I have never tasted her cooking. Not once in all these years. Well, forget I said anything. Let us enjoy our meal. Zhou You suddenly directed his gaze towards the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, Old Wang. What do you think about the matter of the oil money? Zhou You, you shouldn't mention it. Even if Old Wang offers, I cannot accept. Zhou You laughed heartily. But you should at least see what they are offering before making a decision. Is that so, esteemed Dr. Wang? What could I possibly offer? I am bereft of resources. And you all earn far more than I do. If not, you would not possess cars while I am left to walk impoverished. At times, my poverty renders me unable to afford a meal. The last time I was satiated was when this young man treated me to dinner. Goodness, Dr. Wang. Are you truly facing such hardships? Mother Zhou inquired in astonishment. Indeed, I never imagined the venerable doctor to be in such dire straits. Rainway, do you think the government might be able to assist in this matter? As for that, The government is indeed unable to provide assistance, came the response. That's hard to believe. Ah Feng interjected. How could it possibly be unresolvable? Unless the government is remiss in its duties, surely they could lend a hand. Assistance? It sounds so simple, Zhou Yu remarked, swallowing his food. Are you aware of a condition known as lazy syndrome? It is quite the terminal affliction. No one can cure it unless the patient undertakes self-rescue. However, there is an adage in the medical community. Healer, heal thyself. Thus, it is fundamentally a terminal condition. How can one speak so casually, without regard for gravity? The old doctor concurred. Indeed, there is no sense of proportion. I am an honest-to-goodness impoverished man, diligent yet destitute. The cosmos is unjust. Brother Feng, do not be swayed by his words. Zhou Yu turned to the old doctor. Keep up the charade. At least make it somewhat believable. Brother Feng, let me clarify that the fuel expenses I mentioned do not refer to the renminbi. What? Do you expect me to produce dollars or pounds? Dr. Wang, please do not take offense. Regardless of what you offer, I shall not accept it. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Yu remarked that one should not hastily refuse without first considering the value of what is offered. If utilized wisely, it could indeed be a matter of life and death. Zhou Yu was almost comparable to those semi-divine beings. Many years later, Ah Feng would find himself relying on the item gifted by the venerable old physician to preserve his own life. Now, come on, old Wang, don't be stingy. You must part with something from your secret stash. Ah Feng jested. Is that truly your intention? Indeed. Ah Feng, let me make this clear. Once you accept his gift, you shall become his personal chauffeur, bound to take him wherever he wishes to go. Zhou Yu, even if old Wang offers me nothing, I would still escort him. The old physician pointed at Ah Feng, exclaiming, look at this one, he understands. Unlike some others, who after all this time have only treated me to a single meal. How miserly! How parsimonious! Regardless of your objections, today you must do more than just express gratitude. You must take something with you. I knew it. This meal would not be easily earned. It had been prepared well in advance. The old physician produced a black bottle and handed it to Ah Feng. Listen closely. Young man, the contents of this bottle represent the culmination of my life's work, intended for saving lives. The instructions for its use are inscribed at the bottom. So cherish it well, for once it is used, it is gone. Old man, you're being rather unfair. Why did you not bestow such a precious item upon me sooner? Had I known there was only this one bottle, I would not have assisted this Navi youth in obtaining it. Ah Feng, you must treat us to a meal. Indeed, it is imperative that you do so. For all present are entitled to your generosity. Wu Qin chuckled, old Wang. Today we have truly benefited from your generosity. Young man, is today not your father's birthday? The seasoned physician, with a hint of mischief, produced a milky white vial and handed it to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu received it with both hands, placing it carefully against his chest. What is the efficacy of this? Is it merely this one bottle?
Let me assure you.
It is no less effective than the item in that young man's possession. Zhou Yu, familiar with the physician's temperament, recognized that such a statement implied superiority over Ah Feng's offering. Moreover, the bond between Zhou Yu and the physician was far more profound than that between Ah Feng and him. Had it not been for Zhou Yu's persistent requests, the physician likely would have hesitated to part with this treasure. The old man was notoriously stingy, not with money, but with his remedies, which were the culmination of a lifetime's dedication. These were his most cherished possessions, and had it not been for the congenial rapport with Zhou Yu, he would rather have buried them than bestow them upon another. Ah, my affluent friends, let us deliberate upon a matter. The physician, sensing a shift in tone, hastily took a few bites of his meal. This is unacceptable. You may depart tonight, but you cannot leave.
Why?
Do you intend to confine me? Why such a dark interpretation, old man? Consider this. You present us with such a grand gift, and if you do not stay for the night, Do you not think you would be at a loss? I fear an even greater loss. I assure you, I shall not request anything further. Now that is more agreeable. Dear friends, since we are all familiar with one another, I shall not hold back any longer. I have a bold proposal to share.
Today,
On the occasion of my father's birthday, I would appreciate your insights and perhaps a little financial support. In Chapter 72, during a quiet evening conversation, Zhou You took a sip from the beverage tucked under her blanket. Well, I wondered why you suddenly decided to sing. This is quite uncharacteristic of you. So, you were waiting for me here. The atmosphere was serene, and Zhou You remained composed, having previously heard Zhou Yu's words. She quickly regained her composure. While Zhou You harbored no desire for his parents to be overly burdened with knowledge or expectations, his sole wish was to achieve success and ensure they could enjoy a peaceful retirement. Thus, Zhou You had informed his parents in advance, allowing them to leave the table early without partaking in the meal. Isn't this an appeal for assistance for a young man from a poverty-stricken mountainous region? I yearn to pursue my dreams. Now that I possess the kite, I merely lack the string. Zhou You rolled her eyes at Zhou You, saying, I am in the same boat as you, having just entered society with no savings to spare. Zhou You shot a sly glance at Zhou You. Aren't you supposed to represent the government? This is for the GDP of our village, and doesn't the state have poverty alleviation policies? They encourage entrepreneurship. Can't you devise a solution? He then turned to the elderly traditional medicine practitioner. You old codger, what is our relationship? Regardless, you must contribute something. Even a modest sum of 10 to 18 million would suffice. The old doctor nearly choked on his tea, exclaiming, You little rascal! Do you take me for a money-printing machine? Do you think I can simply withdraw 18 million from the bank? Just a moment ago, you claimed you would not ask me for anything. How is it that you've forgotten so soon? Perhaps I should take my leave. The old Chinese medicine practitioner stood up, preparing to depart. Zhou You quickly grasped his arm, saying, Look at my memory. I've already forgotten what I just said.
please don't be angry.
Furthermore, it's rather inconvenient for you to wander about at this late hour. Why not stay here for the night? Tomorrow I will personally escort you. That sounds more reasonable, he replied. Suddenly, Wu Qin interjected, You two are playing quite the duet, aren't you? It's evident that you're trying to set me and a Feng up. To put it bluntly, those of us here most capable of contributing financially are Feng and I. Is this evening's gathering not a veritable banquet of intrigue? Zhou You, fully embodying his brazen persona, retorted, To say such things is rather presumptuous. You haven't even noticed the true players at the table. So, how can you declare it a banquet of intrigue? Wu Qin glanced at Zhou You, who subtly nodded in agreement, suggesting that her situation might be even more dire than attending a banquet of intrigue. Never mind, I won't hold it against you. I shall contribute 1 million. Thank you, Sister Wu. You truly have a heart of gold. Do not flatter me. Your sister Wu possesses the heart of a ruler. Renowned as the Iron King of Yin City, a title known far and wide. I have always been a transient spirit. Since Sister Wu has pledged 1 million, I shall match it with my own contribution of 1 million as well. Zhou You suddenly had a thought and exclaimed, Oh, Wu Jia. I just realized I forgot to ask you, are you lending me this money or investing in shares? The notion of borrowing seems rather mundane between us. Let us consider it an investment in partnership, shall we? However, I must be forthright. Even among close siblings, clarity in financial matters is essential. What portion of the shares do you intend to allocate to both me and your brother Feng? Perhaps 25 each would suffice? Very well. I shall regard this as your sister lending a helping hand. If it were anyone else, I would never consent to such a loss-making venture. Thank you, Wu Jia. And thank you, Feng Ge. By the way, how often do you conduct audits? What else is there to check, Zhou You? Your Wu Jia is not one to fuss over trivialities. I trust you to handle matters diligently, and I am merely awaiting the year-end dividends. Of course. Zhou Yu is aware of the divine nature of this undertaking, and as a mere mortal, he hesitates to voice his thoughts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the audacity to accept this 2 million. Zhou Yu is indeed a person of conviction. The thought of causing someone a loss would haunt him for a lifetime. Yet, such a loss is utterly inconceivable. Otherwise, those heavenly beings might as well take drastic measures. Furthermore, Wu Qin considers a third point. Auditing is a cumbersome task. Her own conglomerate keeps her exceedingly busy, leaving no time for audits.
Besides,
Wu Qin trusts that Zhou Yu would never deceive her. Although we live in a society governed by law, with her cunning, it would not be difficult for her to make Zhou Yu vanish without a trace. That evening, in Zhou Yu's room, the two lay on the bed engaged in conversation. Old man, tell me, how are your recent research outcomes? Zhou Xiaozai, I had thought you had forgotten about this matter. Quite impressive, I must inquire. Where did you source that medicine? Its components are numerous and intricate, yet they are blended in a remarkably harmonious manner with no conflicting properties. The individual's understanding of pharmacology surpasses mine by 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Zhou Yu rolled his eyes inwardly. After all, that person is a pioneer of traditional Chinese medicine. If he were not significantly more capable than you, I would indeed find it strange. Now, tell me, do you possess the confidence to replicate it?
no.
Zhou Yu abruptly sat up. My goodness, is that truly the case? Are you so ineffectual that, despite your knowledge of pharmacology, you cannot replicate it? It's not as if I have thoroughly studied it. Zhou Yu retorted indignantly. What? Are there no other individuals more formidable than you within a radius of 10 miles? Not individuals, but machines, and many of the components are extinct. I cannot elucidate it clearly here. In any case, you are to escort me there tomorrow, at which point I shall explain it to you in detail. Very well, I shall await your explanation. This evening would undoubtedly be a restless one for Zhou Yu, for the old physician's research findings are pivotal to a crucial step in his venture. Should it fail, Zhou Yu's business might very well come to ruin, leading to a chain reaction that could ultimately force him back to farming. Even if he were to plead with the land for gold, it would likely prove no easy task. At the very least, it would deviate from Zhou Yu's aspirations, leaving him further from his dreams. Chapter 73. Overjoyed, Zhou Yu took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Uncle Wang. Yes, it's Zhou Yu. Do you have some free time now? If so, could you come over and assist me in sending someone? Great, I'll be at home waiting for you. As a native of this village, Zhou Yu was well aware of the car hire numbers, so he promptly made a call to arrange for a vehicle. Of course, he was certain that the old Chinese doctor had his own channels for such matters, but it felt rather awkward to ask him for assistance. Old man, the car will take a little while to arrive. Why don't you go inside and watch some television? All right, it has been ages since I last watched TV.
Indeed.
Now that you mention it, I realize you don't have a television at home. Don't feign poverty with me. I know you well enough. My house is too small, and with such a large television, there's simply no room for it. Are you jesting? If your home is indeed that small, then what does that make mine? Your living space is at least 3 times larger than mine, yet you live alone while 3 of us reside in my home. Thus, your living area is 9 times that of mine for just 1 person, and you call it small? You know I am quite busy and have little interest in such things, which is why I never bothered to acquire one. Oh, by the way, how are the things you got for a phone? Are you referring to the items in that bottle? What else could it be? It essentially represents half of my life's efforts. Moreover, the materials employed are exceedingly rare. While one may not dare to claim the ability to resurrect the deceased, it undeniably proves effective for various ailments and poisons, at the very least ensuring the preservation of life. Furthermore, this remedy possesses a pleasant taste and can be applied externally or ingested. It serves to staunch wounds when used topically and to detoxify when consumed. Such a precious item indeed. It would take a lifetime of driving for off foam to repay this. Do not cast your negativity upon me. Were it not for your persistent urging to bring forth my most prized possessions and the regard I hold for you, would I have been inclined to part with it? And do you presume that what you have received is inferior? That, too, is among my most treasured items, and there exists but this single vial, a potion for longevity. Now, do you comprehend its rarity? Although it is ostensibly a gift for Zhou Yu's parents, had it not been for Zhou Yu's reputation, the esteemed physician would never have relinquished such a treasure. What will you do now? I must express my gratitude to you. I had believed my medical skills would reach no further, yet because of you, the 2 medicinal powders I obtained have led me to believe that my practice could advance significantly. Most importantly, the components within are exceedingly intricate, yet their effects are extraordinary. I can assure you, the creator of this medicine could easily live for several centuries. Zhou Yu, however, remained unimpressed, thinking this to be mere platitude. After all, the one who developed this remedy likely has no true awareness of their own longevity. Nevertheless, he feigned astonishment and replied, "Is it truly so miraculous? Look, the car has arrived. Let us depart." Feeling a sense of elation at the profound understanding the seasoned, traditional Chinese medicine practitioner possesses regarding these pharmacological studies, Zhou Yu began to entertain the hope of successfully replicating these elixirs. However, when even such an esteemed figure acknowledged the considerable difficulties and challenges that lay ahead, he realized that this indeed posed a formidable obstacle. As they ventured forth, Zhou Yu abruptly inquired, "Is imitation feasible?" "No," the practitioner replied, a chill running through Zhou Yu's heart. The old doctor continued, "Unless it is a weakened version, the efficacy may diminish by a factor of 10 or even 100. Zhou Yu felt as though he were soaring with delight. This revelation was nothing short of splendid. After all, when he entrusted his creation to the practitioner, he harbored no illusions of receiving an exact replica. He understood that even a single rejuvenating pill could stir significant upheaval, and should a life be lost, it would not surprise him in the least. Thus, even if the practitioner managed to produce an identical version, it would offer limited assistance to Zhou Yu. However, a diluted version could be a boon for him, provided it could be mass-produced. Otherwise, its utility would remain constrained. Well, that's sufficient. We can discuss it further once we arrive. With that, the traditional doctor and Zhou Yu boarded the vehicle. The atmosphere inside the car was one of palpable silence, leaving Zhou Yu feeling somewhat awkward. In an effort to break the ice, he took the initiative to strike up a conversation. "Uncle Wang, how has business been lately?" "Not too bad, just average," came the response. In these times, without good connections, making money is quite the challenge. "I suspect I may need to change my line of work next year."
"Oh,
What prompted this sudden shift? Isn't everything going well? "I have heard that a change is imminent. When the new official assumes office, I wonder what transformation will be wrought upon our area." "You are referring to the change in the provincial secretary, aren't you?" "I have heard about it too, but what relevance does it hold for you?" "Surely, he cannot jeopardize your livelihood. Who knows?" As we exchanged light-hearted banter, we soon arrived at the doorstep of the esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Filled with joy, Zhou Yu engaged in conversation, for he was not typically so loquacious. Upon arrival, let's disembark. Zhou Yu and the practitioner entered the latter's abode to observe his research achievements. Chapter 74. Support. Zhou Yu did not offer Uncle Wang any fare, as they had agreed that he would return in the afternoon to fetch Zhou Yu, thus settling the payment then. Being fellow villagers, there was no question of defaulting on debts or concerns regarding Zhou Yu absconding. One can elude a monk, but not the temple.
come in."
"I recall my last visit was brief, and I did not uncover your research outcomes. You are concealing something from me. Why would I show you anything? You are not a medical scholar, and even if I did, you likely would not comprehend it. Why do you say such things? Are you belittling my intellect?" Although I feign protest, I am well aware that I might indeed struggle to understand. Nonetheless, for the sake of pride, I cannot concede this matter. By the way, regarding what you mentioned at dinner last night, are your funds sufficient? Should be adequate, I suppose. Oh, I shall contribute a little something later, lest you continuously accuse me of being miserly. Indeed, I shall refrain from being overly sentimental. I shall graciously accept your invitation. Come now, let us discuss matters further. The venerable physician led Zhou You into the familiar chamber he had previously encountered, its furnishings unchanged, eliciting no discernible difference in his eyes. You scoundrel, my treasures, my achievements, all reside within this space. Do enlighten me. What have you discerned? Zhou Yu felt an urge to unleash a torrent of invective, caught off guard by the abruptness of the revelation. An air of embarrassment enveloped him. However, Zhou Yu was no ordinary individual. Embracing a spirit of nonchalance, he retorted, "Oh, was I merely preserving my dignity? Why must you take things so seriously? I knew you would be oblivious. Follow me." The old doctor produced a small notebook, densely populated with meticulous annotations. Herein lies the essence of my research, detailing the myriad ingredients of these elixirs, a veritable labyrinth of complexity. The creation of such potions demands a harmonious integration, particularly for those of elevated caliber. Thus, though it may appear as mere powder, its medicinal properties are profound. Each elixir is distinctly identifiable. My goodness, old man, my admiration for you grows ever stronger. In such a brief span, you have achieved so much. The advancements in technology have indeed facilitated our endeavors. Otherwise, such progress would not have materialized so swiftly. Yet, I remain unaware of certain herbal components and their effects. Your accomplishments are commendable. I truly did not anticipate your rapid advancement. Zhou Yu clearly articulates that, while the advancements in modern science, such as the utilization of microscopes, have facilitated the exploration of pharmaceuticals, the diligent efforts and extensive experience of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners are undoubtedly intertwined with these developments. Were Zhou Yu to undertake this task, even with tenfold the time, he might scarcely uncover a fraction of the knowledge documented herein. This is because seasoned practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine can infer the nature and classification of herbal materials based on their effects and flavors, thus streamlining the search process. Furthermore, many studies conducted by these traditional healers are approached with remarkable ease. Upon initial exposure, they can readily identify a multitude of medicinal herbs. In the early stages of research, progress is typically swift, but it tends to decelerate over time, often reducing the focus to merely a handful of herbal materials. Should fortune not favor one, it is not uncommon for a decade or two to elapse without significant findings. Conversely, with a stroke of luck, one might achieve breakthroughs by the very next day. That said, many terms have evolved, and numerous herbs have undergone mutations, yielding effects that are similar yet distinct, rendering definitive results elusive, a process that necessitates patient perseverance. As for the inquiry regarding the simplification of formulations for mass production, the traditional practitioner pauses thoughtfully before concluding that it should pose no significant challenge. Although the intricacies of the medications are considerable, many ingredients remain relatively commonplace. As the requirement for exact replicas is relaxed, the emphasis shifts towards achieving comparable efficacy. Pray tell, he inquires, what results have emerged from our modern medical apparatus? You may not fully grasp the marvels encapsulated within those two elixirs. The venerable traditional Chinese physician spoke with an air of rapture, declaring that the first elixir possesses remarkable efficacy in swiftly repairing cells and promoting their division and differentiation. Most importantly, it stands apart from contemporary technologies, for it enables cellular division without the necessity of waiting for cells to age. This extraordinary reparative and therapeutic capacity is indeed formidable. As for the second potion, it is equally wondrous, as it can decelerate cellular aging and fundamentally transform the cells themselves. In other words, consuming this elixir would lead to a gradual slowing of the aging process in subsequently dividing cells. thereby prolonging their lifespan and achieving a dynamic equilibrium between decay and division. This, undoubtedly, has the potential to enhance one's beauty and delay the onset of aging. Zhou Yu was taken aback, realizing the profound expertise of the old physician. It seemed he was indeed a genuine healer of remarkable caliber.
Zhou,
You must consider that in ancient times, the concept of cells was non-existent. How could they have possibly developed such an exquisite concoction? Zhou Yu had not anticipated that the elixir crafted by Laozi could be elucidated through modern scientific understanding. Consequently, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. It was evident that many contemporary advancements had left even a being of Laozi's stature in a state of deep contemplation. For instance, the equipment Laozi had previously requested Zhou Yu to procure, along with modern cloning technology, had evoked endless admiration from him. Who knows? Would you be willing to grant me the rights to this research outcome? I assume you wish to profit from it, do you not? No problem. I shall provide it to you once everything is finalized. The old physician responded nonchalantly. However, Zhou Yu did not intend to claim everything. The original items would serve him little purpose. Therefore, he only required a simplified version, or even merely a diluted formula and method of production from the old physician would suffice. I do not require all the research findings. A diluted version will suffice. Of course, if you could also share your methods of production, it would be even better. In return, I would offer you a 50% stake. However, let us set that aside, as I am not in need of money.
consider this my support for you.
As a healer, my greatest joys stem from two pursuits: the enhancement of my medical skills and the alleviation of suffering for all. Your elixirs greatly aid me in these endeavors. And for that, I owe you my gratitude. Chapter 75. An expected surprise. Although Zhou Yu was aware that the elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner was wealthy, he perceived him to be rather stingy. Yet, this was a misjudgment on Zhou Yu's part, for the elder was merely jesting, feigning such demeanor for amusement. Zhou Yu had initially expected a loan of 500,000, but to his astonishment, the elder offered him 2 million, not as a loan, but as direct support. How did you handle the situation? You are well acquainted with the temperament of your comrade, are you not? Since you instructed us to manage the arcade and, while departing, tasked us with caring for that woman, it was inevitable that the monkey would not tolerate it. The outcome was predictable. Those young men faced dire consequences. As long as you have resolved the matter, I have full confidence in your capabilities. Is there anything else? Nothing of significance remains. The main issue arose, and I felt it prudent to inform you. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yu instinctively sensed that trouble would inevitably arise upon first laying eyes on that girl.
It was merely a question of when.
As anticipated, trouble indeed came today. That evening, while Zhou Yu was enjoying dinner, Xianxia called once more. What could possibly be the matter now? Lulu has been kidnapped. What the hell? Are you joking with me? You two deities are here. Yet a group of mortals managed to abduct someone? At that moment, we failed to notice, and they deliberately created a ruckus with a crowd to distract us, allowing them to succeed. Furthermore, we cannot wield our powers in the mortal realm, which is why we refrained from taking rash action and chose to call you instead. I understand you're busy. Go ahead. Soon, Xianxia arrived and took Zhou Yu along. Monkey, Zhou Yu is here. Brother Monkey, come and sit. Son Wukong leisurely settled down. Acknowledging, I bear responsibility for this. I have let down your trust. Why speak of such things? The fact that you refrained from acting rashly is commendable. Had we escalated matters and caused a fatality, the consequences would have been dire. Let us discuss how to rescue her. I know their location.
All right.
Let us close the door and negotiate with them. By the way, Xianxia, transform into a vehicle for us.
Why?
Xianxia inquired, puzzled. For the sake of presence. Just think, if we were to take a taxi or rush to catch a ride, it would lack any grandeur. Oh, but why don't we simply fly there? Three-eyed one. Are you foolish? Flying over. How could we possibly play? I fear we must bid farewell to the mortal realm by tomorrow. Enough of that. Let us embark on our journey, ensuring Lulu's safety above all. The three of them closed the door and hurried towards the place where Lulu was being held. An abandoned factory on the outskirts. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered a few imposing figures guarding the area. What is your purpose here? One of them inquired loudly, the bright lights illuminating their faces, rendering the three of them the center of attention. Enough chatter. Hand over the person. What person? There is no one here that you seek. It would be wise for you to leave promptly. Should you continue to linger and prattle, I shall not be so courteous. Really, there is no one? Do you require a hint? The joyful arcade. Zhou You lowered his head and quietly asked Xianxia, are you certain the person is inside and currently unharmed? Yes, I'm certain. Then there is no one here you seek. Be gone. Given their seemingly unimposing stature and the fact that they had not heard of the joyful arcade, it was likely just an obscure establishment without any substantial backing. Otherwise, they would have received prior notice. Thus, they treated Zhou You and his companions with little courtesy. In time, these two formidable beings would undoubtedly vent their frustration upon him, unaware of how Zhou You might retaliate. When it comes to mischief, no one could rival the likes of Sun Wukong. Therefore, they should not hold it against them if they acted unkindly. A few individuals brandishing iron rods charged forward. However, how could they possibly contend with the likes of Sun Wukong and his companions? In no time at all, they were swiftly subdued. Xianxia fared reasonably well, while Sun Wukong let out a few fierce cries before lunging ahead. With Xianxia hardly lifting a finger, most of the adversaries were dispatched solely by Sun Wukong. Why do the three of them harbor such intense anger? If my subordinates have unwittingly offended you, I humbly offer my sincerest apologies and wonder if I might be granted the honor of sharing a cup of tea with you. A bespectacled man of pleasing appearance stepped forward. Having vanquished such a large group, the trio had undoubtedly showcased their prowess and thus deserved due recognition. Moreover, it was likely that this man understood that such inept individuals could not contend with the formidable trio before him. Let us proceed and discover what this place truly is, Zhou You declared, leading the way inside, with Sun Wukong and Xianxia closely trailing behind. The three of them felt an unwavering confidence. With these two by his side, it would be absurd to fear harassment or injury. After all, both were capable of tearing the heavens asunder when roused to fury. Chapter 76. Rescuing a person within a warehouse. A young man listened intently to his subordinate's report, his fists tightening with every word. The reporter was visibly anxious, concerned that this young prince might suddenly act irrationally and strike him. Given their statuses, should a confrontation arise, they would likely suffer the blows without recourse to compensation or reparations, for who could predict what calamities might ensue? How could you all be so careless? You can't even handle such a trivial matter. What use are you, worthless fools? The man seethed with rage, even kicking over a nearby stack of goods in his fury. The individual reporting to him trembled in fear, yet dared not utter a word or take any action. Moving away would only lead to graver consequences. Having served this master for many years, he was acutely aware of the capricious nature and cruelty of this spoiled heir. This man was none other than Han Yu, the sole offspring of the esteemed elder Han and the crown prince of the Tianhu gang. With no siblings to share the family legacy, elder Han indulged his son to an extreme degree. Han Yu was notorious for his reckless behavior, untamed and unrepentant, yet he remained shielded by his father's influence and was wise enough to avoid provoking those beyond his reach. Furthermore, individuals from elder Han's lineage were expected to be nurtured properly. Even if they were deemed inept, they still possessed some capability. However, elder Han understood that his son's limited competence rendered him unfit to succeed the Tianhu gang. Should he insist on placing him in a position of power, it would likely result in his son's demise the very next day after his own passing. Fortunately, he had an adopted son named Han Heng. While he may not have risen from humble beginnings like Elder Han, safeguarding the empire built by his father would certainly pose no challenge. Fate is indeed peculiar. Often, biological offspring fail to achieve greatness, while adopted children tend to flourish. Of course, this is a relative observation. In truly resilient families, such as the illustrious Sheng family of Kyoto or the Zhou family, they remain stalwart regardless of the upheavals faced, from the fall of the Qing dynasty, the invasion of the Eight-Nation Alliance, to the establishment of the nationalist government, and the era of reform and opening up. These families are the vanguards of their times. In such competitive clans, merit prevails. Those who falter are cast aside, and the principle of survival of the fittest reigns. While lineage holds some significance, it pales in comparison to capability, as it is the latter that sustains longevity and ensures survival. However, it remains a formidable challenge for branches of the family to surpass the main lineage, given the substantial disparities in resources, status, and the cultivation they receive. Yuan, what should we do now that they have come looking for us? What to do?
You stall for time.
I intend to secure this woman today. I will take care of the matter.
You have investigated, right?
She lacks any significant background. Yes, this should not pose a problem. I shall proceed. The two parted ways, and Zhou You was escorted to a separate room. He quietly inquired, "How is it? Is Lulu all right?" Rest assured, she is merely confined. There is no cause for concern. After a brief wait, a man with a beard emerged. "Good evening, gentlemen. What brings you here at such a late hour?" "We are here in search of someone." "Monkey, remain composed. This is not our territory." "Brother Monkey, let me handle this. If negotiations fail, you focus on the fighting. It appears that the three of you have indeed made a grave error. Our factory is filled solely with robust men, and there is not a single woman among us, let alone a young girl. A woman in our line of work would certainly struggle to cope. Now, would you dare to let me search?" "Very well." The man personally guided Zhou You in circles, while Zhou You remained oblivious to Lulu's whereabouts. However, Erling Shen and Sun Wukong were entirely aware, observing the individual leading them astray, deliberately avoiding the vicinity of Lulu. Such behavior, to them, was nothing short of foolishness. A sense of alarm struck the man as he pondered. He must be unaware. This is surely mere luck, a stroke of chance. Only I and the Crown Prince are privy to this matter. They will undoubtedly be unable to locate it. This is undeniably sheer fortune. Yet, as they progressed, astonishment grew. They were drawing ever closer to the core location. Still, he remained convinced it was nothing more than luck, though he began to take precautions, silently dispatching a message to summon his subordinates to encircle Zhou You and the others. Meanwhile, in the warehouse, Han Yu advanced step by step towards Lulu. "What do you want, you scoundrel? What are you planning? You are no child. In this secluded setting, what else could we possibly do? I am not in need of money. Get away, do not touch me." Han Yu pressed closer to Lulu, declaring, "I am the sole heir of the Han family. For you to be the object of my affection is indeed your fortune." Zhou Yu and Erling Shen reached an iron gate, at which point the man had nearly confirmed their approach to the objective. Truly, he had not anticipated their remarkable luck. Yet, was this truly just luck? Zhou Yu managed to locate them solely through his prowess, though the man before him remained oblivious. "My friend, could you kindly open the door and allow us to enter? I apologize, but it's a matter of commercial confidentiality. Entry is not permitted." The individual dismissed the request outright. "If we do not find our companion here, we shall depart without hesitation." Suddenly, both Erling Shen and Sun Wukong's expressions shifted drastically. "Zhou Yu, that young man inside intends to commit unspeakable acts against Lulu," Erling Shen conveyed telepathically. "What?" Zhou Yu had initially engaged in a cordial discussion with this individual to avert complications, only to realize that he was merely stalling for time. Should he succeed, Not only would Erlang Shen and Sun Wukong be left humiliated, but Lulu's future would be irrevocably tarnished. From a certain perspective, since the trouble was brought upon himself, Zhou Yu bore the responsibility of ensuring her safety. I shall inquire one last time. Will you open the door? Humph. Are you attempting to intimidate me? Today, whether you like it or not, this door shall open. With that, Sun Wukong seized his staff and took action. Stop them. In an instant, numerous individuals emerged in the corridor, brandishing weapons. Chapter 77. Enraged enough of this prattle, monkey, hasten. These men were no match for the duo. Sun Wukong and Erlang Shen fought like invincible players, cutting through obstacles with ease. Under their protection, Zhou Yu found himself not only devoid of any opportunity to strike, but also completely unharmed. Boss, these fellows are too fierce. We cannot withstand them. Wretches. A multitude of wretches, incapable of detaining even 3 individuals. Yet, how could he fathom that among them, only one could be deemed a true human, while the other 2 scarcely qualified as such? Monkey King, unlock it, but mind your approach. Sun Wukong nodded. The reason for Zhou Yu's caution was his concern that Wukong might attempt to force it open with brute strength. One must remember, this was a steel door nearly 2 centimeters thick. Should a single person manage to force it open, it would surely create an unprecedented sensation, a bombshell of news. Zhou Yu had no desire to draw Gao Cheng's attention. Sun Wukong stood before the door, scrutinizing the lock, and pretended to fumble with it for a moment, after which the door swung open effortlessly. Although Wukong had deliberately feigned his actions, the ease with which he unlocked it left them astounded, albeit within acceptable limits. After all, exceptional individuals do exist. They could only attribute their misfortune to a fortuitous encounter.
Stop them.
If you thwart the prince's affairs, you shall face the consequences. A bearded man shouted hoarsely, prompting everyone to rush forward. 3-eyed, you hold them back. I shall enter with Zhou. Sun Wukong commanded with a swift turn, then dashed inside, with Zhou Yu closely following. Monkey, fret not. If even one of them approaches, I shall accept defeat. Erlang Shen stood resolutely, with an iron rod in hand, his demeanor unwavering amidst the throng, exuding an aura of invincibility, as if one man could hold back 1,000 foes. Indeed, he regarded these individuals with utter disdain. Even should he refrain from retaliating and allow their assaults, it was improbable they could even break his skin. Why so mischievous? Look at your hand. Time is running out. If you continue to disobey, I shall have to teach you a lesson. Erlang Shen dismissed the situation entirely, reveling in the chaos, while Han Yu's subordinates found themselves in dire straits, astonished that a single person could thwart them all with such ease. In the warehouse, Zhou Yu seethed with fury at the scene before him. Han Yu was atop Lulu, relentlessly tearing at her garments, while she wept and fought back with all her might. Yet, as a frail woman, she stood little chance against Han Yu, her clothing in tatters. With a violent rip, another piece of Lulu's clothing was torn away, revealing her fair skin, as Han Yu's eyes gleamed with desire. Zhou Yu could only watch in desperation, while Sun Wukong, without hesitation, hurled his rod with precision. As the progenitor of wielding the staff, he was not prone to error. The rod struck Han Yu squarely in the back, causing him to tumble off Lulu. Both Sun Wukong and Zhou Yu dashed forward. Though Zhou Yu could not match Sun Wukong's swiftness, he surged forward like a gust of wind, shedding his own garment to drape over Lulu, momentarily shielding her delicate form. Upon observing the situation, Zhou Yu realized he had no personal stake in the matter. Yet, to maintain appearances, he could not simply walk away. He glanced at Han Yu and the stick beside him, understanding what he needed to do. Grasping the stick, Zhou Yu unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Han Yu. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong cradled Lulu and steadily made his way outside, disregarding Zhou Yu entirely, each step imbued with unwavering determination. As Zhou Yu beheld his retreating figure, A sudden realization dawned upon him. Despite possessing similar strength, discussions surrounding Shen were scant, while Sun Wukong's fame resonated throughout the three realms. Though notorious, he maintained a throng of admirers. Perhaps this was the allure that surrounded him. Zhou You relinquished the stick and followed in Sun Wukong's wake, intent on departing. His greatest concern was the possibility of Sun Wukong losing control. In such a scenario, none would emerge unscathed. Fortunately, Sun Wukong had managed to restrain himself, though Han Yu now bore the marks of a brutal confrontation. Struggling to rise, Han Yu declared, "Do you know who I am?" Approaching the iron gate, Shen remained engrossed in his amusement. With 3 eyes, he commanded the path. Upon noticing the lively Lulu in Sun Wukong's embrace, Shen felt a surge of anger, his aura erupting with an overwhelming killing intent. However, he shared the same apprehension as Zhou Yu. Sun Wukong's demeanor was far too grave, reminiscent of his earlier chaos in the heavens. Shen refrained from underestimating Sun Wukong, fearing fatal consequences. For the sake of efficiency, he ceased to toy with them as he had initially, and instead unleashed a sweeping assault. At that moment, they witnessed a disconcerting reality. Despite their numerical advantage and wielding similar steel rods, they found themselves unable to land a single blow on that formidable figure. Sun Wukong remained silent, as did Zhou Yu, who sensed impending trouble. Had it been the Sun Wukong from before, embarking on the journey for scriptures, the place would likely have been desolate by now. Fortunately, he had long since renounced worldly ties, allowing him to temper his emotions. Even after exiting the factory and driving away, Sun Wukong refrained from any actions. This restraint temporarily eased the anxieties of Zhou Yu and Shen. Inside the factory, Han Yu, bruised and battered, surveyed his subordinates, who were in no better condition, sharing similar injuries. The chaos instigated by Shen had led to only a few being harmed initially, but as the conflict escalated, nearly everyone bore wounds, and some had even been taken away. Chapter 78. Melancholic memories upon returning to the joyful arcade. Silence enveloped everyone until Shen finally broke it. "Stop dawdling. Let us get her onto the bed," he exclaimed. "Monkey brother, move her over first. By the way, what caused her to faint? I'm not certain. We can try calling her later. She should be fine. However, she did experience a severe shock, and I wonder if that will pose any issues." Shen, seizing a nearby assortment of snacks and fruits, indulged himself gleefully. What could possibly go wrong? Even the gravest of concerns related to health can be resolved with the aid of Taishang Laojun. Even if there are issues, they would be minor. Just as Shen finished speaking, a piercing scream echoed through the room as Lulu slowly regained consciousness.
"Ah, beast."
"No, stay away from me." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong turned to leave. Fortunately, Shen, with his sharp gaze, quickly noticed. "Monkey, where are you going? Don't act rashly. Let us follow the rules." "Are you trying to lecture me on rules?"
"Ha!"
The very essence of establishing rules is to break them. "Calm down, Monkey King. We haven't yet grasped the situation, so there's no need to rush." "Humph. And then what happened?" "They beckoned me over, requesting that I deliver gaming tokens to them, yet they offered no payment, claiming we would settle up when they left. At the time, I paid little mind to it, as such customers are quite common.
Besides,
a few gaming tokens hold little value, so I did not think much of it. Due to their larger number, I delivered a substantial quantity of tokens at once. However, it wasn't long before they called for more. Though I found it slightly odd, I sensed nothing amiss. Perhaps their skills were lacking, resulting in rapid losses. Yet, I could not have anticipated what was to come. All right, Lulu, take a moment to compose yourself. Rest for the night, and we shall discuss this further tomorrow. It is quite late. You should retire early." Zhou Yu arranged for Sun Wukong to escort Lulu to rest, while he himself sought a place to catch a brief nap. Deeming it sufficient for the night, given the lack of a proper environment, Zhou You, come here. Shin gestured for Zhou You to approach. Master, what is it? Zhou Yu stifled his fatigue as he walked over. At this hour, under normal circumstances, he would have already been resting. But he noticed that Shin and Sun Wukong showed no signs of weariness, appearing vibrant and energetic. Yet, Zhou Yu, being merely a mortal, found it challenging to keep pace with these two. Shin spoke a truth. Indeed, Zhou Yu's demeanor was somewhat lacking in propriety. He showed utmost respect to Sun Wukong, yet towards Shin, perhaps due to the belief that he was merely a companion brought by Sun Wukong, he instinctively felt that Sun Wukong would oversee him. Thus, he did not pay much heed. However, it cannot be said that Zhou Yu disrespected Shin. Rather, he exhibited a certain absence of reverence, engaging with him more as an equal than with the awe he reserved for Sun Wukong, which carried a sense of elderliness. Chapter 79. Discussing the purchase of a house the following day, Zhou Yu awoke and hurriedly washed his face and brushed his teeth.
Oh,
You stayed up so late last night, yet you are up so early today, remarked his mother as she prepared breakfast. Alas, there's no helping it. Today is quite busy. Don't overexert yourself.
I know, Mom.
I want to eat. I'll be on my way.
How can that be?
It's all ready now. No matter how busy you are, you must eat. A person is made of iron, and a meal is made of steel. If you skip a meal, you'll feel famished. Eat first, then go. Trust me. All right, I'll heed your advice and eat before I leave. At the dining table, as Zhou Yu was eating, he suddenly spoke up. Mom, I wish to buy a house. The reason he did not consult his father was that his father rarely had breakfast at home. In order to accomplish more work, breakfast was often brought to him in the fields by Zhou's mother. Although their living conditions had improved somewhat, this habit remained unchanged. Of course, part of this was Zhou Yu's own oversight, as his parents were completely unaware of his current financial status. However, one cannot entirely blame Zhou Yu, for his current financial situation is exceedingly precarious. He intends to wait until his affairs stabilize before informing his parents, thereby sparing them the anxiety of uncertainty. Although Zhou Yu possesses considerable confidence in his career, he is acutely aware that unforeseen circumstances may arise. Even if he believes his parents can withstand setbacks, he is reluctant to take the risk. He cannot afford to lose. To him, his parents represent his entire world, and his present endeavors, as well as his future aspirations, are all aimed at making them proud. Initially, he had no intention of disclosing this matter to his parents, but the multitude of requirements for purchasing a house, such as the household registration book, left him with no choice but to reveal the truth. Do you have money? Yes, Mom, allow me to explain. I have become somewhat of a businessman now, and I have a bit of savings. Moreover, my business partners are prominent figures in Yun City. Just think, if I were to dine or conduct business in others' homes every evening, it would be quite embarrassing and damaging to my reputation. Who would be willing to collaborate with me then? Why must discussions occur at night? Perhaps you do not understand. It has become customary for business dealings to take place in the evening. Furthermore, consider that by nightfall, everyone has typically concluded their daytime activities and is available for discussions. All right, enough of your rambling. Just call your father and discuss it with him. I have always known that my mother is the best. With great enthusiasm, Zhou Yu dialed his father's number, fully aware that the odds were in his favor for his father to agree. His primary task was to seek his mother's opinion, and based on her recent demeanor, he felt confident that he had successfully navigated that hurdle.
Now,
it was his father's turn. Despite his strong belief in both his father and his own judgment, he could not dismiss the possibility of unforeseen complications. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Zhou Yu reached out to his father, reveling in the fact that he could now afford to buy a house, a feat achieved through his own efforts, marking a modest success. And he had also settled the family debts. Naturally, he felt elated, convinced that even his parents would take pride in him, feeling honored to have such a child. However, a warning echoed in his mind. Zhou You, such thoughts can be perilous. You are fully aware of how you have come to this point. There are elements of dishonesty in your achievements. This self-reminder served as a safeguard against future missteps.
Hello, Dad. What is it?
I am considering purchasing a house in Yun City. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Yu's father finally spoke. Have you thought it through?
I have.
Since you have made your decision, and it is your own money, proceed as you wish. You can obtain the household registration book from your mother. The call ended abruptly. Such is the nature of my father, sparing in words, yet shouldering all the burdens he ought to bear. When he finally relinquishes these responsibilities, it will likely be when he faces the earth, his back turned to the sky. This is perhaps why the ancients spoke of the father's demise as a harbinger of the son's failure to mature. Zhou Yu took the items and said, Mom,
I'm off now.
be careful on the road, she replied. As soon as Zhou Yu left home, he promptly called Shen to come and pick him up, specifically instructing him to meet in a secluded area. After all, it was daytime, and should anyone witness a flight overhead, it would surely attract attention. Soon, Shen arrived to escort him away. Upon reaching Cloud City, Zhou Yu instructed, Second Master, please land in a place where there are no people. Shen replied confidently, I'm well aware of that. I am quite the seasoned driver. Although Cloud City is not as densely populated as Zhou Yu's village, there still exist areas devoid of human presence. While it might pose a challenge for Zhou Yu and his companions to find such a spot, it was hardly an issue for one of Shen's stature. The two descended near the arcade, and together they entered. Monkey King, how is Lulu? Zhou Yu inquired. She was startled last night, and after such a late sleep, she is particularly exhausted. She hasn't woken up yet. Oh, then let it be. You all keep an eye on the arcade, and take good care of Lulu. I have a matter to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Shen's response was rather subtle, as he used some rather than one. Indeed, while their relationship was amicable, their interactions typically revolved around combat, and personal engagement in daily life was rare. This marked their first close encounter in such a context. Forget it, I shall no longer engage in trivialities with you. Are you aware of where Zhou is intending to go? What are his plans? You need not ask me. You are not less astute than I am.
Can you not deduce it?
Is he off to purchase a house? Knowing this, why do you still inquire? Shen merely cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us proceed to indulge in some arcade gaming. Chapter 80. From a suite to a villa. Upon leaving the arcade, Zhou Yu promptly dialed Wu Qin's number, yet it rang for quite some time before she answered. Sister Wu, are you awake? Zhou Yu, you certainly rise early, she exclaimed. I am still in slumber. Being from the countryside, one must rise early. Our agricultural duties are quite demanding. Do not flatter yourself. You seldom engage in farm work, she retorted. Do not presume I am oblivious to that fact. Indeed, Zhou Yu rarely toiled in the fields. His aspirations leaned more towards extracting gold from the land. Yet he busied himself with business ventures and other pursuits. As for farming, it was primarily his parents who bore that burden. Thankfully, their familial land was not extensive, and throughout his years of schooling, it was his parents who managed the agricultural tasks which they were capable of handling. Zhou Yu contemplated that once his career was established, he would discuss with his parents the prospect of them ceasing their labor in agriculture. However, he understood that the final decision would ultimately require their input, for he was not inclined to impose his will upon them, especially not his own parents. Enough of this jesting, Sister Wu. I shall come to your residence shortly.
Oh.
You have arrived in Yun City so early? That is quite impressive. Just come over directly. Very well, let us leave it at that for now. Zhou Yu hung up the phone and immediately hailed a taxi to rush to Wu Qin's residence. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, he was predictably stopped by the security guard. Given the advanced security measures in place at Wu Qin's neighborhood, it was only natural that entry was not permitted without proper verification. The guard first examined Zhou Yu's identification, then registered him, and finally made a call to Wu Qin. Only after receiving her confirmation was he allowed to enter. Sister Wu, it truly isn't easy to come here, Zhou Yu remarked. You're here? Please have a seat for a moment. I still need to tidy up, apply some makeup, and prepare breakfast. I'm quite busy at the moment, so go ahead and do your makeup. I can make breakfast for you. No need to go to such trouble. A simple fried egg will suffice. If you hadn't come, I would have had to go out for breakfast anyway. All right, I suppose I've fallen into your trap. All this talk about needing to prepare breakfast was just a ruse to get me to help you. Well, it's enough for you to know. There's no need to voice it, Wu Qin replied. Knowing Zhou Yu's culinary skills, which she had experienced firsthand, she had already prepared a script for his visit. After Zhou Yu spent 2 or 3 minutes in the kitchen, Wu Qin casually plopped down on the sofa to watch television, dismissing the notion of applying makeup as mere pretense. While Wu Qin was having her breakfast, Zhou Yu seized the opportunity to converse with her. By the way, Zhou Yu, have you eaten? If not, let's eat together. Forget it. That would only suffice for one person. Besides, I've already eaten. If I hadn't I wouldn't have only prepared a portion for one. Then never mind. You know, I must admit, your cooking skills are quite commendable. Indeed. In this day and age, without a good culinary skill, how could one hope to find a partner? By the way, what brings you to Yun City today? I am contemplating discussing my intention to purchase a house with you. Oh, which area do you have in mind? I am uncertain and await your recommendations. How about our neighborhood? This way, your visits will be more convenient, and I hold a stake in this area as well. Additionally, I receive a commission for introducing residents, allowing you to benefit as well. Let us not, Wu Jie, do not frighten me. This is an upscale villa district, and a single unit costs several million. Perhaps around 3 million. I do not possess such funds. Regardless of where you buy, it will require money, and there is a property right next to my home, identical in layout to mine. What do you think? Furthermore, if you find yourself short on cash, I could lend you some. But, I personally feel that currently, there is no need for so many buts. Trust my judgment. Besides, are you not considering providing a better living environment for your 2 partners who have been dedicated to you? I have heard they are still residing in a gaming center, sleeping on the floor at night. After much deliberation, Zhou Yu was ultimately persuaded by Wu Qin. After all, he merely intended to buy a casual property, having already determined his main base must be back home. However, since Wu Qin has suggested this, it would be ungracious to decline. Most importantly, Wu Qin has not imposed a repayment timeline, demonstrating her utmost trust in him. Moreover, the previous investment of 1 million from Wu Qin is intricately linked to him as well. Very well. Now you are embodying a true man. Let us go. I shall take you to view the property. Wu Qin set down her chopsticks and spoke. Zhou Yu accompanied her to inspect the house, which had an appealing exterior. Unfortunately, they lacked a key, restricting their view to the outside. However, this predicament was swiftly resolved when Wu Qin led him to the sales center to obtain the key. What puzzled Zhou Yu was the absence of sales personnel accompanying them. Instead, they directly handed the key to Wu Qin, allowing her and Zhou Yu to explore the property on their own. Sister Wu, why isn't there anyone from the sales center with us? Zhou Yu, being an inquisitive soul, felt compelled to inquire. Oh, it's because I am a resident here and also a shareholder. They trust me, which is why they allowed us to go alone, she explained. Oh, Zhou Yu replied. They ascended to the upper floors, and indeed, the layout was identical. And the place was already furnished, resembling the style of Wu Qin's own building. What do you think? Quite nice, isn't it? This is very similar to the style of my own home. Although it's fully decorated, I can assure you that no one has ever lived here. It is a brand new property, 100%. Yes, Sister Wu, I believe you. When should I make the payment? We will go pay the deposit shortly. Then proceed with the paperwork. Just follow my lead. All you need to do is assist with the process, as the funds are ultimately coming from you. Let us go. With this, it was practically certain that the apartment he intended to purchase had now transformed into a villa. Chapter 81. Moving in? After Wu Qin guided Zhou You through the inspection and they emerged, she asked, "So, did Sister Wu deceive you?" "Sister Wu, how did you know this house was new?" "I live here. How could I not know? Moreover, I am a shareholder, albeit with a modest stake. However, in the case of a villa valued at over 3 million, if someone resides there, I certainly have the right to be informed, especially since I am a shareholder living adjacent to this very property. By the way, Sister Wu, how about the quality of the renovation materials? I am apprehensive about encountering any substandard products, as that would indeed pose a problem. Rest assured, everything adheres strictly to the required standards and the finishing is exquisite. Let us proceed to complete the necessary procedures for the household registration. Once that is done, the villa will be yours. Come along." "By the way, Sister Wu," Zhou Yu suddenly turned around and inquired, "Aren't you working today?" Wu Qin waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, my dear brother, what could possibly be more important than purchasing a home? Besides, in my line of work, it hardly matters where I am. Just think about it. If I have no tasks at hand, I would merely be idling away my time, and if there were any pressing matters, it would be just like the last time at your house. No peace even during a meal, as I would be found no matter where I tried to hide." That is indeed a valid point. The two proceeded to the sales center, where Wu Qin raised her hand, summoning a sales representative. "Sister Wu, what is it?" the representative inquired. "My younger brother has made his decision. He intends to purchase that villa, which is priced at 3,850,000, correct?" "Sister Wu, this." Wu Qin's expression turned stern, her brows furrowing deeply. "What is it?" "This is someone I brought here." The representative's demeanor shifted noticeably, his brow knitted tightly. "However, 380,000, this price is rather. Wu Qin interrupted him sharply. "Rather what?" "I believe this price is quite appropriate. Is there any issue with it? Perhaps you could provide an internal price and offer a discount. Around 3,800,000 should suffice. At the very least, that would be a 70% discount." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu was taken aback, for he understood that a house is not akin to ordinary merchandise. Discounts of 60 or even 50% are commonplace, yet when it comes to real estate, the prices discussed during viewings typically do not deviate significantly from the market value. Thus, substantial discounts are rare, with a maximum of 90% being the norm. The final price of a property is usually in the hundreds of thousands, often exceeding $1 million. Even with a 90% discount, one would still be looking at savings of at least several tens of thousands, let alone a 70% reduction. Zhou Yu was contemplating a villa, priced in the millions, and a 70% discount would amount to savings sufficient to purchase at least 2 additional properties in Yun City. However, what Zhou Yu was unaware of was that Wu Qin had yet to calculate the renovation costs. Otherwise, even with a 70% discount, the total would likely still hover around 450,000. Zhou Yu tugged at Wu Qin's sleeve. "Sister Wu, let's not make things difficult for them. We should proceed as necessary." The service staff cast a grateful glance towards Zhou Yu. "Sister Wu, please don't complicate matters for those below. Our line of work is not easy either. Do you think I am unaware of the profitability in real estate? Come, let us go and finalize the paperwork together." "Yet," Wu Qin frowned, "what more do you wish to say?" "Nothing, Sister Wu. Let us be on our way." Upon reaching the government office, I diligently followed all the requisite procedures and completed the necessary tasks. At last, it was time to register my household. Yet the official posed a question to Zhou Yu. "Are you planning to deregister and open a new household?" "Allow me to enlighten you. For those with benevolent hearts, laboring in this society may suffice, but venturing into business could leave one utterly destitute, with naught but bones to gnaw. Moreover, I assure you, this business endeavor will not result in losses. At worst, one might earn a tad less. Worry not, for the waters of commerce are indeed treacherous. Wu Qin paused momentarily before continuing, yet I cannot fathom why you do not consider opening a separate account. The tax implications are substantial. Zhou You suddenly lowered his voice, speaking with a tinge of melancholy. When he inquired, I was reminded of the song I sang that night. Unlike you city dwellers, rural folk lack diverse forms of security in old age. Their sole reliance is upon their offspring. It is often said that raising children is a safeguard against poverty in one's twilight years, yet here I am, surrounded by them, not far from home. To deregister while remaining in their midst would weigh heavily on my conscience. Furthermore, do you comprehend the significance of deregistration for us rural residents?
Though not yet.
As if I am not one of them. If you trace my lineage back 3 generations, you will find the roots of every family intertwined with the soil of agriculture. Your understanding is appreciated. To relocate to the countryside signifies a division of family. Yet I believe that spending this sum of money to provide peace of mind for the elders is indeed worthwhile. Moreover, I find it hard to believe that my 2 family members with their life experiences could overlook such a notion. However, they have conspicuously refrained from mentioning it, likely to test me. Is this truly a test? The elders seek reassurance, which is entirely understandable. I know that even if I do relocate, they would not voice any objections, but this will inevitably become a knot in my heart. The atmosphere in the car became hushed, filled with numerous reflections. In this materialistic world, individuals like Zhou You are becoming increasingly rare, which is a lamentable reality. In our diverse society, few pay heed to cultivating their core competencies. A person's character and approach to situations are vital and serve to draw others in. For instance, Zhou Yu's somewhat foolish behavior, when viewed through the lens of a businessman, is certainly inadequate. One must tread carefully when considering him as a partner, as he may jeopardize your interests over trivial matters. Yet as a friend, he could not be more suitable. Chapter 82. The doer. As for why Zhou You has garnered such trust from Wu Qin, it is quite evident. A skilled individual finds it relatively easy to earn money. When that skill is unique, the potential for profit becomes unequivocally assured. However, he had his own plans and was striving to improve himself. With Wu Qin's extensive connections, he was already aware of Secretary Jing issuing a certificate to Zhou You. He knew that the national inspection had been attempted, yet everything Zhou You cultivated was unparalleled, leading to the nation's failure. Fatty, why aren't you in your office? What brings you here? I heard your sister Wu has a brother who came over, intending to do business with us. So I thought I would come and take a look. Oh, are you here to inspect or to question? Although Wu Qin felt somewhat displeased by such behavior, she understood that only a manager with this mindset deserved the trust of the shareholders to oversee the company, as he would always consider the company's interests. Wu Qin's discontent stemmed from the fact that this matter directly involved her. Nonetheless, as one of the shareholders of the real estate company, she still held a certain admiration for him from that perspective. What are you saying, Sister Wu? As our company's largest shareholder, who would dare question you? I heard someone bought that villa you forbade from selling, and without even asking for the renovation fee, I was curious and came to see. Be quiet. Wu Qin wished to intervene, but Fatty spoke too quickly and unexpectedly, leaving her no time to stop him. Sister Wu, did I say something wrong? But this is against the company's interests. Is my Wu Qin's face not worth this little money? Certainly, it is indeed worthwhile. However, Sister Wu, I believe it would be prudent for you to address this matter at the shareholders' meeting this afternoon. Otherwise, I shall find it difficult to provide a satisfactory explanation. Understood. Please hand me the keys. Fatty, he personally handed the keys to Wu Qin, who, upon receiving them, departed with Zhou You. At that moment, the ownership of the villa had seamlessly transitioned to Zhou You. As they journeyed towards Zhou Yu's villa, Wu Qin spoke. Let us not dwell too much on this. Since I have taken the liberty to call you brother, I shall certainly look after you. Furthermore, I am not in want of this small sum. After all, one should not let the benefits flow to outsiders. Although you have earned quite a bit, we have not suffered any loss. At most, our profits may be slightly diminished. We, as a collective of shareholders, bear this burden together, and it is of no consequence. Moreover, while you are in need of funds, we find ourselves well off. Zhou Yu paused momentarily before continuing, Sister Wu. What about your renovation expenses? Consider it a gift for your new home, she replied. And let me assure you, a celebratory meal is absolutely in order. Additionally, once your family home is renovated, I shall not be bringing gifts. Initially, Wu Qin admired Zhou Yu for his exclusive secrets and his notable connection with Sheng Yue. However, her sentiments had evolved. She genuinely cared for him now, as she faintly recalled her own once pure heart, which had been stifled by the weight of reality, faded away, and ultimately perished. Zhou Yu nodded silently, choosing not to speak. Sometimes, certain sentiments need not be articulated. For Zhou Yu, gratitude was not merely a matter of words,
It was a commitment to action.
he felt a pressing need to expand and strengthen his business, for failing to do so would be a disservice to Wu Qin's nurturing. In the past, Zhou Yu was driven by ambition, motivated not only by his own ideals and aspirations for a better life for himself and his parents, but also by a desire to prove to his former girlfriend the folly of her choice to abandon him. He was far superior to the wealthy heir she had chosen. Let me find you a place to rest. Erlang Shun waved his hand dismissively. Don't speak so grandly. If others are unaware, it's one thing, but you should know better than I about my relationship with the monkey. You're merely looking for a resting spot for Lulu and yourself, aren't you? Regardless of your words, I shall check on Lulu first. By the way, have you had breakfast? Yes, the monkey went out to buy it.
Oh,
Zhou Yu nodded and proceeded inside. Brother Zhou. Lulu, are you awake? Are you feeling better? Much improved. Thank you for your concern, Brother Zhou. I appreciate the trouble you've taken. Why mention that? You are working for me, and given that this incident occurred during work hours, it should be regarded as a workplace injury. I will arrange some compensation for you, even if it is modest. There's no need for that. It's nothing significant.
let us not dwell on that.
Do you know the identity of the person involved? Lulu pondered for a moment, fear flickering in her eyes. He mentioned he was from the Han family. The Han family? The one associated with the Tianhu gang? Lulu nodded, and Zhou Yu continued, even if he is from the Han family, it is unacceptable for him to bully others in this manner. Rest assured, I shall personally seek an explanation from old Master Han. Our people are not so easily provoked. Zhou Yu felt a sense of bewilderment, pondering the delicate nature of his relationship with the Han family. Though he held a lower status and, during his times of poverty, interacted with the underprivileged members of the Han clan, he now found himself ascending the social ladder, encountering individuals of increasingly higher standing, yet still affiliated with the Han family. It was an inexplicable conundrum. He harbored a premonition that if he continued his ascent, the Han family might eventually fade into obscurity. However, the time for decisive action had not yet come. Patience was required. Moreover, he did not intend to involve Wu Qin this time. He wished to establish his own reputation in Yin City, viewing this as a prime opportunity. Judging by Sun Wukong's behavior yesterday, it seemed he too desired to supplant the Han family. Chapter 83. What are your intentions? By the way, aside from knowing that the individual in question belongs to the Han family, what else do you know? Lulu shook her head, indicating her ignorance of any further details. Then rest well. In the afternoon, I shall have the monkey escort you to your future residence. With knowledge of his adversary, the situation became significantly more manageable. At least it was no longer like the initial days of being utterly lost and directionless. Zhou Yu gradually made his way outside. At that moment, in the heavenly realm, a colossal mirror reflected the scenes of the mortal world. Were Zhou Yu present, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of familiarity, for it mirrored his beloved entertainment arcade. The monkey's antics below were one thing, But why had Shen also descended? Observing the mirror, a figure radiating golden light furrowed his brow, questioning when they had ventured down. Your Majesty, this occurrence transpired quite unexpectedly last night. It is indeed a first. Very well. I shall seek him out for a discussion. A sudden burst of golden light entered the entertainment arena, yet only Shen and Sun Wukong were able to perceive it, their expressions shifting dramatically. The three-eyed one is looking for you? I suspect he is already aware of last night's events and intends to summon me for conversation. By the way, since he is informed, the bald-headed one must also be in the know. Please prepare yourself. Indeed. As the words fell, Shen's form remained, yet his spirit had already dimmed. At that moment, within an expansive conference room, Sister Wu, please share your thoughts. I heard you acquired a younger brother today. Purchasing the villa adjacent to your residence? Is there an issue with me living next to my brother? However, Sister Wu, you significantly underpriced it. This jeopardizes the interests of the majority of our shareholders. Manager He, please stand and disclose the transaction price. Let everyone hear what exactly transpired with President Wu. A man with a few strands of silver-gray hair and a square face spoke up. Very well, I shall take the floor. He, the portly one, rose, supporting himself on the table. Today, our company has welcomed a major client. He has chosen the villa in Unit A, introduced by Sister Wu. Following our customary practice, we offered him a 10 discount, yet Sister Wu insisted on a 40 discount and waived the renovation fees for that villa. Sister Wu, how do you explain this? The renovation expenses were borne by me, and I have no intention of waiving them. As for the proposal of a 60% discount, have you sustained any losses? Moreover, I am the principal shareholder. Any reduction in profits affects me the least. What more can you possibly say? If there is nothing further, let us adjourn the meeting. Sister Wu, is this truly how we will settle this? The purpose of convening this meeting today was merely to inform you of this matter. I did not intend to engage in an explanation. If necessary, we may resort to a vote based on shareholding, should a majority of shareholders demand compensation from me. Wu Qin is certainly capable of affording such an amount. Let us maintain some decorum. It would facilitate future dealings in Yun City. Everyone understood that if a vote were to occur, Wu Qin possessed 26% of the shares, while Ah Feng held 25%. It was clear that Ah Feng would not support their proposal, rendering this notion utterly unfeasible. However, the man with the square jaw stood up once more. What are you intending to do? Wu Qin's expression was stern. If there is nothing more to discuss, let us adjourn. My company has other matters to attend to, and I must take my leave. Wu Qin turned abruptly and departed, leaving a multitude of shareholders in stunned silence. A newly joined shareholder stood agape. Having heard tales of the Iron King's domineering approach, today's encounter confirmed those accounts. Elder Yen, what shall we do? Inquired a person beside the square-jawed man. What can we do? They have made their position abundantly clear. There is nothing more to discuss. Indeed, let us extend some courtesy. It will serve us well in future dealings in Yun City. However, should we choose not to show such courtesy, it may prove detrimental to our affairs there. We do not lack for this sum of money. Extending a gesture of goodwill seems prudent. Indeed, even if someone were to bestow upon you wealth, would you dare to accept it? That would be a grave affront. In the celestial realm, Shen presented himself before the Jade Emperor. Uncle, what is it that you seek from me? When did you become entangled with that unruly monkey? The Jade Emperor turned his back to Shen, his gaze fixed deep within the heavenly expanse. This pertains to the events of the past few days, including last night. You are aware of it? Do you still wish to descend to the mortal realm? Shen nodded. Yet you possess the bloodline of a deity. We can only permit mortals to dwell among mortals. Do you comprehend? Do you still desire to venture into the human world? A jolt of alarm surged through Shen's heart. Uncle, what are your intentions? They are pressuring us. I must adhere to the regulations. You now face two choices. Either refrain from meddling in the mortal realm, or I shall seal your divine power, allowing you to descend as a mere mortal. Choose wisely. After much internal conflict, Erlang finally spoke. As a mortal, I shall uphold the duties of a deity and abide by the celestial laws. I believe it is time for me to embrace the life of a mortal. Have you made your decision? Do you harbor any regrets? Erlang resolutely nodded. The Jade Emperor, without further ado, emanated a radiant golden light that enveloped Erlang. Beads of sweat, as large as peas, erupted on Erlang's forehead, clearly indicating the immense agony he endured. Yet he remained silent, for the complete sealing of such an existence inflicted tremendous suffering upon the bearer. Simultaneously, a profound celestial chant resonated in Sun Wukong's ears, causing his body to mirror that of Erlang, losing its divine luster. Buddha. Sun Wukong clasped his hands together, exuding an air of deep reverence. You must understand the purpose of my arrival. Share your choices with me. Surely, the Buddha is aware of my intentions. The stubborn stone nodded, confirming the impossibility of the situation. A veil of hazy mist enveloped Sun Wukong, swiftly plunging him into a state of unconsciousness, evidently mirroring the choice made by Erlang. It is a pity for the giant spirit god, as all beings, both mortal and divine, have forgotten his existence. As such, one wonders when he might attain liberation. Though his long history of evading debts has rendered him a fleeting presence, making his obscurity quite understandable. This is utterly implausible. The Jade Emperor would never permit such a thing, and Erlang's spirit is formidable. At the very least, ordinary demons cannot match his strength. Erlang retreated to a secluded corner, gripping the air with fervor, producing a resounding sonic boom.
What?
My power? At that moment, the voice of the Jade Emperor resonated within Erlang's mind. I have sealed your magical abilities. It is merely your powers that I have bound. They demanded this, and I had no choice. Take care of yourself, yet I sincerely hope that no lives are lost. After a while, Sun Wukong's body began to stir, displaying behavior identical to that of Erlang. Both were curious about the consequences of becoming mere mortals. As they stood in the corner, their eyes met, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Despite their powers being sealed, they felt not the weight of confinement, but rather the lifting of a shackle, previously hindered in their endeavors. They now felt unrestrained. Come here, one beckoned. I have matters to discuss with the one with 3 eyes. Zhou You strolled over, a bunch of keys in hand. Pray tell, Zhou You, what do you intend to do with so many keys? Oh, did I not mention that I purchased a house this morning? However, with so many of you present, the sales center provided insufficient keys, so I took the initiative to have a few duplicates made. By the way, after lunch, I shall take you to see your new abode. Well, enough of that. Monkey, please fetch Lulu. We shall close the door shortly and enjoy our meal first.
But there are still so many people here.
I shall handle it. Zhou You approached the group of students. The police are coming. We must disperse quickly. Upon hearing this, everyone scattered like startled birds. Come now, close the door. We shall not be operating this afternoon. Even in play, let us strive for authenticity. Later, feel free to consider what you might wish to purchase for your new home. All expenses shall be reimbursed. The group casually selected a nearby restaurant to resolve their lunch. Afterward, they hailed a taxi to the neighborhood where the villa was located. Monkey, this is a taxi, is it not? I am riding in one for the very first time. So am I. It's quite the adventure. Lulu regarded them as if they were extraterrestrials. Noticing the awkwardness in their words, Zhou You swiftly intervened. You all seem to think this is like your home, where private cars are at your disposal. Since you are here, make the most of it. In a few days, you should consider obtaining your driver's licenses. At that moment, a group of ruffians sauntered into the joyful arcade, their intentions unclear. Perhaps fortune smiled upon them, for the arcade was closed that day, rendering their plans for retribution futile. Had the establishment been open, it is likely they would not have emerged unscathed, even in the absence of any divine protectors within. Brother, what shall we do? A cluster of students, having just concluded their classes, engaged in conversation.
Hey,
Are you familiar with the Joyful Arcade?
how could we not be?
I am a regular there. Alas. When I went there this afternoon, they claimed the police had arrived. I wonder if it was merely a ruse.
No.
They have not been operating at all this afternoon. That is not what I meant. You're all out of the loop. Let me enlighten you. The Joyful Arcade has likely stirred up trouble and has been splattered with paint.
What?
That's impossible. A student from a family with a nefarious background retorted. I've heard from my father that such acts typically stem from deep-seated grievances. Impossible? Here, evidence speaks for itself. Chapter 85. Into the police station that evening. At the dining table of Zhou Yu's home, his parents were present. Mom, Dad, I have taken care of the house situation. Would you like to take some time to visit?
We can discuss it when we have the time.
By the way, Zhou Yu, where is the household registration book? Zhou Yu produced the document, which his mother took and examined. Is this the only one? Is there not another? There is none. I haven't registered any new household.
Why not rectify that?
Did we not agree to commence renovations in a couple of days? The city may hold the property, but this is our true home. Do you really have that much money? Mother Zhou asked with concern. You need not worry about finances. Leave that to me. After dinner, Zhou Yu made a phone call to inquire about Lulu's situation. They were dining out that evening, but the crucial point was that Sun Wukong and Erling Shen had astonishing appetites, consuming an amount equivalent to 5 people each.
Zhou You understood that.
Deprived of the nurturing essence of heaven and earth, they were reliant on earthly sustenance, which would inevitably lead to a qualitative transformation through quantitative change. Having given them a brief admonition, Zhou Yu succumbed to slumber, blissfully unaware of the events transpiring at the arcade. The following morning, Zhou Yu was still lost in dreams when the shrill ring of his phone startled him awake. To his surprise, it was a call from Lulu. Hello, Lulu. What's the matter? Brother Zhou, the arcade has been vandalized with paint.
What?
Do not act rashly. Continue operations as usual. Maintain composure and wait for my arrival. Understood. Rising from bed, Zhou Yu hastily greeted his parents and, out of habit, dialed Erling Shen's number. Erling, come pick me up. Zhou Yu, are you still half asleep, or is your mind elsewhere? Have you forgotten that both the monkey and I were incapacitated yesterday? You'll need to take a taxi yourself.
Goodbye.
Zhou Yu could only smile wryly, realizing he had momentarily lost track of such an important matter. He quickly summoned a taxi and sped towards Yun City. A few minutes later, at the arcade, he found 3 individuals with furrowed brows, exchanging bewildered glances. What is the current situation? Can someone clarify? The 3 individuals remained in a silent standoff, each one seemingly immobilized. Are you truly oblivious to everything? It must be the handiwork of the Han family, Lulu remarked. By the way, how has business been today? Business? Indeed. There are those who are not afraid of death. Let us teach them a minor lesson today by demolishing their premises. Brothers, take action. Lulu, you should retreat to the restroom for a moment. Lulu nodded and hurried away. Monkey King, it's these scoundrels, do not hold back. Give them a taste of our fury. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong seized the stool beneath him and charged forward, with Erling Shen following suit, both resembling ruffians in their fervor. As for Zhou Yu, he felt it best to refrain from complicating matters and patiently await the conclusion of the skirmish. As anticipated, within mere minutes, Zhou Yu's side achieved an overwhelming victory, with only one individual managing to escape, a deliberate act of mercy on Zhou Yu's part, for otherwise, none would have escaped. Their misfortune was rather ironic. They had initially believed that the amusement arcade would be deserted, yet they had come to check just in case. only to find it occupied. Had they been aware of Erling Shen and his companion's ferocity, they would undoubtedly have thought twice before courting disaster. The fleeing ruffian promptly contacted their leader. "Brother, the establishment is open for business today, and there are patrons." "Humph. Their audacity is commendable. How many are there?" "2, but they are quite formidable. Make sure to bring more men." "Understood." The gang leader hung up the phone, summoned his brothers, and hurried to the amusement arcade. "Monkey, are they all tied up?" "Yes." "Lulu, wait for the right moment to call the police. Even if they have connections, they won't dare to protect them under the public's watchful eyes. These individuals will serve as evidence." 10 minutes later, the gang leader and his men arrived, oblivious to the trap they had fallen into. "Boss, they have all been captured. I am the only one who escaped." "Humph. A bunch of useless fools. I shall see what they are truly made of. Brothers, follow me inside."
Wow.
"So many of you. I wonder if you—" "Brothers, attack. Smash them." Before Zhou You could finish his sentence, the gang leader issued his command, and a throng surged forward. "Monkey's second master, I rely on you." Zhou You ungraciously slipped away. "Rest assured, it will be fine." Sun Wukong engaged in a fierce struggle with them, though this was merely a ruse. Had it been a genuine fight, the gangsters would have had no chance. In the restroom, Lulu listened to the commotion outside and quietly dialed the police. "Hello, is this 110? There is a disturbance here, yes, at the amusement arcade. Please hurry. Otherwise, someone might be harmed." The police car arrived swiftly. "Boss, the police are here. Let's go." "Brothers, retreat. Think you can escape?"
Not a chance.
Erling Shen and Sun Wukong held them tightly, yet they lacked the ability to be in two places at once, allowing some to flee while others were captured. "Officer, may I inquire what you are doing?" exclaimed the distressed citizen. "You see, there is a band of robbers. They emerged in a state of disarray, tears and snot streaming down their faces, disrupting our modest enterprise. This is a matter protected by law, and they are showing contempt for it, as well as for your authority. Do not listen to them." Silence. The gang leader was abruptly interrupted, being a prime target for scrutiny. He was certainly not going to escape. "If there are any issues, we at the police station will address them. Rest assured, dear citizen, the People's Police serve the people and will provide a resolution." The officers proceeded to apprehend them all, including Zhou You. Chapter 86. Negotiation. And what about the victims? "Officer, I would like to inquire, since I am on the side of the victims, should I not be entitled to compensation?" The officer named Lei nodded affirmatively. "That is indeed the case." "Then may I ask if I can determine the amount of compensation myself?" "That is not permissible. You must propose a figure and negotiate with the opposing party. Only with mutual agreement can it be enacted." Zhou You then turned to the gang leader. "Will you accept compensation?" "That is impossible." Although they were technically the aggressors, they had not inflicted any substantial harm on Zhou You and his companions. At most, they had merely splattered paint. Aside from its significant symbolic implications, the cost of cleanup was minimal, and considering they had sustained injuries and would require medical expenses, their losses would ultimately be far greater. "There is no other way, officer. We have chosen to pursue this publicly." "Very well, please wait a moment." The officer searched through some documents before approaching the group of ruffians and whispered to them, "Given your criminal records, making this matter public would not be advantageous for you. Brother Lei, have you forgotten? I have treated you to drinks and barbecues. Were it not for these past gestures, would I even be discussing this with you? Find a way to settle this privately. We have all the records. You might consider accepting his terms first, and then proceed as you see fit. Some matters are clearer to you than to me, and this arrangement benefits us both. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." The ruffian leader walked over to Zhou You and inquired, "What conditions would lead you to agree to a private settlement?" "Speak openly." "If I tell you, you would still lack the authority to decide. Bring out your superiors to negotiate with us. Tonight at 8, I will be waiting for you at the Ginseng arcade." "That is unacceptable. You cannot dictate both the time and the place. You choose the time, we choose the place. How does that sound? No problem. Zhou You, possessing both skill and audacity, readily acquiesced to their terms, thereby relinquishing the initiative to them. What's the matter, second master? Are you afraid? Afraid? I have never known fear since my birth. I'm off to play some games. Wait for me, I'll join you. After a while, the ruffian leader returned.
Kid.
I spoke with our prince. Tonight, at his estate. If you have the courage, come. If not, then forget it. Understood, I will certainly be there. At 7:30 in the evening, Zhou You instructed Lulu to close the door of the arcade. In truth, there was no need for business today. As there would be no customers until this matter was resolved, no one dared to come and play. However, despite understanding this truth, Zhou You chose to remain open. As it signified his stance, he was unafraid of confrontation. Yi, Hozi, keep an eye on my cues and act accordingly. Erling Shen and Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at Han Yu's estate, the gang leader awaited them at the entrance. You all are quite punctual, he remarked. There's no choice. The crown prince has summoned us, and we must be on time. Should we arrive late, it could lead to unpleasantness. You'd best behave. Or else you may find it difficult to leave this gate tonight. Zhou You remained silent, following the gang leader inside. Upon entering the estate, the scenery was rather pleasant. Though it did not belong to Han Yu, it was the property of his father and others. Han Yu had merely invited Zhou Yu and his companions to discuss matters here. Inside, Zhou Yu observed Han Yu seated, appearing somewhat impaired in his movements.
Zhou.
You truly possess courage, bringing just these two with you? Are you not afraid that this little tiger might devour you? Indeed, I fear. Yet my companions are no less formidable than Wusong. Taking down a tiger would be but a trifle for them. Very well, Zhou. Let us sit and discuss how to resolve this matter. By the way, the dishes today look splendid. Han, they must not come cheap. This feast is in honor of you, Zhou. Indeed, since we are here to discuss matters, I shall speak plainly. 100,000. Understand the grievances between us, or you shall not gain anything favorable. Han Yu pondered with his chopsticks for a moment, then conceded. Very well, 100,000, and we shall consider this matter settled. The princeling, ever reasonable, replied, since we have reached an agreement, do hasten to provide the funds.
Provide funds?
What funds? Surely the princeling has not forgotten your earlier statements. Han Yu's brow furrowed. Are you suggesting that the 100,000 you mentioned is for me to give to you? Zhou Yu nodded. Dream on. I, Han Yu, may not be a significant figure in this cloud city, but you shall not see me bow in submission. Truly unwilling to comply? If you seek money, I wager you shall not leave this estate today. Make your move. Zhou Yu signaled, and a figure rushed forward, armed with a dagger, swiftly subduing Han Yu. Princeling, do you think I shall let you leave today? At that moment, numerous individuals emerged from behind the flower beds and trees, encircling Zhou Yu and his companions. Chapter 87. The power of Cloud City. After Zhou Yu's departure, chaos ensued in Han Yu's estate. The princeling was in a rage, berating a group of inept individuals. Such a multitude, yet you could not even retain 3 people. What use are you to me? Is this not due to your own abduction? One individual murmured discreetly. Then, is it to be considered my fault? Very well, Your Highness, the factory owner emerged, acknowledging the events of last night. You are already aware of the situation. So, let us not cast blame upon them. As you know, with just a handful of us, it is unlikely we could have retained him. Please, you may take your leave. The ruffians, upon hearing this, cast grateful glances towards the factory owner and, before Han Yu could utter a word, they promptly withdrew. Knowing that even if Han Yu were to express his displeasure later, the factory owner would shield them. However, Boss Li, do you comprehend the frustration that weighs upon my heart? After all these years, I have never endured such indignity. Your Highness, I suggest you engage in a dialogue with him. Perhaps it would be wise to concede a little, for the old man wishes to retire. It would be prudent to refrain from causing further disturbances. I suspect that is not something he would wish to witness. Humph. When have I, Han Yu, ever faced such humiliation? Boss Li, you need not concern yourself. I shall handle this matter personally.
Sigh.
I have but one child. By the way, have you investigated their backgrounds? Yes, I have. They appear to be ordinary individuals, devoid of any significant connections, and there seems to be a conflict with that boss Zhu. As for the relationship between Zhou You and Wu Qin, only a handful of acquaintances are aware, and it has not yet spread widely. Moreover, Zhou You and Wu Qin are not the ostentatious type. In this society, those who flaunt themselves often meet with unfortunate ends. Those who know of their connection are prudent enough to keep their mouths shut. As business people, they understand the adage that trouble often arises from careless words. After all, it is the most unprofitable endeavor to incite a series of troubles merely by speaking out of turn. Thus, it is unsurprising that they have not uncovered the relationship between Wu Qin and Zhou Yu. Only a select few, those truly powerful figures within the local hierarchy, are privy to Xing Yue's true identity. Individuals like Boss Li are simply unqualified to be in the know. As for Boss Zhu, who has recently set up shop, yes, it is indeed him. The old man has been quite reckless over the years, stirring up considerable trouble. I will rein him in. You may leave now. In his heart, Boss Li shook his head in resignation. Whenever Han Yu caused a ruckus, he would offer counsel to the elder Han, using this very phrase. Yet, alas, Han Yu continued his mischief without any change. The following day, as Zhou Yu and the others had just finished preparing breakfast, with Lulu having taken charge of the cooking, the doorbell rang before they could partake. It's here, Zhou Yu exclaimed, opening the door. Sister Wu, I had a feeling it would be you. Drawn in by the aroma, since we haven't started eating yet, why not join us? I truly haven't eaten, so I shall not stand on ceremony, replied Wu. Lulu, please fetch another pair of chopsticks. At the dining table, as Wu Qin savored her breakfast, she inquired of Zhou Yu, have you crossed paths with that young master? You mean the heir of the Han family? How did you know? Could I possibly be unaware? Early this morning, someone informed me. On my territory, naturally, there will be those keeping an eye on your movements. Firstly, to protect you, and secondly, to prevent you from attracting formidable adversaries.
Oh.
I am quite helpless in this regard. You cannot fathom the extent of his arrogance. It was indeed his fault, yet he demands an apology from us. Can you believe such audacity? I must first inform you that in this cloud city, there are 5 local power brokers, government and military, which require no further elaboration, as they are national entities that few dare to challenge. Among the remaining 3, I have unexpectedly found myself among their ranks, with your esteemed brother Feng also included, followed by the Han family of the Heavenly Tiger Gang. Both your brother Feng and I are rising stars. However, the Han family has remained steadfast over the years. It can be said that we have consistently confronted them as a duo, and while they have not succumbed to our might, they have also not suffered significantly. As businessmen, we occasionally engage in darker dealings, yet the Han family is different. Zhou Yu listened intently, absorbing the dynamics of power in Cloud City. What sets them apart? Do they not engage in commerce? Indeed, they do, but they originally began as a band of ruffians, a collective of thugs and hooligans who had little promise. However, 30 years ago, the elder Han emerged, uniting numerous gang leaders and establishing the Heavenly Tiger Gang. Among the 5 major powers, only the Han family has ascended through illicit means, a fact that you should grasp. Sister Wu, I comprehend your words, yet if they intend to prey upon me, I cannot merely stand by and allow it. Such a notion is utterly inconceivable. Indeed, I have never feared anyone throughout the years, regardless of the Han family. How could they dare to impose upon me? Zhou Yu, you need not fear. After all, you are considered one of us. In recent years, the esteemed Mr. Han has shown signs of retreat. His once formidable presence has diminished, and he is no longer as domineering. Otherwise, it is uncertain whether both you and Feng could have managed to keep him in check. In the past, the Tianhu gang stood as the preeminent force among the three great powers of Yun City, even clashing with both the government and the military. How could he have survived to this day had he opposed these two formidable entities? Indeed, the terrifying aspect of the Tianhu gang lies in the fact that, despite having expended great resources to quell their wrath, they ultimately persevered and thrived. However, I suspect they remain unaware of the connection between us. Otherwise, given Mr. Han's recent conduct, he would likely refrain from crossing paths with me, as he is now but a shadow of his former self. Yes, Sister Wu. I understand the course of action I must take. You need not worry. Very well, I shall refrain from saying more. However, if we were to leverage this point, it is possible. Indeed, it may be feasible to drag him down with us. Yes, both Feng and I are determined to expel the Han family. After breakfast, Wu Qin departed from Zhou Yu's villa and made her way to Ah Feng's office.
Ah,
Sister Wu, what a rare visitor you are. What brings you to my humble abode?
Ah Feng exclaimed.
Ah Feng, I intend to eradicate the Han family, Wu Qin declared solemnly.
Ah Feng,
sensing the gravity of the situation, adopted a more serious demeanor. Have you made up your mind? I was just about to broach the same subject. I plan to eliminate the Han family within a year. Are you confident? Rest assured. Very well. I shall prepare as well. Wu Qin knew that since Ah Feng expressed confidence, the likelihood of success was high. She resolved to make her own preparations for this time. The Han family would likely be consigned to oblivion in Yun City. Chapter 88. A significant breakthrough by the old Chinese medicine practitioner not long after Wu Qin's departure. Zhou You greeted Erlang Shen and the others, advising them to exercise caution in the recent times. He suggested that if circumstances grew dire, they might consider closing the arcade. Until the situation was resolved, it was imperative to remain vigilant. Brother Zhou, it is my fault for bringing you so much trouble, Zhou Yu began. But before he could continue, Sun Wukong interjected. Even without you, they would still seek to trouble us. We were warned and threatened right at the onset of our business. So it seems we are the ones causing you distress. Monkey, Lu was speaking to me. You've stolen my lines. Oh, but what of it? Shall we step outside to converse? Forget it, it's not worth the trouble. By the way, Shou, I wish to understand what this League of Legends is. Will you assist me?
No.
Zhou Yu, with a haughty demeanor, crossed his arms and firmly declined. How many youths have lost themselves to this game? If these two were to fall into its grasp, it would be disastrous. The vast horizons are my love. Beneath the endless green mountains, flowers are in bloom. What kind of? Hey, Brother Zhou. Your ringtone is quite dynamic.
Sure.
Zhou Yu gestured for silence. Hello, you old scoundrel. What do you need? Brat, show me some respect, or else. You will surely regret it. The furious roar of the old Chinese medicine practitioner echoed from the other end of the line. Please, as if I would regret anything. Who are you trying to fool? Truly no regrets? Think carefully. Once the moment passes, regret will offer no opportunity for redress. Could you provide a hint? Zhou Yu felt a sense of unease in the face of the old Chinese medicine practitioner's unwavering confidence. It was clear to Zhou Yu that he could no longer adopt a confrontational stance against the old doctor. Having spent considerable time with him, Zhou Yu was well acquainted with his temperament. If the old practitioner were indeed deceiving him, he would surely resort to lies when Zhou Yu sought guidance. The absence of any hint indicated that the old doctor felt secure in his position. Old man, I was wrong, Zhou Yu admitted, causing the old physician to be taken aback. Why is this young man suddenly so compliant? Could it be that he has discovered the truth? Yet, that seems implausible. The news should not have leaked. I can't shake the feeling that your admission of guilt lacks sincerity. Yes, Grandpa Wang, I was wrong. And I shall never act so recklessly again. Please, tell me quickly. Observing Zhou Yu's predicament, Lulu could not help but smirk, while the other two burst into hearty laughter. The ingredients of the elixir you provided are now mostly clear to me. Would you care to discuss this in person? Absolutely, I must. Just wait. I will catch a cab right over. Very well. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yu realized he needed to purchase a vehicle, as relying on cabs was quite inconvenient and time-consuming. He hurriedly bid farewell to Lulu and the others, exited the community, and rushed to the old Dr. S residence. The world seemed to shine more brightly as he made his way. Upon arriving, he handed over the fare and sprinted into the old physician S house.
Hey, slow down.
You rascal. The items here are quite precious. If you break anything, you'll be responsible for the damages. Are these merely some broken bowls and jars? What value could they possibly possess? Indeed, they are nothing of worth, merely porcelain bowls from Jingdezhen of the Ming dynasty and jars used during the Qianlong period. What significance do these broken bowls and jars hold? Zhou Yu gazed at the old Chinese medicine practitioner with an incredulous expression, causing the practitioner to feel a shiver run down his spine. Why are you staring at me so intently? Is there something about me that piques your interest? Rich man. My dear uncle, from now on, you shall be my esteemed uncle. Whatever you command your nephew to do, I shall comply. You certainly have some gall to presume to be my dear nephew without even inquiring if I am willing. Then, dear uncle, do you accept me as your nephew? Enough of this nonsense. Come and examine my research findings. Very well, uncle. Zhou Yu wore a facade of flattery and sycophancy. Had the old practitioner not known his true character, he might have felt nauseated at that moment. Approaching to take a look, Zhou Yu found a plethora of densely packed notes, some merely listing names, while others were accompanied by extensive annotations. Although the latter were few, they constituted a significant portion of the work. How many of those were extinct or mutated? What implications did they hold? The annotations indicated that those marked as extinct could not be procured, thus rendering them impossible to replicate, while the mutated ones could potentially alter their medicinal properties, or even transform them into poisons. Zhou Yu remained silent, lost in thought. After a brief moment, an idea flickered through his mind. Since the old Chinese medicine practitioner had come this far, it was inconceivable for him to stop now. Success was imperative. Zhou Yu took out his phone and diligently photographed the notes until he was certain he had captured everything, at which point he ceased. What are you doing? The old practitioner merely inquired without hindering him. Had it been anyone else, such leniency would have been unthinkable. I'll assist in the research as well. You continue with your work. I'll take my leave for now. You rascal! Are you not planning to treat me to a meal? I have made such a significant contribution. Let us defer that for now and discuss it later. How have you been lately? What's her name? Yu Wei? You speak as if we are well acquainted.
Just call me Secretary Sheng.
Oh, very well, Secretary Sheng. I have a matter I wish to ask for your assistance with. What is it? Let us discuss it in person. It's too complicated to explain over the phone. All right, I'm in the office. Do come by. Chapter 89. Visitors from the government. The door is unlocked. Come in. Zhou Yu entered, and Sheng Yue, without raising her head, stated, if there is something to discuss, now is the time. How is it going with persuading them to lease the land to me? Oh, there hasn't been any new developments yet. As you know, many people doubt your capabilities and financial backing, and they are skeptical of your policies, believing them to be deceptive. Hello, Lulu, is there something you need? I just wanted to let you know that I didn't go to work today. The arcade is closed. Yes, it's a time of many troubles. It's wise to be cautious. Furthermore, Sister Wu awaits your arrival at home. You must hasten.
What?
Did we not meet just this morning? Why the urgency to come now? This only indicates that there is something significant requiring your attention. Otherwise, a mere phone call would suffice. Lulu, you are indeed astute. I shall come over immediately. Please ask Sister Wu to wait a moment. Very well. Zhou Yu ended the call and hurriedly made his way to his villa. After more than half an hour, he finally arrived, opened the door, and found a poised and elegant woman seated inside, Wu Qin. At this moment, she exuded not her usual charm but rather an air of authority and seriousness.
Ah,
Sister Wu, what is the matter? Your expression seems quite grave. It appears the government has somehow learned of our impending conflict with the Tianhu gang. Zhou Yu could no longer muster a smile. How could they possibly know? This is precisely what I wished to inquire of you, Wu Qin paused. Until now, only you, I, and Ah Feng were privy to this information. Do you suspect me? That is not the case. I merely wish to ask if you have disclosed this matter to anyone else. Absolutely not. By the way, Sister Wu, will this greatly impact our plans? That is not the case. It may even have little impact, for only by observing from a distance can one reap the benefits. Within the government, there are undoubtedly astute individuals who understand this matter far better than I do. Thus, they will refrain from taking action and may even stir the waters. Yet they would not allow the Tianhu gang to truly disappear, as disrupting such a delicate balance would yield no advantages for them. He mentioned that government officials would seek you out today. Just this? On what grounds do you assert that the government has been informed of this news? Your logic lacks rigor. Beyond this, I cannot conceive of any other reason. Those individuals will not mobilize unless they catch the scent of opportunity. At that moment, Wu Qin's phone rang. Hello. Yes, Sister Wu, I must trouble you to hide in Lulu's room for a while. All right, but there is no trouble at all. I could use a moment of rest. Just ensure that no one discovers my presence here. Zhou Yu nodded, and just then, the doorbell rang. Zhou Yu opened the door to find a familiar face, Secretary Zheng from Yun City. Ah, Secretary Zheng, what a rare visitor. Please come in and have a seat. I apologize for the intrusion. I hope you are not offended. Upon entering, Lulu prepared a cup of tea for both Zhou Yu and Secretary Zheng. I am quite curious as to how Secretary Zheng found his way to my humble abode, as I have only recently moved in, and my parents have yet to visit. Yet you knew beforehand. Truly, the government possesses remarkable capabilities. Secretary Zheng took a sip of tea and remarked, there is nothing remarkable about it. This place is easily traceable. Besides, did you not register yesterday? Moreover, it pertains to a second property, hence the personnel informed me. Oh, is that so? Secretary Zheng's visit today, I fear, is not merely a casual invitation for tea. Certainly not. I have come seeking financial compensation, for your tax revenue is quite substantial. It is worth my while to make this trip, especially since you maintain a cooperative relationship with our governmental departments. I sincerely hope you can assist us by divulging that method. I have stated that it is impossible. Perhaps only after a century will I be able to do so. Such a promise is perilous. Are you not afraid that we might? Secretary Zheng made a gesture across his throat, implying a dire consequence. It would be quite simple to bring this upon you, as it is the quickest means to obtain that secret. Secretary Zheng, surely you jest. In my home, drinking my tea, you dare to speak of such matters? Zhou Yu chuckled, asserting, yet, I trust you will refrain from taking action, for it would yield you no benefit. If I am unwilling, you may find yourself deprived for a lifetime. Chapter 90. Reaching an agreement in truth, Zhou Yu bore unspoken burdens. This knowledge is something he could never reveal. He could not possibly proclaim the existence of deities in a world where atheism has taken root. Such an admission would likely condemn him to a life devoid of opportunity, perhaps confined to a mental institution, a fate he shudders to contemplate. For the cost of such a revelation is far too steep. Naturally, it is impossible. I, too, cannot abide the unchecked actions of the Tianhu gang, which is why I embarked on this journey today. Should circumstances become dire, I do not wish for you to encounter misfortune while the members of the Tianhu gang continue to thrive. To survive, is it truly so simple? All that is required is for your government to express its stance, Continuing to live should not be a daunting task. Zhou You set down the tea leaves, remarking that as an ordinary citizen, any endeavor necessitates substantial support from the government to be feasible. Thus, I shall represent the government and declare that society requires merchants like you, rather than those from the Tianhu gang. If necessary, certain individuals and elements may be allowed to vanish. Our own people have suffered injuries and even fatalities. In comparison to those cloaked in darkness, it is you, the merchant, who is truly needed by the government. I must extend my gratitude to the government for choosing me and granting me this opportunity. However, such words should not be uttered. It is not merely the government that has chosen you, but the nation and the people. Should it be misinterpreted that I selected you, who knows what rumors may arise? Very well then, Mr. Zhou, I wish us a pleasant collaboration. A fruitful partnership indeed. I shall take my leave now. Secretary Zheng, allow me to escort you. Zhou Yu personally accompanied Secretary Zheng downstairs, ensuring his departure before proceeding to Lulu's room to summon Wu Qin. Sister Wu, this is exhausting. These government officials speak in such convoluted terms, ambiguous and full of bureaucratic jargon. If it were not necessary, I would truly prefer to avoid dealings with them. Is that so? Sister Wu, you've been engaging with them for so many years. How could this possibly be your first encounter? Zhou Yu could hardly believe it. Was it all for a secret? Yet, from his perspective, their demeanor was hardly conspicuous. The cunning nature of politicians is something one cannot easily fathom without frequent interactions. They always seem to align with your side, articulating words that appear supportive. However, upon closer examination, one realizes they have never explicitly declared their allegiance.
Today,
their statements were rather ambiguous, lacking any clear endorsement of my position. Wu Qin cast a glance at Zhou Yu, remarking that it was utterly impossible to expect them to plunge into the fray. Given today's events, they must be aware of our intersection, albeit unaware of the depths of our connection. Hence, if we wish to see the Tianhu gang extinguished, they will remain mere spectators. And it seems we shall need to play our cards carefully. How shall we play? Wu Qin remained silent for a moment. Soon, raised voices erupted from Zhou Yu's room, indicating a disagreement between Wu Qin and Zhou Yu over some matter. Even Lulu was startled, rushing into the room to ascertain the cause of the commotion. However, before she could enter, Wu Qin and Zhou Yu emerged.
Get out!
Wu Qin furiously pointed towards the door. This is my purchased property. If anyone should leave, it is you. You little rascal.
How dare you?
You're pulling the bridge down after crossing it, aren't you? Remember this.
Remember?
Why should I fear you? Bring forth any tricks you have. I shall meet them head-on. You insolent brat. Do not forget that you are still renting from me. Humph. I shall return it to you. What is so impressive about that? Well, you possess a certain spirit, which I truly admire. Consider your belongings as my rent. Do not overstep your bounds, Zhou Yu said through gritted teeth. I am indeed overstepping, what of it? Will you strike me? Wu Qin retorted before storming out. Zhou Yu gazed silently at the ceiling as tranquility enveloped the room. Sun Wukong approached and inquired, Zhou, what troubles you? Nothing much, just a falling out. Rest assured, I shall not forget my promise to you. Zhou's brother, Lulu, also came over to offer solace. Do not let your health suffer. Take care of yourself. Ah, right. You three should check if the entrance to the ginseng arcade can still be opened. If so, hasten to retrieve the items inside and temporarily relocate them to our villa.
What?
Is it that serious, with Sister Wu? What caused this? Ask what you must, but refrain from unnecessary chatter, Zhou retorted. Lulu, with good intentions, remarked, Zhou Yu, what are you doing? Even Erling Shen could not stand by idly and came to Lulu's defense. All right, I concede my fault. Lulu, do not be angry. But this matter is mine to decide. Quickly attend to my affairs. If delayed, it may be too late. Chapter 91. The wind stirs in a governmental office. A young man was reporting to a seated official. Secretary Zhou, you instructed me to closely monitor those two villas, and today there has been some activity.
Oh.
What sort of activity? This morning, after your departure, I discerned sounds of a quarrel emanating from Zhou Yu's villa. Subsequently, General Manager Wu emerged, appearing quite irate, followed by 3 individuals employed by Zhou Yu, who hastened towards the joyful entertainment center. However, it soon became evident that they had mistakenly brought the wrong keys, as they could not unlock the door. Moreover, the joyful entertainment center was not operational today. Young man, you seem to be viewing the situation rather superficially. Their intent to access the premises was unmistakable. How could they have possibly brought the wrong keys? The young man bowed and requested the secretary's guidance. Allow me to elaborate. It is imperative that you sharpen your observational skills. Given that General Manager Wu exited from Zhou Yu's villa, and considering you heard the sounds of contention beforehand, coupled with Wu's furious demeanor upon leaving, it is highly probable that a dispute occurred among them. Contemplate this. If a disagreement transpired, and Zhou Yu's joyful entertainment center is indeed Wu's domain, it stands to reason that being unable to unlock the door would be quite normal. Secretary Zheng poured himself a glass of water, took a sip, and continued his explanation, stating that this behavior aligns perfectly with the style of the Iron King of Yunqing. A mere disagreement could result in a complete lack of respect. Although Yunqing may superficially appear to be dominated by the Tianhu gang, in reality, it is the Iron King who thrives in these waters. Thus, can we ascertain that their relationship has soured? You remain misguided. Until we truly comprehend the situation, all our conjectures are mere fantasies, devoid of authenticity. Additionally, you must persist in your observations and promptly report any developments to me. That afternoon, within a KTV establishment belonging to the Tianhu gang, their young heir was indulging in libations when a subordinate hurried in to deliver news. Young master, it seems our gravest concern is unlikely to materialize. What is the situation? Speak clearly, the young heir commanded, setting down his drink and sitting upright. Our primary worry regarding that lad was his close ties with the Iron King. Should complications arise, it could lead to significant trouble. It was conceivable that the old man might intervene, considering the arcade's location falls within the Iron King's territory. However, it appears that their relationship is merely that of ordinary business partners, as the arcade has not opened today. And I have also heard that the Iron King and that young man had a quarrel. This illustrates the disparity between ruffians and government officials. One hastily reaches a conclusion based solely on superficial observations, while Secretary Zheng meticulously analyzes the situation, often overturning his own assertions, prioritizing tangible evidence. Let us examine this further. If an opportunity arises, ensure that you bring that woman to me. Exercise utmost caution. It must be done discreetly. Understood, young master. This young heir, while not infallible in his endeavors, possesses a modicum of capability, managing affairs with a certain level of competence. Yet, he has been known to pursue beauty, reportedly attracting the ire of several influential figures, although at that time, the elder Han was the true authority in Yun City. Despite the fact that nothing truly significant had transpired, old Master Han managed to resolve the matter with a mere misunderstanding after incurring a considerable cost. He had repeatedly cautioned Han Yu against stirring up trouble, reminding him that a mere flirtation could lead to dire consequences. Yet Han Yu remained obstinate. As time passed, old Master Han grew less formidable than in his earlier years. Fortunately, Han Yu matured as well, and, before taking action, he would now ensure to investigate the background of any situation. Over the years, he had not caused much trouble for the Tianhu gang, typically resolving matters on his own. Is the news accurate? Indeed, it is true. This noon, the sign of the Enjoyment Arcade was dismantled. However, one must remain vigilant against the possibility of deception. Observation is key. You are older than you, thus you must assume the role of an elder brother. You are aware that my time is limited. and you is not yet capable of assuming this position. Therefore, it must fall to you. I hope that after my retirement, you will support your younger brother. Father, there is no need for such words. It is only natural. Even if you did not say it, I would fulfill this duty. Very well. You handle this matter diligently. It would be ideal if that woman were to suffer significantly. Should it prove that your abilities are sufficient to see through the layers of confusion and navigate through the throngs of adversaries without incurring losses, then I shall step aside and relinquish my position. Perhaps it is my fault for having indulged him so excessively over the years. In the afternoon, Zhou You was still at home when he received a call from Shen. Zhou You, trouble is brewing. Wu Qin is serious this time. She has dismantled our arcade sign. This was an anticipated development. I would have found it strange had she not taken such action. Zhou You, why not humble yourself a bit? Continuing like this is not a solution. Shen earnestly advised. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I be the one to yield? Zhou You retorted. Enough of this, Sanzian. You are not unfamiliar with this headstrong youth.